computers. This is not even this whole sucks. Riser, this whole sucks.
This hole's great. Except I don't practice it enough to do anything good. But it doesn't matter because I'm winning.
Riser, it's not a rage quit. It's one of the best shots of all time. You just witnessed one of the best shots in the history of the game.
That was literally perfect.
Are you gonna hit my ball now?
It literally doesn't matter.
At all. Hey, I remember the first day. Right? Are you seeing? I'm putting clinic. Terrible shot. One of the worst shots I've ever seen. Do you see how this is an absolute?
Thank God it doesn't matter at all.
Are you seeing that this is a clinic? Riser, I've asked you this question like 18 times. Do you see that this is a clinic?
You outright lost.
Big dog. Big dog. Big dog. That was a practice game. It was a practice game. It was a practice game. I was troubleshooting. I haven't reset. Dog, we're gonna play mini golf right fucking now, and I'm not losing. I'm gonna focus. I'm gonna focus. I'm gonna focus. I'm gonna focus. I'm sending you the invite.
I don't want to do another one. We can do Scrabble or Care.
It's your favorite hole.
No, it's not.
Looked it up.
We play. All right, that's enough brain rot for today.
No, Karam, it's on. I've beaten you 2 games in a row, plus all the others. And it says I have to wait a minute.
Losing too hard? You got disrespected too hard?
No, obviously you know that. I have no idea what it says when you lose because I've never lost. Or are you gonna pussy out?
Break, or do you want to?
You're gonna pussy out. Are you gonna pussy out? Right, you pussy out? You get such an advantage. You get such an advantage.
Oh, really?
Are you gonna go? My question to you is this: are you gonna go?
You don't want to give me the white tiles. You want to get a single point if I have the white tiles. There's more black tiles than there are white tiles.
What are you even talking about tiles? This doesn't even make sense. You're not even speaking correct English.
Oh.
What is this? What tiles are you talking about, dog?
I don't know. The little things.
They're called caroms, and you know it. You're the one who's a stickler about that.
No, you can call them whatever. Are you gonna disrespect? What's wrong with me?
Riser, that was the worst shot I've ever seen.
I mean, I'm disrespecting you by just hitting shitty shots and seeing how many things in a row you can play.
Riser, are you witnessing this?
I'm taking your strategy for once, and I'm gonna let you sink all of them, so that there's only easy shots for me to hit, and I'm gonna make a comeback and brag about it.
Riser, your mouth is moving, but it's not making sense. Okay, and everybody told me that they wanted me to communicate that to you, that you're taking dog shit shots, you're calling caroms tiles,
What?
You're
How the fuck happened?
Big dog.
Did you see how Karen?
I did.
Shadow updated me?
I did. This move.
You're fucking archer.
Riser, you know you're supposed to make it, right? Maybe you didn't have that setting on, or it was not. You weren't briefed on the matter. Riser, look at this shot. Riser, oh fuck this, fuck this.
Wow.
You got fortunate, and you know it. You have the easiest shots in the history of the game.
No, these are terrible.
Every single one of these is easy. Every single one of these is
These
easy.
are so fucking hard. What are you talking
Riser, they're all right there, and there's nothing in the way. Riser, these are easy shots. Easiest shots ever. Easiest.
No, it doesn't work like that. It has to be an art. You don't even gonna sync this stupid thing, so it's like you're missing your row. Jeez, you imagine trying to back someone and you see their hair. You're like in another league of like spectacular, disrespect failures today, dude.
Riser, I'm waiting. Riser, you're just like ratchet John, dog. Nobody knows what you're saying.
Oh, they don't know what I'm saying?
No one knows that.
Look, I'll sink the queen for you. I don't even need the disrespect. I'm not gonna fuck up one of those shots for the 8th time today. But I'm gonna finish you off. Yep, done. Goodbye. Take a lap. Go take a lap.
Riser. There's a winner's advantage. The black giant advantage. You know it. I know it.
Why can't you just not suck? Have you ever considered that?
Have you ever considered not doing that?
Bullshit.
Riser.
That's like bullshit.
Riser, you have an advantage. A massive advantage. It's why you never ask to be white.
Oh, I have a disadvantage.
Not being good?
Your tiles are easily.
Why? What about circles makes you think tiles? I'll wait.
I don't know. Gravel brain rot.
That's not a thing. That's the same logic behind oyster sickness.
It's clam sickness.
Whatever.
That one's fucking real. If you've ever eaten shitty clam, you'll know.
I don't eat shitty clams, and so I have no idea. All I know is that you're fucked. Yes. Yeah, Riser, that's one of the biggest misses I've ever seen. Riser.
Yeah, going black is like, you wonder why I take
tiles, Riser.
Silver platter.
Riser, why are you calling them tiles? I'll wait.
How do you know that they're not made of tile? You don't. That's the thing. You don't.
I do. They're not made out of tile.
Wait, why is it my turn? My sun phone?
Yeah.
Sweet. My sun phone again?
Oh, we're gonna play.
I thought I was in like a impossible position.
Riser, are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna talk about the past? Are you gonna talk about the past?
I already disrespected you. I mean, I don't need to disrespect when you get the carbon shots and stuff, but I did it.
That's shot.
Good.
Riser, are you good?
Dude, look at these.
Riser, are you gonna go?
Look how many shitty
Riser.
things of your tiles are there.
Riser, are you gonna go?
You're losing 8-1.
Okay, are you gonna go though? That's my question.
And you got disrespected.
Riser, are you gonna go? You can't make this shot.
Get in there. Oh no, sorry. Now you have a bunch of easy shots that cleared the entire board for you. Like it happens every single game. Wow. Yeah, you're not getting that one off the back, right? No. Yeah, that's it. My lord. Wait, let me go. I think I should have to go.
Because they're bad?
No, it's disrespecting you. I was sinking your own tiles. I'm disrespecting you so hard, I'm intentionally sinking your own tiles. And I still win. It's over. 2 in a row.
Yeah, I beat you 2 in a row the time before. Everybody knows that.
Absolutely.
Riser, I'm still fixing my streams. What about that don't you understand?
No one can. Wow. You sabotaged my break.
You have an advantage. Your black ones are all on the corner, and they go in the thing. It's just an advantage. I could look it up. First,
I think
black advantage, dog. It is an advantage. I know.
Is it an advantage taking garbage shots like that? Is that an advantage?
Riser, everybody's waiting on you. I'm waiting on you. Jeanette McCurdy's waiting on you. Sam Tripoli's waiting on you. Do you even know who Sam Tripoli is? Okay, do you know he's waiting on you? And do you know that you have 3 back wall shots that are very difficult?
Yeah, and because the black fucking ones are harder, dude.
They're not.
I have the most difficult setup, and you have 10 easy ones in a row.
Are you gonna go?
And then you go, and you're like,
oh, thanks for the
black is so blah, blah.
Riser. Are you ready for this?
Oh,
Riser, I just want you to know. I just want you to know that you're taking dog shit shots. I'm still restarting my streams. Riser, that was bad. That was bad.
Lord. What are you doing? You're actually terrible. Are you really resetting your screen?
Yeah, I am. I got 3 more I have to do.
Can see how terrible you are at this game.
Are you gonna go? That was awful. Are you serious? You can't get that. Daft Punk knows you can't get that. Riser, did you know Daft Punk?
Oh man, there's so many shitty ones on the board again. You have 0 and I have 8. I almost got skunked by your cluster of shitty white tiles within there. Now you have 10 easy shots.
Do you know Shania Twain's Canadian? Yeah.
I know
she's hot as fuck, dog.
Like extremely
stop.
What do I do here? Just take the worst possible shot possible. I just handed you the gun again. Oh, fuck. That's no gimme, though.
Big dog. Are you ready for this? Are you ready?
You're gonna make it?
Guaranteed I'm gonna make it. Right, sir. That's a damn. That's how G's ride. From the north to the south, to the east, to the west. Night, I'm a
basketball or
Riser. You just got taken out of the woodshed. Do you remember you were Riser?
There you go.
Okay, my quote to you is this. You said, "Do you know that you're down 8-1?" Riser, why is it that I'm such a good person on the comeback? Do you think I like to build up your confidence? Have you ever seen like a tiger and it's young, and the tiger lets the young like think that it's scaring the tiger, but then the tiger knows it can fucking maul that little fucking cub whenever it wants? That's how I am with you. I'm the tiger and you're the cub, and I'm the champ. Do you recognize that?
Was that like an impression of like a shitty, like my shitty or your shitty impression of my cat and mouse example?
What is your cat? Doug, what is your cat and mouse example?
You literally stole the Dane Cook. You literally pulled the Dane Cook just now.
My friend, you've got to explain this to me.
What do I have to explain? Why I want to watch The Fighter and the Kid so bad?
You want to watch The Fighter and the Kid? Remember that movie Zoot wanted to watch that was like Jumanji in space?
I remember that stupid fucking like kids from that remember their past life show. That was dog shit.
Did that change your life?
Yeah, I mean that kid was totally in the burning building, and that they didn't fucking just make that shit up. Yeah.
Here's a question for you. If your kid was saying all that stuff, would you believe them, yes or no?
Sorry, repeat that. If they what?
If your kid was saying all that stuff, do you think you'd believe them? Believe them, yes or no?
No.
If your kid told you that they had starred in a real life Jumanji, do you think you would believe them, yes or no?
I would believe that more than like the past life crap of like the person didn't even remember their name correctly.
Yeah, they did.
No, the mom had to like go and like use like the short version of the name. It wasn't even like the same name.
Who do you want, the girl in Kansas or the person on fire? I'll wait.
girl in Kansas like eating paint chips. No one believes her. So,
Okay, now here's my question, and this is one of the most important questions I think that have ever been asked in the history of the world.
do you think you'd be? Who would you rather have to face off 1v1 in the hands on a hard body contest? Paint chip girl from Kansas?
Yeah.
Or Shania Twain? Or
Shania Twain all day long. She's beautiful. She'd be amazing to look at.
Okay.
What kind of
Do you think you could get her to take her hand off?
To give me a hand job, probably.
Is that your strategy?
Yeah, dog.
Cool.
Okay, I have a question for you, and this might be what you would consider, or what many people would consider, the greatest question in the history of the world. Well, frankly, I've been asked by people, Rabbi, the questions that you ask are better than the questions that have ever been asked in the history of humankind. Do you think that Riser is going to be able to contemplate how good this question is? And I would say to the world, I would say to the people of the world, this is potentially the greatest question that you've ever been asked. And I'm about to ask it. Would you rather do hands on a hard body against Paint Chip Girl, Fire Kid, Brendan Schaub,
Your own option.
no, Brian Callen, Bobby Lee, but he's really pissed off, and but he's not cool. Bobby Lee, he's really upset because he has to do hands on a hard body with Brian Callen and Brendan Schaub. Let me ask you this: who do you think wins hands on a hard body? Paint Chip Girl, Fire Kid, Brendan Schaub, Brian Callen, the roller skate guy?
Who's fucking roller skate guy again?
He was in Brooklyn, New York during the 1970s.
In that documentary?
Yeah.
You're referencing that documentary?
Yeah. Okay. Pet Cemetery man.
You think it's Big River Man in it?
Oh, I would take Big River. I take Big River Man all day.
That guy's got what it takes.
He's my choice. All right, I'm gonna send you an invite, and then I'm gonna beat you. Everyone is waiting on you.
You want to play Quran?
Not if you pronounce it like dog shit. Dude, you have such an advantage. Look at you.
No, they rotated it.
No, they didn't. You have an advantage.
It,
dude, your little tiles are on the corners. My friend, your little tiles are on the corners. Your little caroms are on the corners.
I'm not. One of the black things was aimed right at the corner last time, or the 2 times I just shot it right in, but now it's not.
Because you cheat.
You changed it.
Would you Howie Mandel or Lucas?
Oh, Davis.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Why? I like David Lewis more.
Not David.
I don't like.
Who
I
the
don't
fuck?
dislike Howie Mandel.
Who the fuck is David Lewis?
David Lucas is so much closer to William Montgomery. It's like
Yeah, but why did you just call him David Lewis?
I said Lucas.
Okay, maybe. Psych. That's a miss. That actually is a terrible shot. What do you know about?
Why does it end up like my caroms are always in like the worst spot?
I have a question for you. What are your thoughts on the Ghost Therapy podcast?
I like Brendan Schaub's new like scam run.
No, it is a podcast that advertise on KFI. The Ghost Therapy podcast. When I hear that, it makes me hate the world. Who's getting therapy from ghosts?
Is that actually what it's about?
It is called the Ghost Therapy podcast. I don't know what it's about, but what? Oh, get in there, Riser. Why did you put all the caroms on one side? That's garbage. How did you miss that, Riser? How did you miss that, Riser? How did you miss that?
I don't know. Oh, that was a good one.
Did you like that? That was Newfie style. You want to see some other Newfie stuff?
This is where it all comes from. Normally, I screw myself that shot. Like that. That's no good. What are you gonna do now? No. Oh, I could have gone. Oh, you got one in? Oh, yeah.
Are you proud of that?
That's definitely gonna backfire. Yep. Okay, that's good. Not good. I have two. Shit. Thank you.
You're welcome, big dog. It's over. It's over. I can just tell it's over. It's over. Just end it, dog.
No.
You made that shot incredibly difficult. You know that?
Yeah, I know. I got a little fortunate there. Now you be talking about. I'm pretty good at the easiest shots. Oh, not that time. 3 in a row.
Dude, I'm overject. Are you gonna go?
The Project Looking Glass?
Yeah, it is. I'm watching into the future and seeing how I'm going to win this game. And it's going to be easy. Riser, did you see my
It's going
shot?
to be easy because you have the advantage of the white tile.
White tiles are not an advantage. Riser, did you see my shot?
I saw a scoreboard. And
Riser, are you going to go?
can you stop saying that?
No.
I don't need to try to mess up your shot with a
Riser, I'm not messing up your shot. I asked
the disrespectful
I asked
tactic
the question.
someone
All you have to
who's
do is
just
say,
caring.
yeah, I'm going. And I'm like,
I
okay.
don't think Bob Lazar would
You didn't answer
care
the
for that
question.
activity.
You didn't answer the question. Bob Lazar would think that shot was dog shit. Bob Lazar and I have never met, but I'm sure he would think that shot was dog shit. And he would think that, oh, whoa. I almost accidentally left.
What do you think the most amount of days Bob Lazar has stayed up consecutively for without sleeping?
I don't know. What kind of question is that?
Wouldn't he be worried about like those like agents busting him?
Big dog. Are you seeing this?
That was a 5-2.
It's not. It's 6-2.
Is not gonna work. That's cool though. So that you thought it was gonna work.
Riser,
You know I can disrespect you right now.
I don't give a shit. You
I
lose.
easily
You lose
disrespect
when you do that. You lose when you do that. The universe thinks that's uncool.
No, the universe thinks it's really cool.
Are you proud of that shot?
No.
That's garbage. That is devastating. Riser.
All my caroms are in really terrible spots.
Did you
Are
see?
you fucking
Did you see
kidding
my
me?
shot? Riser, did you see my shot?
What the fuck, man?
Riser, what did I do here?
Oh, you have to see the rep called me. What are you? It was right on the.
I want to talk. I don't want to talk. Riser, I don't want to talk. I didn't want to make the win too easy. What are you gonna do here? This is a tearfully bad shot.
No.
Riser.
Well,
Riser. This?
no, wow.
Okay. You have the most impossible ever. That's a miss. Just
Are you fucking
disgusting. Riser, I think I've got oyster sickness from your fucking shot.
Okay.
Riser, I think I've got oyster sickness from your shot. How dare you? Are you ready to lose in basketball?
Yeah, we're in it.
Zoot, Riser, I'm gonna beat you so badly in basketball you're gonna cry.
I mean, I feel like timing is, it's pretty evident, but
Riser, just all I know is that it's your turn.
Where's the invite? Okay.
I sent it like 1,000 days ago. Five, four, three, two, one, go. That's a minute.
Bad.
That was good.
So bad.
That was good. You only missed one.
Terrible. Having a small screen is definitely a huge advantage. What is this? Wow. This round I don't like very much.
That's a beautiful shot. Dude, you're on fire. He's on fire, folks. On fuego. Nobody's touching him. Dude, I've never seen him play this well. He's never played this well. He has never played this well. He got 11.
The most disrespectful.
Up and the other person's going.
Oh, damn. The third round, I'm not good. You have like this timing thing where you time it at the bottom and it's going around.
Oh, he's got the win. 4 swishes. 4 swishes.
Dominated. What are you gonna do? You need 13 to win. To tie, you need 13. Not even a win, just a tie. 13. Nope, too late. Not enough swish. Not enough swish. You got robbed of the swish. Robbed of the swish. It's over. It's over.
Warm-up game.
Dominated.
Game is?
I conquered.
I don't even have my ball. You can see how I wasn't serious about it, and now I'm going to get into your head. I wasn't even trying, but that was a terrible shot. That's a miss. 1 miss in a row. He had 1 miss in a row, folks. Everybody at home, 1 miss in a row. That's 2 misses. He's had 2 misses. That's twice as many as he had the previous. That's 3 misses. He has 3 misses, and that was awful. Folks, I feel really badly for Zoot and anybody who watches him. He's really bad at basketball, and everybody knows it.
Yeah, Zoot is bad at basketball. It's horrible. Wow, cheating. Backrooms ball. Cheating. Cheating at the backrooms ball. Cheating.
You know, backrooms ball has special hours. It has plus 25% accuracy.
I know.
So right off the bat, he doesn't get a switch. Folks, I don't even want him. Like, there, that's eesh. That one was hanging up there a long time. Riser, you ready to see just dominance? I don't want to talk about it.
3? What the fuck?
Riser, I like to put pressure at the end. Oh, it's over.
2.
It's over. Last part. Riser, it's over. Riser.
Oh, you need. Jeez. Yeah. 16 points to tie. Yeah, yeah. Is this a warm-up game still with your backrooms ball?
Obviously.
Not even the same caliber.
I don't like the backrooms ball.
Doubled your score. I doubled your score. That's disrespectful.
But that's not a thing. I had the backrooms ball. That ball sucks.
Do a mini golf.
No, we'll do mini golf after this.
Or literati.
Okay.
Literati. You want 3 in a row? Okay.
Are you playing?
You want to lose 3 in a row?
I'm not even in the game.
Good.
How many did you get?
I got 14. On the first round, I got 14.
That's garbage.
You're gonna need a lot of swishes. Oh, nice. Off to a good start. Let's go. No. No. Oh. I want to go for the record. This could be a record-breaking round.
You can't get the record. You and I both know it. That was a switch. You got fucked.
No, one more. You need 14 to tie. Oh, damn. Damn. Back from the ball.
Were you proud of that?
Not the best. Not the best.
Are you ready for the greatest comeback of your life?
Bigger than the last scores, but we'll see. We'll see what you do here. Oh, robbed by 2 swings. Damn. 25. Oh, it's over. You got robbed by 2 switches, but yeah, you were tied.
Yeah. So
But you didn't.
No, that game.
You didn't.
Right, you accept the invitation.
Is it literati or cool?
Dog. You know it.
You won. And you smoked 3 in a row. 3 in a row. I taught you the shot. I taught you that shot. You didn't even do it right.
Hit my ball. Thank you. Riser, you ready for the greatest shot you've ever seen?
Well, that's where your tee shot should have gone. But...
Riser, you know that was bullshit. Riser, you know that was bullshit.
No.
Riser, you have one of the most difficult shots in the history of the world. And you missed it. Too hard. Riser, you wanted to make that into the hole. You know that, right? Didn't they teach you how to play this?
Uh,
Riser, you're down
uh,
1-0.
you think you're gonna get through?
I know through.
You think that through?
Yeah.
You think that's through?
Riser, it just did. Just did. I shocked the world.
Have we ever seen two through? Even?
Oh yeah, I've seen it. I do it all the time just for fun, too. But that one's definitely not. I held up my end. Riser.
This hole is some old bullshit.
Riser.
I'm feeling a rage quit coming.
Riser.
I'm feeling a rage quit coming in there. Okay, I can still make this.
Riser, but you're not. That's the thing. My
easily make this.
You can't make this. My ball's in the hole. That's garbage. You're gonna hit the corner.
Easily make it.
Fuck that.
Kill.
Riser, do you like this hole? Riser, guess where your ball's going?
Yeah.
Riser.
I don't know. Where's it going? Oh, good shot, dude. That was a really good shot.
Thank you.
Did you know that?
I did. I did.
You have to teach me that one someday. Stay. No. You know where you're. Oh, I don't even have to shoot your ball there. Not even necessary. New.
Riser, your ball's going in the water. Off the cow's nose.
Stay.
Are you serious?
Yes. Oh, you left it short. Fuck you. Fuck. So what?
Dog shit. Dog shit. Dog shit.
Are you fucking serious?
Riser, that was one of the worst shots I've ever seen. No cap, as the kids say. No cap, as the kids say. Riser, do you see where my ball is? And do you see where your ball is?
Yeah, you don't have a good two-shot under the war games. That was a really good shot, dude. Good job. Wow, good job, dude.
Riser, Riser, I don't want to hear your voice.
Really good job.
Don't you understand that?
Really good job. Just an all around.
Fuck.
Wow. Wow. Thanks, dog. Thanks. No. No. Yeah, I need to make this. There you go. I'm guaranteed that they'll tie. Jack, nope. You're done. You're done. You're done. You're done. Do you want to know the best shot?
Yeah, let's see it.
Okay.
Riser, that was really bad.
These fucking arrows. Fuck off.
Riser, that was really bad.
No shitting room tire. Just try to get it done. Dude, fuck off.
Riser, what did you think of my shot? Riser, what did you think of my shot?
Such a joke. This hole fucked me every single fucking time.
Fuck it. You haven't put the ball in the hole on this hole in like months.
Goodbye.
Wait, you just resigned. That's a straight up win for me.
No, it doesn't count as a win if I look through a line.
Zoot says it does.
Literati.
Dog. I'm playing you.
Scared? Are you scared?
Riser?
Don't get double blanked?
Riser? I'm gonna beat you so badly in Literati, you're gonna quit.
What's the most disrespectful thing you can do to Literati?
QIN.
Where's that?
Oh, you want an invite to Literati?
Yeah. I'm just telling you now, you're not going to win this.
You're up, dog. Whoa, what was that? Riser, it's your turn. Fuck that.
And you done pass. Nice. Wow.
Fuck this game.
You gotta run. Play a great word and then you start five.
Oh, I was like waiting for the thing to blink red. I'm like, oh, it's not there.
Uh,
How is that not a word? It's garbage.
what?
I said, how is that not a word? It's garbage. And everybody knows it's garbage. I know it's garbage. You know it's garbage.
Wait, no. Seriously? Seriously? Fucking seriously? What do you think of a setting that would allow you to play multiplayer on the floor?
Too complicated.
What?
Too complicated. What the fuck did you just play? That and live? That was beautiful.
Oh, that sounds a mess. How many S's do they give this game? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why was that worse? Uh,
How many was that?
31.
That's fucking bullshit. How many tiles were there?
5.
Oh, that's bullshit.
Are you seriously another fucking mess? Oh, this is despicable. You mean one of the greatest comebacks?
This game is rigged.
How is it rigged, dude? How are these tiles rigged? Explain it.
I got.
It seems like you had. Yeah, I didn't have a single left. You know that?
My friend, it's rigged. I'm going to go into the detail of it. I will go into the minutia of it.
You had the Q and the X.
You had the Z and the J, dog.
No. You did the blanks were even, but you had all the S's.
Okay, you had the Z and the J. Those are better. Doug, I'm gonna send you an invite right now, Doug. I'm sending you an invite.
And all of the S's, and you lost.
My friend, you have an invite. Everyone's waiting on you. I'm waiting on you. Jeanette McCurdy's waiting on you.
That's crazy you lost that game. All of the S's, the Q, and the X. You can't blame the tiles on that one.
I am, and I did. I did, and I am. That's a garbage shot. That's one of the worst shots I've ever seen.
Blame the tiles on that one. I don't know. No matter.
Riser.
It's not.
Are you gonna water pump me?
Something that you're able to do. Good job. Nice shot there. That was fucking brutal. You have to make this.
And I did.
No, water. You want me to hit your ball into the water?
Yes. You don't have the balls.
Is it because of the points?
You don't have the balls.
Is it because you need the points?
Riser, you don't have the balls. You showed it
on the tiles. I mean,
Riser.
Blame a lot of things.
Riser, I'm waiting on you to go. Riser, I'm waiting on you to go.
No, I wanna hear your real answer. What happened when I hit her? Why did you lose?
The tiles were rigged. Obviously.
Okay. And would you say the tiles are off?
No, I won't hear them. Are you ready to get fucked here? Are you ready to get fucked here? Riser.
I can never make that shot.
Riser, you need one of the greatest shots of the history of the game right here. It's a miss. I can already tell it's a miss. A giant miss. You're going to hit the corner. That's a miss. Miss.
What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Are you gonna make? No, you're fucked. No way. Nope.
You're done. You're done. I hate this one.
Oh no, you're done. I actually get to go first this time.
That's a terrible shot, though. You just had one of the worst shots I've ever seen. That's bad, Riser. That's a bad shot. Are you gonna go, or you just? Oh, look at him playing around like a bee, dog. Are you gonna go?
No, I'm not gonna go if you keep doing that. Not good.
Stop.
Terribleness. Terrible. Terrible. I'm already down at the hole. My ball is down at the hole. Your ball is not even. Go in. Go in. Go in. Go in. Wow. I think I'm still gonna be a shot off that. Does it have? Oh, you're gonna have to make that next time.
Riser, this is the easiest shot in the history of the game. Easiest shot I've ever seen.
No, that's a miss. You're down 2-0. You need one of the greatest comebacks. You need two straight wins. Oh, it's not looking good. Oh, that's it, folks. Might as well resign now. You can just hit the resign button. Just feel free to go click that button. You think I'm gonna allow you in my space? No. You need a miracle shot. Miracle shot. Miracle shot. Good coach. Just resign. Just resign. Rage quit. Rage quit. Oh, you actually may have been able to make the trade. 3-0. 3-0.
Dog,
Okay. Is that why you're losing 3-0?
Michael, that bridge.
I mean, I'm at 3-0. Doesn't really matter now. Terrible water thing. Wow. What the fuck? What? No way. Too bad you lost.
Oh, dude, you do have such an advantage. Now I see it.
That doesn't happen every time.
I don't care. It's an advantage. I never get that advantage.
Yeah, you do. You just don't know about it.
No, I don't.
You're
No,
just
I
not
don't.
good
None of
enough.
mine are on the corners. Dog, none of mine are on the corners. You have such an advantage on Karam.
Or a shoot here that you're not good enough.
Dog, you have such an advantage on Karam. It's not even funny.
Back then,
Baby,
so,
I don't need that
I'll
advantage.
take twice any day. If I was cakewalk, I would choose white.
Next game, I'm black.
Okay. Next game, I got host advantage. I can disrespect you right now. Sorry, I've been disrespecting you.
Riser, you're backwalled. Do you know that? You're backwalled. You're backwalled. Riser, I'm double backwalled. Riser, I'm double backwalled. Riser, I'm double backwalled. Are you gonna go? Worst shot I've ever seen in mankind.
What are you gonna do? You're down. You're losing.
Riser, just give me time.
Easy. Why now what? What do you? Oh, you're gonna pick on? Terrible.
Riser, just make your shot. That's all you have to do. Let your play do the talking. That was maybe the worst shot I've ever seen. Hands on a hard body. The guy who made the tape murals at the mall or at the hospital, who slept in the mall, or paint chip girl. Oh wait,
I'm assuming I would rather face epic paint chip girl. That is like too good.
he's dedicated. That Riser, it's one of the worst shots I've ever seen.
I was going next grade.
Okay, and that again, that's a garbage shot. That's a miss though. I'm just gonna tell you right now.
You left the board wide open, right?
Okay, just go, Riser, just go. Okay, just go. That's a terrible shot. You missed both of them, and you ended up backwalling yourself.
I backwalled myself, and I fucked up because I know you're still not gonna win. That's the thing.
Riser, I just had one of the greatest shots.
You know, I was standing up for my last shot, which is like a disadvantage, a heavy disadvantage.
Is that my fault? I don't remember when standing up was my fault or when I asked you to stand up. Do you remember I asked you to stand up?
Yeah.
Riser, backwalled. Riser, you're backwalled. One of the worst shots I've ever seen. That was an insult to Karam.
You didn't even know where Lent was, man.
Eurasia, dog.
Yeah, you didn't know that.
I just told you it's Eurasia. Now, you ready for the best shot you've ever seen?
But you didn't know that.
Oh, fuck.
You
fuck.
Me, and you gave me an easy. You're backwalled as hell, dude. You are backwalled as fuck.
You're not getting this shot. I don't know what you thought that was going to do for you.
What are you doing? Why wouldn't you try to get yours off the back? That might have been like the worst strategy. Almost worse than my strategy. I don't know what you're doing. Clearly, you're just trying to lose or something.
Yeah, I'm exhausted, dog.
Why would you not de-back wall yourself? Like, are you trying to lose?
My eyes itch. They hurt. I'm tired.
Okay. Well, time to go to sleep.
Okay, I won all the games.
Doug,
I don't want to hear it. Doug, I don't want to hear Doug. Doug. Don't forget basketball. If you did well at anything, it was basketball. Do you not notice that with the first 12 hours of us playing, I dominated? It's only the last 20 minutes that you've done well because I'm exhausted.
I don't even know what that is because it's so garbage.
How don't you know what that is, dog?
Hands on a hard body.
Shania Twain.
Sugar Man. Joe Rogan.
Wait, who? Sugar Man. You mean Sugar Shadow Valley?
No. Oh, you didn't watch that documentary, Searching for Sugar Man?
Didn't I?
No, you didn't. I watched it.
Oh, wait, no. Oh, that's that guy from fucking from South Africa.
You got famous.
Whatever. Okay, who do you think would win? I don't know who you'd rather go up against. Because that's bullshit. Who wins? Hands on a hard. Shania Twain, Sugar Sean Valley, Alex Pereira, Brendan Job, Paint Chip Girl, Tom Segura, William Montgomery, Lucy Snorbush.
I honestly think Brendan Shaw would win. He would just be so annoying. And he'd be talking and people would be so fucking annoying. Fucking off. It's not even worth the $20,000 job. The Nissan truck.
Okay, how about this one? Hands on a hard body, Shania Twain, Sam Tripoli, Esther Pavinsky, Bobby Lee, Kalila, Hugh Jackman, Niall Horton, lead singer from NXS. Who wins that?
Lucy Snorbush.
She was not included. 15 minutes into this Hands on a Hard Body, Miss Pat gets to come in as a custom challenger. Do you even know who Miss Pat is?
No. Okay, I want. Hands on a hard body. Nigel.
Wait. Nigel, the New Zealand guy?
Yes.
He sucks.
Nigel. Marlon Hill.
With or without a spliff?
with Gigi Allen.
Who the fuck is that?
Gigi Allen.
Stupid slut is.
Show that I have written down.
Oh, okay. Well, what's the name of the show? iCarly? Because that's where that logic's from.
No, it's like that guy where he like interviews people, but he's like a edgy-ish kind of Dr. Philly dude. Whatever, it's not important. Marlon Hill, G.I. Joel, Nigel, Oliver Tree, Sydney Sweeney, Jamie Lynn Spears, or Jennifer Aniston.
Jamie Lynn Spears, does she have to babysit?
Yeah, she does.
That takes her out of the running. You just gotta be occupado. Lily Allen.
Gigi Allen?
Oh,
Oh, the answer is...
I didn't even hear that. No, Nigel.
Get the fuck out of here. G.I. Joe G.I. Joe's sick of losing and he needs the fucking truck. Give me a hard body.
You want a hard body? This is an easy one. Hold on.
I have one when you're done procrastinating.
Okay, wait. I've got one for you. Hold on. Hands on hard body. We need to say how many people are involved in this because if it gets too many, it's too many to keep track of. I think 5 people involved in hands on a hard body. The 5 are Tony Hinchcliffe, Joey Diaz, Ari, Ari Shafir, David Lucas, and Hans Kim. Who wins?
I was just gonna do one with David Lucas.
Okay, well you didn't, and I did, and I asked you the question. You got hands on a hard body, dog. This is for a 1995 Nissan truck.
Who's the first one again?
Joey Diaz.
Tony Hinchcliffe, not gonna be Ari Shafir. Joey Diaz probably won't make it. I don't know. David Lucas and Joey Diaz will probably give up at the same time. Yeah, probably Ari Shafir.
More than what?
He can just zone out.
More than William Montgomery?
Yeah, no, William's not gonna do well at all.
But he ain't ever gonna stop.
No, William, I can tell now he will get bored way too easy.
Okay, here's my question to you. I'm doing another Hands on a Hard Body. This is all female edition. Christina Przinski, Sarah, Madonna, Whoopi Goldberg, and the final person is Rihanna. Wins that one. I'll wait.
Oh, definitely.
You think Whoopi Goldberg is gonna beat Rihanna on Hands on a Hard Body for a 1995 Nissan truck? We don't even know if it's 1995. Some mid 1990s Nissan truck. You really think so?
You think Rihanna is gonna hold on for dear life? Whoopi is going to have the grit that it takes to survive. She's not going to give up. Rihanna, when the going gets tough, she's dipping. It's like, I don't need the money. I'm already famous. Whoopi, it's not about the money. It's about the pride winning.
What about Sarah McLachlan? She might need it by now.
Sarah McLachlan, I've seen her live in concert, and her big closer was like her little song she does that's on the ads.
Yeah.
Well, in Africa that you have to pay money to. Arms of an angel. She's not lasting 8 minutes. Need person out of drive in 1995. Brand spanking new Nissan truck. She doesn't want a truck. Maybe she'll donate to Africa.
I knew this girl who, a real sweetheart. But I didn't know that much about her, and I was at her apartment, and somehow we got to talking about, I forget exactly what, but I'm like, oh yeah, those Sarah McLachlan commercials. They make me sad, but they really pull at your heartstrings. And she knew all about this, and I did not know that the girl that I knew had started a dog charity herself, and so she was all in on this dog charity world, and I had no idea. And I'm glad I wasn't super rude about them, because I mean they are sad. They're really good. Whatever, I will be a spokesperson for you just because of those. Sarah McLachlan and I, we will talk about just these animals. All right, so you don't think Sarah McLachlan has it in her?
I mean, it depends. Is she doing it for the animals?
Yeah, totally.
Okay, fine. Then it's gonna be close.
That is gonna be close. Okay.
It's gonna be a bloody knuckle finish. It's gonna be a blood battle out there.
Did you ever watch? This is before your time, but they had something called Celebrity Deathmatch.
I've heard of it.
Oh, dude, this show was so funny back in the day. It was so funny that it would rival the Super Bowl halftime show when they would have it. A lot of people would switch from the Super Bowl halftime show to watch Celebrity Deathmatch on MTV. Okay, so what was it? It was claymation, but it was really done well. And have Christina Aguilera versus Britney Spears, and they'd have these two claymation dolls just so. That's what Hands on a Hard. All right, how many people do you think should be involved in our Hands on a Hard Body? I think 5's too many because I even forget them. What if we say 4 people hands on a hard body, unless we say it has to be more. But like that's the
4 or 3.
no, there's too few. Standard is 4, and then afterward the question can be asked: who would win in an all-out cage match, or if there were cage matches. Okay, how about this one? This is one of the best ones ever. Joe Rogan and Joey Diaz versus Brendan Schaub and Brian Callen.
Hands on a hard body. Oh, I'm going with Fire and the Kid on that. They sponsorship money. If you tell them 3 days on a car for 20 grand, that they can sell or fake game contest.
This would be the first. This would be actually legitimate, of which they were a part.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, how about this one? In a fist fight, who do you think would win? Joey Diaz or Lee Sayat?
Who the fuck is the second person?
You don't know who Lee Sayat is? The Flying Jew?
No.
He's Joey Diaz's partner on all his podcasts. He's a short, stocky, bald Jew.
Oh, I've never ever seen that guy. I watched his podcast.
Okay. Then I have to give you somebody you know. All right. Whoopi Goldberg or Joey Diaz in a fist fight? Who are you taking?
And Whoopi Goldberg. They're ninja stars.
You can bring weapons into it. That's why I said fist fight and not a ninja star fight.
What brass knuckles?
Okay, yeah, we'll give. Okay, how about this? She gets 2 sets of brass knuckles, and Joey Diaz gets 1.
Oh, Joey Diaz gets a set of brass knuckles. I guess the woman. I think. Yeah, Whoopi might be cooked on that one.
Okay, Joey Diaz gets no brass knuckles. Whoopi Goldberg. Wait, hold on. Answer this one. Joey Diaz, no brass knuckles. Whoopi Goldberg with 1 set of brass knuckles. Just 1 set.
Wait, Joey Diaz has 0 brass knuckles?
Joey Diaz has 0 brass knuckles, but 1 fungi toe, which he always talks about, that he got blowtorched off in the valley, but it still comes back. And he, I have to tell you this, he's really short, and he's had 20, 30 years, and then he likes to take the shave because it stinks really bad because of all the fungus, and he likes to grind up the shavings in his weed grinder until he makes it into a powder, and then he smells the powder.
That can't be real.
Oh, it's definitely real. That I wouldn't make up something like that. Joey Diaz talks about his fungi toe all the time. And he said that he even tried to get it. There was a place that had like a Groupon somewhere in the valley, and they blowtorched it. And it was so bad, the Asian ladies who had to blowtorch it, they were wearing their masks and they couldn't take the smell. And that still didn't work. And he likes to cut it really short, and then he likes to take the nail and grind it in his weed grinder until it's in a powder, and then he likes to snort the powder or smell the powder, I guess. Oh no, he sprinkles it on weed. Wait. No, yeah, he sprinkles it on weed.
I don't think that's healthy. What? I don't know if I believe the last part.
No, he does. Puts it on weed. He put the bowl.
How do you know he wasn't just lying?
Dude, he talks about this fungi toe.
Photo evidence?
I must have heard him talk about this fungi toe 10 times.
So you think he's really smoking fungi gel?
Well, what he does is he takes the powder that's ground up, that's already in his weed grinder, along with his weed, and then he smokes that. He loves the smell of it. He also waits to.
But the Asian ladies can stand the smell of it?
They could not stand it. No, even with the masks, they did not like it.
You guys disgusting.
Well, my thing is how fungi is.
Yeah, no, the fungi gel is a good repellent thing, I guess. It's like don't.
Yeah, so Whoopi might. Truthfully, testosterone and muscle and stuff. I'm taking Joey Diaz in that one. So, and she said, "But I've got breasts." You know what? I'd probably take Whoopi in that one. Whoopi said, if she hits Joey Diaz in the head, he's dead.
Yeah, and it was like running out and stuff, and like like those heavyweight pro fighters in the UFC.
Yeah.
Like, buddy, like David Lewis or whatever.
Why
do barely throw a punch after like 5 minutes? So you just wear him out.
Why aren't you calling him Derek Lewis? Because that's his name.
Oh, I thought it was no. I don't know.
Here's my
okay. I have one for you.
Hit me with it.
Fight.
Okay, I'll fight.
It's you don't know Jay. Okay, Tom Green.
Okay.
Versus Nathan.
Nathan Fielder has just got that like attitude of.
But he has a Detective Wolf or Investigator Wolf as his coach.
Isn't that supposed to help him?
That is supposed to help him.
Okay. Yeah, Nathan Fielder all day long.
Wow, you think Tom Green would get dabbed on by Nathan Fielder?
Nathan Fielder's just like somebody who could stare at. Okay. Here's what tells me everything. You know that one.
Hands on a hard body, Nathan Fielder would be pretty good.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Remember, he did that thing where people had to be like, "I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you." You know what I'm talking about?
For you?
Of course it was, and any Trim for You fan would know this. They did something where.
What episode?
Dude, I don't know what fucking episode. You hear this, asshole people? Okay, they had this one where you can watch it on YouTube at your own leisure. Nathan Fielder was like, they brought in a bunch of actors, and they were going to rehearse lines with Nathan, and they had to make eye contact as long as possible and just say "I love you" to Nathan. And some of them would be like, you could really see like the more they said it to him, the more they really fell in love with them. Even like dudes, it was just like something about saying it that much made them want to love him. And he kept a straight face the whole time. Like any normal person would start laughing, because like some people start laughing, but he just kept a straight face. And the fact that he could do that makes me think that he could put his hand on a hard body for a long time. And Tom Green would be, he'd be like, "Dude, this is good. I want to go do something else."
Oh yeah, no, I agree. Nathan Fielder would do well.
You know, actually, Nathan is like my dark horse for the best celebrity hand on a hard body contestant. He's like thin. He doesn't have.
He'd find a loophole. He'd be the one guy to find a loophole. If there's any person to do it, it'd be him.
Yeah. What do you think his loophole would be?
Something. Like I don't know, screwing with like the dates of like the competition or something to make people think like it ended early or something. I don't know.
I think he would.
Or he'd trick people to get taking their hand off somehow.
I think he would have some kind of like, he would wear like some kind of trench coat. He would read in the rules that they wear. So it doesn't say you can't wear a trench coat. And he would have some kind of like skeleton set up so that he could secretly be sitting while doing hands on a hard body. Live and pimp.
Hello.
Just taking names. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. What's good? Did you change my name on your podcast yet?
To episode number 2. I episode number 3. I will do it number 2.
Okay. Did you see it was wrong?
Um.
Did you add it to the title?
Yes.
Okay, good. What's good, son?
So I finally figure out how we doing that episode. We did Brazilian.
Okay, how you doing it?
I am doing that like I will going to do a website like you and me did.
Okay.
And I will gonna to help me YouTube translator
Okay.
with me. And I hope if you're going to say something in Portuguese, the translator will understand and they will going to try a translator for me.
Okay.
And after that, I will going to do AI for everything, and we are going to do on the more. But like the first laugh, first like the first like on the website will be me in English, and he will be speaking Portuguese. What do you think about that?
Whatever works. I would just use Google Translate, but if that works, great.
I fucking
Okay, we'll go for it. When's your podcast?
3 hours.
Wishes you. Why don't you practice it?
I finally with some ways how to do it. So I will gonna practice like soon. But I'm happy. I finally like how we doing this. Like how.
Okay. Well, that's great.
But I will going to look to the Google Translate like you said.
Okay. Well, go download it and practice it. You only have 3 hours to test it, so go get it fixed.
Yeah.
Okay. And then when you're done, come back in here and let me know how it went. Okay.
Okay.
Excellent. Go practice it. If you need my help, let me. Okay. All right. Take care, my man. All right. Riser. Hands on a hard body. Who are the 4 people you think who would not care to do it at all? Bobby Lee. Do you think Bobby Lee would want to do it? Riser, what is this? You think you're better than everybody now? Do you people see Riser here? We're doing hands on a hard body,
Yeah.
and he's jerking himself up. Yeah, I can fucking hear you. Yeah, I can fucking hear you. Go ahead.
All right, I'm back. I'm back inside. So calm your horses.
Okay. I told your horses. Now let's get this. Do you think Bobby Lee would care about doing hands on a? Because he would care at all.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I know. Yes. Yeah. He's so competitive in fucking StarCraft. No, but they're similar.
Who wins?
If you can get them riled up enough to think that it's like a thing that's like super important, like a video game, then it'll be amazing.
Who wins hands on a hard body? Quentin Tarantino, Steven Spielberg, Michael Bay, or Christopher Nolan? I'll wait.
Stanley Kubrick is there.
Doug, we're not. This isn't zombie hands on a hard body. This is director version of hands on a hard body. I don't even know what they look like.
Christopher Nolan.
Okay, what do you think of my idea that Nathan Fielder might wear like a thing that allows you to sit while wearing a trench coat?
I don't think it would be that obvious about it. I think it'd be a lot more subtle. I think the likelihood of him creating some sort of like major distraction or whatever is a far more likely option.
Okay, what about this one? This is the most important question you may ever be asked. Who do you think wins in a fist fight? Nathan Fielder and Joey Diaz versus Brendan Schaub. I'll wait.
Oh, it's a 2v1?
2v1, dog.
Unfortunately, I still have to take the Schwabster.
Yeah, dog. I've seen him fight two guys at once, and he just.
I've never seen one of his fights, but I'd imagine since he was in the UFC, he's probably.
Yeah, dog.
Do you want a hands on a hard body?
Yeah, dog.
Okay. I'm trying to think of. Okay, Ray Kroc, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, or Larry Fink.
What about Zuckerberg?
Did I say Zuckerberg?
Well, Ray Kroc's dead, and Ray Kroc's been dead for a long time, so he's dead. So not him. So Jeff Bezos, probably Elon Musk. Elon Musk is bigger than the other ones. Oh, hands on a hard body, not fist fight. It was not Larry Fink. He doesn't have the stamina for it. So it's basically who has a better body between Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos for the standing position. I mean, neither of them. They don't need a mid 1990s Nissan truck, but we have to say with all of these that bragging rights are really big because none of them need a truck. I think Elon Musk has it.
I mean, yeah, maybe. I don't know. They could all get pretty competitive.
Okay,
in a fight, though, I'd probably take Zuckerberg for sure.
Okay, my question to you is: You're taking Zuckerberg over Elon Musk. That's a dumb move.
Dude, Zuckerberg is like a.
Do you know how tall? Do you know how tall Zuckerberg is?
Tall enough to whip your ass in combat.
He's like 5'7". Elon Musk's like 6'2".
Does Elon know jiu-jitsu or?
Yeah, he does it too.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't take it as seriously. I've never seen him once in a jiu-jitsu thing. He doesn't have time to do jiu-jitsu. Mark Zuckerberg does it like every day.
Okay. I'll just tell you, when they were gonna fight, it was like 4-1 odds in favor of Elon Musk.
Yeah, I would have won.
Okay, that's a cool story.
That sucks that they canceled it, man. That would have been cool.
Okay,
Biggest fight in global history.
perhaps.
Fucking ChatGPT got rid of my. There was like this. There used to be this tool that was like the Nathan for You bot that you could use, and it was like Jack and name just like Nathan for You. I don't fucking see it anymore. Or like these apps, but it was like a GPT. What the fuck? Nathan for You. For the Nathan Builder. Dumb Nathan for You, I think that's here. Okay. I hope this is it. That's so annoying that I got rid of it.
Oh fuck.
Hey, Ronnie. Alright, I'm gonna raise this.
Are you going to bed?
In a little bit, yeah. The mirror loophole. Spend months convincing organizers that a hand reflected in the truck's chrome is philosophically equivalent to touching it.
But how is
Celebration. Every hour you quietly graduate or congratulate yourself with a 5-minute each delivered well, never moving a single finger. No one knows why this helps, but morale drops around your competitors.
I would do that one.
Competitive boredom. Recite a 14-hour presentation on municipal parking regulations until everyone else voluntarily leaves. You haven't cheated. You just weaponized zoning law. Bring a public notary. Every time someone questions whether you're touching the truck, have the notary formally certify that yes, your index finger remains embarrassingly committed. Acquire the prize first. Purchase the truck from the dealership before the contest begins. Then, while you're resting your hand on your own, ask everyone else to touch it in the truck because it's making you uncomfortable. That's smart. A celebrity would be better than Nathan Fielder at Hands-on Hologram.
Yeah, like people who've done like Survivor. They always make those people do really shitty stuff. I think Joe Rogan would be really good at it too.
That'd be a cool. I mean, I guess kind of Mr. Beast has done. Maybe I think he's done like hands-on a thing on like a jet or whatever, but it hasn't been with like celebrities. I feel like if he got celebrities to do it, it'd be cool, but they may not have the motivation as just a regular.
Doug, their time is worth so much that it's like, you want me to spend how much of my day for a fucking truck? No, like normally it's hard to get them in the same room for like an hour, let alone like 3 days, where they'd be exhausted and stuff.
Sleep to yourself.
They just don't need it, and then a matter for charity, it looked bad because they gave it up for charity or whatever. Are you ready to lose?
Yeah, dog, if you want to lose, I mean, I've won 3 in a row. I kind of want to end on the high note.
Okay, well, that's too fucking bad, dog. You're not winning on shit. I'd let you win. You didn't even win. I just didn't consider it to be real. But I will tell you this: everybody's waiting on you. I'm waiting on you. Jeanette McCurdy's waiting on you. Zoe 101 is waiting on you. Zoe Deschanel's waiting on you. Riser, did you know Zoe Deschanel's waiting on you?
I finally heard back from the town about the permit and everything was good.
That's baller. Did you just find that out?
Yeah.
Oh, congratulations. That's great.
Mm.
So when are you going to do it?
Soon. I have basically everything.
You need to get it at the dollar store or whatever.
Yeah, I need pylon. Figure out the sign. I'm gonna make a sign to stay there.
Is your mural going to be hands-on a hybrid body related?
That would be pretty fire, yeah. Just 20 people holding a 1994 Mazda truck.
It's a Nissan truck, dog.
I ended up changing the design.
Why would you call a Mazda truck?
No, that's cool.
Why would you call a Nissan truck a Mazda truck? Why would you call a Nissan truck a Mazda truck? I'll wait.
I'm pretty sure it's a... You said Mazda. I didn't say Mazda.
You just said Mazda.
It's a Nissan.
Yeah, it is.
No.
You just said Mazda.
No, it's a Nissan.
I know. You just said Mazda.
No.
Yeah.
I said Nissan.
You said Mazda. And you're down one.
Is this some type of...
Well,
I said fucking Nissan, dude. You literally have to do a single fly little tactic to try and cheat. Terrible. Terrible. Way too hard. Oh no, I'm fine. Why didn't it go further? I guess it doesn't matter. Thanks, dude.
That doesn't help you.
It does help me. I'm gonna make it now. Right off the gnome. Right off the gnome. Thank you. You did not have to do that. You totally effed up there. I once again a t-shirt that you stole from me, and you died. I don't even know how to do it correctly. Don't know the angles. FIFA World Cup doesn't know the angles.
That's a worse
I
shot.
I used to be able to do it every time. I don't know what happened.
What's it called? Shadow.
Yeah, the shadow update literally ruined the game.
Riser, what are your thoughts on my shot?
Oh my god.
Riser, you're painfully bad.
Oh, we're tied.
Oh,
Wow. You just can't. Come on, game. Alright. You wait till I'm sleep deprived.
Riser. Oh, you got fortunate. Riser, you're fucked though. You're gonna be down 2-1. Right? No way you get this.
No. Oh yes, go. Yeah. Off the gnome. Gnome me. Gnome. Go.
Sure.
Oh my lord.
You know that you're down by
That was
1.
so close.
I mean, that's cool.
Did you get nervous there?
Not at all.
Fuck this hole. This hole sucks. That was terrible. Whatever the fuck that was.
I think it was one of the smartest shots I could have ever had. Do you want to know why it was so smart?
Oh, you're gonna go look where the hole is. Nice. Oh yeah. Stay there. Okay.
What a shot.
Thanks.
Don't you dare.
Wow. You just can't. You can't. Fuck. Hole's still so hard, you're gonna have to. That green is evil. What hole is this? 4? Is this the last hole? Or
Do you need me to tell you?
I'm going to tell you the hole.
I know.
Why don't they tell you the hole?
I don't know. I didn't call the president of Plato, dog. This is hole 5, baby.
No, it's not. No.
Riser. It's over for you. It's over for you, Riser. It's over for you.
You leave it short?
It's over for you. You need to hit this. This game is over. You lost, and it's done. It's done. You're done. You're done. You're done.
That was the fourth hole.
You're done. You're done. You're done. I beat
Play
you.
me in pool. Pool.
Doug, you are terrible at pool. 8-ball or 9-ball? I'll wait.
I don't care. Anyway. The one with the triangle. The diamond ones. Or you could play carom with my.
I beat you in carom the last time we played.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did.
You just make stuff up.
Oh shit! I sent it to the wrong person. Okay, you're up. I have it, dude. How about you accept it? Oh, you were supposed to send it to me.
Are you gonna rage quit?
Dude, you got such an advantage. It's not even funny.
Oh my lord.
Riser.
I got a purpose nice shot just because you're moaning. Okay, can't cancel the game then if you think if you want to be.
Okay, cancel the game.
Okay, cancel it. Go.
I'm not canceling it. That's bullshit, dog.
Cancel it. Go.
Dog, it's bullshit.
Why are you so cancel it?
Dog. Are you gonna Riser, are you gonna go?
That's why they have to give you the one freebie, one in every 8 times.
Riser, do you know who Livy Dunn is?
Yeah, she's doing baseball player, dude.
Know about you don't even know about it.
So obsessed with Livy Dunn.
I could give a shit about that bitch.
Do you know what university she went to?
LSU. Next question.
What's LSU?
Louisiana State University, dog. Everybody knows that.
Okay. What colors are they?
Yellow and purple, dog. Everybody knows that.
Good job. What university did her boyfriend go to?
I think the University of Texas. Oh no, he went to LSU as well. That's where they met.
The fuck? I sung both. No, that's the one right. That sucks.
Went to.
Word.
Are you ready for one of the best shots you've ever seen?
Garbage-iest shots I've ever seen.
Are you gonna go? Guys, are you gonna go? You lost a mini golf. Guys, you lost a mini golf.
Right now.
You lost a mini golf. That was terrible. You made that? That's garbage.
You're the worst mini golf player ever.
There's never been a worse player.
I've ever played.
That's a miss. One of the worst misses we've ever seen. You're never going to make this shot. Not in a million fucking years would you ever be even close to making this shot. Not even close. Look at you having to double check all your shit. No. That's overlap. That's bullshit. Bullshit overlap. You know that's bullshit overlap.
What the fuck does that mean?
What it means. You know what? You know what?
Oh, I see. Or you can't adjust the slider.
This is a tough shot.
Why am I in the lead and then I have to deal with your bullshit fucking shit away? Like every single time. Every fucking time.
That's a miss. Crazy. You're gonna put my ball in.
You mean your tile?
It's not a tile.
Definitely not a ball.
It looks like a ball.
You knows it's not a ball. Okay, you might be done. Oh yeah, you're done here. Yep. You're done now.
The choke artist.
Yep.
The greatest choke artist known to man.
It's over.
Send me the invite. I'm waiting on the invite.
Okay.
Where's my invite?
2-player live.
Dog, where's my invite? Dog.
Dude, chill up. Alright, here's your big diamond advantage. Good luck. My brain is so trained on like the fucking black ones that's gonna be. Wow, great job. This bullshit. Why am I overlocked? Oh my god. Fuck off.
I'm going to disrespect you. My friend, I'm going to disrespect you.
Wow, you hit your disrespect shot. Wow. Only took you 8 tries. That's a pretty good ratio, eh? 1 out of 8 disrespects actually land. That's pretty good. I say that's a pretty good ratio.
That's a cool story, Riser.
You know it doesn't count as a disrespect unless you win, right?
Then you've never won.
Fucking thing in my fucking way. Well,
that was the worst shot.
Bullshit. What is this bullshit? Look at this distribution. Wow. I guess I have no choice but to just move. Go in. What? Come on. Look at all your tiles. Literally right in the stupid cup already. Bullshit. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Oh, I got one. Yeah.
Beautiful movie. Beautiful movie, Riser. This is an easy shot. I don't know why you're struggling.
Newbie shots and back-to-back newbies. Back newbies. You lost in a row.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't paying attention. Riser. You can't hit the corner. That's an illegal break. That's an illegal break. That's an illegal break. Dude, you can't do that. That's fucking unfair.
How is it unfair?
You're not allowed to do that.
So when I call your little bitch break illegal, that's totally fine, and you say, oh, that's okay, but I can't do my little bitch break.
Oh, so you're admitting it?
No, I'm saying you have to pick one or the other. You're being, look at this. Look at this domination.
Right, so
I almost feel bad.
1 o'clock at noon. We've literally been walking like 15 straight hours. And I'm going to now show you how good a player can be. Did you see that?
Knocked one of mine in.
I don't think I did.
Yeah, no, I think you did. Thanks.
You're backwalled. You're backwalled. You're backwalled.
Michelle Obama or Miranda Cosgrove?
Miranda Cosgrove all day long.
Really?
To have sex with?
No. Hands up.
Well, you didn't specify.
I did specify. It was implied. Previous conversations.
You have to admit, a lot of my conversation has to do with what would you do? Riser, what'd you think of that shot? What'd you think of that shot? Riser.
Not even paying attention. That was cool.
This is a scratch. Psych. You're never getting that.
Oh, what the fuck?
That was one of the worst shots I've ever seen.
Terrible. And you have such a care. Going for the easy one first. Don't fuck up.
Riser. This is how G's ride.
Same thing every time when
Riser. That's how G's ride. From the north to the south to the east to the west. You lost. Riser, I don't know what to tell you, but I think it's time we go to bed.
Yeah.
It was really great beating you more times than I can count. And I think that you should recognize that I'm the superior carom player and the superior basketball player and the superior golfer and the superior Scrabble player and superior streamer and the superior person and the superior hands on a hard body chooser. Hands on a hard body. Trump, George W. Bush, Bill Clinton. Who wins?
Um, Michelle Obama.
That's good job. All
right.
Peace out, Girl Scout. Chapterizer, folks.
Peace.
Peace. Oh my word. Just unbelievable amounts of tiredness. Just unbelievable. Yeah, unbelievable. Oh.
Primarily in Australia, the other degree of this is majority of 3761 creation of both about 36 31 36 on the island 35 26 235 international of South was born 34 36 325 Keynotes and Venus was born 33 66 395 Muhammad son of Keynote was born 3301 460 here son of Muhammad was born 31 39 622 Khan son of Hero was born 37 687 20 son of Khanuk was born 28 87 874 Anak 2 son of Methuselah was born 28 31 930 Adam died. And no here. Coffee, coffee. It's 57, 60. It's shorter. Everybody knows that.
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, or the Arcane in History, Philosophy, and Religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel and in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't exhaustive, but serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully also enable you to situate development of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you continue to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Theo for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, an Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I hope you check out my other content on topics in supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. Those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. All right, folks, welcome back to more Shabbatites V excitement. We're really going to get into some of the more technical stuff around Shabbatites V, and we're going to talk about how what was at some level a very fringe movement became a dominant movement in the Jewish world in the middle of the 16th, 17th century. And eventually how you would think that the death of Shabbatai and the death of his prophet Nathan of Gaza would have spelled the end for the entire movement. But as you probably know, dying is not really an impediment for messiahs. Messiahs die all the time, and their believers keep on believing in them as if nothing happened, whether it's Jesus of Nazareth or Menachem Mendel Schneerson of blessed memory. People continue to believe in their Messiah's death is just on the way to turn to that, and how the Shabbatian movement continued after Shabbatai's death, and how it arrived way probably at least into the 1880s, later than that, especially although we don't know his status is in Turkey. So what is the recap for tonight? Well, the recap is there was a guy in the 17th century that believed he was the Messiah, and so did half the world of Jews. That's the recap. There was a guy, Shabbatai Tzvi, who was declared a Messiah by a relatively minor Kabbalist and healer in Gaza, Nathan of Gaza, Nosson Gazati, and he was declared Messiah in 1665, although he had messianic pretensions as early as 1648. And between 1665 and 1666, half the world's Jews seemed to have accepted his messianic claims. And this is evidenced by the most classic example of the evidence for this is the prayer books that get printed. The prayer books that have prayers for Shabbat. The letters that come over and over again from major rabbinical figures all over the Jewish world that affirm belief in Shaz, the Messiah. And we talked a bit about the life of Shabbatai Tzvi, the sort of the ups and downs of his life, the Nathan of Gaza, and things like this. So we talked a bit about the life and times of Shabbatai Tzvi, but what we didn't get into last time is exactly how he's supposed to be the Messiah. How does that work exactly, right? So what exactly does it mean to say that Shabbatai Tzvi was the Messiah? And how this dovetails in a really important way as a part of our discussions here on Kabbalah is that one can only understand the messianic claims of Shabbatai Tzvi, or of Nathan of Gaza, by understanding how that was justified. And that was justified by Kabbalah, basically. It was justified, it was underwritten by Kabbalah. The Kabbalah enabled Nathan of Gaza and at some level Shabbatai Tzvi to develop this messianic story that allowed for Nathan of Gaza to greatly popularize his messianic claims. Now, there's a couple things to know that are important about Shabbatai Tzvi and Nathan of Gaza, his prophet, and how they're quite different in terms of their relationship. The first thing that's really to know is that really high education. Shabbatai Tzvi is kind of a yeshiva dropout. He's very talented, he's very smart, and of course he's very charismatic than anything else, I suspect. But Shabbatai Tzvi doesn't have a very strong grasp on Kabbalah. He certainly knows the Zohar very well. We know that. He's been studying the Zohar since he was a teenager. So he has a very strong grasp on the Zohar. But the developments in the Kodoveran system of Kabbalah, the developments in the world of Sfat, the world of Lurianic Kabbalah, there's actually very little evidence that Shabbatai Tzvi had a grasp of those developments. He doesn't seem to understand or appreciate or have had education in the very complex world of Lurianic Kabbalah. So we have just a difference in education level when it comes to Kabbalah and Nathan of Gaza. Now, Nathan of Gaza, which is really important to know about Nathan of Gaza, of the developments in Lurianic Kabbalah. And I mean he is so well educated that if you read some of his Kabbalistic works, which are among the most technical Kabbalistic texts at the time, he knows very subtle differences between different schools of Kabbalah. So he even knows differences between how very technical ideas of Lurianic Kabbalah are being debated among very high-level people in that world. For instance, people like Israel Sarug and Chaim Vital. So Nathan of Gaza is someone who knows these conversations. He is a technical maestro when it comes to the developments. He's at the cutting edge at some level of some of these developments. And it's going to be really important because how Nathan of Gaza is going to justify Shabbatai Tzvi's messianic claims are going to be by appealing to and, what's the right word? Augmenting, changing, corrupting, whatever word you want to use. He's going to be relying heavily on Lurianic Kabbalah, but he's going to do his own thing. We'll see this in just a moment. Shabbatai, for him, his messianic claims, which we can see in his letters, are not justified by appealing to complex ideas of Lurianic Kabbalah because he doesn't know much about it. He's claiming that he is the Messiah because God chose him and because his relationship with God. That is to say, Hashem and Shabbatai are friends. So when Shabbatai calls God by God's name, hey, Shabbatai doesn't imagine he's doing something transgressive. He knows that he's not supposed to do it. But he has this intense personal relationship with God that he can call God by God's name. So for him, for Shabbatai, it has nothing to do with some very complex Kabbalistic mythological stuff. It has to do with the fact that God and Shabbatai are close. That he and God have a relationship. And that relationship is one of anointing. It's one of, I've been invited into the world of the Godhead, and I have a relationship with Hashem. Now, that to you might sound really Christian. That might sound really, really Christian to you. And in fact, one of the things that Shabbatai talks about all of this Christianity, he talks about Jesus. He says, one of the things I'm going to do is redeem Jesus. He's very influenced at some level. Christianity, part of what I think makes the Jewish world very uncomfortable with Shabbatai is not his transgressive behavior. His transgressive really overplayed for reasons we'll talk about later. But it's not his transgressive behavior, it's his syncretism. That he's okay with the idea of incorporating Christian elements, with incorporating secular elements, with incorporating Islamic elements. That's what worries the Jewish establishment. It's his syncretism that makes them really angry. Of course, he does these transgressive things and that pisses him off too. Really, it's the syncretism that really gets him. And I think that's something that's come forward new in the scholarship. And we were just talking about this before the recording started, is that part of what's going on now in the scholarship is we're now beginning to realize that Shabbatai Tzvi was much more at the helm of understanding what was going on than the previous generation of scholarship, mostly Gershom Scholem, thought. Scholem basically thought that at some level, Shabbatai Tzvi was a yeshiva dropout who had no real understanding of Judaism, much less really Kabbalah, and that he was a mentally ill person wrote on the codes of the great Nathan. That was the theory that more recent scholars believe folks, Pavel Majenko knows that because we have letters from Shabbatai Tzvi explaining why he thinks he's the Messiah. And he gives very different reasons for why he thinks he's the Messiah as opposed to why Nathan of Gaza thinks it. So we're getting a much more complicated vision of who Shabbatai Tzvi was, his theology, his ideas of his own messiahhood. We're getting those ideas, and this shows you that the scholarship is continuing to evolve. So let's get into Nathan of Gaza's theory, right? Let's get into Nathan of Gaza's theory, because that's going to really tie us back to the Kabbalah in a big way. So what does Nathan of Gaza think? Why does Nathan of Gaza think that Shabbatai is the Messiah? So it has everything to do with Kabbalah. It has everything to do with Lurianic Kabbalah. So just to rewind a little bit, right? You'll remember from the Lurianic theory that God was an infinite fullness, and that fullness filled the entire everything. And that in order to create creation, God had to control in that act of contraction. Well, when God contracted God's self into the Tzimtzum, that left behind a full Tehiru in Hebrew. And the Tehiru, right, when it was evacuated to Lurianic Kabbalah, it left behind trace sort of fragments of God left behind. I always imagine, you ever poured out oil from a cooking pan? There's always oil left, no matter how much you tip it over. You can't quite get all the oil out. The traces of the oil, the traces of the divine light, the Rishimu, coated or fragmented all over inside of the Tehiru, of the void. Well, some of those aspects of those traces within the divine void contain elements of divine judgment. Remember, divine judgment in the Kabbalah is always thought of when divine judgment is checked by other forces. That is evil. It's unbridled judgment, deen. Well, those elements of deen, of unbridled judgment that remain inside of the Tehiru, in terms of the void, those elements of unbridled vengeance and judgment, they sank of that void. And that sanctum of void, those became the sort of the abyss, or sort of a demonic bottom of that void, of the gap left when God Tzimtzum. That area, by the way, is called the Golem, and Lurianic Kabbalah is called the Golem. It's the unformed world. It's just a chaos. It's a total vogue. It's this chaotic nightmare where all the evil has sunk to the bottom of the void. All right, so when God shoots God's light into that void, at the very tip of that sphere, at the very tip of Yesod, at the tip of God's phallus, I suppose, at the tip of God's Yesod, the tip of that sphere, that light plunges all the way in to the void, to the Tehiru, and the tip of that, and this is where Nathan of Gaza comes in. It's not Lurianic Kabbalah, it's Nathan of Gaza. The tip of that void shoots all the way into the very bottom of the void, of the abyss where the demons are, and the tip of that is the soul of the Messiah. Is the tip of the spear, the tip of the way in. And as soon as it reaches the bottom, back up, and all of God's remaining judgment in Ein Sof floods into the void, the demonic, and the soul of the Messiah is the only good left at the bottom of that chaotic, nightmarish abyss of evil. And the soul of the Messiah is born, is deposited, according to Nathan of Gaza, at the very bottom of the abyss. And that abyss is filled with every form of evil imaginable. Every form of evil imaginable. The soul of the Messiah is born there, is put there. And there, the soul of the Messiah becomes infused with all this evil. And it's only through this unimaginable process where the soul of the Messiah has to redeem itself, has to climb out of this horrifying abyss of evil, that in the process of redeeming itself, eventually it pulls itself all the way up, right through these horrific worlds called the Tanaim, the dragons, the treatise on dragons. As the Messiah fights vigorously, strives vigorously to purify itself, re-purify itself of all this evil, eventually the soul of the Messiah reaches sort of the event horizon, right? If you want to think about this in terms of a black hole, it's like a black hole, but eventually the soul of the Messiah can get to the very top of the event horizon, right? And just barely pop through. Now, when it barely pops through this horrific world of demonic power, it's still corrupted deeply with demonic power. It's still infused with evil. And so it's still some battle of good and evil. It's still deeply polarized between really, really good. It's a Messiah in really, really bad, right? The evil world of the Klipot, the shards. And as it climbs out, it eventually crosses back through the event horizon of evil, which you can't do with the black hole, but it crosses through, and it's still influenced with all its evil, but as soon as it climbs out of the world of Klipot, it has to find the body. And when it finds the body it found the body, according to the Nathan of Gaza, of poor Shabbatai's feet. And folks, that explains Shabbatai's feet. That explains these, according to Nathan of Gaza, these illuminations and these darkness periods, this sort of manic behavior, manic depression. It explains why he can be completely righteous and in love with God, and yet do these transgressive things, where he says that the 17th of Tammuz or whatever is a feast day rather than a fast. And it's exactly Shabbatai's manic depressive psychology and manic depressive religiosity that for Nathan of Gaza is actually proof of his messianicness. Because inside of Shabbatai is the struggle of the messianic soul against the world of evil, and for Nathan of Gaza, this entire process is the final act of history. Once Shabbatai is purified of all of this evil, then everything will be redeemed. He is embodied of Gaza. He embodies the titanic struggle of good and evil. Now, what did the apostasy mean? Right? Because again, Nathan of Gaza's formulated idea in 1665. Nathan of Shabbatai apostatizes in 1666. Well, we have two completely different theories about what's going on here. We have Nathan's theory. Nathan's theory is that Shabbatai is plunging himself into the world of evil, that is to say, Gentile religion. Nathan of Gaza has nothing good to say about the Gentiles. He's plunging himself into the world of evil in order to basically undermine it. That is to say, he's destroying it from the inside. Nathan of Gaza's theology is always the idea that Shabbatai is plunging himself into this to destroy it. He's like a double agent. He's sneaking into the world of he's not really apostatizing, he's pretending to apostatize, to plunge himself into this world, to undermine it, to destroy the Klipot. What we now know from Shabbatai's letters, right, we have another view, which again is actually Shabbatai's view. Shabbatai also thought he was the Messiah. Shabbatai's view was that he was plunging him into this in order to redeem Islam. He thought of himself as a redeemer. He wasn't going into Islam to destroy it. He thought there was positive things in Islam. He thought there was positive things in Christianity. And the idea was that ultimately, by plunging himself into this, by plunging himself into Islam, he could redeem the world of the Muslims, and that would be part of the grand redemption. Notice they're very different theories. Notice that what Nathan thought was happening is one thing, and what Shabbatai thought happening is something completely different. So notice here, even the Shabbatian movement isn't coherent in terms of what they thought was happening in terms of Shabbatai's messianic mission. And that's not surprising, because if you look at early Christianity, it's not clear that early Christianity really understood what Jesus' messianic mission was. And there was a huge debate about that. Paul thought one thing, James thought another, Peter thought something else. It's not clear that anyone really had a clear idea that Jesus' messianic mission was X, Y, or Z. And so that's why you have these big debates in the church, ditto with the Shabbatian movement. Now, what's this, right? Is that we have three important interlocking things that make this important. The first, all of them are means. It does not mean the traditional idea of Messiah, which we talked about last time, which is political Messiah. This is the spiritualization. The Jesus movement did with Jesus. The Shabbatian movement does with Shabbatai. Ditto with Further, we have this quasi-Lurianic justification for Shabbatai's claims. Now, what's important to note about these sort of quasi-messianic justifications for Shabbatai's messianic claims is that they're going to be the ones that largely stick. Now, it's a case that some Shabbatians did have some letters of Shabbatai, but largely what's going to stick is going to be the Lurianic quasi-Lurianic. I say quasi-Lurianic because a lot of this is not Luria. This is Nathan of Gaza sort of riffing on Luria. Riffing on Luria is a kind way of putting it. But yeah, it's riffing on Luria. And third, This is all part of a larger apocalyptic agenda, as we mentioned last time. Again, I cannot emphasize this enough. The 17th century, the mid-17th century, was a age of hyper-apocalypticism. I mean, folks who remember how apocalyptic that was, you have the Brandon Ends, you have Y2K, you have all this stuff, you have Heaven's Gate. It was a very apocalyptic time. Well, take that and turn it up, and that gives you some sense of really apocalyptic the 17th century was. So this is part of a much bigger apocalyptic world, and Shabbatai's messianic claims are all about the end of the world. And to get a sense of that, I want to read a letter of Nathan of Gaza here, just a chunk of a letter from Nathan of Gaza. And I'll read it relatively briefly, just so you know kind of what the mood felt like. So this is a letter of Nathan of Gaza to Raphael Joseph, who was a Chalebi of Cairo, the big wig dude in Cairo. In fact, he was the guy that gave Shabbatai shot. So I'm reading the translated lines of Nathan of Gaza. Quote, nowadays, we again face opposing forces. They are wholly ineffective, however, and injure no one but themselves, for the final end is now upon us. Again, the apocalyptic level, the final end is now upon us. This being so, you must not wonder why. In addition, there are these dreadful agonies, inconceivable and limitless, that Rabbi Shabbatai has suffered on behalf of the Jewish nation. Consequently, to do with this nation whatever he pleases, to justify or shalom condemn them. He may justify the most depraved sinner in existence, even someone like Jesus, or condemn anyone who doubts him, even if he be the most pious person alive, to unspeakable torments. You must treat the following principle as absolutely certain. The Jewish people cannot attain to life other than by believing these things without any sign or miracle. All this is God's purpose enacted in this generation, worthy to see the beginnings of the redemption. You must have no concern whatever for those who do not believe, even if they be your close personal friends. And then after that, what ends up happening is that Shabbatai describes the outline of what Nathan of Gaza thinks is going to be roughly 100-year period in which all this is going to go down, and you get a sort of time and all kinds of stuff. It's very, very bizarre. But at any rate, that gives you some sense of the fervor that Nathan of Gaza puts on to all this. Now, as we mentioned, and so did Nathan of Gaza. In fact, as Shabbatai died, Nathan of Gaza kind of redoubles his efforts, and he argues basically that Shabbatai's death is a kind of illusion, that Shabbatai is not dead, he's just hidden. Right? That was an idea to be found also in Shia and Islam, that he was occulted, and at some point very, very soon, he would reveal himself again in his full glory. Again, are they leaning on Christianity at some level here? It sounds like it. It sounds like very Christian, that he's just hidden. So this is a kind of, it's kind of Shia, kind of Ismaili, kind of Christian move, that Shabbatai is not dead, he's just hidden. Now, what ends up happening in all of this, right, is that there is something of a combination that's already happened in Shabbatai's life, or the end of his life, where some Sufi ideas have begun to enter the inner circle of theology, and those Sufi Islamic theology, in that synthetic theology allows for that he might be included. He's actually not dead. And what we have in these springs of Shabbatai will appear in this year, and of course he never does. And eventually Nathan of Gaza, well, he dies. Nathan of Gaza dies, and as soon as Nathan of Gaza dies, the movement immediately begins to fracture. Because of course, when you have Nathan of Gaza, who's probably one of the more talented Kabbalists of his day, unable to basically continue to steer the movement via his theoretical Kabbalah, the movement begins to fall apart. And the first person to really pick up the reins of this movement will be Abraham Cardozo, himself a very strong believer in Shabbatai. He would travel all around the Eastern Mediterranean basin, but also through Europe. He would be proclaiming the gospel, so to speak, of Shabbatai's feet, and he was murdered in 1706. So he was a huge promulgator of Shabbatian doctrine until he was killed. Now, the other side of this is that once Shabbatai died, the women movement really took up the reins. And again, is it surprising? No. They died. Who were the only people there at the grave? It was the women. Right? We have the Marys, right? We have the women there. The men all scatter. And so women in a big way hold the reins of the movement very early on. And in fact, there's some really great studies about Shabbatian women prophets and how the Shabbatian women prophets really both made the movement work, but also propelled the movement after Shabbatai had died. Now you'll remember that Shabbatai remarried after his first wife died, and his second wife, Aisha, or Yochebed, she went by both names. Actually, Aisha or Yochebed declared that her younger brother, Yaakov Corrido, was in fact the reincarnation of Shabbatai's feet. So what we have again is the use of Lurianic Kabbalah, the idea of soul roots, and Gilgul HaNeshemot, the idea of reincarnation being marshal to show that there is a continuity of Shabbatai's soul. He's not dead. He's reincarnated. He's reincarnated, of course, into the younger brother here of Aisha Yochebed. And what ends up happening in the process is that there is some pressure being put on quasi-Shabbatian Jews, Muslims, that are there living in places like Salonika and in the Shabbatian movement. Remember that part of what happened with Shabbatai Tzvi is he was condemned for not being Muslim enough. He was exiled all the way in what is now Montenegro. And so some of the people around him that stayed around him, about 300 families or so, these were Jewish believers in Shabbatai who had never converted to Islam. And eventually, with Aisha's pressure, probably she's getting pressure from the Ottoman Empire, they all convert. Right? We get a mass conversion of about 300 families who do convert to Islam in 1683, some years after Shabbatai has died. That core of about 300 families, right, which is the size of basically a synagogue I grew up in, that core was going to form the core of the post-Shabbatian movement. In over around a century, right, we have about, that number grows to about 600 families, and over time, what would end up happening is in that time period, in the generation after Shabbatai's death, the Shabbatian movement would take effect. Something like this. Torah that is composed of 18 laws. There are 18 laws about the Torah of the Shabbatian movement. They do not have relatives, and they have Muslims, but they don't marry with Muslims, and they don't bury their dead with Muslims. So they don't associate with the Jewish crowd, because obviously they're not Muslim, they're not Jews anymore. They're Muslims now. But what's important is they still follow an underground form of Judaism made up of 18 laws, and they only marry within their own ranks, and they only bury within their own ranks. And what ends up happening is this group of converted Muslim, Jew, Shabbatian people, they don't actually observe Islam completely, and they dissimulate. They lie about the degree to which they're really Muslims, and this actually has precedent in some lodges in the Sufi movement. This is an idea called taqiyya. Now, this is the idea that you can hide your Sufi beliefs. Those Sufi beliefs can get you in physical danger. They can endanger you. So what they're living is basically a dual life. They're living quietly as kind of Jews, but publicly they're living as Muslims. And they're still not quite Muslims, and they're still certainly not Jews. There's something else. And this something else is going to eventually evolve into its own religion. Now, inside of the movement, as you might imagine, there are further fractures. The two major fractures, and there's going to be three major fractures within the Shabbatian movement that will occur. The first major fracture is that there's going to be another incarnation of so-called incarnation of Shabbat Tzvi and Bereshia Russo, who is known in Turkish as Osman Baba. He'll die in 1720, which, by the way, is telling you how close we're getting to modernity, by the way, at this point. And he's declared to be one of the really important, he's been declared to be the legitimate inheritor of the Shabbatian movement. He's a reincarnation of Shabbat. So this is going to break the movement into two different, which is the Yaqubi movement. The Yaqubi movement is actually very close to Sunni Orthodox Islam in the Karakashi movement. And the Karakashi movement is more syncretistic with Judaism. It's going to maintain some relationships with Judaism, but it's going to be much more heavily Sufi influenced. What's important to know about the Karakashi movement is that they're going to have missionaries. And those missionaries are going to be sent to Eastern Europe. Again, where is this movement developing? It's developing primarily in Salonika. It's developing in places like Montenegro. They're going to move their way into Central Europe, and eventually they're going to reach the core of Central Europe in the Podolia region in Poland. And as you probably know, the Podolia region in Poland is going to be absolutely core in all this. We'll get to that in a minute. There's going to be a third and final split. This is the Kapansi movement. This is the group that rejects the whole reincarnation theory, rejects the idea that Osman Baba is in fact the reincarnation of Shabbatai Tzvi, and they say that there have been no reincarnations of Shabbatai Tzvi, only Shabbatai Tzvi the Messiah, and this version, right, the Kapansi movement is the idea that Shabbatai Tzvi is the only form of the Messiah. That group, which is actually pretty close to the very popular Mevlevi Sufi order, which I imagine folks know the Mevlevi, right? Those are the whirling dervishes. These are the famous whirling dervishes in the Sufi movement. So they're very close to them in a lot of ways. It's that part of the Shabbatian movement that's going to go on to become the one that will survive in Turkey. That one will survive in Turkey. We'll talk about that in a minute. So by the early to the mid-18th century, these groups would become the core of what we call the Shabbatian movement in the Ottoman Empire. And collectively, they're referred to as Dunme, right? Dunme. Now, this word actually means apostate, and many of them would not call themselves Dunme, but I would call them something like Conversos or the Shabbatians, but the name Dunme has stuck. Now, you might be asking how many of these Dunme were there in the Ottoman Empire. Well, they had a bit of a problem in terms of growing themselves because they only married within their own family, which led to all kinds of problem. So there were probably, we guess, sometime around 15,000 men in the Ottoman Empire. At the turn of the 20th century, there were 10,000 of these Shabbatians lived in the Ottoman Empire. They were practicing Jews of a very strange type. They lived on the outside as Muslims, but on the inside they lived secretly as a kind of Jew. And they were kind of accepted. Everyone knew, I think, that they weren't completely Muslims, and everyone kind of knew that they weren't really Jews. They kind of did their own thing. They buried their own dead in their own graveyards. They only married each other. They lived in the same part of Salonika and eventually Istanbul. They were their own thing. And everyone at some level knew this. Now, what's important about the Donme is that there are two things that are really important that are known about them, is that they became very, very well educated and very, very wealthy. This is often true for very tight communities, right? That is to say, they became skilled craftsmen, they became skilled tradesmen, and they kept their money. They become actually quite educated and actually quite wealthy. And they were some of the earliest Turks to turn toward the West in the process of sort of modernization. And as the Ottoman Empire began to come apart, the Donme formed, in some level, the core of the Young Turks. And the Young Turks, as you probably know, are the folks that led the modernization of Turkey. They revitalized the Turkish language. And in many ways, they formed the core of the process in which Turkey would modernize. And in many ways, these Donme, which we now know the Donme, forms a pretty significant element of the Young Turk movement, which means they played a pivotal role in the development of Turkey as a modern nation. Now, the tide of that would all turn. In fact, I think I said this right. I said this on the slide. The first foreign ministry for the new government of Turkey would be a Karakashi Donme. So the first foreign minister, that's a big deal. That's a high-ranking member of the Turkish government, was Donme. So now, the problem with this is, as the 20th century wore on, Turkey and, of course, Israel came into loggerheads about kinds of things. And what ended up happening was there was a huge anti-Semitic backlash in Turkey, and that anti-Semitic backlash caught the Donme Dolmen were thought of as secret Jews, and the idea is even more terrible because they were, conspiracy theories and stuff that fled through Turkey. And so many of the Dolmen basically completely abandoned any Judaism, and many of them just completely just ceased being Dolmen and became completely secular. They became completely secular. The question now these days, by the way, is are there any Dolmen in Turkey at all? And we don't know. We don't know. I think I mentioned this last time in my last lecture on the Shabbatians. I had a student in a class I taught on Shabbatites B. She came from a Dolmen family, and she said that in Turkey that she would ask other people, and they would say, "Yeah, I come from a family of Karkeshi people, or I come from a family of Kompasi people, but no, I'm just a secular person. My father was secular. My grandfather may have visited, a tomb of someone, but no, there are no Dolmen left in Turkey." The problem is, of course, is we don't know because they don't tell anyone they practice this idea of takia, which means they don't make it public that they are in fact Shabbatians. So are there Shabbatians left in Turkey? Maybe. Probably not. They're probably extinct. But are there Dolmen families left in Turkey? Probably. Yeah, there definitely Dolmen families left in Turkey. But are there any practicing Shabbatians in Turkey? The data seems to indicate no. It seems to be an extinct religion. But I'm leaving the door open for the possibility that they're still over there, but I think that the odds of them actually surviving are pretty low. So that gives us some idea that the Dolmen, at some level, Shabbatianism continued to survive and thrive all the way into at least the mid-20th century in Turkey, where it was kind of born. Now, as I mentioned, right, the Karakashi sect, the sect that holds that Osman Baba is the reincarnation of Shabbatites V, you have to get some idea of where we are, we're on 1720. That sect, the Karakashi were much more willing to Judaism and Islam, and it was that sect post-Shabbatai missionaries. And now you might wonder, why in the world would anyone listen to this in Europe? Why would Jews hear these guys? Shabbati's dead. He's been dead for a generation. It was a huge disappointment. It was a disaster. This entire thing was a disaster. Why would any Jews listen to the idea that Shabbatai is the Messiah, despite the fact this entire disaster has happened? Well, the first thing is that news of Shabbatai's death actually happened really slow. It took a long time to get to Central Europe. And so unlike in the Ottoman Empire, where the news traveled very fast, by the time the news got to Central Europe, Poland, things were very, and frankly, people weren't terribly educated. Jews in Central Europe in the early 18th century, Jews in Central Europe in the late 17th century, in the early 16th century, or late 17th century, yeah, they're not terribly educated. This is a very, very rural, very superstitious, very mystically inclined group of people. Of the Ashkenaz historically been very interested in, very taken with those kinds of ideas. Secondly, knowledge of Kabbalah was very, very piecemeal in that area. Now, knowledge of Kabbalah in other areas was much higher, but at this point, early on in late in the 17th century, knowledge of Kabbalah was very, very piecemeal, very fractured. What's important to know about this is those people coming in, some of these Karakashi missionaries carrying the gospel of Shabbatai Tzvi, had a much higher degree of Kabbalistic education at some level than the local people did. So this was very impressive. Further, Orthodox Judaism in this region was much, much more oriented at the level of practice than belief. What really people, and this is true for many factions of Judaism, is it matters much more what you do at some level than what you believe. And so belief was a bit more weird. You could have a much more broader range of belief and still practice Judaism. You could believe all kinds of things, vampires and stuff, and okay, as long as you. And further, these communities were very precarious. You're talking about a place where during Shabbat, right before Shabbatai's life, a giant pogrom that killed 100,000 Jews probably, and this entire area was subject to constant problems with the local population, where there are constant pogroms. So there's also just a a level of instability and fear and messianic claims in environments like that, where there is a kind of precarious existence, are much more, they become much more tenable. It's much more easy to convince poor, uneducated people who live a precarious existence of the existence of a Messiah that will save them, as opposed to other people. And again, that's true. We can see that playing itself out lots of times in history. When the Shabbatian movement landed in Central Europe, in general, it kind of took. And it's always going to kind of take in Central Europe. We'll talk more about that in a minute. Now, what's important about this is what ends up happening in the aftermath of 1666 is that most people, they rejected his messiahship. What typically happens in the Jewish world? Someone gets to be the Messiah, they don't follow the rules, we reject them. Well, what ends up happening is that typically the rabbis that were almost always the anti-Shabbatai people were the Messiah, or were the rabbis of the local region, like the Rothschild in Israel. For instance, in Amsterdam, Israel, who was anti-Shabbatian the entire time. Once the fervor of the Messianic movement ended, Menashe ben Israel was basically able to rein his flock in and kind of shepherd them in the aftermath of this disaster. So in many ways, Amsterdam is really typical because Amsterdam was hotly Messianic, very Messianic, maybe one of the largest Messianic centers in the world. And then after the 1666 apostasy, people were really disappointed, and Menashe ben Israel, the rabbi of the community there, was able to basically shepherd them through the disaster. What ends up happening, however, in Central Europe, is that some of the rabbis that were converted and some rabbis affected or influenced by these missionaries, some of these learned rabbis continued to hold faith in Shabbatai in private while denying it and remaining Orthodox. So we have people that are secretly maintaining some kind of Shabbatian ideas, and yet at the same time, publicly, they are not holding on to them in public. We call these people crypto-Shabbatians. And what ends up happening is that as Kabbalistic ideas began to make their way into Central Europe in the aftermath of Shabbatai, you can sort of imagine Shabbatai as the wave that reaches in, and that when Shabbatai the Messiah claims of Shabbatai bring this wave into Central Europe, what gets left behind after he leaves, after he sort of washes out, his Messianic claims wash out, what gets left behind is the Kabbalah. So he brings in the Kabbalah, and then he comes out because he apostated or whatever, and what's left behind is the Kabbalah. And so as he leaves behind, as the movement leaves behind these Kabbalistic traces, the rabbis who are left behind with the belief in Shabbatai to be as the Messiah continue to believe in Shabbatianism as a Messianic movement, while still holding on to many of these Kabbalists, convince them that he is in fact the Messiah, that he is a cult, maybe he is actually diving himself into the deep recesses of the code, and that he will eventually redeem them somehow. And what ends up happening is that very early Kabbalah in Central Europe is always at some level tinged with a Shabbatian element. All of Kabbalah in Central Europe in the early 18th century, late 17th century is going to be tinged with Shabbatian elements. And what we have are a lot of crypto-Shabbatian works, right? Chevdat Yamim, Chevdat Musar. We have other kinds of movements, other kinds of texts that are incredibly influential. We'll talk about that influence in just a minute. And this ultimately erupts in the Emden Eibeschutz controversy. And the Emden Eibeschutz controversy is a situation where two very, very, very prominent rabbis, one of them, Eibeschutz, is declared to be a Shabbatian. He's declared to be a crypto-Shabbatian. He denies it. He said, no, I'm not. And this debate, by the way, in their lifetime, both Emden and Eibeschutz eventually died. And for a long time, people believed that Emden's critique was that he was not really a Shabbatian. Now we know that he probably was. He probably was. We actually have good reason to believe now that he was in fact a Shabbatian, crypto Shabbatian. In fact, to this day, it's not even clear who was and who wasn't. We still don't know who was a Shabbatian and who wasn't at this time period. And this would be a minor issue if it weren't for the emergence of the most important Jewish movement in basically the modern period, and that movement, of course, is Hasidism. And so in many ways, the disdain between the Shabbatians and the anti-Shabbatians, the crypto-Shabbatians and their condemners, is also going to track to the rise of Hasidism and the Mitnagdim, the people that condemn them, the opponents of Mitnagdim in the century that comes later. Now, I'm going to make some controversial statements that will make people who are very maybe a little upset, but the data is now showing, the evidence is now that early Hasidism and Shabbatianism, there is a relationship there. It's obscure and it's difficult, but there are so many overlapping elements of both early Hasidism and European Shabbatianism that it's, I think, undeniable that at some level, the movement, the Hasidic movement, at some level, is at least influenced by Shabbatianism. I don't want to say an outgrowth of Shabbatianism. I don't think that's true. But the idea that they're completely distinct, I think, is no longer holdable by the Hasidic movement. They would deny it, but I think it's there. So, why do I think that? Well, it's, for instance, things like the role of the Tzaddik or the Rebbe, the idea that they're a sort of intermediary, kind of quasi-Messiah, as they act as sort of an intermediary between them and God. The Rebbe is often sometimes thought of engaging in transgression for the sake of heaven. This idea that they suffer on behalf of the community for the emergence of both of these movements, the Shabbat and the same region of Poland, the Podolia region. The Baal Shem Tov is from there. We'll talk about Hasidism next time, but I'm just saying at this point, I do think that the Hasidic movement and the Shabbati movement that there's some overlap. Both of them are very influenced by Kabbalah, Lorraine Kabbalah. There's an antinomian streak in Hasidism. Obviously, you can find that in Shabbatianism as well. There's this stuff of Avodah Bagashmiut, the sort of physical stuff that the Hasidic people do that also seems to be also overlapping with some of the Shabbatianism as well. Although typically the Hasidic movement is largely halachically Jewish law-wise, very conservative, but there's still an antinomian streak, and there's even legal innovations in Hasidism that are not to be found in the Misnag movement. For instance, the wearing of tefillin during Chol Moed, that is deeply influenced by Kabbalah. It's not to be found in Litvak style. That's an element that comes especially in Hasidism. The world of very court-like, it's very royal, regal figure, it's a kind of king, and there is a quasi-attitude for the Rebbe's in the Hasidic movement. We know that Shabbatian text played a huge role in the early Hasidism, especially Chabad Yamin. And in many ways, the Misnag movement, the Litvak movement, the movement that was very critical of Hasidism, saw in many ways Hasidism as a extension of the Shabbati movement. And early on, when the Vilna Gaon really goes after the early Hasids, he claims that under the hood of it all is Shabbatians, that they actually are Shabbatians. Now, I think that in general, does the Vilna Gaon overplay his cards? Maybe he does overplay his cards. But is he completely off base? I don't think so. I think the Vilna Gaon's not crazy, and he's not a fool. I think he's not just being political for the sake of political. I don't think he's too trying to pull off. I think there's actually a relatively strong argument to be made of the Shabbati movement, the crypto-Shabbati movement in Central Europe, especially in the Podolia region, on early Hasidism. But we'll get to Hasidism next. Now, in Podolia, the region I just mentioned in Poland, this movement continues to change and it continues to mutate. It will mutate into perhaps its most absolutely bizarre form under the leadership of Jacob Frank. Jacob Frank was born into a Shabbatian family. He left Podolia to move to the Ottoman Empire. He joined up with the Karkashi sect. In fact, Osman Baba was a witness at his wedding in 1752. 1752, folks, we're in 1752, FYI. like this is 25 years or so until the American Revolution. So he moves back to Podolia, and he begins to practice a kind of pretty serious quasi-transgressive form of Judaism, and we have what is called the Landscrum affair, where it seems like in the synagogue he may have had a naked, called the embodiment of the Torah, doing some kind of stuff in the synagogue, dancing around this naked wall to be the embodiment of the Torah. And in 1751, him and his followers were excommunicated by the local rabbis. There's an idea that is attached to Frankism and Shabbatism, which is called mitzvah ha'avera. This is sometimes translated as redemption through sin, but this is a complete misreading of what's going on in Shabbatism. In fact, almost everybody who totes this idea, I think, is misguided. This idea of redemption through sin, that you have to commit sins to become redeemed, this idea of mitzvah ha'avera, this idea never occurs, and to my knowledge, any Shabbatian rite. It gets hoisted onto the Shabbatians over and over and over again that what they're doing is engaging in antinomian behavior, they're engaging in violations of the Jewish law in order to hasten redemption, in order to plunge themselves into the klipot and redeem the klipot, in order to somehow redeem sin through, or redeem themselves through sin. There's just virtually no evidence this is what they were practicing. It never makes that argument. This term mitzvah ha'avera, which is an idea actually found in the Talmud, has to do with can you mitzvah with a forbidden object? So the classic example is, can you wave a stolen lulav in Israel? And the rabbi said no, right? You can't commit a mitzvah by breaking another mitzvah. And so even the idea of this is just ridiculous, and it's unfortunately gotten promulgated by a bunch of anti-Semites and stuff who have these vast conspiracy theories that somehow all of modern Jews or all kinds of people, George Soros or whatever, that these people are somehow part of this Frankist lineage of the Rothschilds and all this stuff, and that they're really secret Frankists and they're engaged in horrifying sins. And the more sin they do, they can redeem themselves. And so this entire anti-Semitic conspiracy theory is rooted in the idea of the Frankists and the Shabbatians practicing this idea of mitzvah ha'avera. But the truth of the matter is, they never did this, and that was not what they were up to. And I would say that anyone who wants to believe this, just show me in the Shabbatian literature where this idea is put forward. I never is. I can't find a single thing. What Frank does are that what's happened, he is inaugurating a new Torah. That the new Torah that he is inaugurating is a replacement, right? So the Torah there is, he's inventing a new Torah. He's conjuring into being a new Torah, the Torah Absolute, the Torah of this world. And that new Torah is going to inaugurate a new religion that he calls Da'at, wisdom, knowledge. Das is how you would say it in Ashkenazi Hebrew, but this idea, he's bringing a new form of the Torah into the world, and that new form of the Torah is going to be this thing that he calls a new religion called Da'at, or Das. Now, we'll go through this relatively quickly. What ends up happening is that Frank and his followers are arrested, and they flee to Istanbul. They convert to Islam, like many Frankists or many Shabbatians at the time. And what they end up doing is sort of making a deal with the devil. And by the devil, I mean here Catholic bishops. And doing is they argue that they use by the Zohar, who reject the Talmud, and that the other camp, anti-Shabbat, anti-Frankist, accept the Talmud but reject the Zohar. Now, the Jews, it's both. Shabbatians are trying to parlay with the Catholic Church, basically, so that the local Jewish population can't basically condemn them. The Shabbatians argue with the rabbis. It was a 19-40 debate, and the bishop is the person who's going to side with whoever. And the bishop obviously sides with the Shabbatians and against the Talmudists, and the Talmud is condemned, and they're dozens of copies of the Talmud burned in Poland. Now, what ends up happening, again, history is always funny, the bishop that sided with the Shabbatians in Poland in 1757, he dies. And a new bishop emerges who is no longer a friend of the Shabbatians. Frank declares that he's actually an incarnation of Osman Baba and Shabbat Tzvi, and he begins to reveal his new religion. And what ends up happening after that is that, this gets so complicated. There's a local bishop who wants to basically prove the blood libel is true, and in order to prove the blood libel, the idea that Jews sacrifice and kill the host, the sort of classic anti-Semitic nonsense, he holds another dispute in Lvov in 1759 of the blood libel, but the anti-Talmudists are declared to be not really Jews, and they are to be converted. And Nathan and Frank on September 1759 basically sides with this bishop, and this bishop stands to gain an enormous amount of land and all kinds of stuff. And also the Jews, including Frank, also stand to gain an enormous amount of privilege by converting to Catholicism. 3,000 Jews are converted to Catholicism on the 17th of September 1759. It's a disaster. It's a disaster. I don't think Frank himself even thought this was going to happen. Now, Frank, being full of himself and just delusional with power, holds the plan. Like Shabbat had to convert to Islam, being the reincarnation of Shabbat Tzvi and Osman Baba. He's going to himself plunge himself into the world of Catholicism. And after he converts, he lives the life of a Polish noble. He lives the life of a Polish noble. He's wearing fine clothes, doing his stuff, but at the same time, he is also engaged in very heterodox behavior. And in a way that the Turkish court would accept Shabbatai engaging in very strange behavior, the local Catholics aren't having it. They are not having it. Eventually, they arrest Frank, and he is basically sent to prison in a monastery for 14 years. So he's arrested and sent to a monastery for 14 years because they do not want to deal with him. The Catholics are not playing around, perhaps in the way that the Turks were. In 1772, Russian forces invade Poland, and they release him. They actually release him from this monastery being kept, and he kind of cozies up to members of the Holy Roman Empire. He gets a little Joseph. He meets Paul I, the fourth of the future Tsar of Russia, and it's in that time period that he writes his principal Franken work, a text called The Collection of the Words of the Lord, which now, what ends up happening is that he gets into kerfuffle with Joseph II, the emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. He's expelled from the court, and he ends up settling, and eventually he dies of a stroke in 1791. 1791, right? We're like in the middle of the French Revolution at this point, right? 1789, we're just not far out from the terror. At that point, about 1791, his daughter, Ava, takes control of the movement. Again, it's women who rescue this movement. There are about 25,000 Frankists, that is to say, Catholics living as crypto-Jews in Poland in the late 18th century. And what ends up happening is Ava Frank, leads the movement into the future, basically building a giant court around her. She's the daughter of all these Russian or whatever. And there is a huge Shabbatian center at both Warsaw and Prague, both under her control. And she lives like a princess, folks. I mean, people, like the amount of money that she spent to maintain her lifestyle basically bankrupted the movement. And when she died in September of 1816, the movement was so heavily indebted that it began to collapse under its own weight. I mean, she lived like a monarch in the areas that she lived in. By the 1880s, we know that the movement's sort of limping on, although many people at that point have begun to realize that just being Catholic is a better idea than trying to maintain this bizarre double life. And so many people through the 1860s and 70s began to convert and began just to be Catholic. They just continue to be Catholic. And by the 1880s, we have very little evidence that people are practicing crypto-Judaism anymore. They're no longer Shabbatians, but they're still very emotionally connected to Ava Frank. In fact, Ava Frank became sort of a personality all of her own, and it became her cult of personality. And what we end up having is people basically in the 1880s have largely converted to basic just racism. Some people deconvert and go back to Judaism. So there's a bit of a split there. And to evidence that split, you may know this family. It's a very Catholic family. They becomes a pretty Catholic, pretty famous Catholic person. I'm sure I'm going to pronounce their name wrong, but you probably recognize the Voila family, right? You probably know who that is. That's the family of John Paul II. That's the family of John Paul II. There is good evidence, good reason to believe that the former Pope, John Paul II, is a descendant of one of the converted Frankish families, right? Now, that's the side that became Catholic. Obviously, John Paul II is pretty Catholic, and he's comes probably from one of these Frankish families. On the other side, another group of families that deconvert, they go back to Judaism, and a kind of liberal Judaism, a kind of Turkish Turks, a very liberalism is the Brandeis. And of course, the Brandeis, as you may know, Louis Brandeis became the first Jewish Supreme Court justice. And when Louis Brandeis died, one of the things they found in his family inheritance was an image of Ava Frank. He came from a Frankish family, and he kept this heirloom. Now, does that mean that Louis Brandeis was a Frankist and a crypto-Shabbatian, blah, 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 blah? No. He probably was a liberal Jew, just like many liberal Jews that you recognize from lots of places anywhere in the United States at the time. But he maintained an image, he kept a picture of Ava Frank, and he comes from a Frankist family. Do I think he was a practicing Shabbatian in any form or fashion? Absolutely not. It's ridiculous any more than I think that John Paul II was practicing Frankist. Although, what I want to point out here as I wrap up the night, Frankism, Shabbatianism had a huge impact on the development of Judaism. Huge impact. The idea that you can't study Kabbalah until you're 40 and married and all that, that's a response to the Frankist, to the Shabbatian movement. The internal reality of Judaism is probably at some level Frankism. Part of, or at least a Shabbatian, a kind of Shabbatianism. The intense hatred of the Hasidic movement is part of their anti movement. And again, we have prominent families who emerged in the aftermath of the disaster of Shabbatianism and Frankism, both in the rise of the world of Turkey, the rise of the Young Turks, and the rise of the Turkish national movement. And then we have families who are very prominent Polish families, like the family of John Paul II and the family of Brandeis, who ultimately emerged from the Frankist movement, from the Shabbatian movement, and are part of world history in a big way. There are even neo-Shabbatians. There are neo-Shabbatians. In fact, my channel, the Esoterica channel, I have a couple of folks who are neo-Shabbatians. I expressed the idea that Shabbatianism was a catastrophe for Judaism. I'm not going to apologize for that. I think it was a catastrophe, but if someone finds Shabbatianism to be an interesting spiritual figure, all the better for them. But we're home tonight as I this lecture tonight. We count Judaism coming into modernity without Shabbatianism. Is the bridge in many ways of Judaism from the world of the medieval world, the medieval Kabbalah, and he is the bridge to modernity. Hasidism, the Haskalah, Zionism, all of that at some level has to be seen as in the shadow of Shabbatai, as in the shadow of the Shabbatian movement. All of the Messianic stuff in the Chabad Lubavitch movement, Reform Judaism, all of it. At some level, it is in the shadow of Shabbatai Tzvi. And there's no way that we can deny it, I don't think. And so, in many ways, if you want to understand modern Judaism, you have to understand it at some level as a response to the Shabbat movement. in that way, in a big way, Shabbatai Tzvi, in many ways, we are living in the shadow cast by this peculiar Messiah who apostatized to be Jewish or something. So, to drive this point home and to put a fine point on it tonight as we wrap up, modernity, Jewish modernity, is in many ways in the shadow Shabbatai. And the more we learn about him, the more we understand him, the more we understand that this movement, the movement that came after him, whether it is fractures that in his death or the Frankist movement, what have you, the better we understand Jewish origins and modernity, whether it be the Haskalah, Hasidic movement, Misnagdim, whatever. They're all in the shadow of this guy. And I think it's quintessentially important to understand him, Nathan of Gaza, the theology, the Kabbalah really is in many ways downstream of him. And so, Shabbatai Tzvi, a Messiah who, in a lot of ways, I think of Judaism in some way to Messiah, and that's Jesus of Nazareth. You can bookmark Judaism in some ways, medieval ancient Judaism between those two bookmarks. And that modernity is in the aftermath of Shabbatai. So, whether you like him or not, you're embarrassed of him or not, whether he's crazy or not, whatever, you certainly can't deny, I don't think you can deny, that we have not, as a Jewish population, come to a real grasp of the impact that he made. I think that we're worse off that. I think the better we understand Shabbatai Tzvi and his messianic movement and its vicissitudes, the better we will understand Judaism, the better we will understand Jewish modernity, and the better we will understand Zionism and all of that. And if we don't do that, we do that at our peril. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, if you'd like to support my work and provide accessible, free, and scholarly content on topics like Kabbalah, alchemy, and philosophy, consider supporting on Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. Links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sled. Thank you for watching SRK, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah, development from the process of ancient Israel into the rise of modern Catholicism in the 8th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, or for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Sophia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, an Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in the playlist. If you find it, I hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy, by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Folks, so let's just review a bit about Shabtai Tzvi, and let's move past Shabtai. We spent enough time on this guy. As you can see, he's there on the left, and as I mentioned a minute ago, this is a picture from life. This is what he probably looked like. It's actually pretty difficult to underplay the disaster of Shabbatinism. We're talking about a movement that began in 1666 and didn't end until 1880s, probably. We're talking about a movement, sort of mobile disaster inside of Judaism that the legal was part of their station. I can't really articulate how much of a disaster that is. When people believe that converting to a religion that hates them, that act virgin to destroy their identity, that's a disaster. It's really a disaster. Now, when an individual Jew decides to convert, when an individual Jew decides to leave Judaism for reasons of conscience, that's their business and that's their right. Every Jew should be allowed to convert to whatever religion that they find they see fit. But the truth of the matter is, these people weren't converting because of a choice they were making on their own. They were converted because they were being led by people who delusionally believed in their messianic prowess and their messianic message. So in that way, I do see this as a kind of moving disaster, a train wreck stretched over 2 centuries, basically. And Frankism was especially bad. We're talking about a situation where Jews had been systematically repressed for centuries in Poland, and then they were brought by the thousands into Catholicism. And as you can imagine, they converted to Islam. Converting back was not an easy thing. We should not forget that converting back out of Islam is death penalty. That's apostasy. And of course, no one has to remind anyone about the horror of the Spanish Inquisition. Converting to Catholicism and then trying to convert back, it's not going to happen. This is a one-way street, and Frankism and Shabbatinism were a disaster in many ways for thousands of Jews over the course of a couple of centuries. And I think these should be considered forced conversions of a certain kind because they were predicated on the idea of some apocalyptic pretension. Things were ultimately going to come to an end really fast. And that never materialized. The end just got delayed and delayed and delayed. And secondly, reasons why these conversions from Judaism to Catholicism and Islam, the mystical jibber-jabber that underwrote them constantly changed. It was never systematic. There was never any spelled-out theory about why this is supposed to happen and how it's supposed to work. You have a bunch of charismatic men at the center of this movement benefit from these conversions. Frank benefited greatly. Shabbatai, in his own way, also benefited. And this is a situation where I think these people were led to conversions that were, I think, forced by the charismatic leaders of that movement. In the same way that I don't think the people at Jonestown killed themselves. I think they were murdered by Jim Jones. I refuse to characterize what happened at Jonestown as mass suicide. That was mass murder precipitated by Jim Jones. And so I think that in many ways these conversions were forced. They were forced by the charisma and more leaders. And to be clear, an argument can be made, and I would make the argument, that this is what happens when mysticism goes off the rails. This is what happens when rationalism is abandoned. This is what happens when you allow emotion and you allow fervor and mystical beliefs that you don't really understand to basically run ramshot. And at the end of the day, I'm very sympathetic to mysticism. I'm very sympathetic in many ways to Kabbalah. But this is the gutter of Kabbalah. It is mass conversion, and it is the disaster of Shabbatian movement. Now, what's interesting about that is that given this disaster, given the extraordinarily disappointment of the Shabbatian movement, given the mass conversion that followed the wake of Shabbatai and Frankism, Kabbalah kind of got off with a light touch. Kabbalah survived. You would think that after all this, many people who had seen the dangers of what Kabbalah could do, what Kabbalah could do unchecked, just abandoned it. They said this whole Kabbalistic thing, this entire thing has led us into the gutter of mass conversion. We need to abandon this idea. This idea is toxic and it's dangerous. Well, they did realize it was dangerous. That's to be sure. We'll talk about that more tonight. They did realize it was dangerous, and they made safeguards. They put rails on the system to ensure that it did not go off the rails like this again. And yet, Kabbalah survived. It really got off with a pretty light touch, actually. And I think that part of the reason why is because the Shabbatian movement, you can imagine, I always imagine the Shabbatian movement as coming in like a wave. There's this huge Shabbatian wave that comes in like the tide, and then when the tide comes out, all this beautiful soil is left, the water's gone. The tide is the water coming in, and the beautiful silt that will help to grow the new things. And Shabbatai feeds. And what's left behind is the black earth that will ultimately grow new things. So in many ways, scholarship of a previous generation argued that Kabbalah made Shabbatai possible. I don't think that's true. I think that actually Shabbatai made Kabbalah possible. And I think that relationship is why Kabbalah is going to survive. Because the Kabbalah is so much more sophisticated, it's so much more deep, it's so much more rich than Shabbatai Tzvi and the Frankists, who only ever really, aside from Nathan of Gaza, who only really ever developed the most thin, superficial, serving, apocalyptic version of Kabbalah that was engineered basically to deify them. And at the end of the day, the Kabbalah that they rode in on was a pretty kind of a crap Kabbalah, with the exception of Nathan of Gaza, who I think was very profound in this Kabbalah. I will give that to Nathan of Gaza. But Shabbatai himself, they were never Kabbalists, and they were never really actually about the Kabbalah. I think they were about themselves, and their actions proved it. And when they left, the Kabbalah could stand on its own because it didn't need them. It existed before them, deeper and richer than they could have possibly imagined. And thank God, in many ways, survived them and thrived. So tonight we talk about Kabbalah in the aftermath of Shabbatai. And what I want to really drive home about this is I don't want to talk about this as post-Shabbatian Kabbalah. Because Shabbatai Tzvi and the Frankist movement and all that stuff that we've been talking about, that's an aberration. And it was sort of like a night where it was like a bender. You know, everyone on a bender, they went to New Orleans, they got trashed, they did all the things, and they went back to their homes, and they shook off the benders. And so you can think about the Shabbatian movement as kind of a big bender. They went to New Orleans, they went down there, they got trashed, they coke, and they did all the things. And when they came back home, it straightened up, and it's over. And so I think of the Shabbatian movement as a kind of bender of Judaism. So what happens in the 1666 when Shabbatai converts? Well, obviously the first thing that we've already talked about, there are people who are diehard believers who do everything they can to convince themselves using every tool they have in Kabbalah and Torah to convince themselves that Shabbatai Tzvi is the Messiah, no matter what. no matter if he apostatizes, no matter if he dies, no matter if the movement splits into 3 groups, no matter if they all have to convert to Catholicism, there's always someone out there willing to do the work and try to convince everyone that this is true. And there are diehards in every religion, there are diehards in almost every belief system, and no matter what happens, they will convince themselves of what they want to believe. That's one camp. We spent a lot of time talking about them. They're out there. They're going to be out there until the 1880s, probably. Also, in the immediate aftermath of 1666, there were a ton of people who realized that this was a catastrophe. There were people who believed in Shabbatai. In 1666, when he apostatized, they realized, oh man, this was really bad. And what's also critically important about this is that the people who, at the very beginning of this, realized it was a disaster, people like the Mashman Israel, those people who knew from the very beginning never did this whole thing. From what I know in history of Judaism, there's never a "hey, I told you so" moment where people gloat and people say, "I told you so," and you can go jump in a river, you die, and now you're barking back at trees, you're barking back at my tree trying to get back in synagogue, and you are happy to pray to this idiot. Now he's abandoned you, and now what? You can go somewhere else. Go be Christian. What's incredible is the Jews and the rabbis who had seen people make this mistake welcome them back. And to my knowledge, I don't see the told you so moment. They just didn't do that. They were very magnanimous. They began to do the work. And what was the work? The work was, let's just pretend this never happened. Right? Let's just pretend this never happened. So what did they do? The second camp, the people that realized it was a disaster, they went back to doing what they were doing before Shabbatai. They went back to the intellectual labor of trying to make Kabbalah work. That is to say, systematizing it. Trying to figure out how the Lurianic Kabbalah lines up with the Cordoverian Kabbalah. They went back to the heavy lifting of trying to do Kabbalah in a pretty systematic and careful way. That's not to say they just ignored it completely. They realized that something inside Lurianic Kabbalah, something inside of the Kabbalistic impulse, dangerous. Because it had gone off the rails. It had gone off the rails, crazy off the rails. And so they began to how to implement safeguards to prevent this from happening again. This could have led to real serious problems. Can you imagine what would happen if all those Jews would have got on those boats and began to sail into the Mediterranean to reach Palestine? It could have been terrifying. Tens of thousands of Jews would have died. They could have been denied entry into the Ottoman Empire. And who knows what would have happened? They can sail back to Spain. They're going to arrive as refugees in Christian refugees. This could have been much, much, much worse than it was. And in fact, it's actually very lucky that it was only as bad as it was. So the rabbis began very carefully beginning the problem of beginning the business of putting bumpers, basically, on the Kabbalah to prevent it from going off the rails again. And what the main is, Kabbalah teaching, especially, it just stopped. It's just not. You just cannot teach people quantum mechanics don't understand Newtonian physics. You just can't. You cannot teach people how to weld if they've never held a hammer before. You have to. You cannot deliver these incredibly complex Kabbalistic ideas, which are incredibly easy to misinterpret, to a population of people who basically just don't even have a Torah knowledge. Especially people who've been living in Christian lands who've only recently converted back to Judaism. So they cease teaching Kabbalah publicly. They cease teaching it publicly. Now I know that makes many of us grin. That makes many of us say, oh, these elitists, how dare they hide this? Well, you gotta put yourself in their shoes. These people were playing, it's like toddlers playing with fire. These people were not prepared to deal with this, and they were able to be convinced of something basically insane. Because they had heard these crazy Kabbalistic ideas, they were able to basically convince them. So what ends up happening is that public Kabbalah teaching begins to, especially technical stuff. Then a creeping kind of legalism begins to creep in. And that legalism takes the form of safeguards. Vet who can learn this stuff. And how do you vet? You vet them based on all kinds of other factors of stability. What do those things look like? If they're old enough. You don't teach a 13-year-old Kabbalah. You shouldn't. according to this idea. You have to wait. How old? Maybe 40. And that was the number they settled on. I bet folks have heard that number. Well, do you want to teach Kabbalah to a bachelor? No, because a bachelor might get so crazily Kabbalistic, they're just married to God, and they don't want to actually get married to a woman or whatever, right? From a traditional perspective. So they need to be married. They need to have a job. They need to have kids. They need something anchoring them to this world. I've actually heard somewhere that Air Force pilots have to be married to kids or something like that because they don't want them getting in like $50 million, $30 million planes flying around. The idea is that you need to be anchored in this world. You can go to the other world. You can go to the Kabbalistic so go to the Sephirot, fine. You need this world. Job, you need kids and a wife, you need family. You cannot just be Kabbalah. That's unhealthy. So they begin to try to implement things at the community level. Sure, people who are mentally ill, people who are drunks, people who are other kinds that have other kinds of things that are anchored in the world. Now again, does that sound elitist to you? Maybe it does sound elitist. But is it reasonable? I think it's reasonable. Is it reasonable in just what happened with Shabbat Tzvi? It's very reasonable. I think it's very eminently reasonable. So again, I think it's not a bizarre idea. Third, there is a shift away in Kabbalah, away from cosmological speculation. That cosmological stuff has led to bizarre ideas about how the world got created, how Messiah became implanted in the world, like we talked about last time with the Drush Tanaim, the dragons, and Messianic speculation is ground to a halt. That's over. We're just not going to do Messianic speculation. By the way, that's a return to Talmud. Talmud is very clear. Talmud says, do not speculate about the beginning, do not the end. Speculate about right, speculate now. Don't deal with and do not deal with the end of the world. Deal with now. That's a return to very, and we're going to see that when we get to Hasidism in a minute, Hasidism is the epitome of mystification, the mysticism of the now. Hasidism says the now, the now, the now, the now. What is happening right in front of your face? The literal thing, the world you're living in right now is more mystically important than what happened back then and what's going to happen later. And so Hasidism is going to pioneer the mysticism of the now. So they really take this into great heights and it represents an enormous genius of Hasidism. So there's a shift. And what does the shift look like? There's a shift away from what's going on here. Right? Because trying to figure out what's going on here, that was dangerous. So what's the shift? The shift is into here. The shift is into here. Right? The shift is into the mind and the heart. It's about piety. And so it's all about fixing you. We are not focusing our attention on trying to become a Messiah anymore. We now focus our attention on inner piety. And so the shift in the Kabbalistic language now toward inner community. Not messianic saving the world stuff. It's about saving you. Saving you and your community. And that's where intense piety comes in the form of these things that we'll talk about in a minute. This idea of kavanot, intense spiritual concentration, and following Jewish law very scrupulously. Remember, part of what people were very upset about with Shabbat Tzvi and the Shabbati movement was the rejection of Jewish law. And so what ends up happening is that Jewish law becomes front and center, just like it was early on. Remember, the Zohar is highly legal. The Zohar never said you can abandon the law. In fact, the Zohar is very clear that the law, that Kabbalah without the Jewish law, without the Zohar, is incoherent. Incoherent. And so, in many ways, the post-Shabbati movement is a return to Kabbalah and truth. It's exactly divorcing Kabbalah from Kabbalah disaster in the mind of these Kabbalists. I tend to agree. And this movement is a return back to the old school days of Kabbalah. So, in the end of the day, Kabbalah, thank God, it deserves to endure. It should not have been, and thank God it wasn't thrown out with the baby with the bathwater. Right? I'm glad, very glad of that. But we have to admit that I think the kind of safeguards that get put on Kabbalah in the aftermath of all this are not unreasonable. What's also important about this is this story sometimes gets told from a super Eurocentric perspective. Surprise, Eurocentrism, here it is. The truth of the matter also is that Kabbalistic centers are also appearing all over the Jewish world. In many places in which Shabbatism really never took a big hold. And those places are going to be places like Morocco, places like Yemen, although Shabbatism was very popular in Yemen and Morocco, Kurdistan, northern Iraq, Aleppo, and Baghdad, also in Jerusalem. Jerusalem, you'll remember, was a holdout. Jerusalem condemned Shabbatism from the very beginning. So these centers in the Arab world, not in the European world, are going to be the first to come back online, and they're going to post literature. Now, the sad truth is that a lot of the literature is lost, especially as Jews fled Arab lands, were expelled from Arab lands in the 1950s. A lot of that literature has been lost, and to my knowledge, remains manuscript. When I say manuscript, I mean handwritten books from the 16th century, 17th century. So there's not even printed editions of these books. But we know, and I know this because of other scholars who sort of survey the literature, there is a mountain of Kabbalistic literature out there, heavily working on systematizing Lurianic Kabbalah at this time. One of the real interesting personalities that appears in all this is Athna Barzani. Athna Barzani is probably the first woman rabbi that we know of. Like someone who actually may have really held that title. And she was a Kabbalist, and she seems to have had supernatural powers. She lived in Kurdistan, in what is now northern Iraq. And her father was very charismatic. He died, and there was no one basically to take his place because he was just such a macher. And he lost his daughter. And so by default, his daughter took his place. And Athna Barzani becomes basically, I think, the world's first real female rabbi, and she's an active Kabbalist. And there's a great children's book about her too, by the way. I don't know if folks have seen the children's book. It just came out recently. So there's a children's book about her. I can look it up if folks want to look at it. But it's really neat. She's just a really incredible character. She's just a really incredible character. Powerful woman living in Kurdistan. And I think it's worth mentioning that we have one of the few women Kabbalists at this time that we could name. So I just want to make sure to name Athna Barzani. There are two major centers that emerge in this period in the world of Kabbalah. One in Jerusalem and one in what is now Poland. What is now Poland? That's already telling you sort of the world's dividing it. Poland's going to be a center of Jewish life, of course, and Jerusalem will be as well. The first one is Beit El, the House of God. It was founded by Yemenite Kabbalists, right? We haven't talked much about Yemenite Kabbalah. Yemenite Kabbalists. By probably one of the erudite Kabbalists of his day. I would say he's probably the most erudite Kabbalist of his day, Shalom Rafi Sharabi. And Shalom School, the actual school that he taught in, survived all the way to the 1920s. It was only destroyed in an earthquake in Jerusalem. You could have gone there in the 1920s. The physical school was still there. And Kabbalists in his school were still alive as late as 1969. He has one of the longest Kabbalistic universities, basically, in the world. And so, again, so much of the way we're taught Kabbalah is so Eurocentric. But the truth of the matter is, this is a Mizrahi Jew, Yemenite Jew, running one of the longest functioning Kabbalistic schools in Jerusalem. So he died in 1777, and his Kabbalah becomes very important. Now, the main thing that they do in the school of Beit El is that it's social and it's theoretical. The first thing they do is they turn their attentions exclusively to Lurianic Kabbalah. They are probably the principal systematizers of Lurianic Kabbalah in this period, main systematizers of this idea. And what they systematize it around is the use of Kavanot. And these Kavanot, I know we use the word Kavanot now as kind of but another way of thinking of Kavanot, at least in this Kabbalistic sense, is to think of them as foci of spiritual concentration. Imagine one's soul as a kind of light, and that in order to gain the infinite access to the infinite light of the Godhead, you have to focus it, just like a radio wave, or any other kinds of thing. If you have unfocused energy, it doesn't do anything. It's only by focusing that energy that focusing that spiritual energy that you kind of get on the wavelength of God. I mean, it sounds super New Agey, but it's the reason why they use New Agey people use the metaphors they do. They're not bad metaphors. And the idea is that you have this wild energy, this wild spiritual energy, and you have to focus it, and you focus it in prayer. Prayer is the lens that focuses this energy, and that the way that you focus it, the lens is focused on Sharabi's Siddur, which has been published. You can get his Siddur. It's on Hebrew, and his Siddur includes hundreds of these kavanot. And these kavanot are sort of like micro adjustments of your soul to focus your soul during prayer on various aspects of correcting and repairing and shaping your inner life. How exactly you want to connect to God or connect to the various aspects of the Sphirot, how you want to comport your soul as it reaches up into the spiritual, this infernal world. And so it's through these kavanot, these very complicated kavanot, which are actually written down. You have to memorize them. They're exams, they're kavanot exams. You have to know how to match the exams up, apparently. This was a very rigorous school of Kabbalah, but notice here again, it's about the interior life of the Kabbalist. It's not about some other stuff. It's about learning to focus your spiritual being upon God in a radically sharp, defined, focused way. What's interesting about this school, one, it was increased student, teacher oriented, which is to say, they did not. You could not go listen to a lecture that they tell. You had to be vetted in, you had to be tested, you had to be declared to have incredible levels of education to even knock on the door. So this was a school that heavily prioritized a high level of rigorous Jewish life. So this is not just sort of fly-by-night people singing songs in Latino. You had to rigorously apply yourself to Judaism. You had to take exams. This is Kabbalah at its most spiritually athletic. Further, you had to sign basically an NDA. You could never teach this stuff publicly. And secondly, you had to sign a letter of agreement that you pledged yourself to the school of Beitel, and that you would pledge yourself for your entire life, and you had to pledge yourself in the world to come. So you had to pledge yourself, even in the world to come, that you would only study with other members of Beitel in the world to come too. In the base midrashs, in Olam Haba, in the house of study in the world to come, Beitel would be there, and you had to go study there. And so even to eternity to the schools. And so a high level. And there were people matriculating through Beitel all the way 20th century. And the last inheritor of the school of the Kavanot of Shalom Mizrahi Sharabi, blessed memory, he died in 1969. So this school lasted for centuries. The other major school appeared in Poland, right, at Brody, in what is now Poland, and this was known as the Klois. Right, Klois. So the Klois was much more like a spiritual fraternity. It wasn't an actual school in the sense of Beitel, where you went to a place and learned. It was much more like a spiritual fraternity with various kinds of people moving through it, and more people sort of meeting in sort of a general organization of spirituality. I don't want to exactly compare it to the Freemasons, but it was something like a spiritual Kabbalistic fraternity. And it also focused heavily on Kabbalah. Notice they're all hunkering down on Kabbalah. That becomes the basic standard. But the thing you'll notice about this is it's primarily attracting Lithuanians. So those Lithuanian folks that we'll see in a minute are a bit more elitist, and they're much more intellectualist, right? So there's a lot of intellectualism going on in the Lurianic world, or in the Lithuanian world. And with some exceptions, there are definitely schools there too. But generally speaking, this is a much more heavily intellectualist form of Kabbalah. So the Jerusalem school is much more prayer-oriented. The Polish school, the Klois, is much more intellectually oriented. They're much more interested in systematizing Kabbalah and really hammering out exactly a kind of systematic theology of Judaism that is basically learning Kabbalah. Now, they do publish a lot of their works. We actually have a ton of works published by members of the books. So they did publish books. These books are very technical. I tried to look at some of them today in early Hebrew books, and I couldn't hardly hesitate to tell some of the stuff. You have to. The level of Kabbalistic education, the level of Talmudic education, the level of these guys, geniuses, piling of stuff. I was trying to read some of this stuff today. It's like quantum mechanics. I mean, it's so high level. Their books do survive in early modern books. If you read them online, if you want to check them out. Like I said, I really struggled to make even 10, 15 sentences make sense to me. Kind of barely could follow it. It's like, I don't know, it's like trying to read Deleuze or, some kind of like crazy post-structuralist thing. Reading that, although it's that challenging. Their works are also published, but there are no translations. There are no modern editions. I don't know if they've even reprinted since then. And you're beginning to hear a common thing now, right? They only exist at this time. They've never been reprinted. They've never been translated. The reason for that actually was very clearly, I'll go ahead and spoiler tell you, it's the Holocaust. The Holocaust is the complete cultural interruption of Kabbalah. It amputates an entire people, not just from their families, but it amputates people from their entire world. And basically, save on the march to these terrible camps. So much of this literature is basically important. And it's going to take 3 generations of scholars to bring it back to the community. It's going to take that, at least that. It is a monumental task. And this time period, by the way, I think is probably some of the most sophisticated Kabbalistic literature ever written. And it languishes in complete obscurity because there are just so few people with the skills to bring it to modernity. The Hebrew skills, the Kabbalah skills, the Bible skills. It just doesn't exist. It just the level of Kabbalistic scholarship of this time, 1750s, 1800s, even into the 19th century, the level of Kabbalistic scholarship is so high in Central Europe that it's never ever recovered. And it's going to take 100 years, 200 years to recover, to get Kabbalistic scholarship back up to where it was. This school is typically a bit more rational. And when I say rationalistic, what I mean is they're trying to systematize Kabbalah into a system of basically Jewish theology. They're trying to formulate a Jewish theology that makes sense. About the Litvish world, you can probably tell I have a great deal of sympathy for the Litvish world. I much more heavily identify with the yeshivish Litvish world than I do the Hasidic world. Although I still have a great admiration for the Hasidic world as well. But as you may know, folks who study some Talmud, the famous Brisker method emerges out of the world. The Brisker method is known to be, they compare it to balancing equations. It's like doing, it's like you ever balanced chemical stuff in chemistry. It's like taking things apart at a molecular level. And so the Brisker method is infamous for its pill pull. It's nitpicking, making tiny disagreements, analyzing things in a tiny detail, as opposed to how do we even apply all this? They don't care. They're like, no, we must very strictly understand every single logical relationship. And so it's the world that produced some of the greatest logic textbooks and Jewish logic, some of the greatest logic textbooks in Halacha. The Litvish world is famous and infamous for this. And what this gives rise to is a heavily intellectual culture and a heavily elitist culture. When I say elitist, I mean that in both the good sense and the bad sense of that word. I mean that in the good sense that these are elite scholars. And again, when I say elite, I don't mean elite in just a bad way. These are some of the smartest Jews in the world working on Judaism. They are this is the Nobel Prize winners of Judaism working in Kabbalah and stuff. Now, that also gives them a sense that they're superior. They do see that these Amchite Jews, these poor Jews, these Polish Jews, working in the fields in the shtetl, barely can read and scratch together an education to read a Siddur. They do think of themselves as somehow better. Not somehow, they're better. I mean, In the same way that I think a Nobel Prize winner is going to think a high school C student in physics. They're just not going to compare. They're just not going to compare. And there is an intellectualist, and I mean this now in the negative sense, an intellectualist believe that, yeah, poor, illiterate, pumpkin Jews, they can do their very best, and maybe they want to look in. But can they really serve God? Can they understand God? Can they really do the heavy lifting of being a rigorous? No, not really. They're never going to be really pious. They're going to have a middling piety at best, sort of a pumpkin piety. And so this intellectualist elitist trend is going to take hold in Central Europe, especially among the Litvak schools. And again, that's not for me. I have a lot of sympathy for the Litvak schools, but that trend does take hold. And it's into that trend Hasidism will emerge in that world. So Hasidism is an interesting kind of movement in lots of ways, obviously. The main thing that's interesting about it is that it is neither Shabbatian, although it bears a lot of similarity to Shabbatianism. We'll talk about that in a minute. So it seems to have preserved many of the attractive things that made Shabbatianism popular. So it seems to have kind of produced Shabbatianism without Shabbatism. So many of the elements of Shabbatianism is our heresy of believing this guy's Messiah. So it has all the infusion, all of the emotion, all of the passion, all of the messianic, but it does not center Shabbatite speak. It's not Shabbatism. Problematic. The other thing is it doesn't go this intellectualistic either. It doesn't go in the direction of the Klois, and it doesn't go in the direction of the Litvish world. It's a unique way of sailing in between a real difference in the Jewish world. Whereas the Litvish world was very intellectual, very elitist, it doesn't go that direction. And it doesn't go in the absolute antinomian direction of diffusion and joy and do whatever you want in the Shabbat. It sails in between them. And unsurprisingly, it's going to be world changing in the Jewish world. In many ways, Hasidism is, for most people at this point, just Orthodox Judaism. It will be that successful. Hasidism will be that successful. So it's begun, of course, by the mystic and practical Kabbalist. When I talk practical Kabbalist, you should read something of a Jewish magician. This was a thing that was practiced back at this time. It was a kind of practical Kabbalah where you would do, you would make amulets and you would do mystical herbal treatments and things of you know, recognize as basically Jewish magic. There were a bunch of these guys. They referred to themselves as Baal Shems, good names. And Israel ben Eliezer became known, of course, as the Baal Shem Tov. And he, and I should not say 1860s, or 60s. He was a mystical healer. He did a lot of relatively parochial jobs. He was sort of a beadle in synagogues to taught kids. He was never much of a person outside of the movement until he really came into his own as a kind of extraordinarily innovative and charismatic preacher of a new kind of Judaism. And this new kind of Judaism was heavily mystically involved. It involved teaching mysticism to the public, although in a very rather more than it used to form. It was a Judaism that was accessible. It was not a Judaism that was a Judaism of elite scholars. It was a Judaism accessible to anyone walking along. The ideas of the Baal Shem Tov bring to bear all of the enthusiasm of the Shabbatian movement, but it's incredibly important, but a halachic rigor that anchors it into the traditional world of Jewish life. So it does the work. Right? The Baal Shem Tov he squared the circle. He squared the circle. He could bring the energy of the Shabbatian movement, but he could also anchor it and locate it in the world of rigorous halachic Judaism. And the main, there's a slogan, I think, for the Hasidic movement. It's actually can be found in Tikkunei Zohar 124 or 122 base. And this is a most probably the most famous, I think, the basic slogan of Hasidism is "Sar Panuim." That's a nice Yiddish accent. Late Atar Panuim. So this literally means in Aramaic, there is no place devoid of God. Literally, there's no place devoid of Him, whatever. There's no place devoid of God. Everywhere is God. Everywhere is God. They say if you take the gematria of Elohim, right, and the gematria of Teva, nature, they add up to the same thing. Elohim and Teva are the same thing. God is nature. Sounds like Spinoza, a little bit like Spinoza, right? They say, look, there is no place. God cannot be anywhere other than where God is, and there can be no place devoid of God. Therefore, everywhere is where God is. Now, not everything is God. They're pantheists, not pantheists. And they say that, yes, there are things that are not God. There are all kinds of things. Everything around you is not God, but hiding underneath them all is God. There is no place where God is not. And so the thing that one must do is one must learn to focus on God. One must uncover the reality of God yourself and you, and this to show that God is an all being, God is an all thing, God is an all. That even the task of changing the tire, the wheel on a cart in the mud, is an act of piety if you see God in it, if you find God in it. And so the idea here is that God is everywhere. And piety, the task of piety, is to uncover the divinity all around you. But God hides God's self. You never see God's face, you see God's back. So God's back is what we see all around us. And to seek God's face in the most tiny things that you do, that is, of course, I think at the core of the Hasidic impulse. It's a profoundly beautiful poetic impulse. So the task is not just to follow Jewish law, but you must, because Jewish law is the primary gateway to God. But it's to realize that everything allows you to approach God. Everything you do, everything that you are allows you to cling to God, to God by uncovering God in everything you do. You take a sip of wine is a taste of God. That the light of Shabbat candle, the light in the Shabbat candles is an entrance into the light of God. And so that you cover your eyes before you see them for the first time in Shabbat, so that when you uncover your eyes and see them, you may see them without the cover, the back of God, peer directly into the light, and there is Hashem. Right? That is Hasidism. It's just the light of the candles can reveal to you God. Everywhere is God hiding, and the process is there to find God. And ditto, of course, where can you find God the most profound? In you. Because you're made in the image of God. You're made B'Tselem Elohim. You're made in the image of God. You're a mirror of God. Everything that is you is in some sense an aspect of God. But the mirror is dirty. You have to clean the mirror. How do you clean the mirror? You understand this called tool hydration. You can clear all creation, right? The emptying out of what is. And as you empty out, as you negate is, what's left behind from the negation of what is just God left. And so you purify your mind. You don't think bad thoughts. And if you do think bad thoughts, you convert the bad thoughts into good thoughts. If you see a beautiful woman walking around the road and you lust after her intensely, feel the lust. Let the lust wash over you. Feel the passion inside. And know that the beauty and the lust that you feel for the woman walking down the road is just a pale glimpse of how much you crave to love God. Convert the feeling of the lust, of the sin, of the Aveira, convert it into the passion that you have for God. Come around the small things, the sin real, and convert the sin, redeem the sin, give to the Aveira a tikkun, give to the sin a reparation, and you elevate yourself to what it is. So all of these things allow you to approach God in your everyday life. Everyday life. Everything around you hides God and is God. And things in the physical. So much of Kabbalah became so intellectual in the literal world. Became so about figuring out how the spirit do this, where do things so, how do things so empty itself out with Shimu, and what are the shards left behind, and how the shards fall to this part. It's very complicated intellectual thing. Hasidism said what really matters for most people is they must encounter the physical world, the world around them, the monk around them, the food they eat, the bed they sleep in, the clothes they wear. They must encounter all those things. The movement of their very body. So that's where they need to find God. Not as some intellectualist trying to figure out spirit stuff. Now, they don't abandon this. But for them, what matters is worship through embodiment. The void of the right? Worship, worshiping in one's physicality. That physicality is a gateway to divinity. That the body and sex, the body and feeling your body, even injury, can be avoid that. Can be a way to approach Hashem, access God. So this is a radical democratization of mysticism, where everything becomes an avenue to mysticism. Everything becomes a gateway to divinity. Now, this all gets focused in on the leaders of the movement. The leaders of the movement become these incredibly charismatic, and they were just fabulously charismatic people with supernatural powers. You often hear stories of people who can look, they can see things happening for hundreds of miles away, and all kinds of things. There's all kinds of things in the Hasidic world. We got these stories about these leaders. These leaders establish courts, dynasties. When I say courts and dynasties, these rebbe's, these tzaddikim, right? These tzaddikim, these rebbe's, they live like kings, and they have the ability to intercede on your behalf. But their soul is God. And they pray for you, then God hears. Even if they're dead, if the Rebbe is dead, he leaves letters in his grave, on his grave. His spirit, his soul can still reach up to Hashem and communicate your desire, your prayers, even beyond that. And that custom is still practiced today in the Hasidic world. These Sadokim, these Rebbe's, are almost divine. They're saints, basically. And you imitate everything the Rebbe does. If the Rebbe drinks a little bit of schnapps before this, you should drink a little bit of schnapps. Because he's discovered some secret way of accessing mysticism. If he dances like this, you should dance like this. Everything the Rebbe does has some inner deep meaning, and the Rebbe is in many ways the gateway to God. So the Rebbe's, the leaders of these Hasidic dynasties, become quasi-divine figures in many ways. And these court Eastern Europe and are fabulous. Red hats that cost thousands of gold coins. You're not like guys wearing silver, like knit through with gold and silver thread. Because again, your very clothing is a gateway to God. And the more beautiful you are, the more you glorify yourself. Of course, at some level, it helps you to be more connected to God, because God's a king. Then maybe you should be a bit like a king too. And so the outfits they wear, and to this day, the outfits they wear, it's $1,000 for a coat. It's $40,000-$50,000 for a hat, because it's all about the glory, the kavod of the Rebbe. So they establish these courts, and these courts go on to become the central pillars of the Hasidic movement, even to this day. So you probably know some of these courts. The Satmar court, which is split between two brothers who had a massive dispute since the former Satmar movement is the biggest. If you saw Unorthodox, the television show, that depicts the Satmar dynasty. Probably folks know the Chabad-Lubavitch movement. Chabad is a philosophy of Hasidism. Lubavitch is the actual dynasty. The Lubavitch movement is primarily known for its kiruv, which is outreach. They are a very outward-looking Hasidic movement that wants to bring people into Judaism, and they want to bring people into Judaism because that's part of how they do their. That's how they're going to redeem the world. Of course, they're also known for their, at least some section of them, in their belief that their late Rebbe, Menachem Schneerson, of blessed memory, is the Messiah, which I've been to his grave. He's carried out Queens a couple times. It's a very powerful spiritual experience to pray at the grave of the Rebbe. There's also a Rebbe's grave right here in Detroit. If you ever get the chance to visit one, there's a Rebbe's grave here. Bells we've seen it. I can't remember exactly, but he is. Now it's a going to visit the grave of the Rebbe is a big deal in the Hasidic world. Nachman of Breslov, if you go to Breslov, certain times ship in tens of thousands of Hasidim all over the world that invade this town for a weekend. So it's a big deal there. Now, what's important to know about these Hasidic rabbis is that they weren't enthusiastic, charismatic leaders who relied on emotions and enthusiasm to rope people in. These were systematic thinkers. Many of them were carefully systematic thinkers, and they produced some of the most innovative texts of Kabbalah of that time. Now, are they as rigorous as what's coming out of a Litvak school? No. Are they as intensely focused as what's coming out of Beit El or Jerusalem? No. But they are systematic treatises on Kabbalah from the point of view of Hasidism, which seeks to make Kabbalah something that you live. It's a thing that you live. It's a thing that you experience. And so it's not just the kind of highly intellectualist Kabbalah that is in the Lithuanian world. It's a much more livable kind of Kabbalah. Of course, the most famous book of this form of Kabbalah is the Tanya, which is something like scripture, basically. For the Lubavitch movement, you can get a copy of the Tanya anywhere. You can go anywhere. There's a Chabad Lubavitch place. Ask them for a copy of the Tanya. They will happily give you a copy of the Tanya. It's a little bit controversial because they claim that basically non-Jews don't have souls. They do a lot of acrobatics to try to explain that away, but it has some pretty famous infamous parts. But the Tanya is probably the most famous book. So there are tons of Kabbalistic texts written in the Hasidic world, and never let anyone tell you that they lack intellectual or spiritual rigor. It's simply a lie perpetuated by people that I typically actually sympathize with, but it's simply not true. These books are incredibly deep and incredibly powerful forms of Kabbalah. Now, as you might imagine, this is enormous back from the non-Jewish world. They had just dealt with the Shabbatites. Damn hits into prayer as part of their Avodah Zarah. They're like, you people are out of control. You're just Shabbatians, right? You're all crypto Shabbatians. You're bringing all this that led to perdition with Shabbats. You need to stop. And they were led by the Gaon of Vilna. And the Gaon of Vilna was a vociferous opponent of the Hasidic movement. The Lithuanian schools typically became referred to as misnagdim, opponents, right? And typically, sometimes I'm kind of misnogged in my personality, misnogged in my Judaism, which is funny because I have lots of Hasidic friends, and the joke is, I'm more misnogged and more Hasidic, obviously. But this was a brutal feud that raged for a couple generations. And I will say that, in all honesty, the Misnagdim are completely wrong here, folks. The early generations of the Hasidic movement, the first generations of the Hasidic movement were pretty out of control. Especially aftermath of the Shabbatai season. They are terrified that it's going to go off the rails again. They're going to get one of these Rebbe's to pop off as the Messiah, and we're going to have to deal with the exact same disaster. And I've gone through some of these already in the previous talk, but you can begin to see the Mishnah perspective. The tzaddik looks kind of like a little Messiah. right? The Rebbe looks a bit like a little Messiah. There's sort of a transgression for the sake of having an angle here. There's kind of like that you have to experience the sin of lust, and you have to convert it to God. You should feel lust, but then you convert it to feel lust for God, love for God. These Messiahs are like, no, don't feel lust. It's Yitzhahara. Why would you cultivate the feeling of lust? You cannot do that. You cannot convert. You need to minimize that feeling. Not feel it and then convert it. So they worry this is a kind of the cultivation of their sins. Both of these movements emerge in Podoli. There's no denying that. Both the Hasidic movement and the Shabbat movement, the region of Poland, thought grew from the same earth at the same time. Also, they're popularizing Kabbalah. Remember, right? Looks like they are trying to bring Kabbalah back to the masses. That's one of the things that the Kabbalists at this time are trying to stop. They're like, no, these people were led astray by these ideas. Not because the ideas are bad, and maybe not because the people are inherently not capable of understanding them. They just can't understand them with their level of education. You cannot communicate these ideas to these people because it will go off the rails again. Hasidism says no. You bring them along and you educate them. You teach them. You give them a little bit at a time to raise them up until they can become understanding of these matters. So there's a much higher degree of willingness on the part of the Hasidic world to incorporate Kabbalistic ideas into their connection to the masses that deeply worries the establishment, especially. They worry about they really worry that this is also using communism. It's people doing weird stuff, doing handstands, cartwheels during prayer, screaming during prayer. The Hasidics that exist as Karlaners. Karlaners are metal all over the Hasidic people because they're infamous for screaming all of their prayers out. So if you ever go to a Karlaner shul, which I've been, they just scream their during the prayer. You can imagine for a bunch of heady, intellectual, university-trained Jewish Kabbalists, a bunch of dudes screaming all the time, crying uncontrollably. That's crazy. This is Shabbatianism again, right? So early on, for this, the court said it, like Kings, Shabtai Tzvi did that when he was in Migdal Oz. He did that when he was in exile. Montenegro. They're just being little Shabbatais. These Rebbe's are just being little Shabbatais. They're just little messiahs. They might be the messiahs. And that's an idea we'll get to when we get to the 20th century with the rise of Messianism and the Chabad. But they were the messiah. Further, some books were popular among early Hasidus. Hemda Yamin was a big one, right? But there were other crypto-Shabbatian books that were popular among early Hasidim. The way the Mitnagdim saw the Hasidic movement, at least early on, was that if it's not Shabbatianism, it's diet Shabbatianism. It's Shabbatianism light. It's Shabbatianism that has all of the same dangerous ingredients. Like it's to the problem we just had, it's just not there yet. And so they were terrified of this movement. And they were terrified of the movement both because they maintained the integrity of Judaism, but also because they were terrified of what could happen if the Shabbatian thing popped off again. If there were another one. And again, I know it's easy to kick the Mitnagdim as this sort of like intellectualist of, I don't know, fogies or whatever. They were trying to shepherd a movement in the aftermath of a disaster, a spiritual disaster. And the last thing they wanted was the ingredients of that disaster becoming popular again. Now, what's happening, what's incredibly important, and I think that's what makes obviously proof of, the proof of the puddings and the tasting or whatever, these are ultimately not Shabbat now. Again, and how do we know that? It became very rigorously halakhic. To this day, if you go to a Hasidic son, they are halakhic as they are. Now they have weird halakhic stuff. They follow a different minhag than Litvak people. They follow a much more Sephardi style minhag, which is odd because they're in Central Europe. They might put tefillin on during Moed, which is unusual. It's a specifically Kabbalistic thing found in most of the Hasidim. I don't believe you do it. But they do mostly do some unusual things. But at the end of the day, it's a halakhically conservative movement. They come down the side of the old school Kabbalah, which was Jewish law. It's the unique gateway to God. And rigorous following of the law of the halakha is a fundamental aspect of Kabbalah. So for all the excesses, for all of the usual stuff they may do, for all the cartwheels they might do during prayer, streaming things and whatever, at the end of the day, the law is the law, and they don't break it. Both sides of this equation, both the Nagim and the Hasidim, they spent generations executing each other. They excommunicate each other like everything. It's just a dreadful situation. I think local authorities had to intervene on several occasions, things like this. Also, I should want to point this out in the defense of Hasidim again, because I identify more of the Mi'tag world. I will say that the Besht, the Baal Shem Tov, the founder of the Hasidic movement, was one of the Talmudists that actively opposed the Frankism. So, from the very beginning, they were opposed to things like Frankism. Besht was, Baal Shem Tov, the founder of Hasidism, was opposed to it. So, again, he was pro-Talmud camps, taught Talmud, etc. So, I just want to, again, we all have our biases. I want to name my bias, much pro-Litvak world, and I also want to make sure that I'm not ever misrepresenting the richness, the genius, and the deep spiritual power of the Hasidic. Make very clear with the Hasidic world, is homologous, not one of common ancestry, and not one the Hasidic world was. I do not see that's not true. That I want to make that very clear because I don't want to slandering Hasidic people. I don't want to ever appear to be. I've learned in the Hasidic issue, but trust me, I have a deep respect for these things. Hasidism would go on to become one form of Orthodox Judaism. In fact, if you probably encountered Orthodox Judaism, you probably encountered it through Hasidism. I bet everyone here who's Jewish has encountered Chabad at some level. And if you have, you've encountered Hasidism. Now, they're the most outwardly looking of the Hasidic world. And if you ever learned Kabbalah, it's very likely you've learned it in a Hasidic environment. You've probably learned Hasidic interpretations of Kabbalah. That form of Kabbalah grew very popular, filtered down all the way into Jewish practice and belief, grew decisive Jewish history. Now, Kabbalah, more academic, more intellectualist Kabbalah would continue to go on in the Litvak world all the way till now. My understanding is it's still going on. Further, Kabbalah, it would stick, especially Oriental Kabbalah as designed as taken up by Frank Tal. Why? Why is there no further significant development in Kabbalah following Luria? And the answer is Shabbatai Tzvi. I think everyone after Shabbatai Tzvi was so gun-shy of major innovation in Kabbalah that they de facto settled on Luria. They more or less said, this is it. We're not going to change this. We're not going to muck around with it. We will continue to systematize it. We will continue to adopt it. We'll continue to adapt it. We'll modernize it. We'll systematize it with Cordovero. We'll turn it around and round. But Lurianic Kabbalah is it. I think that there was no major Kabbalistic innovation, systematic innovation after Luria. I think that there was such a shell shock. All Kabbalah basically that exists now is big one. We're all living in the shadow of Luria. And again, I think that the reason why there's never been another new kind of Kabbalah basically because it's a shell shock. But as you might imagine, there's a dark cloud on the horizon. Right? And depending on how you view it, it might be a dark cloud, or it might be the clouds finally parting. It could be a dark cloud because what you might see coming is rationalism. What you might see coming is logic. What you might see coming is modernity, which strips the world of all spirituality and subjects it to a law of mechanism and logic, mathematics and science, and it robs the world of spirituality. That might be the dark cloud that you see coming. If you see something else, you might look at the same thing and see something completely different. You might see the clouds of darkness finally parting after 1,000 years of darkness, of mysticism, of random speculation about a world that no one has access to, a world of backward superstition, a world where all kinds of nonsense that they can't prove. And you might see the clouds parting and the sunshine through in the form of logic and math and modernity. And if you're on team B, then the Haskalah, the Enlightenment, is your buddy. Because what's about to happen is that the Enlightenment is tearing through Europe and the non-Jewish world. And it's making enormous strides. The Industrial Revolution's beginning. Huge gains are being made in human rights. Right? This is the time there, the French Revolution, American Revolution. There's a huge impulse at this point in the non-Jewish world towards science, towards math, towards logic. In the Jewish world, in Central Europe, there are some Jews who are beginning to look out and see, they think the non-Jews may be onto something. And they begin to engage in the Jewish version of that enlightenment process. The enlightenment of Newton, the enlightenment of Kant. Again, the same year that Shabtai Tzvi apostatized is the same year that Newton invented calculus, discovered his main book on physics. So different. Shabtai is apostatized in Turkey. And Newton is fundamentally unlocking the secrets of physics, light, and math. By the time we get to the 1700s, the Jewish Enlightenment is beginning to take effect. The Haskalah will begin to take effect. And what we're going to see is that in the aftermath of the Haskalah, which we'll talk about next time, the arrival of Enlightenment values of Judaism, that we're going to see a huge shift in Kabbalah. The 19th and 20th centuries will represent both an incredible loss of the Kabbalistic world. I mean the loss of life, the Holocaust, of course, but also the rebirth of Kabbalah. The fact that we're having this conversation right now means something's changed. We are modern Jews for whom most of us would be declared heretics by the very people we've been studying for the past 50 weeks. All of us would be condemned, probably. Many of us would never be allowed to study Kabbalah. You're not Jewish according to their rules. If you're not Jewish, we are the inherited. And what we're going to see is the interesting travail into the 19th, 20th, and 21st centuries, where we'll undergo some of the most horrifying feats, and it will rise from those ashes. And some of the most important Kabbalistic texts are now available within the last 5 years. Something like the Zohar and Pritzker edition are now available to us. So next time, folks, we're going to turn our attention to the 19th, 20th, and 21st century, talk about the sort of vicissitudes of Kabbalah in the aftermath of the last major Kabbalistic innovation, which was Hasidism. We'll talk about sort of the post-Hasidic world. What does the world in the aftermath of the Hasidic world, in the aftermath of the Holocaust, with the rise of the internet, with the rise of liberal Judaism, what does Kabbalah, how does Kabbalah adapt, reconfigure itself, and survive in all of those environments? And as you know, listening to the sound of my voice, talking about Kabbalah, you know the story is a happy Kabbalah survives. Thrives. We'll talk about that process. This class. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden of Kabbalah. Again, these words provide simple, free, and scholarly content on topics of Kabbalah, magic, and philosophy. Consider supporting my work on Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel to modern Judaism in the 18th century. Of course, this may be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Sophia for allowing me to use these larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes, watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I got my other content on topics in esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy, by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. All right, everybody. I really can't believe I'm saying this, but after 13 sessions, we are now on session 14 of this, what was supposed to be a 9-series exploration of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. And of course, 14 sessions is still too few. I could basically keep teaching this class one day a week for the rest of my life and still not exhaust all the things there are to say about Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. And I'll say very honest, this last session is going to in some ways be the thinnest, because this is where my expertise really runs out. I'm very about that. It's just honestly the case. My expertise, I hit a wall, and my wall really is really with Hasidism. I don't know nearly as much about Hasidism as I probably should. I'm still learning about Hasidism, and everything from roughly the 18th to the 21st century is where my gap is. Everyone has gaps in their knowledge, and it's important to acknowledge the gaps in our knowledge, not to pretend we know things we don't. And it's definitely from Hasidism forward that that's sort of the real gap in my knowledge. Not that I don't know anything, but there are certainly people out there who know a lot more than I do. In fact, I've just invited a good friend of mine to do some talks, maybe at least a talk about Hasidism. I really do feel like I gave it deserved a lot more attention, a lot more deep attention than I gave it. And a good friend of mine who knows a lot about Hasidism to maybe do a lunch and learn. So we'll see. But at any rate, welcome. I would say one of the end, but it's not the end. It's welcome to the ellipsis, the dot, dot, dot. Because, of course, Kabbalah is not going to go away anytime soon in the first century than it was doing in the middle of the 20th century. In the middle of the 20th century, I would say that Kabbalah left the door and doing much better now. So in a substantial way, we're not saying goodbye to Kabbalah or goodbye to Kabbalah. Rather, we're saying dot, 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 continue to grow and change. And I've heard really about developments in the radio world, where it's sort of new and dynamic Kabbalistic thought. And if we do end up moving to Palestine in this for 2 months next year, I'm looking forward to kind of getting into that and seeing what's going on in the Kabbalistic world there in Jerusalem. As we mark to like the Shabbatai world is, I would say that it's actually more sophisticated in many ways than the Shabbatai world. The Shabbatai world is marked by a relatively thin understanding of Kabbalah, really. And that's part of why Shabbatai speed was so successful, is that people really didn't understand what was on. They weren't really for Kabbalah. And when you read something of a very technical nature, you can be overwhelmed by it. It's by things that simply aren't really true or deep or not. And I think that's true of a lot of things that went on in the Shabbati movement. It sounded Kabbalistic and had a Kabbalistic veneer, but if you scratch the surface even a bit, you realize that the thing that justified the stuff that went on with Eve and Frank was, I think, pretty facile. And I think that once people actually scratch the surface of it and realize that this is just, gold gilding, they abandoned it pretty quickly. So the years after Shabbatai Tzvi's apostasy and after the whole business, what you get is a kind of conservative backlash in the world of Kabbalah, and that shouldn't be surprising. This whole Shabbatai business was a complete disaster. And so what ends up happening is it's kind of a closing of the ranks. That is to say, in the Kabbalistic world, after this, what people end up doing is returning to the period, returning to the Kabbalah much like it was in the period before Shabbatai, where things were a bit more closed off, a bit more guarded, a bit more silent, which I think is probably not always for the worst. And so the developments within Kabbalah, in fact, the developments in Kabbalah is relatively conservative, which is to say, we don't see major developments outside of Luria. It's never really been a significant Kabbalah. It's at some point become commentary footnotes to Isaac Luria. And so that relatively conservative movement is Kabbalah about the mid-17th century all the way until now. And as we talked about last time, two major Kabbalistic schools developed in the aftermath of everything. One of those in Jerusalem, led by the Mizrahi rabbi Sharabi, and another in Brody in Poland. And those two will become the central schools, so to speak, of Kabbalah, the big schools. In the period after that. But of course, it's worth pointing out, Kabbalah also developed very highly technical Kabbalah in Baghdad, in Kurdistan, in Morocco, Marrakesh was a huge Kabbalistic center. So Kabbalah continued to develop in the aftermath of the Shabbatai Tzvi business, especially in the Sephardic world, without really a hitch. And I think that has a lot to do with the fact that the Sephardi world was much more stable than the Ashkenazi world at that time in terms of social stability and Jewish education. A lot of the people that were seduced by the Shabbatian movement were people who had only recently really come back to Judaism. And so they don't really anchor in Judaism in a very profound way, in a way that, for instance, the communities in Marrakesh, the communities in Baghdad, they've been there for 1,000 years. Easily 1,000 years. And so when they looked at the whole Shabbat thing, they were like, no. So because they had a much deeper education. So the Sephardi world was a bit less affected by the whole thing. And so it's not surprising that in Jerusalem, who never accepted the whole Shabbat business to begin with, they excommunicated him as soon as they could, that one of the largest Kabbalistic schools in the aftermath of it. As I mentioned last time, the Kabbalistic schools take very different directions. The school of Beitel in Jerusalem is going to take the form of really intense concentration or kavanah during prayer. And that school, again, will last basically until 1969, when the last adherent of that school dies, which is amazing how long the school lasted for hundreds of years. Although very guarded, very disciple student oriented. And of course, the other is a place and Poland by Polish, Lithuanian Kabbalah and Jewry. And Polish Lithuanian Kabbalah is going to be mostly remarked by its intense intellectual Kabbalistic speculation. And so out of that world is going to flow a mountain of highly intellectualized Kabbalistic systems that are going to basically try to do the work of systematizing Lurianic Kabbalah, especially vis-a-vis the old Quarter Baron system, which I prefer. This period also saw, as I talked about last time, the rise of Hasidism. Hasidism is probably the most important, it's the most important movement in Judaism probably in the past 300 years. And Hasidism went on to spawn an entirely new system of Judaism, a new system of social relations, a new system of customs, a new system of dress. All kinds of things have come out of the Hasidic world. A whole new style of song, the Nigunim that I'm sure all of you are very familiar with, come out of the Hasidic world. And so it's from that world where we have to focus on extreme piety, but also piety that's meant to find the everyday. It's working God. The divine is everywhere. I think of the line from the Quran, which I can easily imagine the Hasidic Rebbe have written, where the Quran says that that image in the Quran is always struck me incredibly evocative. And I can easily imagine someone like Bob having written something just like that. So the idea that the divine is that close to you. The obstacle is just you. You and your ego are fundamentally you and your lusts and your desires. It's your desire to get rich or to have fame or to be loved by someone or whatever. It's these things that get in the way of your relationship with the divine, because the divine for the Hasidic movement is right there. You just have to do the work of erasing the barriers between the mind, and it's in the erasure of those barriers that one can experience the divine in the everyday, including even in the movements of one's physical body, the sound of a bird. Some of the Rebbe's were even alleged to be able to understand the language of the bird, and they said they're singing. They're talking and having feelings. They can understand the Fegelsprache, and that Fegelsprache allowed them to hear the debates among the rabbis of the bird. Like sitting in the forest, listening to the birds, rather than just hearing like the rest of us, normie people that all we hear the birds. The Rebbe's, they don't hear birds, they hear the debates among the birds about God. And so I always found that to be a very beautiful example of Hasidism, where it's not just, you're not just hearing bird sounds, you're hearing theological debates among the animal world. So again, according to the Hasidic idea, it's the deep desire to experience the divine in every aspect of life, and to cleave to God. The Vekas is the clinging to God, and you cling to God, and the way that you do this, at some level, by cultivating a relationship with kind of shamanic character in the Hasidic world. This is the Rebbe, or sometimes they're tzaddikim, tzedukim. They're these righteous people who have a unique relationship with God. They're intensely holy, and of course these Rebbes go on to courts, operate them like they still do operate like royalty to this day. So you have a loyalty to the Rebbe, to your Rebbe, and encounters the divine primarily through the Rebbe, and it's in that Rebbe Chassid relationship that Hasidism really grows up into becoming the sort of court-like spirituality that it is today. We'll talk a little bit about how that's gotten a little stranger, especially with the Babbage movement, which I forgot to mention much in the later slides, which I'll need to talk about that in a little bit as well. But we'll see how that develops. So, as we talked last time, the sort of cliffhanger from last time was that what I think that no one really realized aftermath of the whole Shabbatai Tzvi thing, that as much as the Shabbatai Tzvi business was a disaster, no one really saw what was happening in the background that was a bigger deal. The same year that Shabbatai Tzvi converted to Islam and apostatized in 1666, and I'm sure as many folks in the room knows, 1666 is a dynamite year in the history of science. It's the year that Isaac Newton discovered, or was, of course, he at the same time his life. There's bitter debate about that. The same year that Newton discovered the fundamental nature of light, and also he basically figured out Newtonian now. And he published all that in 1666. This is called the Year of Miracles. So at the same time that Newton was figuring all that out, inventing calculus and all this stuff, that's the year Shabbat converts to Islam. So it's difficult. I know that for many people, and for me too, when I think about Shabbatai's conversion, I think of it as a medieval thing. It's like something that happened a long, long time ago. And I think of somehow Newton not having happened a long, long time ago. Newton feels very modern. It feels like I could just sort of, we could play chess with somebody like Star Trek. And they happen at the same time. They happen in the exact same year. And so what's coming down the pike, and what I think the Jewish world did not see in the aftermath of this entire Shabbat business, was the Enlightenment. The Enlightenment was happening all around the Jewish world, in France, in North America, in England, and Holland, and Germany. The Enlightenment was developing a huge, completely new world, dynamically breaking from what had come before. Emphasis on rationality, emphasis on experimental science, emphasis on logic. And so we're beginning to get philosophers like that. But as this philosophy rejects it as a work of nature, it's just nature. And nature is God, and God and nature is the same thing. We're getting the mechanistic philosophers. The philosophers believe that all of nature is like a giant machine. If you study it carefully, you can understand how it works. And if you understand how it works, you can predict it, and therefore you can make it do things for you. This incredibly mechanistic philosophy, which is in many ways really wonderful, and many other things like that. Inside the Jewish world, they never saw this coming. It just sort of landed on their doorstep. When I say landed on their doorstep, what I really mean is Napoleon showed up. What people call the world's horseback. Napoleon shows up in Central Europe and even Eastern Europe. Remember, he marched all the way to Russia. So everywhere Napoleon went, recall, he brought with him these Enlightenment ideas. His army was a sort of enlightened army. As much as the armies are enlightened. And Napoleon brought with him the metric system. Revolutionary idea. You should have equal protection under the law. You should never be. There should never be classes. Either you're a citoyen or you're not. Citoyen have the rights and privileges of everyone else that is protected by the right. Of course, nothing was perfect or anything like that, but even Hegel thought at some level he represented the very movement of Geist, the very movement of God, in the realization of Godness in the world. And of course, Hegel got disappointed with it later, but made a big impression on the young Hegel. And so this is at the same time that the Hasidic movement is taking off. And so when these two movements come into conflict with each other, come into contact with each other, there's going to be a break-off in the Jewish world where some Jews are going to be attracted to Enlightenment values, and they're going to incorporate those Enlightenment values into Jewish worlds. And that is called the Haskalah, the Enlightenment. And I think for almost everyone here in this class, and almost probably everyone here, all of us are pretty enticed at some level by Enlightenment. The idea of equal protection under the law, killed because of what you believe in, that we have a rational system like we do in this country, but most countries in the world, that the scientific, the very fact that I'm through this machine is proof of the success of the Enlightenment. So for many Jews, the Enlightenment was a solution to so many problems in the Jewish world, both in terms of the inner backwardness of the Jewish world, what they thought to be a superstitious world ruled by elite dynastic rulers who divine the will of God, who knows how to figure these things out, and they believed in werewolves and vampires, and they believed in all this stuff, and Kabbalah. Many Jews were very disenfranchised with that, and wanted to rush into the world of the Enlightenment, and they did. They did. In fact, for the Jewish folks here, I imagine for many of the Jewish folks in this class, you are the children of the great-great-great-grandchildren of the masculine, of the Enlightenment folks. Because the Enlightenment was very, very successful, for better and for worse. So what ends up happening is that this new kind of integration of value with Judaism became, incredibly polarizing. We also, again for the Jewish folks in the world compared to our ancestors, because in many ways we can adapt both worlds. We can be religious and we can be in the Enlightenment somehow. Well, there was no middle ground in the 18th century. Either you jump ship and you join the Enlightenment camp, or you stayed behind the shtetl and you stayed in the world of the pre-Enlightenment, or the traditional world, I suppose one would say. And so, in the traditional world, they realized how much of a threat this was. They were terrified of this, and they doubled down on the traditional aspects of the world. And so, in many ways, both Enlightenment Judaism and Haredi Judaism, that is to say, the black hat, ultra-Orthodox Judaism that we recognize now, are both actually creations of the Enlightenment. So I know the concepts already pretend as if they're of a discrete, continuous line of Judaism reaching all the way back to Moses. If you ask them, Moses wore a black hat, spoke Yiddish, but he did. The reality of modern Judaism is at some level is a response to the Haskalah. It's all a response. Either you double down on tradition and you retreated into the world of the dynastic world of the Hasidic world or the Livish world, or you drifted off into the secular world and you tried to make a go at either assimilated or you tried to balance out both. And assimilation was the largest, the earliest, biggest movement. So what we have here basically is a choice between some level of assimilation, right? As much as those countries that allow you to assimilate, whether it's the French and the Germans, and as we'll actually know from the terrifying history of how this will go, it will fail. Assimilation ultimately was a failed strategy. It did not protect Jews in the end, and neither did God, by the way. It wasn't like the Haredi people were protected when the first camps was rolled in. And so what we have is a polarized country in which there are Haskalah Jews, and then there are traditional Jews in the world. Now, that's not good. All the kinds of not stop the Kabbalah hadn't stopped them when there was crusades or the Shabbat event or whatever programs would stop the Kabbalah. Well, this whole Enlightenment thing didn't stop it either. And so many of the traditional centers of Judaism in the medieval or in the early modern world, they continued to produce Kabbalah as if nothing was going on. For them, they may have not even known. And so, especially in the Hasidic world, there is a huge outpouring of literature. This is the time period where the folks in the Chabad movement, I'm sure any folks that I've had contact with, they began very rigorously developing their movement. Also, it's worth pointing out that the Chabad movement becomes sort of the intellectual center in many ways of the Hasidic movement. They become much more interested in the world of mind and the world of the intellect as opposed to just the world of emotions. And so the Chabad movement actually becomes much more of a rigorous system of philosophies as opposed to just songs and unhappy or whatever. So this is a period of people like Rebbe Nachman of Breslov, which I imagine most folks have heard of. Nachman of Breslov, probably one of them on this. Rebbe this time period, he's always known for his deep spiritual reflections and his existential torment experiences. He was a person of great highs and great lows. I guess most historical people who we end up remembering kind of manic depressive in this way. And so Rebbe Nachman is known for this extreme joy, extreme sorrow he was capable of feeling. And ultimately he's going to be brought to the Hasidic movement, which we'll talk about in a minute, but also the Nanach movement, which I imagine if you've ever spent time in Israel, you will at some point encounter some Nanach guys, the smell as pious as they are. They wear the knit caps, Nanach written on it. They listen to techno music and dance around. Pious to a fault. So, from the neo-Hasidic of course, also at this time period, most of the Jewish philosophers and mystics is also writing. This is a Ramchal, Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, probably the greatest tradition of the early modern period. And Luzzatto wrote a mountain of stuff. It's really bad. I mean, I was looking up something today and I was like, my God, this guy wrote 50 books. I've probably read one or two of them. He wrote 50-something books, an enormous, huge output. But the Ramchal is known as a young man before having had a spiritual experience where he had a magi or a spiritual teacher begin to reveal him all kinds of spiritual things. He was relatively young when this happened, and you can imagine that in the aftermath of the Shabbatai speed business, no one wanted to hear about anyone talking to spirits any longer. And so he kind of got kicked out of Italy a little bit. He kind of got expelled from Italy, and this led him on a journey through Europe. And in the journey through Europe, he ended up writing, like I said, a ton of stuff. His two most famous books are Derech Hashem, The Way of Derech Hashematic, probably the most systematic collection or systematization of Judaism that incorporates both philosophical issues and one system. Derech Hashem is a really, really great book. You can read it in Hebrew and English if you want to study it. It's a fantastic text that really does the work of combining the sort of philosophy of the day. Although the philosophy of that point is a little outdated, but it's still a very amazing book. His other major book is a book on ethics, Vasily Yashari, which is also just really, really great to read, and also you can get it in English too. And both of these books have gone on to become basically classics in the Orthodox world. Based on people, there's even study sessions, so they study these books over and over and over again all through the years. So Derech Hashem and Vasily Yashari are classics of Judaism. They become classics of Judaism, and again, they incorporate Kabbalistic and non-Kabbalistic philosophical elements into one text. Again, Chaim Luzzatto is probably say he's the most important rabbi. And so, in Europe, they're also continuing to do classical Kabbalah, and at this point in the Kabbalistic texts, there's a lot of systematization texts, which are to systematize the learning system, but encyclopedic texts. They're going through and trying to list things, describe what things are. One of the problems that comes along with more technical Kabbalah is that the Hebrew language just isn't actually that good at doing philosophy. There are a lot of technical reasons why this is. German is a far better language for doing philosophy, even than English. And Hebrew is a sort of clumsy language when it comes to doing philosophy. And it's also a bit of a clumsy language when it comes to doing Kabbalah, ironically enough. And so a lot of the technical terms in Kabbalah are very, very confusing. And a lot of what happens during this time period is the encyclopedizing of Kabbalah. And one of the more famous encyclopedias that gets written at this time is one of the books I would love to see translated. I have it downstairs, but I can read it. But they have translated it. It's beyond me. But it's the Sefer Karnaim encyclopedia of the Klub. As you may remember, the shards left over in the process of creating the world, and those shards that are left over are actually demonic demons that sort of haunt the Lurianic world. And it's an encyclopedia of all the things. We actually get a systematic of the evil detritus left over from the creation of the world here in the 18th, 19th centuries in Sefer Karnaim, which is a fabulously interesting text. You can read it online for free. Of course, you have to read in Hebrew, the translation. Now, as you probably also know, in all of this, through the 19th century, the amount of anti-Semitism in Europe doesn't go away. Anti-Semitism has always been there in Europe. There's always been European anti-Semitism. Well, the anti-Semitism gets a new dimension. As you might imagine, as you become more and more part of secular civil society, there's also anti-Semitism that emerges at the level of discrimination of Jews in secular civil society. Of course, the most famous and infamous example of this is the Dreyfus affair in the 19th century. And with this, it was uptick in anti-Semitism and the anti-Semitism. There's sort of three distinct ideas based there. What to do about it. One idea is double down on pious civil protection. Go in theory for many thousands of years, but that theory no one's given up on yet. So one is double down on being pious and civil protection. The other theory is that at some level, you just need to get out of Europe. Europe is just a death trap. We've been living in Europe now for 1,000 years, and for 1,000 years, it's just been a nightmare. It's just been pogrom after crusade, after blood libel, after witch hunt, after whatever. It's just that the Europeans are never going to accept us, and at some level, eventually they're going to try to kill us all. It's just a matter of time. Turns out they were right. So what do? You leave. You leave Europe. You pack your bags and you leave Europe. And in the mid-19th century, that idea takes the form of secular Zionism. This is where Haskalah Jews, enlightened Jews, decide as a group, the situation in Europe is basically we need to leave. And this, of course, very, very nascent Zionism. Now, it's two things that are worth noting here about really early Zionism is that it was entirely a secular movement at first. In fact, it didn't have much religious backing in the mid-20th century, right? And so Zionism was a secular, largely socialist movement, although not all of it was socialist, not all of it was socialist in the way we recognize it now. And that movement, while it did accept some messianic themes, and it was sort of apocalyptic in its narrative and its way to talk about the world, it wasn't really informed by Kabbalah. But I think that it was informed. If you read a lot of the language of the early Zionists, you will see a lot of the exile redemption language. You will see a lot of language that is coming in from the Kabbalah, although I think it's mostly through social osmosis, right? So, let me make that more clear, put a finer point on it. The Zionist movement early on was never influenced by Kabbalah directly, although I think that there is some messianic and some Kabbalistic ideas that have reached into the social osmosis because of Jews, this diet of Kabbalah and Torah. So that's one part of it. The other part of it with the Zionist movement is that from a religious perspective, it was completely remote. It was completely an Avera. The religious world rejected Zionism very early on. When I say the religious world rejected Zionism, most of the religious world still rejects Zionism. It still says Zionism is a toxic ideology that is harmful to Palestinians, and it is irreligious. It's blasphemous. It's straight up heresy. And so this early, and even the Reform movement very early on, even the Reform movement in Germany, at the very beginning of the Reform movement, they rejected Zionism in two major conflicts. So even at the very far progressive end of the Jewish world, Zionism was very unpopular, at least to start. And it remains unpopular now, at least in the Haredi world. If folks have been watching the very wonderful show Shtisel, the soap opera, basically, you'll know in Shtisel, right, every time that they bring the Zionist up, Shulam's brother always says, he refers to Shulam evil people. He always called them Shulam the evil. And so this is on in the response to so it never became religious until much later. In fact, I would say that in many ways it wasn't until Rob Cook, who we'll talk about in a minute, and it certainly wasn't until I think after the Indian War that in a big way you get religious Zionism when you recognize it. I think it's a relatively minority group. The Kabbalah, of course, continues to develop, right? It's not like the Kabbalah stops. It's like, this is a mistaken slide, but the thing down here I want to talk about this. I must have not marked this slide. But anyway, the last thing I want to talk about here is that in the 19th century, what also happened in the non-Jewish world is there's sometimes what is referred to as the occult revival. The occult revival was a re-interest in occult sciences, alpha romantics and stuff. And what you get are people like Ebenezer Sibley and Barrett, who are people who published the Magus. You have a bunch of people really interested in this sort of a Kabbalah that early in the 90s. We also incorporate some older elements of Christian Kabbalah, and they ultimately developed a new form of Kabbalah out of Christian Kabbalah that gets referred to as the Hermetic Kabbalah. And this is a completely non-Jewish, occult-centered version of the Kabbalah, primarily used for engaging in ceremonial magic. So we have elements of Freemasonry being combined with elements of Renaissance magic, and then that being fused together with some elements of Kabbalah and that developed what we now refer to as the Hermetic Kabbalah, which is another third branch of Kabbalah that is developed. There's, of course, Jewish Kabbalah with the K, there is Christian Kabbalah with the C, and now this develops eventually in the early 19th century, 20th century, into Hermetic Kabbalah with the Q. And these forms of Kabbalah continue to practice all the way to this day. Again, 19th century Kabbalah, there's not a Jewish location, barely in England, where this cult revival took place. Just the Hermetic Kabbalah is out of people who their spirituality is wrapped up with the very sophisticated, very complicated system of responses typically referred to. So as I mentioned, right, just a minute ago, one of the things that, one of the other strategies, right, so we have one strategy, double down, being traditional. The other strategy is leave, go to Palestine or wherever. And the other strategy that I mentioned a minute ago too is assimilation. Assimilation was a very daring strategy, and perhaps I think one of the more difficult, and I think that many of the people who did the job of assimilating, I think, get written off as traitors or something. I think it's really unfortunate the way we talk about that generation of folks. But assimilation was the really difficult task of trying to maintain two things at once. It was trying to maintain being Jewish and also trying to maintain your identity in a world that rejected you. Trying to be German and be whatever German you meant. And the problem was that because they thought of you as a sellout, and then Germanized them. And you could do anything, almost, right? I think of people like Husserl. Husserl was the great German whose son fought in World War I and still got into the Nazis. They never could become Jewish enough. In fact, even for the anti-Semite Nazis, the more the Jews related, the more dangerous they were. They were almost hiding among you. And so there was something about this that the strategy of assimilation was always going to be at some level a losing game. But what ends up happening, at least in the academic world, is that, or at least in the religious world, rather, I should say, is that Judaism early on had to basically come to look like Lutheranism. They had to make a Judaism that looked as much like the Lutheranism of the 19th and 20th century as possible. And that movement became the Reform movement, right? Ethical monotheism. And if you look at the Lutheran movement and the early Reform movement, it is amazing how similar they are. Even the choir, it's just like the organs and stuff, right? You're into a classical Reform synagogue, the organ, and they even moved Shabbat to Sunday mornings and stuff, crying. And again, at one level, one way of looking at that is they're trying to sell out. Again, I think this is more that you accuse them of that. You need to walk a mile in their shoes and understand how devastating the reality of anti-Semitism was at that time and how awful it would get. And at the same time, I admire them. I admire the courage it takes to try to figure out a way of being German and Jewish, being French and Jewish in a world that you're basically rejected by both sides, no matter what you do. I think it's very heroic and a very difficult path to march. On the academic front, part of what had to happen to justify the viability of Judaism is to justify it to the world of the theologians. And that's the theologians largely of Lutheran theology in the mid and late 19th century, which, as you probably imagine, you may know even, German scholarship at this time was some of the most amazing scholarships in the world when it comes to the Bible. This is a time period where critical source theory was being developed, this is the Bible being systematically studied, scientifically studied for the first time. This is where Hebrew, the manuscripts of these things, it's really a time period of enormous erudition. In fact, I would say the German biblical scholarship of 10 years probably produced more erudite scholarship than 30 years of what we do. They knew 15 languages. They just did. That's just how they worked. They didn't have the whole Bible. They just had chunks of the Hebrew Bible memorized. So the scholarship was very driven by Lutheran, pietist, very careful scholarship. And so what is emerging at the same time is the attitude to do the same thing in Judaism. And the attitude to do the same thing in Judaism was largely spearheaded by a group of Jewish Haskalah scholars. This movement became known as the Wissenschaft des Judentums movement. And Roz, I beg your forgiveness if I mispronounce my German stuff as I go. So the Wissenschaft des Judentums movement, scientific study of Jewish books, was a movement in the academic study Jewish literature, German religious literature, and published basically representing Judaism to the world. So, what did they study? What did they publish? Talmud. They focused their development, they focused their energy on the Talmud. Why? Because the Talmud, for one, is a highly systematic, highly argumentative book based on logic. They can argue that Judaism is irrational because the Talmud is rational. The Talmud is a book of arguments driven by logic, and therefore Judaism is logical. Right? So we have the ethical components of the Hebrew Bible, and we have the logical components of the Talmud, and therefore Judaism is respectable because it's a paragon of logic. Well, guess what isn't paragon logical? Kabbalah. So, what did the Wissenschaft movement do? Ignored it. Basically pretended that it wasn't there. Why? Because it was embarrassing. It was superstition, it was occultism, it was nonsense, made up, fraudulent stuff. With the Wissenschaft movement, Kabbalah was an embarrassment to the backiness of the Middle Ages because it made Jews look crazy. If you've been listening to some of the stuff I've been saying over the past 14 weeks and think to yourself, God, that sounds, well, it does sound nuts. And can you imagine a bunch of Jewish scholars presenting that to a bunch of erudite Lutheran scholars being like, yes, Jews, we believe that God masturbated reality. What? That's not going to fly, right? It's going to make them hate you. It's going to reinforce every negative stereotype about the Jews. The Jews are irrational. They're driven by superstition. They believe in nonsense. The Wissenschaft movement had to make a decision, and the decision was not Kabbalah, Talmud. And so early on, Kabbalist literature was largely put on the back burner, to put it politely. And as you might know, at the same time this is happening, this is also the same time that all of the movements in Judaism are being reformed. The Reform movement, the Conservative movement, the Masorti movement, the Reconstruction movement began in the 20th century. All of the movements, even modern Orthodox Judaism, all of the movements and movement Judaism in the non-traditional Jewish world, all of them look at some level to the Wissenschaft and they base their Judaism at some level on the Judaism being pumped out by places like JTS, by places like German Scholarship, by places like Cincinnati, the Reformed Seminary. And guess what? None of those places are doing. None of them are doing Kabbalah. Why? Because it's embarrassing. They do not want to look like crazy people. So the Kabbalah is totally sidelined for 2.5, 3 generations by scholars. Completely sidelined. And it's sidelined at a decisive moment in Jewish history. What is that decisive moment? The emergence of the movements. So if you grew up in a movement, the Reform movement, the Conservative movement, if you grew up in any of the movements, their scholars were simply not being trained on Kabbalah. And because they weren't being trained on it, they couldn't teach it. And because they didn't teach it, it was handed to the movements. This is the reason why, especially for folks who are a bit older, if you grew up in the Judaism world, you never heard about Kabbalah. There's a reason why. Because the rabbis you had never learned about it. And that's because the generation learned about it, and the generation before them made a decision not to learn about it. And that's what happened. Effectively, Kabbalah becomes decanonized by the modern Jewish movement. Modern Judaism basically decanonized it. So the Zohar, Sefer Yetzirah, all the literature we've talked about basically goes back on the shelf. And what comes back is Talmud, if you're lucky, but mostly Tanakh. That's the reason why you will never really see in the movements until recently studies of Kabbalah, studies of Talmud, even Talmud. I mean, for folks here who grew up in the movement world, how often did you all study Talmud? How often was Talmud something that you would be encouraged to study or heard about much? Yes, it's chicken. No, yeah, even Talmud. Even Talmud was. you can imagine what sidelines, then surely Mars will be sidelined. So that's one part of the story. A huge part of the story is that Kabbalah didn't go away. They still did Kabbalah in the traditional world. It's in the progressive world that it expands. It was decanonized in our world. And it's only now limited back into canonization. And I think it needs to be recanonized more quickly than that. Of course, the other thing that happens in this time is in the mid-20th century, there's no way to avoid the elephant in the room. It's, of course, the Holocaust. The Holocaust devastated, obviously, European Jewry, but in terms of Kabbalah, it really devastated the Hasidic world. And the reason why it devastated the Hasidic world, as you might imagine, is the Hasidic Jews live basically in these very tight-knit social networks. They are distinctively dressed. They look very Jewish. They pay us. They dress like Jews. Targeting them was the easiest thing in the world. They all live in the same ghettos. So liquidating them and killing them was very tough. So the Hasidic world was incredibly in the Holocaust. I think, unfortunately, and Ross is a better expert at this than I would be, that apocalyptic levels of devastation in the Holocaust is because of they were basically sitting ducks, and also their theology prevented them from leaving. So many of them, because they rejected Zionism, did not try to flee to Palestine. They thought it was religiously verboten to flee to Palestine because they were also tied to the Rebbe. They also didn't want to individually leave, right? They were tied to this person, and so if the Rebbe didn't leave, they didn't leave. And lasted right. They looked the part. When the Einsatzgruppe moves in, they're there. They're living in that. They're living in that shtetl, and they're there with that Rebbe. And it doesn't take an afternoon of a really blackout drunk group of Einsatzgruppe to do the deed to basically eliminate an entire Hasidic dynasty. And Chas v'shalom, it happened over and over and over again in Eastern Europe. Actually, Satmar were killed or something like that. In the Holocaust, it's just a apocalyptic story. And as you know, the only people keeping the light on at this time, in many ways, for Kabbalah, it's the people in Eastern Europe. It's the traditional people. They're the ones keeping on. And with their execution by the beasts that were the Nazis, the light goes out. The light went out. And it was a devastating blow to Kabbalah. Now, luckily, our Sephardic brothers and sisters, Sephardic folks, they were still doing Kabbalah in Morocco. They were still doing Kabbalah over in Baghdad. Still doing Kabbalah in Northern Africa. So it wasn't like that the devastating blow that was dealt to European Jews meant the end of Kabbalah. But it is just important to say that the Hasidic movement and the European Jewry was a very important center of the development of Kabbalah, and the Holocaust uniquely and profoundly destroyed some elements of that continuity. Luckily, they did survive. Many of them survived. And they would regroup. Some of them in America. And in fact, essentially, I just saw my Rebbe. Obama eventually made his way out even before, in the middle of the war. And the Babich Rebbe also made it out. It's one dynasty in Brooklyn, Holy Land, real Holy Land, which is Brooklyn. So Borough Park and Crown Heights, respectively. To go visit the Holy Land. It's right over there. Folks know this, right? Israel is just a borough of Brooklyn. So the real Holy Land is over there, just around Coney Island. So the rebound, folks, the rebound. How did this all rebound? We have the Holocaust, we have the Haskalah, we have the Wissenschaft student movement. How did this rebound? Well, it rebounded in a couple different ways. The rebound in many ways began with a young maverick philologist. People forget that Gerhard Scholem, also people forget that he was Gerhard Scholem. He got Gershomized later when he made Aliyah, but Gerhard Scholem was a young philologist in language. That's a top. Read everything in the original language. And Scholem made the crazy argument that Kabbalah deserved to be academic study. It just deserves academic. It's part part of Jewish history to study. In the 1920s, Gerhard would do all the heavy lifting of reading basically every single Kabbalist book he could get his hands on in the archives. Every single one. And being the good German scholar that he was, he did that. And unlike the Wissenschaft, the Judentum's movement that rejected these works of Kabbalah, Gershom Scholem, Gerhard Scholem argued convincingly that there simply was no Judaism without Kabbalah. You couldn't imagine Judaism without it. Judaism was just as important, or Kabbalah was just as important in history of Judaism as Talmud, as anything else. So Scholem argued over the time that Kabbalah had to be reintegrated both academically and historically into the history and thinking about what Judaism was. And this was by no means easy, folks. When Scholem, who was already an established scholar at the time, was invited to CS at the Jewish Theological Seminary there in New York, he was allowed to speak. The justification to speak was that, look, the Kabbalah is nonsense, right? Kabbalah is Narishkeit. Kabbalah is nonsense, but, right? Narishkeit is Narishkeit. Aber die Geschichte des Narishkeit, das ist Wissenschaft. Right? Nonsense is nonsense, but the history of nonsense is science. So Kabbalah is nonsense, but the history of Kabbalah is science. It's worth studying as historical information, but God forbid anyone be a Kabbalist. That's ridiculous. That, by the way, was coming from the most famous progressive Talmud scholar in 20th century history, Saul Lieber, probably one of the most important Talmud scholars of the early 20th century, the Talmud professor of JTS. Basically invented modern sort of quasi-secular Talmud education, Saul Lieber. That's how Scholem was introduced. Can you imagine being introduced at the JTS by basically saying, yeah, what you study is nonsense, but because it's legitimate. That God forbid anyone actually be that's so Scholem really had to walk an uphill. He fought an uphill battle the entire time to get legitimacy for what he was doing, which is unimaginable now, considering that Kabbalah is so legitimate, so mainstream. But Scholem had to fight that battle in many ways on his own. Luckily, he was a very capable scholar, and he did. Scholem brought with him an army of students. He attracted a great deal of students, folks like Moshe Adel and Justin Don, other folks who have gone on to become themselves leading scholars in the world of Kabbalah. His students were also perfectly willing to criticize him, and they did. They made careers criticizing him. Folks like Moshe Adel really showed how important Scholem was, and also how incomplete Scholem was. And we have a whole new generations of scholars, Yehuda Leibs and Zahi Weiss and all kinds of Bernie Burroughs. It's a huge scholars that blow my mind whenever they write. And so the academic study of Kabbalah is landed. It is now totally legit if you want to study Kabbalah in college. Academic level Kabbalah class. And no one's going to bat an eye. Whether it's part of Jewish history, At the same time, there is an emerging, relatively small movement of religious Zionism, led by Rothschild, and he would eventually give rise to religious Zionism as we know it. Although Rothschild wasn't terribly influenced by, wasn't a huge Kabbalist, but certainly a lot of the luring themes of exile and redemption would play a part in the rise of Zionism. The most important, I think, Kabbalist to come really in the early to mid 20th century would be Rabbi Yehuda Ashlag, the Baal HaSulam, the master of the ladder. And the Baal HaSulam would make Aliyah in Israel, and he would compose two incredibly influential works. The most important, I think, is his commentary on the Zohar and text that it took, I think, 10 years to write, called Hasulam, the ladder. And this is a both to the Zohar, but also, and he translated Zohar out of the very modern Hebrew to make it accessible to a whole generation of people who otherwise would not be able to read the original Aramaic. He published it in basically modern Hebrew, modern Lashon Kodesh, much more accessible in the modern Hebrew. So many people who read Zohar now in the Orthodox world, and also many people who study Isaac Luria are going to study many of his ideas at some level through the lens of Rabbi Ashlag, who also developed his own sort of like interesting communist theory. There's in fact I think a kibbutz that's based on some of his ideals in northern Israel, Galilee. So Yehuda Ashlag becomes very important. I think probably the most important character in all this. Another character that I don't mention in this that I can't believe I left out, of course, is Rabbi Menachem Schneerson, blessed memory. Schneerson, of course, was the head of the Chabad Lubavitch movement, and what's to know about him is that he became one of the most important members of the Kiruv movement, that is to say, the outreach among Orthodox Jews, the Chabad house, because Rebbe sent someone to make one, basically, at least. And this enormous Kiruv network of the Chabad movement, and he was just a hugely important figure in the history of 20th century Judaism. It's really hard to downplay all the really important things that he did. But one of the things that's worth mentioning here that's important, that will be important for going into 21st century Judaism, is that when he died in the 90s, it was already believed in his lifetime that he was the Messiah, and then when he died, people really began to believe he was dead. And so there is a movement in the Chabad world. It's not a super big movement. I don't think it's as big as it was in the late 90s. It seems to be mostly localized to Brooklyn, Israel, especially in Kfar Chabad, where they believe he's the Messiah. Also, I have a so I have, so anyway, the Menachem Schneerson was believed to be at a Chabad yeshiva, and I definitely met people who believed that he was not only not dead, but that he had been taken into heaven somehow bodily, and that he was going to return really soon, and that his return was heralded by Jews who died more Torah, and that basically he was kind of occluded, and his occultation would come to an end, and the Rebbe would reappear as the king Messiah. Of course, you can still go to Crown Heights, you can still go to Brooklyn, and you can still see crowns, images of the Rebbe's flag, which has a yellow with a crown that says Mashiach on Messiah. So there's this huge messianic movement, which again could be a whole class unto itself, inside of the Chabad Lubavitch movement, where they do believe that their late leader is the Messiah, and this is causing some serious problems in the Chabad movement because it is such a movement based on outreach. Although in my experience and what I've been told by folks who have grown up in the movement, is that largely the kind of people that the messianic stuff appeals to are typically people like Juvas who convert back to Orthodox Judaism, and younger people, the more Chabad world doesn't really get down with this Messiah stuff. Although I think they do still troll 770, which is the main world that is Brooklyn. So looks like has this messy on, which is super interesting. For the folks who are in Michigan who are hanging out with me in this class, you probably have never heard about this or run over briefly because the Shem Tov family, which is the larger Chabad family here in Michigan, is a very old Chabad family. They were sent here as emissaries by the Rebbe way back in the 70s or 80s, something like that. But they were the leading force in many ways of the anti-Messianism movement. They really thought the Messianism was dangerous. And the Shem Tov family, which is very powerful here, at least in Michigan, has never been on the Messianic camp. And I don't think the Messianic camp has ever gotten a foothold in the Metro Detroit area when it comes to that stuff. That's different other places, but I don't think that the Messianic camp has ever gotten a foothold. But go to Brooklyn and go to 770. All right, so I'll mention before we really wrap up, guys, as folks know, the Hasidic movement was pioneered by folks like Martin Buber, came out of the Hasidic world but maintained knowledge not the right word, but wanted to sort of modernize and expand the Hasidic movement outside of the dynastic structure. And so many of the tales of the Hasidim and a lot of Hasidic spirituality became sort of exported out of the Hasidic world have been imported into the modern Orthodox world and the conservative world especially, and the Reconstructionist world most recently in sort of the Havarad movement of the 1970s. This is the period of Karl Barth and stuff like that for folks who grew up with Karl Barth, who's not. And so it's in that world that we have the rise of what might be called the Neo-Hasidic movement. And this movement is proven to be extraordinarily popular in the Jewish world. And there are great luminaries in the Neo-Hasidic world, folks who recently passed away, like Rothschild and Shlomi, and Art Green, who's one of Alana's teachers actually in Hebrew College. He's probably the premier Neo-Hasidic teacher in the world right now. It's really funny at Purim that he and I get together and talk about Kabbalah. Really, I feel like I have great honor to be able to hang out with one of the Gaons of Neo-Hasidic. And so I got to spend some time with Art Green when I was in Boston with Alana. So the Neo-Hasidic movement is alive and well, and I think it's popular as ever. I would say that it's actually growing in popularity. And with folks like Joey Weisenberg and other kinds of folks who are really channeling sort of Hasidic ideas into music, that stuff is going to be continued popular. The last thing I'll mention, and this is the thing I imagine some folks already know, is of course mainstream pop culture Kabbalah. The Kabbalah by Rabbi Berg, which has received a lot of criticism, but whenever I think that it's a legit form of Kabbalah as much as anything else is, at least from an academic perspective. The Kabbalah Center is they have outfits all over the world. It's sort of franchises kind of, and they teach a very specific kind of Kabbalah that is tailored toward celebrities. Now there are non-celebrities that do a Kabbalah, but this is made famous by folks like Madonna and I think Britney Spears was into it for a while, which you think even Britney Spears has a Hebrew tattoo on the back of her neck. Some kind of Kabbalistic tattoo. I don't know, not whatever sense Kabbalistic tattoos make. But you go, Brittany. I think she's from Mississippi, so I think we're home state people. So good, me and Brittany go back. So people like Britney Spears and Madonna also embraced Kabbalah in a pretty profound way. And apparently, I think Madonna quit doing concerts on Friday night because of her commitment to certain kinds of Kabbalistic beliefs. Well, I think that the material girl's from here, right? She's from Bay City. Madonna's from Bay City. So the material girl's from here. So you have Rebbe Madonna, who has gone on to become influenced very heavily by Kabbalah at some level, spirituality, although I don't think she's ever converted to Judaism. And there are many other people influenced by the Kabbalah Center. Now, the Kabbalah Center is very polarizing. It's very controversial. They've gotten some trouble with money stuff, unsurprisingly. The organization gets involved with celebrities and get in trouble for money stuff. Can you believe that? So the Kabbalah meetings in the 1990s on pop culture with a lot of pop culture folks, musicians and other folks becoming really influenced by Kabbalistic ideas in those areas. Kabbalah it's gonna live. Kabbalah is gonna survive us all. It's back. The Kabbalah had gone through a couple thousand years or 1,000 years now of turns and twists and messiahs, dead messiahs, apostate messiahs, a mountain of books and commentaries. It's really gone through, I think, almost every kind of travail a religion can go through, a philosophy can go through. No philosophy that I can think of has gone through this much. Platonism or communism or whatever. Kabbalah has gone through so much, and it's had to transform and adapt itself. And when I think about the Kabbalah, is that I'm very happy and very glad to be alive now, because we're in, at some level, the goal of Kabbalistic literature. More Kabbalistic literature is available to me than anyone else in history when it comes to accessible information. More Kabbalistic teachers are available. Secular Kabbalistic education. A class like this is a completely secular academic class on Kabbalah. Also, Kabbalah is accessible to people who's never accessible before. Women, LGBTQ folks, it's accessible in a way that it never was before. And so I say that Kabbalah lives, Kabbalah will live, because we are living in an age where the Kabbalah has finally been able to, at some level, withhold its secret You have to work hard to become a Kabbalist. You learn Hebrew, learn Aramaic, you have to move to Israel, you have to move to Brooklyn. You have to do a lot of heavy lifting if you really want to get into Kabbalah. But you can. It's there. So much of it's on the internet. Right? So much of it you can get via interlibrary alone. You can go buy books right there on Amazon and learn secrets of the Kabbalah that would have been utterly inaccessible to 99% of the Jewish population. Most of history. And there they are, the immediate Pritzker edition of the Zohar, massive 12-volume Pritzker edition. There was no standard English translation of the Zohar prior to that. Not really. And now, for the first time in history, we have access to all 12 volumes of the Zohar, and new things are coming out every day. So we're living the study of Kabbalah, and we're living in a golden age for those who want to be Kabbalists. And I have to say that I'm really happy, and I feel really blessed, and I feel really grateful that all of you have decided to come along with me on this 14-week journey through the history of Kabbalah, because I feel very lucky that I have the privilege and the honor to be able to learn about Kabbalah and share what little I know, and to know that there are people interested in learning about Kabbalah and learning what little I know. And so I just want to thank all of you who hung out with me over the course of the past 14 weeks to learn some Kabbalah together, and to learn about Kabbalah and learn that this tradition is beautiful and science fiction all over the place, weird and wonderful. So I just want to express my deep gratitude for everyone who's dropped in for a class or stayed for all 14, whatever. Just really grateful and really blessed. Feel really for everyone who's had the time, who's taken the time to learn some Kabbalah with me, and given me the opportunity to learn more about Kabbalah in preparation of this class. So that's it. Thank you. It's really an honor and a privilege to be able to come to class. And I look forward to learning with all of you soon, whether Kabbalah or not. I'd love to do a Zohar class. It's like my secret desire to do a big Zohar class. Both study Zohar and also study without Zohar. We have I imagine kind of a class that would be structured like a science class, where you have the lecture in the lab. The lecture would be like this, and then we have a lab. And the lab would be like studying the Zohar, just studying it. So I imagine that's my dream maybe. A lecture lab class would be Zohar. Today's a little more exciting to me than lecture lab. So anyway, folks, that's really up to the community, up to y'all. But I guess again, I'll just end with saying thank you, and so happy that folks have come along with me on this journey. And it doesn't end here. I will definitely say that. Like I said, we're not ending with the end of Kabbalah. We're ending with ... because Kabbalah is going to outlive us all. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, if you'd like to support my work of providing accessible, free, and scholarly content on topics from Kabbalah, alchemy, and the occult, magic, and philosophy, consider supporting my work on Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy. Ancient Gnostic schools of philosophy and spirituality produced some of the most profound, densely populated, and frankly bewildering cosmological systems of antiquity. The reader is confronted with a dizzying array of primal parents, various minds, Ions, saviors, Sophias of light, mystics, emanations, enneads, demiurges, archons, angels, demons, and much else besides. And to make these matters even more confusing, these systems spanned over time, with later texts like the Pistis Sophia positively bursting at the seams with reams and reams of entities. When they say a heavenly pleroma of fullness, they mean it. It's a fullness that completely scandalizes Occam's razor. But of all these cosmological narratives, one text stands out for its complete inaccessibility. Indeed, it's so strange it's only known as the untitled text of the Bruce Codex. Yeah, we understand so little of what's going on in it that it's proven basically impossible to even give it a title. So what can we actually say about this book, this text, one that seems to dwell intensely on the development and population of the primitive pleroma itself, and is probably the most obscure in all of Gnostic literature? Let's explore the labyrinth of untitled text of the Bruce Codex. Make sure to subscribe here to Esoterica for explorations of topics of esoteric history. And if you'd like to support this kind of work and providing evidence-backed, free, and accessible content like this, I hope you consider checking out my Patreon, where you can support the channel and make this kind of content possible, or even pick up some of the cool merch that we have available. And if you're new to the study of esotericism, I've made an entire study guide that will give you a reliable lay of the land and the literature associated with this field. And if you're interested in really going deep into actual historical books on topics in the occult and the mystical, check out our bookstore, Esoterica Rare Books. You can find all those links down below in the description and in the pinned comment. But now let's dive into what I have to admit is one of the most intimidating and perplexing Gnostic texts known. And that's saying something. The untitled text of the Bruce Codex. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane and history, philosophy, and religion. The British explorer James Bruce would purchase the codex that would ultimately come to bear his name in January of 1769 near Medinet Habu in Egypt, making it, along with the Askew Codex, among the earliest Gnostic manuscripts rediscovered in modern times. The untitled text is contained along with the books of You, which I've covered in another episode and are absolutely interesting. Some of my most favorite Gnostic texts, and with some beautiful fragments of Gnostic hymns also that are really worth reading, but they're contained in this aptly named Bruce Codex, and this is dated to sometime in the mid-4th century of the Common Era, and the text is also probably based on a Greek original, perhaps of the late 3rd century. The Codex is in a deplorable state, and what basically of its modern acquisition. It's composed of 78 papyrus leaves, or about 156 pages. The untitled treatise is some 31 of those leaves, of which, along with the cover, which is also just disappeared. When it was eventually acquired by the British Library, the abuse continued for some reason. The codex at this point consisted of loose leaves, which were haphazardly bound together in 1886, literally with no attempt to order the pages, to separate versos from rectos, or not even to put them right side up. They're just pages bound in it upside down, and at that time each leaf was bound together between 2 sheets of tracing paper in an attempt at conservation. But now those sheets of tracing paper are now to the papyrus, rendering contemporary codicological study nearly impossible. Contemporary photos of the state of the codex reveal that it's now worn to the point of being completely unreadable even under ultraviolet light, and is marked by mildew because humid England is in the deserts of Egypt. Luckily, transcripts and early modern edition all those and try to consult the text well, but despite these travails, generally take to be the original order of the pages of the codex, though, again, as we'll see in this episode, not without some disagreement among specialists. The language of the untitled treatise, like Pista Sophia, is a relatively pure Sahidic Coptic, the classical language of the last form of Egyptian language, though not without some idiosyncrasies. In a somewhat elegant punctual hand, unlike the more cursive hand that is used for the books of U. Indeed, the books of U, the hymnic fragments, and the untitled treatise were all the work of different scribes, and originally probably more even codicological fellow travelers. We've lost some of the beginning and some of the end of the untitled treatise, and there are a few leaves that are just sort of stuck randomly in the codex, many scholars thinking they should be at the beginning of the text, while now they are typically shown at the end of the book. And that's included just how confusing this is going to get. Scholars can't even agree if some at the beginning or if they're even at all. What we can say with some degree of certainty, and that's saying also, is that the text is cosmological, specifically cosmogenic in character. It seems primarily to describe the emergence and population of the divine pleroma, the realm prior to the generation of the physical cosmos as we know it. And to give you some sense of just how this text reads, I'm going to actually read you a typical, rather shortish chapter here, chapter 3, in its entirety. This is the Father, the second demiurge. Through the breath of his mouth, the fourth thought inspired those without existence. They came into being through the will of this one, because it is he who commands the all. And so it comes into existence. He created the holy pleroma in this way. 4 gates with 4 monads within the pleroma. 1 monad at each gate and 6 helpers to each gate, making 24 helpers. And 24 myriad powers to each gate, and 9 enneads to each gate, and 10 decads to each gate, and 12 duodecads to each gate, and an overseer who has aspects: an unbegotten aspect, a true aspect, and an unutterable aspect to each gate. One of his aspects looks forth from the gate, the other looks inward to the Cepheus, and the other looks to the height, and the sonship is in each of the monads. And Alfredon is there with his 12 benefic ones. The forefather is also there. Adam is there, who is of the light in his 365 eons. And the perfect mind is there, and they surround a rule which is in immortality. The unutterable aspect of the overseer looks toward the Holy of Holies, that is the infinite one, who is the head of the sanctuary. He has 2 aspects. One is open to the place of the deep, and the other is open to the place of the overseer, which is called the child. And there is a deep there, which is called the light, or the light giver, and an only begotten one is concealed within it, who manifests 3 powers, who is mighty in every power. This is the indivisible one. This is he who is never divided. This is he to whom the all has opened, for to him the power 3 aspects: an aspect, and an all-powerful aspect, and an aspect, which is called Iphis. And there is an only begotten one concealed within him, the triple power. When the thought comes forth from the deep, Alfredon takes it to the only begotten. The only begotten one brings it to the child, and they bring it forth to all the eons as far as the place of the triple powered ones. And they are completed and taken to the 5 unbegotten ones. And it just goes on like that, over and over for dozens and dozens of pages. Just litanies upon litanies of the emergence of entity after entity, some of which are nested dozens, sometimes hundreds deep within one entity, Now, if it were just such a long list of entities, no matter how complicated, this would all be relatively easy to sort out with a good spreadsheet and a float chart. Trust me, I've done that with a great many Gnostic texts, just plotting them out, how each one gives rise to the next in like a spreadsheet. And even the Enochian systems, I've done a sense of all the heptarchics associated with that system. If it were just about spreadsheets, this would be a settled matter. But the text and constantly bombards us with elements that are seemingly foreign to what we generally every other Gnostic system that we know of. For instance, chapter 3 introduces us to a second demiurge. A second demiurge, who, by the way, is never described as even ignorant. So it's not really Sethian or Valentinian in some sense. In fact, both of these demiurges, including another demiurge we'll get to in a bit, a mother demiurge, are clearly divine and beneficent, more typical of Platonic or Hermetic demiurges. So that's not a terribly typical aspect of any Gnostic cosmologies. But we do have a mention of the Sethius and the members of the Four Lights, Eleth, Davidite, and Aureliel, the Triple Power Ones, which are all pretty typical Sethian Gnostic elements, just the same. And while the text will mention two distinct mother deities along with Sophia, and Sophia is just barely mentioned in the text really, we don't have the classic fall of Sophia, generated at the very end of the cycle of emanation and makes a mistake and narrates the demiurge. Though, admittedly, we don't know what the original text was, so maybe they got to it later on and we've just lost that section of the text. Yet, some Christ figure descending over, as we'll see, and is embodied for some salvific role for which the text never completely details. Further, there are other entities, from Hermes the Thriceborn to Machias, Mikar, and Masonius, which are entities associated with baptism, are also mentioned. Even the Watchers, Gamaliel, Strepsukos, and Agramas, apparently of Enochic lore, make an appearance, but they're not evil fallen angels. Rather, they're actually the helpers to those who believed in the light spark. We even mentioned in chapter 3, Perfect Mind showed up. That's interesting because we have other texts under Perfect Mind that mentions this entity. And this just happens over and over and over again in this text. Entities we know by name from other texts are doing completely, utterly unexpected roles. Lists of otherwise unknown entities or powers are punctuated with beings. And all of this is compounded with dozens of nested aspects, powers, crowns, enneads, decads, and titles. It's just like this text is the result of you hitting the random button on a generate Gnostic cosmology game. But it gets worse, or better. I'm really not sure anymore today. The text doesn't seem to have one coherent, linear narrative at all. Chapters 6 and 10 seem to be describing the exact same metaphysical process, but with differing details. Chapter What seems to have mattered is the apparent preservation of variation, an editorial feature which is actually pretty worthy of laud, in my opinion. But, and this is a big but, and I cannot lie, that's a great editorial practice if you flag the reader that, one, you're doing that, and two, if there is a central narrative, just letting us know, doing us the solid of flagging where the variations begin and end. Otherwise, you'd end up with a patently confusing text and or a bunch of apologists trying to square textual circles because of their worship of the hermeneutical idol, of biblical inerrancy. So, great. What we seem to have here are several textual variations quilted together without clear stitches, featuring a very mysterious to us and others, which we know by name and by function other texts, but aren't functioning at all in the ways that we'd expect them to, given our understanding of the wider field of Gnostic literature. But the situation isn't totally hopeless, though after reading this text about a dozen times, I kind of wish it were hopeless, because then I could just give up. Dylan Burns has shown that there is some kind of literary dependence between the untitled text and Zostrianos, one of the so-called Platonizing Sethian text. Now, that's good news and bad news, as you can imagine, because Zostrianos is both the single longest text recovered from the Nag Hammadi library, and it's so badly damaged, especially in the middle of the text, that basically very little can be recovered, at least from that middle part of the section. I mean, when you read it in translation, the amount of bracket ... becomes the refrain of that text. But that said, it does appear that the untitled text is describing a similar kind of pleroma as Zostrianos, but the untitled text works from known primal parent ontologically down toward physical creation, as a person ascent narrative from physical creation up to the pleroma. And I'll let you guess which of the 15 pages of Zostrianos are so damaged as to be effectively unreadable. Yeah, it's the ones that overlap with most of the pleroma as we would find it in the untitled treatise. Esoterica luck. Oh, did I also mention that Zostrianos seems to have been known to Plotinus and his student Porphyry? It doesn't really help at all in this problem, but it's a fun fact, so just random Neoplatonian Gnostic trivia there. A further link to the Sethian tradition in the untitled treatise is the prevalence of various autogenic characters. That is to say, entities which are titled as having caused themselves to come into being. They're just titled that way, but as Mohlberger points out, the Sethian text often designates some characters as autogenes or autogenesis, self-generated, although the text makes it really clear that they were, in fact, emanated from higher powers. So they're really all not autogenic. This autogenic oracular divinatory kind of literature specifically in praises of primal gods, and on those grounds, Mohlberger makes the very convincing argument that once those loose leaves that are now at the end of the McDermott edition, the one I just read from, those seem to hail the autogenic first demiurge, and they should probably be placed at the start of the untitled text, not at the end, as the standard edition has it now. But again, that autogenic feature of some Sethian stuff links it to the kind of autogenic characters that we find in the untitled treatise. And I have to say that reading, putting those sections that are now at the end, back at the beginning, does make a lot of sense to me, especially given the generation of the Divine City, which we're not truly sure what the Divine City, it may have been the primal form of the pleroma that we do see in chapter 1 of the entitled text and in the loose pages now at the end. But going back to Zostrianos, Dylan isn't sure which direction the textual dependence between the two goes. We can see clear textual dependence between Zostrianos and the untitled text. They're similar, sometimes word for word, but they're definitely not cosmology, and we're not sure which direction the Divine Mother isn't mentioned as such in Untitled, although we do get several Divine Mothers, at least two, so they do appear, though again, not expect them. Another clue might be from the strange double demiurges of the Untitled text. Again, it's strange at first with double demiurges, but Mohlberger has shown that the fragments of the Neo-Pythagorean philosopher Numenius also posited the existence of a double demiurge. In his case, Numenius argued that one demiurge crafted the realm of being, that is to say, the realm of the eternal forms and the mathematicals, and if those can be distinguished in Plato, but another demiurge, the lower demiurge, was responsible for impressing those forms onto matter. This is the classic Platonic demiurge as described in the Timaeus. And that kind of maps on to the Untitled treatise. Chapter 1 does have a primal demiurge seemingly beyond all being in the classic Gnostic, Hermetic, Neoplatonic, Neo-Pythagorean vein, but a second demiurge does appear in chapter 3. as I just read, as we've seen, which does generate eons associated with the atom of light. So it's strange for there to be two demiurges. I get it. It is unusual, but there is at least some potential philosophical and textual for such an idea. All said and done, recall the editor of the standard edition of the text, McDermott, seems to hold that chapter 3 is a variation of chapters 1 and 2, and thus should not be read as a continuation of the cosmogenic process at all. So, thus the mention of the second demiurge might just be a kind of attempt by a later editor to harmonize two variant traditions into one text. Well, which is it? Well, honestly, I have no idea. There's no scholarly consensus about this, and both positions seem perfectly reasonable to me. That's just how bonkers this text is. You can literally add an entire text to the beginning, read it again, and think, sure, why not? That seems to make as much sense as anything else about this text. Now, this would usually be part of the video where I would of the flow and any consensus. You want to know why? Because basically no secondary literature on this text even building a consensus. You look, hardly any scholars want to touch books like the Books of You or even the Pistis Sophia, texts universally agreed upon to be obscure in the extreme. But the untitled text is basically regarded as tattering off into the gaping maw of insane nonsense. Or as my friend and a true scholar in this field, M. David Litt, will put it to me, the text has, quote, a painfully high weirdness coefficient. And that's coming from a person absolutely steeped, one of the greatest scholars in the world in Gnostic lore. Also, you got to make sure to check out his content. I'll have a link below for checking out his channel. But as I mentioned, these are the moments where I'm reading it, and it makes me feel like I'm just about got some sense of what's going on, only to immediately lose the thread again. It honestly feels like the writer is pulling some script level not hustle on you. But there's nothing stopping me. Because clearly I'm a bit of an intellectual. Let's give it a whirl. We begin, like many Gnostic texts, with a primal first father set into a similarly primal deep. Emergent from this deep are the first place and the first sound, along with the productive logos or word, which is the first demiurge. That primal crafter generates the basic structures of the divine fullness or pleroma, the one, the ennead, and the spiritual aspects, which will become eventually the first Adam. Within this space, I guess, emerges a second demiurge, which we've been mentioning, which generates the final structures of the pleroma along with the initial population of the pleroma. Various gates, helpers, powers, the atom of light, and his 365 eons, which are probably somehow tied to time. From here, we shift over to a series of deeps, along with their various powers, aspects, as the text including the rated but also include Christ. So Christ has showed up as the fruit of the 12 spaces. We also learn of the deep of Cepheus, from which its mark emerges, which will eventually refer to as the kinsman to the mysteries. Referring to people as kinsmen to the mysteries is just great. I feel like that should be like the name of fans of esoterica, kinsmen to the mysteries. Well, this realm seems to produce the mother city, which parallels the realm of the primal father city of the first two chapters of the Displaced Leaves. Cepheus will dispatch the light spark first up into La Pleroma, which will then fall down into the cosmic realms along with a helpful group of watchers. Yes, a helpful group of watchers. So there's that. Attention now shifts to the 12-pronged ionic crown, which generates a vast array of entities, including the cosmic mist, a feature of the cosmology of the Pistis Sophia and the Books of You, and it may have been the Milky Way, we're not really sure, along with generating a second divine mother, or the All-Mother. During this period, the Christhood merged with the only begotten. They were originally distinct for whatever reason. We have the first of several prayers from the All-Mother. These hymns, by the way, are absolutely beautiful, well worth reading. Getting to them is like an oasis in this cosmology. Before there is some kind of convulsion in the pleroma before peace is restored by the primal overseer. The Sethian triple-powered one now appears. In fact, the recently unbegotten Christ is now made the creative word, or logos, while he was hidden during the disturbance in the pleroma. The nature of this convulsion or disturbance within the pleroma is, of course, never discussed or described. We have no idea what it was, so it's not explained, because that would make sense, and we're not doing that today, apparently. At any rate, the convulsion in the pleroma also draws back the veils between the pleroma and the not pleroma, it seems, wherein the cosmos will appear after the existence is divided between the non-existent with matter of Hule appearing at latter. The All-Mother, who is now seemingly functioning as a kind of third demiurge cosmos of the Earth, moons, and all of the planets, with hauntingly beautiful prayers, thrice begotten one, who's apparently called Hermes. So randomly, it seems like stuff is appearing in the text. Beings seem to be created at this point, provided with a garment of the bodies and provided knowledge of the mysteries, which will ultimately prove salvific. Further prayers of the demiurgic All-Mother, hoping that the condition of her creation, us, won't be condemned to the body garment forever, now appear, and again, these are extremely beautiful. The light spark now descends from the pleroma to become the souls of human beings. The veil between the pleroma and the realm of the cosmos seems now to be closed, and the land down below is divided into the left and the right. Maybe Kemet and Deshret, sort of Egyptian vibes. There's a revelation of cosmic law and the mystery given over to human beings, seemingly only to the ones in the land of the right, that they are in fact gods via the divine spark hidden within them. This is all followed by numerous prayers for redemption, the invitation of various angel-like spirits to aid human beings in their ultimate quest for salvation, the power of baptism, and the apparently sealed deities to aid in this process. And then the text just breaks off. That's the end. Don't have any more of it. We have a few of hymns to the primal father in his city, which, as I mentioned earlier, probably go at the beginning of the text end, although when you read it, you can kind of go either way with it. Now, I want to be very, very clear with you. I would be lying to you if I said this was an accurate summary. I'm not even sure I agree with it myself. You want to see what this text does to your mind? You're not even sure whether or not you agree with yourself anymore when you talk about it. Maybe that's the point. Maybe it's kind of a long-form Gnostic koan or something. Does the untitled treatise in the Bruce Codex make any sense? Moot. And honestly, that's perfectly fine. We aren't entitled to understand everything from history, especially esoteric history. This text and others were probably meant for audiences initiated to mysteries that we'll never have access to, and remain mysterious. We aren't entitled to understand them, and being bewildered by these texts is a blessing, because at least that means they survived. Also, and simply put, you have to go read it for yourself. Break out a spreadsheet, map it all out, see if it makes any analytic heads or tails to you, see if it just makes vibes sense to you. I don't know, you need to read it. But my summary of the text is basically a long-form attempt to make this text make any linear sense, and you should not trust me. You simply have to go read it for yourself and see what you think this text means. If for nothing else, then some of the beautiful, beautiful poetry actually still in it. Some of the most lovely Gnostic poetry I've ever read is in the untitled treatise. That and the free weapons grade bewilderment. There is an unreliable older translation from 1918 that I don't really recommend, but you can read the McNerney translation online for free, so check that out in the link below. Of course, it's also published by Brill, so the demiurge, and also, but they do give you the churchy O'Haric style font, which is fun all itself. But in all seriousness, this is the kind of stuff that I just love doing on this channel. Taking on a text universally regarded by experts as utter, and just having honest exploration of it. This is the esoteric equivalent of hold my beer. Before, punting it to y'all and making it y'all's problem. So, with the exception of the Zostrianos, which I'll come back to, we've covered here on the channel some of the most difficult texts in Gnosticism. The Pistis Sophia, the Books of You, and finally I got up the nerve to do the Untitled text. Well, until new scholarship appears and I have to go do this again. Of course, lots more Gnosticism to come, so stick around for that. Until then, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for coming along with me on these wild rides of these texts where I just say basically that we don't understand what's happening in a text for half an hour. But I appreciate it. Thank you for watching. This is Esoterica, where we explore the arcane and religion. There is simply no story about Western civilization that is not bound up with Jesus and Christianity. And in a sense, we're always asking ourselves, who was Jesus? What were his teachings? What does his fate mean? Indeed, this is true whether we're Christians or not, even whether we even want or not. Ask those questions now and give you what I take to be reasonable historical and scholarly reasons to answer them. And I want to do so by exploring the historical Jesus from what I'll call a methodology of critical maximalism. That's the Jesus of history using the scholarly tools available to me. The Christ of faith is simply beyond the scope of those tools. However, I would suggest that the Christ of faith must ultimately and always answer to the Jesus of history, given the logical priority of the latter to the former. And as I've said before, allowing our faith to dictate our history betrays both. Further, I want to take the New Testament accounts and the Christian tradition as historically as seriously as I can, again, using the tools available to me. Thus, I want to remain historically critical, but employ as much of those narratives as possible, hence critical maximalism. But in detailing this take on the Jesus of history, I'll be echoing the scholarship that strikes me as most reasonable, along with my own take when it makes sense. And I'll flag those when I do this. If you're interested in topics like this, then make sure to subscribe here to Esoterica and check out my other content, mostly in topics in Western esotericism. Also, if you want to support work like this, providing accessible, scholarly, and free content on topics like these here on YouTube, I hope you check out my Patreon or consider some of the cool merch that we have on the channel. That said, let's explore just those foundational questions of Western civilization. Who was Jesus? What were his teachings? And how did his fate ultimately transform the world? I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. Life of Jesus is often presented as a kind of pocket universe, under little to no influence from the world around it, or the history before it. But to understand Jesus' life and teachings, we have to place him in just that history. And to do so, I want to begin in the Galilee just before the time of his birth. As impressive as he was, beastly, frankly, dies sometime around 4 BCE, and long simmering resentment explodes into that power vacuum. A certain Judah, son of Ezekiel, takes the initiative and breaks into the garrison palace at Sepphoris. The tiny village of Nazareth is just within eyeshot, and alongside numerous other would-be bandit messiahs rampages through the region. Publius Quintilius Varus, then the governor of Syria, but he would eventually go on to lose 3 legions in the slaughter in the Teutoburg forest, would take as many legions into the region to put down just that uprising. Still want my legions back. Support the fires burn and Galilean countryside is decorated with 2,000 or so crucified corpses left to rot. Those who would be messianic kings and their followers now strung up, naked, bloated, and picked at by birds. A girl of only 13 or 14 and the man that she is betrothed to hurry past a crucified corpse to avoid the smell and the horror of it all. They've established tonight, but they've yet to have Kedushin according to Jewish law. She's engaged to be married, but it's not just the dreadful reality around them that keeps them silent. She's missed her period, and their marriage is not fully legal, much less consummated. Tradition has it that Mary, was raised in Sepphoris. Her hometown is now a ruin, her country is an open-air tomb, and her pregnancy now threatens to doom her reputation forever. Shifts. The fetid odor of decom slightly clears. Maybe Joseph and Mary remove the cloth soaked from spices from their face to begin to have what was no doubt a profoundly difficult conversation about what to do next. And about 40 kilometers to the north, at Gush Kalav, the Romans are rounding up entire families for exile into Asia Minor. One of those families, according to Jerome, would take their young child Saul into exile with them, eventually settling in the capital of Cilicia at Tarsus. The young child Saul would grow up in a far more cosmopolitan world than he would have had access to in the Galilee. Tarsus even sported their own academy, where Athenodorus, tutor to the Emperor Augustus, would eventually teach and fix the haunted house over there in Athens. It's very possible that the lives of both Mary and Paul, separated by about 15 years in age, would have been bookended by messiahs and by the colonial violence done to them. The tiny village of Nazareth was no place to have a baby out of wedlock. It would have destroyed Mary's reputation and social forever. Suspicion that the child was a child born of relationships would have prevented them virtually any future marriage prospects. The father is unknown. Perhaps Joseph, apparently an older local craftsman, apparently agreed to marry her, maybe just to save her from the ruinous shame of it all. Mary and her child would never fully outlive the suspicion. The identity of the father of her child is just lost to history. But one ventures to imagine a distinct and horrible possibility. The catastrophe of the uprisings in the regions no doubt made vulnerable populations like women and girls all the more precarious. Indeed, that the father of the child was a Roman soldier was a rumor already current by the 2nd century. Celsus claims that the father was just such a Roman soldier named Pantera, or Pandera, the Panther, and subsequent Christian, pagan, and Jewish sources continue to forward this narrative as slandered it as just that. Pantera was, however, a Roman name, and at least one Pantera from Poseidon is known from his tombstone, which is now preserved in Germany, but another Jewish Pentheros, along with a burial just north of the old city in Jerusalem. Whoever the father was, he was clearly no longer in the picture later in the pregnancy, and Joseph and Mary seem to have stuck it out, regardless of the potential social stigma. That Mary and Joseph would travel south to Judea for a census with our child born in Bethlehem manger is known to all of us, but mostly doubted by scholars interested in the historical Jesus. This skeptical position is usually considered because Mark has no such story, and it seems to be basically contrived just to get Jesus into Bethlehem, born in Bethlehem, because he kind of had to claim messianic authority. I'm sympathetic to this skeptical position, to be honest, but I can also think of a perfectly good reason why Mary would have come south to Judea after all. Recall that she's illicitly pregnant in a small village, and childbirth and birth baby was a village pariah, soon to give distinct sad prospect, and her traveling to be around a more supportive family, perhaps during one of the three pilgrimage festivals to Jerusalem that she would have made every year. This makes some degree of sense, and it just so happens that she did in fact have such family, seemingly an aunt or a cousin, living just over 6 kilometers to the west of Jerusalem. Further, her relative Elizabeth was married to a priest named Zachariah, and thus the family would have had at least some degree of an air of respectability, something the illicitly pregnant Mary would have desperately needed. Elizabeth herself was already 6 months pregnant with a child that she would go on to name Yochanan. That child would become John the Baptizer. Perhaps here in Judea, Mary would give birth to her child, she named Yehoshua, English name for Joshua, but in Aramaic probably Yeshu or Yeshua, and Latin via Greek as, of course, Jesus. And the two, Jesus and John, would have known each other growing up. Jesus visiting the pilgrimage festivals at least 3 times a year. They were kids that we know basically nothing about the early life of Jesus. The Gospels are more or less only concerned with his preaching, his miracles, and his final days. Indeed, the bulk of the Gospels practice just his last hours. But of course, Jesus lived his life as a religious Jew in the Galilee. His family was unsurprisingly poor. When it came to the redemption of the firstborn, or Pidyon Ben, they couldn't even afford the standard sheep sacrifice required, giving the substitute sacrifice of a pair of doves or 2 pigeons. He seems to have taken up the family trade of being a tekton, and traditionally this is translated as a carpenter, but I suspect, along with other scholars, probably something like a stonemason or a similar craftsperson working on the various construction projects of Herod Antipas, such as the rebuilding of Sepphoris in his teens or so, or Tiberius in his 20s. That man, Herod Antipas, would eventually murder John and be an accessory to the murder of his kinsman, Jesus. He was working for the person who would ultimately play a role in killing him. Indeed, his prayer teachings are filled with the images of working poor like him and his family. He spoke Aramaic in the Galilean dialect that was often mocked by the Southerners as fish, and probably had some Greek, and I'm sure knew what it was like down to in Latin. Jesus, like many great religious leaders, ironically wrote nothing down so far as we can tell. He had some religious education. He could read the Torah in Hebrew and debate matters of Jewish law or halakha. Those debates would have largely been framed at that time by the 2 great legal houses of Hillel and Shammai, both of those people passing away during the lifetime of Jesus and themselves being buried in the Galilee. I wouldn't be surprised if Jesus himself didn't attend one of those funerals. Many of Jesus' religious teachings make it pretty clear that his positions were closely aligned with those of the house of Hillel. At times he even directly echoes Hillel himself. And like all Jews, he was strict on some matters of the law and lenient on others. His teaching on Sabbath observance was scandalously lax, but his teaching on divorce was scandalously strict. But the truth of the matter is that Jesus lived in a Judaism, temple, pilgrimages, and sacrifices. That institution was primarily ran by the wealthy traditionalist party known as the Sadducees. Of the old money Israelite religion, they rejected the afterlife, angels and demons, and much beyond the Torah as simply paganism. In many ways, they represent the religion of the Hebrew Bible more than any of their contemporaries. They were also closely aligned with the Romans, making them all the more unpopular with the population, even being seen as compromising the sanctity of the temple itself. The Pharisees, on the other hand, were largely the rabbinical faction, whose primary interest was in day-to-day Jewish life. Thus, living a life of justice and holiness according to the Torah and traditions was simply paramount for them. And while Jesus is often seen sparring intellectually with the Pharisees plotted to do him some harm, what's often forgotten or just ignored is that Jesus himself was a kind of Pharisee, a rabbinical teacher fundamentally interested in ethical life and observing the commandments revealed to Moses by God. I suspect this is also why Christians ever read and composed by the Pharisees themselves, texts like vote, much of which unsurprisingly aligns with of that very rabbinical context. But following the destruction of the Solomonic Temple in 586, the subsequent Babylonian exile and period of the Second Temple period, another form of Judaism also emerged, what scholars now call the apocalyptic. This mode of Judaism was marked by an interest in cosmogony, events in the primordial past, what is called ex eventu prophecy, couched in very symbolic language. Ex eventu prophecy is prophecy that speaks critically about the present as if it's happening in the future. There's also anxiety in this religious mode about oppression and tribulation. There's talk of eschatological upheavals, especially the judgment and the eventual fate of the righteous and the wicked are profoundly highlighted in this form of Judaism. There's otherworldly journey, vast journey through the earth, lots of good evil savior figures and anti-messianic characters. And the literature is interested in the structure of the heavens and hells, the hidden role of angels and demons in worldly affairs, finally deterministic attitude. That is to say, God is in control of everything and everything is going according to God's plan. Much of the literature is pseudo-anonymous and allegedly ancient authorship of these texts. And of course, what gives its name to this entire genre, the revealing or apocalypsis from the Greek word meaning to unveil or to uncover, all of this talking to a human agent through an angelic emissary. This apocalyptic mode of Judaism was clearly popular. Dozens of such texts were composed in the centuries proximate to the life of Jesus, and is perhaps best witnessed by the documents that we now know of as the Dead Sea Scrolls. These documents, likely composed by the Essene faction, display a deeply apocalyptic ideology, whereby their messianic leader, the teacher of righteousness, was expelled or otherwise led higher priest in the temple as in its corruption. This group dedicated its existence to strict observance of Torah, high degree of ritual purity, and understanding the prophetic text of the Hebrew Bible, unfolding events during their lifetimes. Specifically, they held that with the teacher of righteousness' death, that a certain kind of countdown had begun, whereby they were going to be thrust into a final battle with the forces of evil, the sons of darkness, led by Belial, and their earthly allies, the Kittim, a codename for the Romans. Gnostic schools of philosophy and spirituality produce some of the most profound, densely populated, and frankly bewildering cosmologies of antiquity. The reader is confronted with a dizzying array of primal parents, various minds, lights, aeons, saviors, Sophias, treasuries of light, mists, syzygies, emanations, enneads, demiurges, archons, angels, demons, and much else besides. And to make these matters even more confusing, this is really the fight of the kid. Oh, fight of the kid, but it's looking a little different because Cal decided to go sit in the sun in Mexico.
That's right, Mexico. You know, Brendan, I'm here in Puerto Vallarta.
Is the cartel using your mouth?
Well, yeah, I don't know if you remember, but they attacked the airport and the town.
Yeah.
And that's not good for what's called tourism.
Yeah.
So they had a bunch of cancellations. And when I say a bunch, I mean all the
Hey,
cancellations.
but you know what? You got a good deal.
We got a good deal, and we are the only ones here. It's pretty cool when you're playing golf and there's literally no one anywhere to be found. You know, you're either going to die or you got a good deal. So listen,
Fun though?
nice.
Fun though?
Bubba, I had fun, and if they take me out, they take my whole family out. It's all good. We're in heaven.
Listen, now usually I never agree to a Zoom podcast. Never. I hate them, right? But we had to recap UFC Freedom 250. Now I just did 2 hours of it on my show. But listen, that's not. I need your insight. And I'll say this. And you know this. This is the first time ever when I was watching the event. I couldn't wait. I literally was counting down the days. I was watching the event and I went, oh, I wish I went. It's the only time I've ever watched a fight. I went, oh man, I wish I went. Now it's also the only event that you typically, any event I can get tickets to. Any event, I always know somebody I can get tickets. This is the only event where I couldn't get tickets.
and you're very close to a guy named Joe Rogan. I mean,
I didn't ask him. I didn't ask him, but it just, you know, I don't think you and I could have got into this one, Bubba.
It's probably the one we're getting into anything we want. This was the one where it's like, hey, listen, now are you a military? Are you a war hero? Responder? You just stick out. Are you podcast comic? Oh, and you want to in? Right. Oh, I'll tell you where we would have gotten in. I tell you with no problem. We would have gotten into that watch party with 80,000.
Yeah,
no problem,
buddy. If we, in hindsight, we probably should have went to that.
We would have watched it on a big screen, and then we would have looked at each other and said, should have stayed home.
You were watching the fights from Mexico?
And from Mexico. I'm also
thoughts. Give me your thought. Did it go better than you thought? Now, I'll tell you this. Ready for this number? Now they're still adding it up. They're still adding the numbers up. I was just talking to Rogan. Literally before we talked, I was talking to Rogan. They're estimating minimum 130 million people watch this fight.
My Lord. Well, listen, I'm going to say this. Going on the White House because you get loose cannons like Josh Hogan, who says things that I didn't like that personally.
Should be expected though. Expected.
A little clumsy. I think he's a really high fight IQ and blah blah blah.
Right. Don't get twisted. Yeah.
Yeah, and a hell of an athlete.
Take him out of it. Take that out of it. I'm going to take him out of it.
I'm going to say this. I thought it was so classy. I thought it was so beautiful.
Right.
Can we talk about how talented that fucking band was?
Bro, are they not the MVP of the entire night?
Did they miss a note? I was like, what?
The president's band or some shit like that?
I don't know. The black woman that was like, he played that Johnny Cash cover.
With Justin Gage walked out? What?
I was like, what is going on? And then they played that the Spanish song for they played Chamas. This is whoever put this on genius. Walking down, flanked with a fireman, flanked with decorated first responders. I was like, come on, dude.
How about Justin Gage reading the Declaration of Independence?
Oh my God!
He walks out.
Oh my God, dude!
I looked at my kiddos. I went, guys, because they're like paying attention. Comments around. I went, hold on, sit down. I go, buddy, you fellas, listen, gather around. I go, this will never happen again in my lifetime or your lifetime. You will never ever see this again. And Ty goes, but Dad, there's gonna be other presidents. I go, there are. None of them will ever entertain this. This will never happen again.
And Brandon, I'm going to take heat for this, but I'm going to compare it to what happened under the Biden administration. Now, you and I know that UFC, MMA, when you're fighting on that stage, to get there, and to perform well, to perform badly, is such an accomplishment. It requires, say it with me, all of you. It's a sport that requires all of you. Your training, your courage, your craftsmanship, your team. And it's just, I love it. And so, okay, beautiful. The Biden administration had a giant LGBTQ parade. People that drag, and they took pictures topless. So that was cool too. So you see what I'm saying? So that was patriotic too. Same, right? Same thing. And without being a fan of UFC, I know that people said it was backyard wrestling. I get it because you don't understand the sport. I get that it's a little rough around the edges. I get that, but I do kind of miss the Biden days when a man could throw on a wig and be a witness to the ceremony, and then girls, quote unquote, could take pictures of their man tits. So that was good.
Hey, some dude posted it, so it's the best picture of all time. I'm gonna get it framed in studio here. It's a picture of the White House with the UFC Freedom octagon, the big USA flag, and the fighter jets flying over with the flags flying, and then there's like lightning.
I got.
Me too. Snap that picture. Man, I'm not even trying to be political. I'm not a fan of Trump. I'm not even political. We are so bad. He goes, USA is so bad. Fucking right, man.
And by the way, Trump signed that deal with Iran on that day too, which is pretty cool, right? I mean, look, it went off with such a bang. I am kind of proud of myself because I called most of my picks. O'Malley looked beautiful.
Yeah, that was the only one I think you were off on. With O'Malley.
I always root for O'Malley, but if I was putting money, I wanted to put money. I was only putting, if I didn't bet, but I said if I were to put money, Zahabi has a high fight IQ, and he's got his brother and GSP in his corner, so you could see them game plan. He's not the athlete.
I know, but their game plan was, it's like, and Rogan and DC alluded to this, which I disagreed with him on this. Like, his game plan was like avoid big shots and just inside leg kick, but they weren't the damaging leg kicks that compromise a fighter. They were slaps and moving out of the way. So I'm like, hold on, it's just an inside leg kick for 15 minutes? Like, eventually you're going to have to fight. And I think they told him that. And then I came in, you got to bear down and take some shot. Like, we got to exchange here a little bit. He's like, oh, I'll do that. Night's over.
O'Malley is different. And I always, like me, I'm always going to root for O'Malley.
I just have to. Yeah, no shit.
So I just love seeing him win. But I've been a Gone Dick Rider forever, as you know. I just saw what I saw him do to before the eye pokes with Aspinall. I was watching him going, damn. And now to see what he did to Chama. And again, you know,
but B, just real quick.
Yeah.
It is what it is. Illegal shots again. No, 6 to 12 illegal shots to the back of the head again.
Well, okay, let's get into that. Before we get into that, let's get into it.
My thing is, like, you didn't need to do that. Could you not fucking cheap shot for once, for God's sakes?
Yeah.
Like, he was going to win no matter what, but I also think, like, there's a reason. I was talking about this on Big Round. In the history of combat sports, has ever been boxing to get the fuck out of it. It's like 1 pound. But I'm talking mixed martial arts. There's a reason. Now, Cyril Gahn couldn't make 205. There's a reason.
You would never make 205.
I can't. So the heavyweight division can't. So the reason why the odds were so close, the odd makers and experts went, we don't really know. Maybe Proton can pull this off right away. Very everyone. Oh, okay. Listen, he attempted greatness. All good. It's just not happening. It's not happening.
That's right. It's not happening.
So I was cool with the stop until I went, oh, no, stop it. No. Okay, we didn't know. Now we know. No, okay. Now we know.
By the way, that's so great. Oh, we didn't realize.
Oh, shit. No. He can't fight a heavyweight. Okay, all good. Yeah, get him out of there. No, we're good.
Yeah. Sometimes you see that and your hand goes to your mouth and you go, oh, geez. Oh, okay. And by the way, that's why we have 8 weight classes. I know Chama got up to 250. That's fantastic. His frame is a 205-pound man. Rogan couldn't do that if you took one of his legs off. And this is what happens when you fuck with the big boys.
When he's 14, he can have 185.
That's exactly right. Now, I need you also to acknowledge that I think Cyril Gahn's striking is a different level too. He seems to be very high level striking.
Listen, he's a high level striker.
Yeah.
If they're the same weight, Proton's a more decorated, better striker, but at heavyweight, it's a different ecosystem. It's just different.
He got caught with a jab, didn't he? He got caught with a jab.
Fuck him up. Now, to your point, too, there's a weight class for a reason. You didn't even say this about Ilya. Look how small Ilya was compared to Justin. Justin's the first real lightweight he's ever fought. Because listen, he fought Charles Oliveira, started at 145, right? He fought, who else did he beat? He beat Max Holloway, started at 145. These are natural lightweights. Now you fight Justin, do you think Justin can make 145? No. Let's take a little break here from Chat with the Kid. What's softer than cashmere and warm? Paca hoodie. I check out, I'm hearing some of my favorite podcasters talking about Paca. That's right, Paca the animal. It's so damn soft. Paca makes outdoor and lifestyle alpaca fiber, one of the world's most sustainable natural fibers. Their best-selling hoodie is softer than cashmere, warmer than wool, and super breathable. The hoodie is built for real life. Order resistance, durable, made to freaking last. Each one is made start to finish in Peru. All right? Over 250,000 people have already picked up the Paca hoodie. What makes it even better? Well, the Paca hoodie is so damn good. We haven't gotten ours yet. We're waiting. I hear great things about them. So if you're thinking about leveling up your hoodie game, this is your sign to do it now. So grab your Paca hoodie. That's P-A-K-A. Just go to www.pacaapparel.com. That's pacaapparel.com. If anything, I go to 170.
Part of the reason I chose Justin, part of the reason I texted you and I said my pick is Justin,
You did.
is because I had been at the UFC and I saw how big he was. I saw his back. I went and used to train him. I went, oh, that's a heater. And I went, and by the way, he changes people's lives. He ends careers. He hits you so fucking hard. Patty Pimblett, I don't Ferguson. When you want to stand in an exchange, and I knew that Topuria, as great a boxer as he is, he's got to get close. He's going to plod towards you, just like Peloton does. And I was like, you're going to pay a big price with a guy who hits harder than you. Oh, Topuria hits hard. Yes, he does. Just engage you. Remember what Khabib said? Khabib said, I've never been hit. His power is ridiculous. And again, you've always said this, Justin Gaethje is a ridiculously good athlete. He's a very good athlete. Crazy. And a fucking veteran. And you don't get away with anything with that guy. He's the guy, he's different. It's like you get away with everything with other people. Gaethje, you just don't get away with certain things. You don't. And if you want to get in there and slug with him, you might get lucky, like not lucky, but you might catch him the way Max Holloway did. But not with Holloway's another big guy.
If you're Justin, what do you do? I think you should. This is it. Doesn't get any better than this. Ride for the Sunset.
Doesn't get any better than this. Retire.
Same.
And by the way, you sail off in the sunset, swan song of swan songs, and you retire with legendary status, and you have a second career. You call Brendan Schaub. You say, Brendan, you're super good at transitions. Please help me. I want to know what I should do. I know you have the game plan for him. He follows that game plan. He makes just as much or more money now. Does anybody not love him? Does anybody not love him? So you got your brain intact. Please stop this. And there, I can't think of a better way to retire. Now,
Best retirement ever. Best retirement ever.
You guys have so much trouble with that. It's very hard to say goodbye to that.
But he's thinking about it. He even told, because he told his mom, he's like, this might be my last one. I promised her I wouldn't decide tonight. But it's like, buddy, this is the best end of the movie ever. If you want to keep doing it and do that, this is why I said I'm going to break down. This is why anybody is trying to get their hand in his pocket and they're not a threat.
Yes.
The thing you should do, retire. Yes. It's never going to get better than this. Retire. If Conor wins, it's a big if Conor wins, and then the UFC and Conor beg you to come out of retirement and fight in December, now we can do that because that's a favorable fight, favorable matchup, and we'll make all the money. But we're not sitting around and fighting Norman.
You make all the money. You make $1 million.
And it's a good fight. It's a good fight for him. It's a good fight. But other than that, they're still going to beg you to come back and fight Conor.
Other than that, nothing. You fight Conor at 70, so you have a leisurely camp.
Sure.
And you put a molly-whopping on him.
Yep.
And you retire. That's a $30 million fight.
Anything other than that, we're not doing it. You go play golf, do backflips, go with your girl, sign autographs and tits.
Sign autographs and tits, Bob. What it is. Now, I'm gonna make. Here's the thing. Topuria and Boy MMA. I'm looking at this beautiful man. I'm looking at him make that walk. I'm like, boy, doesn't classy, looks fantastic, and then he gets that damage. He will not be the same fighter ever.
And that's what happened. So broken eye, broken nose. So you're out at least 6 to 8 months, right? And he did just issue a statement saying, I had the best camp of my life. I was ready to go. Justin, you're just that good. Hats off to you. But this story's not done. I'll see you in a rematch. You're not. We're never rematching. Nothing's over. You don't do rematches when you get beat up for 3 out of 4 rounds. There's no rematch.
When you can't finish the fight.
There's no rematch. He goes. You shut my eye shut my left eye in the first round. By the third round, I can see out of my left or right eye. So there's that. So yeah. Okay, there's that. Yeah, we gotta stop.
His face looked unrecognizable, and I went. That's the horror. That is the horror of. I mean, if you want it, it's my dad. That's all.
Big dog. In bananas, no, with the peel on. This is my thing with Ilya. You've seen this too, but it's like Justin said going into this fight, goes, I've lost before. It's all good. Like, I think his losses at Max and to Khabib set him up for this success. He's lost before, and he goes, it's not the end of the world. I know with my fighting style, I can lose on any given night. It is what it is. I train the same, but I'm not invincible. If I'm on my P's and Q's, I'm going to lose. Ilya was told by him, by his team, everyone around, you're the God's gift to the UFC. You can't lose. You have the touch of God. Dude, he had a victory party Saturday night before the fight, celebrating the fight.
I know.
And then,
when I heard that, I went, and I told you, I was like, I said that it's a tough choice, but I like it. Remember, because I said I got Justin.
It's cute till you lose, and then just no respect for the Warhorse, Justin Gaethje. You're just gonna walk forward and not fake.
Talk about 2 minutes,
and he just walked forward like this. I went, what's he? I looked at my wife. I go, what's he doing? Oh no, he's not taking it serious. Oh no. I went, no. And then jab, uppercut, jab. I'm like, what the fuck is he doing? No fakes. And then notice that second round, he has more success. Throwing things, setting it up, but the lack of respect for the great American. And hey, Spain, fuck around, find out. Hey, Bubba, these colors don't run. Hey, these colors don't run.
Spain will work your body. Spain will work your body.
Spain will get you a good body shot, but guess what? These colors don't run. These colors don't run. And you're on our front lawn? Hold up. Hey, Spaniard. Hey, El Matador. Hey, killer, as they call you. These colors don't run, and you're on our front porch.
He came to our house, Bubba. You can't call me out. You can't come to my house and go, come out on your front lawn. I'm going to fight you. You came all the way from Spain to do that.
These colors don't run. And also, you come to my
house. Love watching me from the house.
You come to my house, respect. Take your shoes off.
We got the Declaration of Independence right there. I mean, it's right there.
You know, zero respect. Came in, take your shoes off, just went into the covers, went, I don't give a fuck. You're not getting nothing. Oh, Bubba, these colors don't run.
Well, I clocked something else, and I love to worry, but he didn't really take in the Oval Office. Didn't look around a little bit. Can I get a pause?
He's walking past the President Hall of Fame. All the pictures went, Take a little break here. Summer's always changing how I get dressed. I want pieces that feel lighter, more breathable, especially out here in the Texas humidity. It gets toasty. Things that are easy but still put together well. That's why I keep coming back to Quinn's. They focus on high-quality essentials that feel and look amazing, breathable out here in the Texas sun, man. All right? They have all the basics without the luxury markup. All right? They're European linen pants. They sent to me. You boys wear it all summer long. They start at just $34. Boy, be sweating in these pants, but I stay breathable. Everything at Quinn's is priced 50 to 8 brands. They got you, man. Elevate your summer wardrobe and go to quince.com/fighter for free shipping on your order. 365-day returns. Now available in Canada, too. That's QUINCE.com/fighter for free shipping, 365-day returns. Quince.com/fighter. Let's take a little break here. This episode of The Fighting the Kid from Mexico is brought to you by Shopify, the e-commerce platform behind millions of business around the world, and 10% of all e-commerce in the USA, from household names to big old boys to small brands like The Fighting the Kid and Drive Fast All Gas. That's the brand just getting started. To get started with your own design studio with hundreds of ready-to-use templates, Shopify helps you build a beautiful online store that matches your brand style. Get the word out like you have your own marketing team behind you. Easy to create emails, social media campaigns, wherever your customers are scrolling or strolling. All right? And their customer service, dude, it's award-winning 24/7. They got you, man. They got you. They have the iconic Shop Pay little thing right there. Right there, all right? The iconic purple Shop Pay button that's used by millions of businesses around the world. That's why Shopify is the best converting checkout. So it's time to turn those what ifs into cha-ching with Shopify today. Sign up for your $1 per month trial at shopify.com/fighter. Go to shopify.com/fighter. That's shopify.com/fighter. Cha-ching.
Here's a question. You ever find yourself needing nicotine pouch. I need caffeine right now. Okay. Well, guess what? There's an alternative. It's called Ultra Pouches. Ultra Pouches is a completely guilt-free pouch. No caffeine, no nicotine. So it's like, wait a minute. What are you saying? What's in it? Well, I'm talking about a pouch with certain things in it, like adaptogens and nootropics that give you the kind of energy, the kind of calm, sustained, smooth energy that you're looking for. All right? And Ultra Pouches got together with these scientists, basically, ended up with neuroscientists, designed these proven nootropic and adaptogen, smooth energy that lasts up to 1 to 2 hours. So if you need that kind of energy, this is what it's about. They use Infinity PX, a cleaner, smoother energy boost. It's more smooth than caffeine. L-theanine, an amino acid promoting calm energy, and alpha GPC, a nootropic for enhanced mental processing, and vitamin B12 and vitamin B6 for balanced energy and mood. All right, clean, plant-powered, designed to sharpen your mind, lift your energy. All right. So that's what it's about. And I'm talking about something with no caffeine, no nicotine. The problem with caffeine and nicotine is it increases your heart rate. It can actually lead to lower testosterone. It can cause all kinds of problems. But more importantly, it disrupts your sleep. But you can still get that sustained energy with Ultra Pouches. And that's really important. Who doesn't want more? Who doesn't want energy? Who doesn't want smooth energy? Who doesn't want mood balance? All right? They've got all different flavors, by the way. They've got cool mint, wintergreen, tropical, watermelon, blue raz, whatever that is. It's a tart, sweet thing. But it is the ultimate guilt-free pouch. Delivers instant focus and mental clarity. Go to takeultra.com/fighter. All right, Take Ultra. Well, it's code fighter, I should say. So takeultra.com, code fighter. For 15% off, give it a shot. I'm going to say it again. Go to takeultra.com. Use code FIGHTER and enjoy the sprawling expanse behind me. I'm not saying that'll come with it, but try them out. They're awesome. Ultra Pouches. Alternative to caffeine. I mean, I was like, hey, I need a little pause. I need a little reverence, if you don't mind.
And Justin was waiting and went, oh, I'm about to give you a red, white, and black ass. And Bubba? Oh, buddy.
White, black, and black. We added black, okay? It's red, white, and blue. I'm going to add a little black, if you guys don't mind, the black and blue.
Mind if I give a little black eye here?
And now the question becomes, can Ilya Taporia, because that's got to fuck with your confidence. You were in a fucking car accident, okay? What happened was you came in with a very clean, fresh face. I'm saying this with respect because I respect him.
Yeah, he has that same nose face.
Looking fantastic, you're the gold boy. And you left, you got yourself into a serious car accident. And I'm not kidding. Car accident.
Straight up.
And you couldn't even be interviewed. You had to go to the hospital. Of course, I hope he makes a full recovery. I hope he's great. I hope to see him again. Of course,
I'll never be the same.
It's very hard to be the same.
You know why, B? It happened to Rhonda too. It's when your team is telling you you're the best thing on earth, you can't lose, you're untouchable, you're God's chosen one, and then Justin Gaethje goes, oh, you disrespect my house. And then he goes, oh shit, I'm not the chosen one. It's like, oh no, God doesn't give a shit, dude. No, God's saying favorite. You don't have a special, just train hard. Everybody does.
You can't ask Tony Ferguson, ask Patty Pimblett, ask anybody. He just hits you so fucking hard, man.
But B, now I just remember, now you gave up on Patty. Patty's pretty good.
Very good.
Patty's better than we thought. Right?
Yes.
My takeaway went, Patty's pretty fucking tough. He didn't have to go for 5 rounds, didn't quit on the stool.
By the way,
right?
Patty's, and again, Bubba, Patty's a big person.
Huge.
Patty, huge. Patty up to 220.
Huge. Too big.
So
too big.
So again,
Disrespectful, but
he is a small guy, Bubba.
Tiny.
And you
Patty's
don't walk toward a giant 55 like that who hits with that kind of power, who is that much of a veteran, who's that good an athlete, who's a two-time All-American, a real athlete, man. And so, it was a beautiful thing. The challenge for Ilia Topuria now becomes, who am I now? How do I deal with that? Look, it's very hard to be that confident when you a price like that. It really is. You get gun shy. And how would he fight? How would he fight Justin Gaethje again if he ever had to? How would he fight him again?
They're never going to fight again. Justin's not going to give him a rematch. He's either going to retire or fight Conor. So that's never going to happen. You wake up, your face is swollen shut, and at the end of the day, you're still 5'2".
Yeah.
Ain't that a bitch? And you want to disrespect the Oval Office, Bubba? You want to disrespect the Oval Office? And you're 5'2"? What world are you living in, Bubba? What world are you living in?
5'6". Let's be
tough. Not 5'6", about 5'2" on a good hair day. Listen, and you're gonna come into the White House and not take your shoes off? Well, guess what? We got an old country boy here named Justin Gaethje, and he wants to have a little talk with you, son.
Well, Justin was fighting for the first responders and the troops. Justin had a great deal of reverence, as you should. As you should. That is
read the Declaration of Independence.
You and I have been in that room. To me, the Oval Office, the White House, to me, is hallowed ground. It's when I'm there, I'm on my best behavior. You and I were in suits.
We're in suits, dude. How about we're watching?
Is that a lie? Or we're being suits?
No, we're in suits. No, it was in suit. We're all in suits. We have to. Yeah, we're in suit and ties, dude. How about we're watching? They're showing the inside of the White House, and Joanna's an interior decorator, and she goes, "Looks a little dated." I went, "What? What'd you say?" The level of disrespect that was going on at the White House. What do you think?
I need. First of all, you're in the Oval Office. I need some reverence. I need you to take a look around for a second. I would like you to bow your head a little bit. I want your head bowed a little bit, please.
Yeah, now Monica Lewinsky did, right? So Bill Clinton kind of...
And that's where my father, the Marine, said, the biggest problem I have was the guy let himself get his dick sucked in the Oval Office. And to me, if my dad said that's inexcusable.
It's inexcusable.
He's got it.
President for that.
He got in my face back.
He's my favorite president for that.
He got in my face and had to look down. I was in my 20s. He got in my face and he said, I never forgot this. He said, you need to fortify your philosophical base, people that fought and died for this country. And you have not yet built a bedrock of moral, you have not built a morality you can anchor into. And I'm going to need you to go do that. He said, you need to go do that. It's going to take you about a year. Gave me a reading list and dismissed me. Yeah. And was in my face looking down. And by the way, appropriate.
Yeah, but also, Dad, did you see Monica Lewinsky's power lips? Like, come on.
See
what that amounts to, baby?
And by the way, to quote my buddy Jerry McFadden, who said, Jerry goes, I would have taken a blowjob too, but I want my president to be better than me.
Oh, facts. Facts.
That's
a great point.
It's a great point. So Bubba, Garcia was looking fucking beautiful.
He was looking until he wasn't. You know what wasn't great? Rogan's tie. A little short, right?
Well, that was beautiful. That's a guy.
I got teary-eyed. I saw him in a tie. I was like, oh, fuck. I got teary-eyed. Now, I immediately started laughing because his tie was too short.
It was a clown tie.
Yeah.
It was a clown tie. My actor used to tell us a story about his family member, kid was 16, died of a drug overdose. Horrible, terrible, terrible. The brother and sister are there, and their uncle, who they never would see, who was a plumber, had a tie that high, and reached over at the pew and said, my condolences on account of your brother, my condolences. And obviously it's your brother who died. Your brother when she went, did you see his tie? He couldn't stop laughing at the funeral. Dude, you thought they were crying.
Dude, Louis C.K. did a post. He goes, about Rogan. These two picture of Rogan as tie. He goes, he hasn't worn that tie since he was 9. That exact tie.
That was a clip-on. That was a clip-on tie. It was a clip-on, and it's an outrage.
Our boy doesn't wear ties a lot, though. Our boy doesn't wear ties.
The tie came up to his nipples. Yeah. You don't wear a tie. You get a drawn one. It comes with a bib.
Yeah, it's tough.
It's for you know what that tie is? It's for your toddler.
Yes.
When you go to a funeral or a wedding.
It's a wide way. What'd you think of our boy Bo Nickel?
Well, he looks. I mean,
Look good. Incorporated wrestling.
What's usually a knee pick, he just ended up going, I'm going to pick you up. I'm going to pick you up sideways, slam you down. I'm going to pick you up like I throw someone in a pool, like I throw my girl into a pool. Okay, and then I'm gonna throw you down. Man, that was a beautiful punch. His learning curve is. Yeah, and he can't help himself. He loves the striking game.
Yeah, but my whole thing with him, when he just striking, I can't stand it. But when he incorporates the wrestling, which sets up the striking, now I'm on board. How do you feel about our boy Michael Chandler?
Look,
It's time to stop.
Well, look, you don't look better at 40 physically. You couldn't. You see his body at 40 years old.
Sure.
Huffy is a killer.
He's a killer, but Chandler landed 3 punches in the fight.
Yeah, we knew how that was.
It's time to stop. Yeah, it's time to stop.
Well,
time to stop.
Yeah. It just is.
It's
a new breed of fighter. These guys.
Him and Derek. Like if Chandler, Derek Lewis, and Justin all said they're done, I'd be like, makes sense.
What happened to Derek Lewis? Though, it looked like he literally gassed on the walkout.
Yeah,
was a little much for him.
Sweat.
And his face looked good. I was like, this guy's lost weight. His back was fixed 6 months ago. He got a back operation.
His tummy looked better. Right. Yeah.
But it just,
It's time to call it a day. But overall, scale 1 to 10, I give this an 11. It exceeded expectations.
100%.
Will never be done again.
But it was a flawless production. It was a flawless production. Hats off to Dana White. Hats off to Trump. Hats off to his entire team. I mean, I was marveling at how beautiful, when they were saluting as they were coming down the steps.
So good.
Holding the American flag, the band singing song. I just was so blown away by it. And then of
the
course,
fireworks.
Our nation's finest.
I know.
Watching the fight, the party, the weather. God held the clouds for a little bit.
Dude, do you see? So if you watch the storm, the tracker, it was headed straight for it, and then gets right to the White House. It goes like this.
Yeah.
God said, "Not today, Satan."
God said, "Not today, Satan." God said, "This is." I held the clouds for the LGBTQ/drag parade.
So excited for us.
Pride Month was celebrated for about a full year at the White House.
Correct. Yeah, they're still celebrating.
Yeah, and so I'm gonna do these guys a solid.
B, so what do you do? What do you do with? Are you cool if they do Josh Okit, Cyril Gahn next? This episode of the Fire Kids brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts. We're in the business of keeping your car on the freaking road. O'Reilly Auto Parts offers friendly, helpful service and parts knowledge you need for all your maintenance and repairs. They have everything. Whatever you're looking for, they have in store or online or in the back. Ask them out in the back. They usually have it. If not, it shows up next day. Yeah, they have it all at O'Reilly. So if you're a car expert or a rookie, you find the employees at O'Reilly Auto Parts are knowledgeable, helpful. Love my guy Sam over there. Professional parts people, O'Reilly Auto Parts are your one-stop shop for all things auto do-it-yourself. You can find what you need in-store, online. So go ahead, stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today. Visit them at O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. O'Reilly. This episode of the Fire Kids is brought to you by Progressive. Insurance isn't one size fits all, and shopping for it shouldn't feel like squeezing into something that just doesn't fit. That's why drivers who enjoy Progressive Name Your Price tool for years with Name Your Price tool, you tell them what you want to pay, and they show you options that fit within your budget. Enough hunting for discounts, trying to calculate rates, tinkering with coverages. Maybe you're picking up your very first policy, or maybe you're just looking for something that works better for you and your family. Either way, they make it simple to see your options, no guesswork, no surprises. Ready to see how easy and fun shopping for cars dangerous can be? Visit progressive.com. Give the name your price tool a try. Take the stress out of shopping and find parts and coverage match limited by state. Progressive.
First, I didn't think it was real. I woke up this blinding light ported to another place. Pluto TV. Then I heard a voice.
Come to me if you want to live.
There were thousands of movies and shows, and they were all free. It's just so beautiful.
On Pluto TV, free streaming of Terminator 2, Fringe, Arrow, The 100, and The X-Files may cause excitement, loss of sleep, and unbelief in extraterrestrials. No credit cards or alien encounters necessary. Pluto TV, stream now, pay never.
Let's say Tom Aspinall's not because of his issues with Eddie Hearn. I bet they strip Tom if he's playing difficult and wants more money. So I would imagine they do Hokit versus Khan next.
That's a bad fight for Josh Hokit.
Is it though? Because he can wrestle. Don can't wrestle.
He can wrestle.
Hokit can wrestle.
Bubba, I got some news for you. God, for the past 2 years, has been training with nothing but giant Eastern European, Russian Olympic wrestlers. Two guys from the Olympic wrestling team were in his camp, heavyweights. He did nothing but. So I can promise you this: his takedown defense, Hokit's never faced anybody like God, ever. So it's going to be
Fun fight though.
Look,
I'll take
Hokit, very, very. I wish he wasn't so. But he's a very, very. I think he's probably got a very high fight IQ. I think he's a very special athlete.
He's good.
And I'd love to see it. You're not going to be able to stand and bang the way you did with Curtis Blades.
No. Or Derek Lewis. No.
It's a different game right now.
It's tough. It's tough. It's his toughest fight for sure.
Yeah, you're going to see it different. It's a different level, different ecosystem, if I may.
Agree, brother. When you back, pal? Let's wrap this thing up.
I'm back, buddy. I'm back Saturday.
You moved to Mexico.
I did move to Mexico.
It ain't too long. When'd you get there?
Not too long.
How long?
Not too long. I got there Saturday, so whole week.
That's
7 days.
insane.
That's a lot of people. It's fantastic. It's watching my kids play.
You can do that at home though, right? Because your kids don't give a fuck.
Remember, my older kids are now with my.
Your older kids are there too?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was just the Austin fan.
Stella, my 18-year-old, who's a full-grown woman.
See you, Buffs.
Yes. And then my 14-year-old son, who's
I didn't know all of them were going.
Finn's a looker. His mother said he's the flame, and everyone else is the moth because my boy's got a jawline.
No, and he has some nice hair on him. Yeah.
My height is 14. He's almost he's 14, my height, and the ladies seem
Trying to look.
Yeah, they're looking in like.
That sounds fun. If you had the whole family, that'd be fun, buddy. We'll get back. We miss you. So we'll air this, and then we also got the red light dude this week. So we're not missing this week. And then you're back next week.
Yes, Bubba. That's fair. So
I'll see you. We'll go out there. Cartels everywhere. Stay on the property. Stay on the property.
Now, if you get to the locals, I'd be like, no, it's fine.
Dude, what? That's all media. It's fine.
I'll tell you, send me in a video as they're chainsawing my head off.
I know. They're like, you send us 1 million cash. Like,
but I'd be like, fire the kid.
Fire the kid. Subscribe.
Fire the kid. And when I'm going, dude, I like you on that.
And then I kill you. Yeah, I can't send that money. All right, buddy. Well, have fun in Mexico. Thanks for taking the time, pal.
Kidding me? I love it.
All right, buddy. I'll see you when you get back. Be safe out there.
All right, guys. See you later, bud.
It's the Fire Kid from Mexico. We're out.
He's returning July 11th in Las Vegas. It has been a minute, as they say. Spoke to him face to face. Certainly a lot has happened. This is the last time we spoke to him. But he is here, and he is going to fight for the first time time in 5 years. And without further ado, let us say hello to the biggest name in the history of this sport, champ, who is back. Welcome, my friend.
What's up? Good to see you.
Great to see you as well.
Hey, G. New building, new
How about
office.
that? What do you think? What do you think of the day?
I'm trying to take it off. It's a shared office space. I said it's AAG. Give it to my guy. It's AAG.
I love it. Welcome.
Thanks,
Great to see you.
Yeah, good to be here. Good to be back.
Wow, you are back. You are actually back, my friend. It's unbelievable. Almost exactly 5 years to the day of your last fight. Yes.
And it will be 11 years since I first won the UFC World Title against Mendez in
Of course, July 11th.
2015.
It's a very famous date. UFC 100 was also on that date. And so,
Was it, yeah?
yes.
Yeah, wow.
Who is this person that we're talking to right now? Where are you at? Because your journey has been well documented. Everyone always wants to know where you're at in life, how you're feeling. By the looks of your social media, you seem to be in a great place.
Yeah.
But we all know social media sometimes tells a different story. Tell us where you're at right now.
You know, I'm calm, zen, if you will. And I'm composed. And I'm committed to this bout and to my career. So that's pretty much where I'm at right now.
Why? What's the point?
Oh my
What's the
God.
motivation?
For the fun of it, for the joy, for the thrill, for the competition. And I haven't been, I yearn for this area. I yearn for competition. So, you know, many times we've been speaking here like this and nothing on the horizon or uncertainty. Now we have a date and opponent. It's very invigorating.
Was there ever a point where you thought you would never come back? That your final act, if you will, in the UFC would be that fight against us in Emporio?
No, I always knew I'd come back. This is the pain game. Who can last the longest? Who can withstand? And I can withstand. And there you go, I'm back.
Do me a favor, make love to the microphone, if you will, right? Yeah, there. We want to hear you. And so,
You can hear me out.
oh yeah, we can hear you guys. Yeah, we're good. We're all good. You're right there. The guys are crazy. Hello to the team over there. We've got everyone
What's
here.
up, guys? How are you?
The legend Karen Kessler.
Yeah.
She's a formidable foe, huh?
Yeah. Just go back and do it. That's good. That's good.
Yeah, but you have good people.
Sure.
And it seems like you're in a good mentally and physically. You know, 2 years ago you were scheduled to fight Michael Chandler. And what was interesting to me in the aftermath of that fight not coming to fruition, people said, even when we continued, said, he's going to come back. Yeah. It seems like people don't believe. But when he's in the octagon.
Yeah.
For me, what I say is, you've never been a pullout merchant. It was one fight that you didn't make the walk. And so does that annoy you when you see that? When people
No, it is what it is. You know, I've been out for a few years. Let the people say what they wish, whether it's good or bad. I don't pay attention to it. I don't let it enter me. I stay centered and grounded, and that's where I'm at. I'm back. I know I was going to come back. I learned a lesson in that lapse in concentration in the camp in preparation that I have since adjusted. And, you know, that's why I think I'm only warming up here in this game. I really believe I'm only warming up. You know, I used to always train a certain way, throw certain shots that the fight game was never even seen. Many shots I have in my arsenal, the fight game was never even seen. Because I would train in such a way where I would train it, and then it would become damage out of action, and then I have to try that a specific set of movements back in my pocket and bring out something else and carry on. And that was how I would go about my career. And then when that last bout was set, we had the UFC cameras come over. I believe it was 3 weeks before the bout. No protective gear whatsoever. A flow spar. The cameras are on. There's a little bit of intensity as it builds up. The foot kicks off of the elbow, and the baby toe cracked, and that was excruciating pain. And it was a few weeks before the fight. I was in very bad pain, and I couldn't do it again. I had done it so much that I thought, if I go in here again in a state of damage, and then the performers or whatever, I couldn't say it to the fans. So I had to bow out, and I had to take it on the chin, take this lesson, implement it, wear the protective gear, make sure the entire team is aware, and we're discussing what type of training session this is. And we've done that. The body's right. I'm rested. My head is sharp. My body is fresh. And the workload of this, the media, all that this business entails, I'm ready for it. So, God makes no mistakes. It all happened for a reason.
And now I'm here. I don't know what you've seen. I'm very selective now. I'm not giving much away. In fact, I'm giving nothing away to this game that I've given it all to. I'm taking. I'm here to take now. Take what is mine. So you won't see much training footage or plans or, this social media dopamine hit. I'm staying away from it, and I'm going to do my body of work inside the octagon on July 11th to prove that what I say, that these men are not on my level, and I'm excited to do so.
Do you feel like you're being doubted? You feel like people have forgotten? I saw you tweet, "You will put respect on my name." Do you feel like that has been lost? Because there was a time where there was respect, and now it feels like it's different.
Listen, doubt me now. Doubt me now. It's fuel. It's all fuel to the fire, for sure.
And so why did it take...
It's a fucking devastating injury I came through. I came through a devastating injury.
You were back to fight Chandler.
I was back to fight.
Why 2 years post Pinky?
Yeah, that is a question for the Ultimate Fighting Championship, not for me.
Okay.
So
you wanted to come back earlier?
For sure. However, I'm happy where I'm at now. The contract situation, you go through it. It's a lot behind the scenes. I'm happy where I'm at. I hope we can make the run. However, I'm not going to start saying the run before I get the ball rolling. I want to get in and show that I'm capable of the run. So I have to look at it from maybe the UFC side also. Maybe not, but I'm trying to give something, yeah. I almost hold it out there, yeah. But you get me. Maybe I'm going to show them, and then there's no doubt. There'll be no question then. And then I'll be able to rally the fans behind me on my cause to get back in. That's the plan. Right now, I am contracted. And I have both dates. I have both dates for my fight. I have July 11th. When would you think, dude? When would you take in?
The second one?
Yeah, April 2027.
It's locked in.
It's almost a year later.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous to me. I think no.
Why is it locked in already?
Because this is the way the contract was done.
That's never happened. I've never heard of a contract where there's a date in it.
I know. I have my second date, April 2027.
Why not January?
You'd have to ask. You'd have to ask Aldi and all of that.
Okay.
And I'm like, huh? Just give me the fucking contract. It gets to that stage. So I have July 11th. It's only around the corner. That's positivity, happiness. Don't want to go too much and all that. I've got the fight. I've got the date. I feel great. Bring it on, baby. The mic is back, and I'm going to put on a show here in this fight. This is a martial arts delight, this bout. This is a fan favorite, iconic bout. And who's at the helm? None other than the Mac, as usual. So I'm ecstatic with that.
You've 2 months left on your deal, right?
Yep.
Did they try to exit? Really?
No.
I'm surprised.
No, I'm happy to an extent. There's a lot more there. I hope it's with the UFC. I hope we come to something. I hope I get honored even more. I hope I'm going to prove even more so what I'm about.
I saw you say that you're happy.
Yeah.
What was the road to getting happy? Because initially when the Paramount deal was signed, there were a lot of questions. No pay-per-view anymore. Are you going to make this right? And so how difficult was it for them to apparently make it right?
It wasn't that difficult. We met in the middle.
Okay.
We met in the middle.
What does meeting in the middle
We
mean?
met in the middle. We got to go juicy one. Was it what my word is? Probably not. Was it what they'd offered or what they want to offer? Definitely not. Definitely not. We met in the middle. I'm a fair operator, and I like to think I am. So, that's how I operate. I love the Ultimate Fighting Championship, and I'd love to continue. Let's see how it goes.
Are you, when you guys paid fighter for one fight and you highest amount, because they have to offset the pay-per-view, right?
I'm breaking my own records, Ariel. That I am already.
Sure.
So, yeah, for sure. Mm-hmm.
Can you give us the number?
No. I won't even see this flash, Harry. I don't wear watches no. I do. I have my lovely watches. But man, I'm different, brother. I'm different. And I find myself in a fight still. It's daily. The rent is due every day.
the old ways that don't serve, and new ways and a new version of me, and the new man I am. I find myself in competition sometimes with it, or in a battle with that. So I won't. Man, money isn't. It's not the be all end all. It's not life. You get me? So I don't. I won't be flashing money. I will not be. I done the Forbes this. I won the Forbes this. You won't see me on it again. You won't see me on it again. I won't register to go on it again. Look what it brought to me. Look what it brought to me. Still, even now, I can feel it somewhere. Oh, he's back. This is forces that try and get their claws on you in this life. And I don't want to give it energy. I don't want to give it life. I'm happy where I'm at. I'm not mad on discussing finances and things. I keep myself modest. That's how I live my life.
So this is like a daily battle, almost with like the good and the bad, right? The tug and pull, the demons, if you will.
Yeah.
How are you winning that battle? What are you doing to win that battle?
A lot of self-internal work. I've got a lot of people behind the scenes to help me. A lot of discussions. And again, it's ongoing. The rent is due every day. It's like training. You have to train for a fight. You have to train your discipline. You have to train your skill set. It's the same thing.
When you look back,
it's akin to being on a tightrope, and the tightrope is going across this office, across to the next office, with a very high fall. You know, the stakes are very high, so you better stay balanced. You know, you better balanced. Because I was saying to someone else there, you know, when you're making inroads on yourself and working on yourself, sometimes when you're down in a place, you don't feel anything else. You have no emotion. You're reckless. You're going. You don't pay no attention to nothing. And then when you eventually, with most people and all people, they must put that work in on themselves and get themselves back into a steady state of living. That is the time where the rope is even thinner. You get me? The balance, you need to be even more balanced because the fall is even higher then. It's if you fall when you're in this position, you don't give a fuck. You might even do it out of, just to do it. So I'm in the state now where I'm keeping my balance and making my way through life. And God is helping me with that. That's it.
Do you have regrets?
No. God knows my heart. And things that I've gone through, I came into all this. I forgive them for what I forgive myself for disgracing the position that God put me in, which I've done many times, and I won't do it again. And that's where I'm at today. I don't have regrets. I'm happy and thankful for the lessons that I learned on the way.
This relationship with religion is somewhat new, right? I've not heard you, over the course of your career, speak about God like this. Where did this come from?
I'm a religious man. I was raised Catholic by my mother and my family. We're a religious family. It takes a deeper meaning when you hit rock bottom and there's nothing else there but God. And then just the divine coincidences, everything I keep seeing it. I keep being shown it, and I'm going all in on it.
You say that word rock bottom. It feels profound when you say it. When was rock bottom?
A few dark moments, but I relish the opportunity to show my strength. I was put in a position to showcase my strength. So I stood up and showed it. That's what I done. A few dark moments. I'm through them. I'm in the light. I'm walking the tightrope and I'm keeping my balance. And please God, I keep it. Thank you, brother.
Was there ever a point where you thought the darkness would be too heavy, that you wouldn't get out of it, that you questioned even for a brief moment?
Man, people don't understand the darkness of being in that situation with that injury, you know, and then it ain't easy. It ain't easy. So I'm very happy that I'm fucking through, bro. That's outside. I don't want to get into this ain't a therapy session.
No, I know. We have been so attached to your life. The ups and downs, covered every single tweet, let alone moment, let alone victory, let alone high and low. So no one has been scrutinized or covered closer than you. John Jones probably a close second.
The Max pound number one, baby. Yeah, you still here.
Does the UFC?
It's who's left.
Because there's been this talk about a lack of stars, and you see on Sunday, Ilya loses, everyone loses at some point. But it does feel like there's a bit of a lack of excitement right now in the product. Sunday, sort of on the side. And so do you feel like almost like the sport needs you back, the organization needs you back?
Listen, I'm not saying, I won't say the game needs me, but it's sure good to have me. You know what I'm saying? It's sure good to have me. So, I'm happy with that.
Your commentary on the card on Sunday was interesting, I found, and I agreed with a lot of the things you said, including the fact that it didn't seem like any of the UFC stars were being propped up. And so can I ask you to further elaborate on that? Because we did see boxers, wrestlers, other people, but there were no UFC luminaries in the audience.
Listen, the show was outstanding.
It was.
And the hurdles that they would have came through, from the card to the production, to the weather, to the location, was incredible. It's only right you're going to have them about perfection. I'm always going to find it. It's always fun. What about the next one? There's an opportunity there. Put our combatants beside these guys that don't even do it, or in this platform where they can put themselves up. And then we have something else to look forward to. Oh, remember this guy said there was a face-off here. More excitement, more. You need to build up the stars, right? You have to build these guys up. There was a great opportunity to do so, and I didn't feel it was. But that was it, really. Of all the things that I thought of the show, I thought everything else was great. There should be, what's the highest performing entity for TKO? It's the Ultimate Fighting Championship, isn't it? Isn't it? It's the most profitable for them, or is it the WWE?
It's pretty close.
It's pretty close. Yeah. So I feel you should know your bread is buttered. There should be. I don't even think I was invited out, but maybe I was invited. I could have went. Holloway. You could have brought loads. You could have brought people out there. They should have platformed, and that is probably why what you were saying. Maybe there's a bit of a cluster feelings sometimes. Not for me. I don't really see it in a Stargaze type thing. I see it in a fighter versus fighter format more so. But I thought they lapsed on that. They could have done better on that for sure.
Did you want to be on that card initially? You were talking about it. Behind the scenes, was there a push to be on the card?
A push to be on it in a fight?
Yeah, I would have done it.
I would have done it.
But there was the thing where they can't sell tickets, so it would have been a massive loss, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So there you go. That's why. So I don't get. How do I feel about that? I get to miss out on fighting in the Sphere. I want to fight in the Sphere. I want to see the big screen behind me. I want to fucking do a stadium something. But it is what it is. Maybe we're 2 fights left. Maybe we either don't figure it out. I hope we do, or maybe we figure it out. The extraordinary events going forward. They should break the right.
Oh, hey. Mr. Aquarius, can you hear me? Oh, I'm sorry. Apologies.
You're okay, you're right. Huh? You can hear me.
I can hear you.
No, JC sound low. JC?
I gotta fix my mic. Give me a second.
Okay.
Mr. Aquarius, how was your day?
It was good. It was good. How was your day?
Oh, Miss Aquarius.
I played with Riser for like 14 hours straight, which was fun. We worked on some stuff too, so that was good. And then it was like we could not stop.
Oh, yeah. Okay, Jackie, say something. It might was me because you was low too, so hold on. Yeah, you good, you good. What it was is my volume thing on the server. I be cutting it down sometimes, especially when Rabbi and Riser be talking. I be cutting it down. Sometimes I go to sleep.
Oh,
I cut down a little bit. Now I gotta cut up. Not a bad thing, Rabbi. It's not a bad thing.
You're good.
Okay, it's not a bad thing. I just cut it down sometimes when y'all be talking.
You're good. I know.
Okay, Jesky. Now, what was you? I was asking you. Did you send me a friend request the other day and you took it off?
I'm not sure because I'm lagging. I was trying to click. Like I think I was clicking and getting someone's profile here.
Oh, I think they should date it.
Hold on. Yeah, I think it's me lagging on this. My mic. Hold on. Let me go to the smaller test this out.
You said he's lagging. Am I lagging to you, Rabbi?
You're fine.
But I'm gonna add it real quick. But
You're gonna add me real quick. Aren't you dating though? That's the thing. Oh, now you send me a friend request.
Alrighty.
He sent me a friend request. He sent me a friend request. I think he just sent me one. Yeah, he did. Uh-oh. Right.
I'm gonna send you a friend request.
I already got one. I accepted it.
Hold on. I gotta change my settings.
Mr. Aquarius, you ready for an invite?
Hold on, I'm talking to JC. Rabbi, hold on.
Okie dokie.
All right, ready?
You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okie dokie.
JC, man, you got to play checkers one time when you're free, okay?
Yeah. Tomorrow, I think I can. Yeah, tomorrow.
Yeah, I gotta go bed for 6. So you had a good day though, JC? You had a good day?
Oh yeah, yeah. I had a productive good day today.
That's good.
Yeah, went to a restaurant that I've been wanting to go to. I went to some other places.
Okay. Hey, awesome strike.
Thank you, man.
I can't wait to come to California one day. Oh, what about the World Cup? Is USA playing?
I
No.
don't know. I don't know if they are playing. No, to go beat. They won a game again. I think I ran. I think is beating another South American team, but I haven't been keeping up with it. But they did.
Rabbi has.
Yeah. Mr.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Chris, yeah, they won.
Okay.
They won 4-1 against Paraguay on Friday, and then they play Australia this Friday.
Okay. Yeah, Rabbi be into it. I told him to do that for my grandpa, because my grandpa loves stuff like that. He loves that and like Olympics. He just love, he would love stuff like that if he was still here. Yeah. You don't keep up with it, JC?
Oh no, I'm not much of a soccer. I used to watch basketball, but I don't even watch that. I think I don't even watch sports too much. The only time I do is like I'll watch like the Super Bowl just to like have an excuse to watch it or something.
I finally went to Applebee's. I'm so happy I went Sunday. It's unlimited. Yeah, do y'all have an Applebee's in Cali?
Pretty sure we do. Yeah, we got a Applebee's and a Milk Guardians. Oh, but I don't see it. So that's what
Bye.
I think they're quite.
Reload.
No, we do. We do actually have. Wait, no. Milk Guardians. Really have one.
You know?
Oh, we Eagle Woods. We have one in LA. That's just a good one.
Rabbi, aren't you in LA, Rabbi?
I'm in Orange County, which is close.
Oh.
Somebody told me to go to House Rays, which is like similar to Dave's Hot Chicken, but I do not want those places.
What is Holly Ray? Like Dave's Hot Chicken?
Yeah, it's similar. Yeah, I seen the video. A friend of mine told me, and it's literally downtown LA. I get paid this week, so I gotta go to my dermatologist this Friday, and I won't.
I went to my a couple of weeks ago. Yeah.
So I don't know if I'm gonna look at their menu again, but I went to Marathon Burger today.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it was cool. I ordered 20 minutes ahead, and I took the away ball from the Chinese theater on the hot. You know what I'm gonna have to do? Yeah, this week when I get paid, I'll get here because you come in later, and then I'll just like catch a wave up there, or I'll just like tell you to give me 10 minutes, and I'll just go like to the Chinese theater.
Where is this now?
Probably this week. Even though it's
yeah, because Friday and Saturday I'll be out. I'll be going to some little concerts and stuff.
Oh, nice. Let me guess, the Summer Walker concert or something?
No, it's like a local thing because it's Juneteenth.
Oh, yeah.
Juneteenth celebration. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been having a couple of people tell me about the concerts they're going to.
Mm-hmm. Now they got a free one with I think Tommy gonna do here. It's gonna be a free one. Okay? Yeah. It's gonna be fun. So one of the local, her name is Erica Dawson. Cool, I always be like number one fan, like a big fan of her. So I'm trying to get back and supporting her. So yeah.
Nice spirit.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. What y'all doing? Nothing. I know Rabbi probably gonna be chilling. What you doing, J.C., for the Juneteenth? Nothing. Oh, your father was fine too. Lord. What's going on?
Yeah, I never really celebrated Juneteenth, but I might have some family members that I might visit because I just recently visited family members like 3 days ago. I was in San Diego. Yeah, I went to San Diego for my birthday 4 days ago.
Okay.
Actually, that's another reason why I broke up. She got mad at me for not calling her even though I texted her. I told her I was with family. Yeah. She's like, you should have called me. I was like, I literally, I won't be able to get back to LA until like Sunday. Just to be elementary,
Yeah. No. Yeah.
You and I would Mr. When you win undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Undefeated in friendship. That's the first time. Good job, Emma.
You as well, man.
It's okay, Dexter. You got me and Rabbi. We okay. Okay, Brandon. Rabbi.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you good now? You cool? You're up? Are you awake?
I'm gonna try to sleep.
Okay, we're gonna go to sleep. I thought you was asleep already when I came in. You was sleeping. Somebody was up here.
Well, I did fix it,
Yeah, I get my sleep.
oh, this time when I stream, I don't do stream sleep sounds. Oh, shit. Yeah.
I do it. I still do it.
I do it, but I can't, like, I turn my camera on towards, like, my laptop. It's like on the TV. Like, there's a mount on my TV, something under it. So I can do it that way, but I don't know if there's going to be the sound because if it's stream, it'll just be on the camera.
It's okay. I do mine anyway. It's fine. I like sound. I'm like
Yes, sir. It's Thursday, May 7th. Let's freaking do it. Welcome back to the Big Breakdown song.
Mr. Chris.
Skylar Aston. This is a new set.
You going to bed too, Casey?
30 minutes. 20 minutes.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to get ready to take my shower real quick. Oh, really? Oh. I like the one where they do it, the seal, the ones I do, because they be talking and they be having traffic at the same time. I like that one. They can hear them like laughing and stuff like that. Then New York, I do that one. I like that one. But they have all the horns and the sirens, and I love that water. We're looking to find one with just straight water or something, and somebody's walking on the beach. They need to have more stuff like people walking on the beach or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah, they have to root them, don't they? Yeah. They do that type of stuff. Yeah. Okay, well, I'm about to take my shower, JC. Good talking to you. Okay, you have to. Oh, but did you hear that?
That you're gonna take your shower?
No, did you hear what Daisy said?
No, I didn't. What did he say?
He said he missed being here.
We miss him too. He knows that. He knows he's
Yeah,
always welcome here.
yeah, we do miss him. All right, now I'm finna go take my shower, y'all. See y'all tomorrow.
Okie dokie. Enjoy.
Night.
Sweet dreams.
I will.
God willing.
Now, Weapon Explosion!
Yeah, what's up, Bill? It is Monday, June 15th at 11:15 a.m. Central Time. We're going live today. I think Mondays from now on will be live because the way we do it typically, as we've done in the past, is I shoot this around 9 a.m. before Fire and the Kid. But Chin can't do Fire and Kid and this, so the episode comes out on Tuesday. But now we're doing Tuesday live chats. So 2 episodes are dropping on Tuesday. It's not ideal. Also, it's not ideal that you guys are waiting for Tuesday for me to react to cards, especially when it's on Sunday or on Saturday. So this is the fix. So on Mondays, we'll be live Big Brown regular episodes. And then Tuesday's a live chat. Thursday will be regular Big Browns, and then will be the live chat. Oh, figure it out. Sunday is all Q&A. So that's what we're doing now. Oh, dude, I could not wait to come in here. I could not. Am I tired? Yeah, I'm tired. Did the card end at midnight? Yeah. Do I care? No, I sure don't. Dude. I feel like a freaking kid on Christmas, dude. I feel like a kid on Christmas. Also, my baby girl's a little sick, so she keeps crying through the night, so got extra no sleep. Oh, good, dude. You can't rain on my parade. You can't rain on my freaking parade, baby. Where do we start? Oh, my kiddo I posted this that might be the greatest Sunday in my life. I don't think it will ever be topped. My kiddo, he's on the Austin All-Star team. He had 2 games. I'm a coach on there. He had 2 games. He won both games. He cooked. Had some double plays. Had some dingers. Had some great catches. Caught some fly balls at 6. You know how big of a deal fly balls are. That's his thing. He won both games. It's hot out. But we got the schedule. We got late games on Sunday. 3:30 and 4:30. I'm like, oh, why would you give us the late games? In between games, I went to the outback. Listen, I know we have scheduled to keep, but there are some we should start early because the UFC White House is tonight, right? We're all familiar. So she's like, no, I know. We'll try and start as early as we can. They started early. Boy, rush home. Got delayed an hour. But it wasn't even delayed an hour. It looks like God's on our side because there was a storm on each side that just went around the White House. It was like this horrible storm. It was coming, and went, not today, Satan, and opened on up. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. It is hands down. This isn't exaggerating. This isn't overreacting. It's not, prisoner of the moment. That was the single greatest sporting event in human history. For one night. Let's go through it. Well, Super Bowl is a big deal, no doubt. It's the same thing every year. Different location, it's the same thing every single year. Every year. This was a once-in-a-lifetime event. Will never, ever again. Will never happen ever again. Ever. NBA Finals are cool? Sure. Same thing every year. Stanley Cup? Sure. Same thing every year. Every single year. It's the same. You guys know what to expect. Different teams. It's the same. Looks the same. Styles the same. Everything the same. As far as one event being special, being unique, being something you will never ever see again, the UFC at the White House Freedom 250 is the best sporting event of all time. I would love to hear an argument. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. And then, if you want to talk about fighting, this ain't a conversation. What's closer? Canelo? Who's seen that different? Floyd Connor? I was part of that. It was cool. It was definitely different, but again, and the storytelling, the pacing. I told you guys the biggest thing I was worried about was the pacing. Dude, they crushed it. They crushed it. The optics. There's a picture of Justin Gaethje doing a backflip off the octagon, and behind him is the White House. Gentlemen, ladies, we will never ever see this again as long as we live. As long as we will never see something like this ever. What they pulled off is it leaves me almost speechless. I got emotional last night. Watching it, I'm like, holy shit. Look at these dudes. Look what they're doing, man. And you could rain on the parade. We could have rained on this parade, made it political and house and the elite. I get all that. Take that out of it. As far as the fights, the optics, the historic nature of what you're witnessing, come on. Insane. Do you ever think, answer this, as you're watching this, whether you're driving down the street or you're at work or the kids are running around, good summer break, answer me this. Do you ever think, for the rest of your life, you're going to be watching a sporting event, a UFC event, and the fighter or the player playing is going to walk out of the Oval Office onto the field or onto the octagon? You think you'll ever see that again? Now, I'm going to one-up you. Not only will you not see it again, but Justin Gaethje, that everyone wrote him off. Everybody and their mom wrote him off. For good reason. You look at his Patty Pimlet fight, he was super sloppy. We're like, Patty's not that. So, but, God, he looks sloppy. Oh, he needs to retire. Oh, my God, Ilya Topuria, pound number one. This is a nightmare. Oh, my God, the Americans going to get dropped on his ass. Oh, my God, face down, ass up in the White House and Trump. Oh, this can be terrible. And the libs or the people that hating on this, like, God, I can't wait to see this American get knocked out and blah, blah, blah. Massive underdog. He's 8-2 as an underdog. He's been an interim champion, unfortunately for him. When he decided to try to pursue greatness, he had Khabib in his way, Charles Oliveira in his way. He had some monsters, Islam Makhachev, just monsters in front of him. He just never got over that cusp. And then he's the biggest underdog on the card. Trying to finally cap his career and unify his interim belt with a lightweight belt. But he has this pound for pound monster in front of him, Ilya Topuria, who's undefeated. The man party the night before. The man, Ilya Topuria, got a tattoo of Justin Gaethje on his ribs. This is all before the fight. It's not looking good. Like, oh my God, this is going to be so terrible. Well, at least he made it. This is the end of the road. Justin goes, not today. So not only do you get a UFC fighter, an athlete walking out of the freaking Oval Office, walking out of the White House onto this insane platform that the UFC built, the claw. this insane environment. But the American underdog just doesn't win. He goes out there and displays heart, courage, something that every American can relate to. He doesn't win from a lucky punch. He doesn't just clip them. It's the greatest upset in UFC history. Well, what about Matt Serra and GSP? Talking about where he clipped him, got the brakes beat off him in the rematch. Talk about that. What other fight you want to talk about? I'm not talking about a fluke. I'm talking he beat the shit out of him. 3 out of 4 rounds. In that second round, the body shots, like, ooh, this ain't good. He gets taken down. The jiu-jitsu, Topuri's jiu-jitsu was a little sloppy, but, Justin Gaethje is notoriously known for not really training jiu-jitsu, even though he emphasized it more in this camp, which paid off, So you're like, oh, what's going to happen here? Well, he had a good first round. At least he showed up. He beat the shit out of him. Greatest upset in the history of the UFC. Because ain't nobody asking for a rematch. There's no rematch. A rematch would happen if the fight's super controversial. It's close, it's back and forth. If Justin Gaethje 30 seconds in clips him and drops him, like, oh my God. But he's the pound for pound number 1 guy, man. You gotta come to a rematch, and usually they do that. He beat the shit out of him. He made his corner throw in the towel from the damage that he did with mainly a jab. If I were writing a movie, I was writing a script, and I pitched the network on the UFC performer at the White House, and I scripted this way, they would kick me out of the office. It's too on the nose. Nobody's going to believe this. Hold on. You have 7 fights at the White House, and they all end in KO. Wait, hold on. Not only that, but then the main event is this American who's a severe underdog, but he's an American fan favorite. Is going to beat the pound for pound number 1 guy. No, you misread it. Not only beat him, I have him written down, beat the shit out of him. Go, come on. Nobody's going to buy this. That's more realistic than this. For the UFC, they took a chance. And I have my criticism about the UFC. And biggest issue, number 1 issue is try. Just please put in effort. That's my only issue with it. Always, if you watch a show, I'm usually hitting on an Apex card, or especially when they first announced Paramount or first announced ESPN, the cards are watered down. They're watering down the product. There's not enough stars. But if you're going to do it, give me effort. Just don't coast in. Give me Apex fights and bullshit, numbered cards. Come on, man. Give me effort. Give me effort, please. So I'll light them up about that. But also give them their flowers when it's due. And this is that. UFC said, oh, did you say effort? They hate me. They put in all the effort. And this is what it looks like with effort. It's the greatest sporting event for one night in the history of sports. Bar none, hands down. There's no argument. Not even close. For me personally, it's for one night, it's this, not even close. As far as if it's multiple nights, there's last year's World Series with the Dodgers with Toronto Blue Jays. That was absolutely nuts. But that's over multiple games, right? Multiple days. You're looking at a week-long event, different. This, what they pulled off, and outside of the White House, we have 100,000, 80,000 people sitting there. I couldn't believe what I was witnessing. As long as I live, there will never be a better Sunday. Coaching my son's all-star team, winning 2 games, and then rushing home to watch UFC White House with them. If I die in a car crash on my way home today, I'm good, baby. It doesn't. This is the peak. This is as good as it's gonna get for me. As a UFC loyal, I fucking cut my wrist. Bob O'Reilly comes out. I bleed UFC. More part of my kid. You mix baseball by day, UFC White House by night, dude. I can die happy man. I can die happy man. Insane. And what I want you guys to notice, and especially if you're watching this, what I want you guys to notice, it's just part of our sport. It's what makes it great, and also what makes it the toughest sport in the world. Going into this fight, I want you to think about all the great things that were said about Ilya Topuria, all the great things that were said about Poatan, and all the hype. And Poatan, if he wins, he's the greatest of all time. Ilya, pound for pound, #1, and he's the best mixed martial artist we've ever seen. His skill set, oh my God, Poatan, and he could beat John Jones. And what if he did this? Or they both lose. Now read the headlines. Ilya was never that good. Oh my God, he should retire. That's why this is the toughest sport in the world. That's why, I think Darren Till made this clip where I'm saying they're within like the peaks, the highest level in the UFC, and there's no valleys. In a matter of days, you go from pound for pound, go #1, best there ever will be, to complete piece of shit. There's no other sport on the planet that does that. It's not. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. It's only in our sport. Is Ilya Topuria good? Fuck, dude. Yeah. Generational talent. Amazing fight. Amazing. Now, I can give you a little pushback here. If you go to his record chart and look at his fight in hindsight, going, what real lightweight has he ever beaten? Name the best lightweight. Charles Oliveira, straight up 145, not a true lightweight. Max Holloway, straight up 145, not a true lightweight. Volkanovski, not a 155, 145, about 145. The thing is he's undersized for 155, and Justin couldn't make 145 if his life depended. It's literally impossible. Same way Cyril Gahn, which I'll mesh these two together. Same way Cyril Gahn could never make 205. Sure as hell can't make 185. Literally impossible. Justin Gaethje cannot make 145. It's literally impossible these days. Not even an option. Not even an option. You're better off going to 170 than 170 is more realistic than 145. Cannot make 145 in any capacity. He's a natural 155, and he's big. Ilya Topuria is a natural 145. He's not big at 45. He's sure as hell not big at 55. So when we see these guys jump over, there's a reason. There's a reason why it's so amazing when they have success there. But if you look at Ilya Topuria's success at lightweight, you can pick that resume apart. Would you say he beat Volkanovski in his prime? Would you say he beat Max Holloway in his prime? No. Would you say he beat Oliveira in his prime? No, we would say that. Then we would also say those are real lightweights. So then he finally faces a real lightweight, Justin Gaethje, who's a big cat. Big, durable, savvy veteran who's been at the highest of highs and the lowest of lows. He's not putting this belt on a pedestal. He's been here before. Never at the White House, but he's been here before. And he didn't succeed. He knows what that's like. He's been there. He's not intimidated of Ilya Topuria. He's not worried about his punching power. He has a game plan. You're not going to get him out of it. On the other side of that, watching Ilya Topuria having a celebration party on a Friday and getting the opponent's name tattooed on you and change your Twitter bio to 18-0 when you haven't won the fight, it's cute when not defeated. it's cool when you're undefeated, but this is crazy. Now, here's the thing. It looks ridiculous. I know your face all fucked up. What are you gonna do about that tattoo? I would have fun with it and just put whoops. I'd have all the names, and then by Justin, there'd be a little asterisk next to it and go whoops. You know? I'll give Billy this. You have to have a sense of invincibility. You have to have a self-confidence that is almost ungodly-like. So for Ilya and the people around him, I get it. Trust me, I fucking get it. But we've seen this happen to others, where you're told you have a gift from God. You're told you have power nobody's ever seen. You're told you have a skill set nobody's ever seen. You're told you cannot lose. None of that is real. None of that is real. Ronda Rousey was told by her handlers and her management and her coaches to beat Floyd Mayweather. She was told she had boxing like Mike Tyson. Absorbing all this stuff. Eventually, you start to believe it, and that is healing the game. You're just absorbing. Oh my God, I'm the best ever. I can't lose. Oh my God. So Ilya Topuria fought that way. Celebration dinner the night before, tattoo, I'm out with my buddies. You see him when he's walking out the Oval Office. What up, man? He's with the veterans and, the first responders. What up, dude? Yeah, all good. A little too chill for me. No nerves. Gets in the octagon. How we doing? All right, here we go. Yeah, I'm gonna knock him out real quick. Everybody watching? No, it's my destiny. Is it? You think God plays favorites? You think God favors you over Justin Gaethje? He doesn't. It's a competition. And Justin Gaethje, that guy you're fighting, the veteran, isn't buying it. He doesn't give a shit because he believes he can. The Ilya Topuria, where he messed up, is he believed all the hype. I have a gift from God. It happens with a ton of guys, in all sports. I was chosen. I walked in the gym, something came over me, and I have, God has touched me like he hasn't touched others. Like he has never touched others. I have a special gift. Oh, I'm the chosen one. And that's a recipe for disaster. It's going to take you far. Especially if you have an extensive skill set like Topuria, it's going to take you far. Oh, I'm the chosen one. Right. So you can't lose? No. That's why I do a celebration party on the Friday before, or Saturday before the fight. And then I also get their name tattooed. Right. Okay. So you cannot lose? Nope. Okay, but you're undersized for a lightweight, right? Yeah, but I have this crazy power. I'm 45. But I've knocked out 55s. Yeah, those are older guys, and they start at 45 million. I know, but what are you going to do? And he learned very fast. Oh, shit, that's not Snowflake. You see Justin's face? 0-1. 0-1. So what did he do? He tried to go to the body. He didn't hurt him there. It's the only place he could hurt him. And he gets taken down. It's the Achilles heel to every fighter, every athlete. I'm special. I'm God's favorite. I'm the chosen one. No, you're not. You better work your ass off. God does not play favorites. Billy Topuria didn't permanently tattoo Justin Gaethje on his chest.
I guess it was a viral meme, but it was probably like temporary or something like that. Either way.
It happens to everybody. People get so high up on their horse and then you hit that reality. So the question would be now, how does Ilya react? Everyone's different. So, oh shit. And then some guy, they crumble and they're never the same. again, it would be different if you can make up excuses and man, if I didn't get clipped there, I could still be. But you get your ass whipped. You got beat up, dude. Bad. And if you look at Justin Gaethje's career, those losses set him up for this success. Those losses were made it so he could walk before he ran. So the Max Holloway knockout, horrific. Oh my God, it's terrible. But Justin goes into fights, and he said this many times on record, going, I know I'm getting knocked out. I know I'm not losing. I know I can lose any given night. With my fighting style, it's wild, and I take a risk. I've lost before. It's not the end of the world. I get back on my horse, and I work. Ilya Topuria didn't have that mindset. Ilya Topuria thought he was God's favorite. He fucked around and found out the man engaging. And Ilya Topuria's team's going to be kicking. I'm watching the footage today. I mean, hands out, just walking Justin down, hitting jabs. He swung jabs. His eye almost fucking close shut. Orbital fracture, nose fracture. Who knows what other issues he has? What the fuck were you thinking, dude? And if you watch Ilya, like his respect for Volkanovski, his respect for Max Holloway, his respect for Charles Oliveira, he comes in and he's faking. He's doing his thing. He's faking, setting things up, being fluid, being the athlete he is. What do you do against Justin Gaethje? Literally, zero respect. Walked in, hands high, going, you ain't gonna do shit. You don't have the skill set. Fuck around, found out. The lack of respect is what lost him this fight. And he got beat up so bad that there's no rematch. Those days are over. Tell you what, though, the one person who climbed out of all this, how bad he was ass with too. Never quit on the stool. Had more than Ilya. That second round hit him to the body, and it maybe go for the submissions. Who knows what happened? But then when he tells his brother, I cannot see, where for a fighter, and you guys know this, but if you don't, if you're a fighter, the code word to get out of the octagon, the number one safe word. So if you're into kinky stuff and you're doing some dominatrix and your code word is sausage, they have to stop, right? They have to pull whatever's in your ass. They gotta stop. They gotta pull the chains off, kick the freaking gag over. They gotta stop. If I say sausage, you gotta stop. If I say I can't see, that is my safe word. They have to stop the fight. That is rule numero uno. He gets to the corner after getting his ass whooped and looked at his brother and goes, I can't see. In Spanish, he goes, I can't see. Let's get a doctor over here. He goes, I can't see. That's where you see commission. They wouldn't sanction it. They didn't want to use it. So they used some kind of mischief commission. That guy was like, he says he can't see. And then they come in like, no. He should have never went back out there. Never went out there. And they also gave him 2 minutes of rest. Now, it worked out, and there's no controversy. But I've seen this happen. Stool game, where they take longer so the fighter can recuperate, recover, then they come out and they knock the guy out. And Justin's winning on the scorecard. He had 2-minute rest, so now he's more recovered, and he brings a little more power back. He lands a good shot, he wins the fight. Then what happens? Now you're in a world of shit. This ruins the card. But maybe God didn't speak his favorites, because that night his favorite was the UFC. Storm, not today, Satan. Controversial knockout, not today, Satan. Not today. Not today. I get a ton of questions, right? The question is, what does Justin get next? If Justin, what do you do? You retire. Where do you go from here? You're never going to beat this. You're never top this. You've done it all. PMF champ, interim champ, just beat the number 1 pound for pound. There's no topping this. It's impossible. You're talking about retiring. You said, I'm going to retire if I get a title fight. UFC said, all right, we'll give it to you. Usually that doesn't work like that. The UFC did. We cannot beat this performance. We cannot beat this spectacle. This will be the best send-off of all time of all sports. The number one thing he should do is walk away. He made probably $5 to $6 million minimum, just in bonuses, which is crypto gave him $1 million, right? And the UFC gave him 800-something million. I'm sorry, 800,000. So that's 1.8 there. Then what the UFC paid him a few million for the title shot. I'm assuming. I guess golf, has his dog, has his girl. There's no topping this. Now I'm going to stick around. Armin, what's that do for your legs? What's that do for your legs? Armin's big on streaming right now. Can Justin beat Armin? Absolutely. Absolutely. But what's it do for you? And then you're going to go do it at T-Mobile? Okay. Just another night in the office? It's not special. This is it, but the best thing you can do is walk away, dude. Walk away. Why not? If money's not an issue, which I don't think it is. Money for what? Stick around for what? Armin's never won anything in the UFC. No belts, no BMF top, nothing. He's just the number one contender. Doesn't do much. You beat better, more famous guys. More credentialed guys. What's it do for you? Now, we'll play devil's advocate here. Let's say in this funky world, Conor McGregor knocks out Holloway. If you just engage, I say I retire, like this week. I'm done. Nothing to give me back. Conor wins. Conor calls out Justin. December card, Conor, Justin. That'd be the one thing that would make me come. That'd be the only thing I would come back for. Not Armin, not a fucking rematch against Ilya, none of that bullshit. None of that. Get out of here. But that's my retirement. Have Conor at the UFC beg me to come back, do it in December, make a boatload of money, then I'm done. It's a favorable matchup for me. Good chance he can win that fight. Or fight T-Mobile Arena, fight Armin. What's it do for you? I would just say no, unless Conor wins. That's a big if. But I'd say I'm retired, and then get them to throw the bags at you. It's the only move. Fight Armin is not the move. I love Armin. Armin's the odd man. What's best for Justin? Title on the line, massive payday. Anything less than that, you stay retired, do your golfing, do your backflips on your lawn, you fucking chill, dude. That's how this should go. Anybody telling you different, whether it's your coaches, who Trevor Whitman I love, I started with, any of them, your manager, Ali, any of them. If any of them are telling you different, they just want money, they're not out for your best interest. Justin, listen to them. Be smart. We retire, you play golf, you drink your cold ones, you do your backflips on your fucking lawn, you have a great life with your wife. If Conor wins, have them beg you to come back. You do it for a boatload of money. It's a favorable matchup. You're probably going to get hurt. Do that, win that one. Now we're really done. Anything less, people are just using you as a circus elephant and taking fucking 10%. But whether it's Ali, Trevor, anybody else in your fucking corner, anybody else on your any less, this is a fact, Justin. It's retire Conor. That's the only option. Anybody telling you different is not your friend and just want their 10%. This is a fact. So I forget that. I had to kick it off of that. I had to kick out that. I had to. You know, usually you're supposed to say that. I had to. I freaking had to, man. So I was Cyril Gunn, Spiera. You know, when this fight was announced, shout out to some of my favorite coffee. When this fight was announced, out of all the matchups, probably the toughest matchup for Poatan heavyweight. Tough fight. The reason why the odds were so close, and rightfully so, is because we didn't know what Poatan would look like at heavyweight. We have an idea. Nobody really knows. There's a lot of flags. There's a lot of him going to the fight. You don't know if he's even a fraction what he was at. Middleweight, light heavyweight, he's cooking. His speed, his power, he's cooking. He's fighting a striker. If any of that translates to heavyweight, it's going to be a tough problem to solve. So I don't know. The odds showed that. What we learned. There's a reason nobody has ever gone from 85 to heavyweight and become champion. There's a reason for it. It's a different ecosystem. It's different. Guys are big. Guys hit hard. If you're an 85er, you're not knocking out a heavyweight. You're not. So you know how there's this whole thing where people are like, oh, I bet a guy at 170 could fuck up a real bad UFC heavyweight. No, you're talking about a different ecosystem. Poatan has godly-like power at 85 and 205. At heavyweight, just run of the mill. And heavyweight's a different animal, kid. We found this out. The other issue is red flagged and was him coming at 253. Him being heavier than Cyril, good. If you're a Poatan fan, it's not good. Now, while this isn't Poatan's fault, again, you guys can realize there's a lot of Poatan love. His fan base is rapid. People love him as they should. I do too. But the UFC community wants their next guy so bad. You want the next generational face of the UFC so you want your superstar so bad. And we push guys out. We push them up to these ungodly-like stratospheres. And we're hoping they can pull it off. When you sit back and look, you're asking for a lot. You're asking for a guy who was able to make 185. There's only one guy really on that heavyweight roster that could even consider 85, and that's no kid. He used to wrestle 85 in college. He wrestled Bonico, right? Maybe him if he got crazy. There's no need for it because he's dominating right now. Maybe, but the rest of them can fathom 185 for a lot. We saw this with Izzy when he jumped to 205. It's a lot. Those guys are big. He can absorb shots. It's a lot. It's a lot. And for Alex, right away, you're like, okay, the speed's not really there. He looks a little timid. Cyril's better, quicker on the feet, quicker overall. Oh, this is bad. Cyril gone, get a Cyril gone. Definitely got cheap shots. I mean, how many behind the head? That one's not as, listen, if you didn't have a history of this, it'd be like, yeah, just shit happens. You know, you got excited. But could you not cheat? The eye pokes, the hits behind the head, could you not do that? Cyril Gahn looked good. He was the chosen one because Tom Aspinall's hurt and John Jones decided not to fight. He was the chosen one. Poatan would have had a better chance against John Jones, unfortunately. Cyril Gahn, you know, he's high-level kickboxing, not world class like Poatan, but high enough level, quicker, never quick on his feet. It's a nightmare. For Poatan to have success, he needs a guy stationed all the time. Did you have to hit him back the head so many goddamn times? Did you have to fucking do every single fight? That one kind of bummed me out, but you're also like, okay, too much. Doesn't mean he's a bad fighter. Really, he's not a bad fighter. In respective weight classes, they're still awesome. They're still amazing. They're still generational talents. Don't write them off. But real 55 for Hilliard, not happening. Real heavyweights for Poatan, not happening. All good. You shot for the moon, land on the stars. All good. As he tried this, all good. Yeah, so during the finishing sequence of his heavyweight fight against Alex Pereira at UFC Freedom 250, Cyril Gane landed approximately 6 to 10 strikes to the back of the head. Not official, but 6 over a dozen. Yeah. He just has to. That one's not as bad. The eye books is not good though. The heavyweight division's kind of a shit show. It's turmoil because your actual true heavyweight champ Tom Aspinall is coming off eye surgery. Hope he comes back this year, but then that's not my worry. My biggest worry is relations with Eddie Hearn. Eddie Hearn's using Tom as a pawn to get what he wants in boxing. And just so you guys know, my only criticism of the entire broadcast was when Tyson Fury came out. I thought the fight was starting, back to all dark, or some shit like that. I'm like, what the fuck is this? And Tyson Fury just walks out. I'm like, what is this? There's no setup. There's no announcement. That was awkward. The camera staying on Trump and Dana at the start was a little awkward. Like, all right, no announcement, nothing. The Tyson Fury is so random. It's random for us in the know. Like, we know there's supposed to be an announcement of Dana working with Tyson in the Joshua fight. We know. But, like, my mother-in-law following, what the hell is he there? I'm like, well, they're going to do an announcement. So then he comes out, it's super awkward. John Axe like, so what do you have for us? He's like, not much. Right. But we flew you to the White House because remember why we flew you here? You know this ticket is $1.5 million, sir? So we flew you here, right? Because Dana said we're going to wait for an announcement. You said you're going to make the announcement. It's like, right, I don't have anything. I'll do a warm-up fight. We'll see. We'll see with Joshua and you can see John Axe. What the fuck? Right. No, yeah. So the warm-up fight, then we'll get to Joshua. He's like, maybe, you never know. Okay, but so you're here for one reason only, to not make Dana look like a jackass, like a liar, because he said he's been working the Tyson Joshua fight. So do you have any announcement? Are you and Dana working together? He goes, I'm going to let Dana do the speaking. We flew you from England to D.C. for that? You know? What the fuck was that? I don't know about that. We'll leave that up to him. So, right. Why do you think you're here? Figure it out, dude. I love that. He came on the broadcast and gave us nothing. Without some special announcement, it was awkward in the first place. If you would have came out, we're like, what up? What up, everybody? Great to be here. So thank you for having me. The reason I'm here is Dana will be promoting me against Anthony Joshua December 15th. The date is set. It's in Wimbledon. That's what was supposed to go down. Do you guys know that's why he was there? In a way, maybe a call from the South, from whatever. We're like, you're not going to see shit. We're still figuring this out. He's like, but I'm here. Like, we don't give a shit. Anik was like, right, thank you for nothing. Go to your seat. Go. Sugar Sean O'Malley is a hobby. I love me some Faraz, that gameplay. What was that? The fuck was that? What was that? What we're going to do for 3 rounds, just inside leg kick. We're just going to sprint, leg kick, and get out. But they're going to be real hard kicks that are going to compromise his movement? No, more slaps. More we're going to score. You worked on that for how many weeks? And then not Dana, Rogan and DC be like, Sugar's going to have to answer with his leg kicks. You know one that's flies going, not those, not those. You're seeing some redness. You land like 30 of them, and they're barely red. Those aren't shit. Look at when they're like, looking, it's not. No, they weren't doing much. No, he's not. He's literally kind of tapping and running off, tapping and running off, tapping and running off. And then finally, someone must have told him, buddy, you gotta go here. You gotta fight. You can't just let kick him run around. They're not doing much. He's kind of walking you down. You gotta do something. I'm gonna open up. Get douche. Fight off. So that's why he was running around on his bike, leg kicking, because if you engage, you get fucking smoked. You got smoked. As it should be, coming out the Canadian anthem at the White House, you gotta get smoked. You're gonna get smoked from the red, white, and pink. We're talking about sugar. Sugar Peter on, take my money. Give it to sugar. Give it to sugar. Josh Hogan, Derek Lewis. You know. I love me some Hogan. Listen, his shtick isn't for everyone. I don't. It's so cringy where you won't watch it. Miley, Ilya and Justin did their best to create some drama. Obviously, Poton Sorgan added nothing. Sugar added nothing. Chandler, Hoofy added nothing. Bo Nickel, Diego. There's no animosity, so there's no build up to it. So he's like, just make it about the White House. So Hogan did his damnedest to make headlines. And he did that. And if you watch the views, for the most part, his are the most watched because it's different. Even though we hate it, it's like hate watching. And he's aware of that. He gets people talking about the narrative, and he just keeps surging to the top of the rankings and keeps winning. Against Derek Lewis, easiest night in the office for him. I was glad to see his takedowns, and I also liked what he was doing, not applying pressure, but kind of hovering over the guy, landing shots. I liked all that. His armbar was atrocious, so bad. You gotta put to the side, bud, or you gotta extend your hips. All good, all good, all good. You got it regardless. Fighting in true colors. I want more of that. Now, he's going, but I'm fight for title, man, because I keep doing this shit. I get it. We're all familiar with it now. You can stop it. But who am I to say? He doubled down on it. Michelle Obama's a man. That was freaking wild. Rogan took the mic. They knew they were supposed to do that. And even Daniel was like, I don't like any of that stuff. Logan did that for this exact reason. That will be what the libs, CNN, the people who hate on this event, that's going to be the one thing that you're going to take. Hogan doesn't care about your take if it's negative, if you're calling UFC savages and transphobic. He doesn't care about any of that. He just wants you talking about it. That's why he did that. And I was like, oh my God, I expected that. Oh my God, it's so crazy. I was like, that as soon as he won, I looked at my mother-in-law, wife, and I went, get ready. He's going to say some wild shit. But when he got on there, it was like showing his true colors. I'm like, that's the Hogan I fucking love. And then went right back to the stick, and Rogan's laughing. But as soon as he's laughing, because he knows he's on the White House platform, and that's going to get picked up by all the networks. That's going to be the narrative for most of them. All the networks. Oh, he's some dumb meathead, transphobe, and anti-this. No, he actually has a college degree. Very smart dude. He's playing the game. Do I agree with it? Yeah. I don't really have an opinion on it. It's working for him, so he keeps winning. But my whole point about Josh Hogan is the heavyweight division is in shambles right now. And Tom Aspinall's fight is not with his odds. His fight was with Eddie Hearn and Dana White, and he's being used as a pawn. So Tom Aspinall's not going to fight by the end of this year. So what else should you do? You do Hogan or Cyril Gane. That's what you'll get for the interim belt. Or you're going to strip Tom Aspinall. That's how this ends for Tom. I thought it was a good thing they signed with Eddie Hearn. It turns out it's a horrible thing. They're using him as a pawn. And what happens, the UFC's going to go, okay, but are you going to, well, no, I didn't figure out, like, cool, we'll talk over there. Well, One of the adults stopped. Oh, wait. Don't leave yet. Yes, stop. Cyril, Hokit, you're up. That's how this goes. I'd be willing to do that. It never works out for anybody. Tom's going to be screwed. And Hokit pushed on for the heavyweight championship of the world. So interesting. The wrestling's going to be a problem for Cyril. But with his footwork, that's it. I would assume Hokit's an underdog in that fight. Wouldn't bet against. I wouldn't bet on the fight, but Hokit will be an underdog in that fight. Mauricio Hoofy and Michael Chandler. I told you guys if I were going to bet on, I don't bet, but if I was going to bet, if Chandler doesn't fight like a meathead and uses his wrestling, I think Hoofy's overrated. And we've seen what BSD can do with takedown defense, stuff like that. Chandler could have some success. And then I want to blame it on CT. I forgot how washed Chandler is. And that's not being mean to Chandler. A lot of miles. He landed 3 strikes in that fight. It's over.
The one thing that, me and those guys, Casey, we watched the podcast, we watched the fights together, and then the way that Chandler would go for the takedown, he was like doing this, walking like that. Yeah, what was that?
Shoulder not being able to move, not as explosive anymore, and Hoofy's long. I still have my doubts about Hoofy. It's nothing personal. It's not that I don't like Hoofy. He's awesome. He's amazing fighter. He's a kind of a Brazilian version of Conor at that weight class. It's fun to watch. He's a fun fighter to watch. But when I see his holes in his grappling, I have questions. That's it. I don't dislike Hoofy. As an analyst, that's what I'm talking about. It's nothing personal. For him working out with Volkanovski, trying to get his grappling up, cool, I'm all for it. If he somehow shores those holes up in his bow, he's going to be fucking class. My questions are in his grappling department. That's it. But now, outside Armin Tsarukyan, there's a lot of strikers. At lightweight, so he might be okay. He could potentially become champ with his skill set. Tsarukyan would be a nightmare for him. There's not enough hours in the day to make up that grappling inexperience. But Billy Taporia fancies himself a striker. Justin Gaethje, obviously, Charles Oliveira. There's a lot of action. If the guy can grapple, it's going to be tough for him. Chandler's it's all good. Chandler's done. Derek Lewis is done. Not being mean, they've had great careers. Derek Lewis, one of the greatest knockout artists of all time, most knockouts in the UFC. It's been a great run. There's no reason to hang your head on it. It's over. Chandler, it's over. The counter, what about the counter fight? What about it? I guess you could, if you wanted a favorable matchup for Conor, if Conor were to get starched back, I would assume that's why Chandler didn't retire. It's not that he was going to retire, but he's like, I'm going to get the Mystic Mac fight. You're like, yeah, I guess. It depends how Conor looks. Bo Nickel, Kalidakis, you're going to watch that and like, oh, Bo was such a big favorite, and that's how that should go. Bo wasn't supposed to piece him up like that. Yeah, give the guy credit where it's due. Bo's looking pretty fucking good. And a lot of people go, I DMs you'd be mad if Bo strikes, and you're confusing this. I'm not mad if Bo uses his wrestling to set up the striking. I get upset at Bo when he just strikes and doesn't incorporate wrestling. That drives me absolutely bananas. You're the best wrestler in the UFC besides Gabe Stubb. Take him out of it. You're the best wrestler, period, outside Gabe. Use your tools. He used them. The takedown was fantastic. That stuff sets up his striking. Where the guy has to be worried, so it allows him to have success in striking. When he just strikes, nothing makes me more mad. Or than when Bo Nickel just strikes. Oh! I always let my thing
he incorporated that amazing takedown. The ground and pound is insane, but all good. They did it. He lands a big shot. Wins by KO. Fantastic. Diego Lopez, Steve Garcia. That first round, I was like, no, Diego Lopez is cooked. That jab, Steve Garcia was being the aggressor. Lopez was just on his back foot. Lopez just has this, when he says fuck it and goes, he's a problem.
He said fucking for sure.
Fucking just started throwing like Jesus Christ and landed. Steve Garcia was like, what happened? Like, yep. Amazing night of fights. Will never ever be done again. There's this video, I don't know if we can play it because of the music. Someone made this video of me and Rogan when I was on Rogan last time. And I go, can you imagine if Justin Gaethje wins? And Rogan goes through it, and I go, imagine the headlines on Monday morning. It will. I don't know if you can play it without the music, Chin. You can see this. It shows the highlights of Justin. It's so insane. Are you worried they're going to kick us off? The UFC's going to kick us off. I posted on my Instagram today. This is live, so if you go to my Instagram, I posted it. It will give you chills. It's insane. Rogan goes through it, and then I go, can you imagine? It's the greatest episode of all time. Fuck Better Call Saul. Can you imagine the headlines on Monday? Here we are. I'm speechless. This is what makes the UFC the great. That's it right there. It's nuts. Yeah, I can watch it. God, this guy's about as fun as a bag of dicks. I felt the White House fight was gimmicky. I would rather our government focus on being a government and not entertaining machine. I think that 80K regular people deserve to be ringside more than the elite class. That said, it is what it is. For someone that watched it so close to not quite make it, at the end of his career, to headline in front of the world of unique and someone who was undefeated was just wild. Dude, you're looking at what you're doing. I hear you. I get it. I'm with you. I think it should be all true. That was the thing, though, right? It was kind of because you have the elite, the rich people there that were mainly, let's say, the bottom bowl 2000 or like these weird elites who aren't familiar with MMA. It was kind of quiet, but you could hear the dogs, the troops, the grunts in the back going crazy. Sure, to your point, if you just put some of those people in, those 80,000 in there, it'd been such a vibe. That's my only critique. But who am I to critique this card? That'd be my only critique. I don't think I made up for it. Let me go back to that guy. I'm sorry, man. I thought you were criticizing this. It's a cold kiss. You actually redeemed yourself. Oh, man, this guy's on board. This guy's awesome. This is the greatest moment in sports history. Previously, for me, held by the map to beat the Yankees to go on in the World Series. Such an amazing moment. I don't have words. Oh, this guy's cool. Yeah, I get what you're saying, dude. The government should focus on more important shit. We're cool. That said, this guy's cool. My bad, dude. I thought you named that shit. People being so negative. Like all the libs and all the freaking haters out there being like, I hope it gets rained down. God went, not today, blue-haired bitch. Oof. No rain, no lightning, all knockouts, and the American underdog, he gonna win. What a night. What a night.
I wanted to ask you,
What a night.
I kind of know what you're going to say, but the Peloton stoppage, did you have any thoughts at all?
Not just stopped it earlier.
Oh, okay. That's what people were saying to me before we got there.
Yeah, could have stopped it earlier. You just, again, people are going to beat him up, and fans are going to be hard on him. The haters are validated. It's so hard to do what he's trying to achieve. A 3-division champion, there's a reason. All the guys who came out of the UFC, all the alumni, myself, all of us, it's never been done. Your favorite fighter couldn't pull it off. It's never been done. There's a reason. But when they go to attempt that, it's
mind blowing. It's mind blowing. So right away we get like, oh shit, oh my god, that's why. Yeah, that's why. Stop it. No. Okay, this is too much. Whoa. Oh, my bad. Too much. Save him. He's not a bad fighter. He's not overrated. He's not overhyped. It's too much. We tried. All good.
Yeah, the weight class thing.
It's all good, dude. There's weight class for a reason.
Yeah, it's no joke.
It's fucking crazy. There's not another heavyweight on the roster to make 185. What he was attempting is insane. But this should be your takeaway. Not that Poatan failed. Not that he went for something and failed. The takeaway should be, God damn, the balls on Poatan. Let's get all. The balls, weak fighter who could have stayed and fought at 85 and 205, but wanted to achieve something that's never been done. God, that should inspire you. Even though he didn't achieve it, whatever you're thinking about doing, fucking do it. What if I fail? Who gives a fuck? Greatness is that, man. You cannot be scared to fail. It's all good. And those people that criticize you for failing at that crazy accomplishment, or maybe you're thinking of starting a business, or maybe you're thinking of doing this, or maybe you're thinking of doing that, and you're scared of what others are going to say, none of them matter. For Poatan, oh my God, can you believe he got beat by Zircon? Okay, at least he tried. At least he had the balls to try it out. Can you say the same for whatever you're thinking about right now? Can you say the same? It's still greatness. What he did is still greatness. What Ilya did is still greatness. Would you go online, be a loser? Oh, he failed. What have you ever done in your life that you were scared to do, but you still did it? And somebody can answer, I started this business, I put my life savings into it, and it turned out really good. Or, man, I took this shot where I left this field to go into this field, and I took a chance, it didn't work out. All good, dude. At least you fucking tried. Everyone else is too scared what others are going to say. They don't even get off this. They don't get started. Now, Poatan, what he attempted to do is nothing short of fucking greatness. Just go online. You're going to make fun of him. You're going to be mean to him. Oh, he's overhyped. Okay. You can't be scared to fail. That's why Justin Gaethje is where he's at right now. Think if Justin Gaethje was like most of the people on the internet. After he gets knocked out by Max Holloway, oh, dude, you're cooked. Face down. Oh, my God. Best knockout ever. What a loser. What's he do? Look at him now. If he did what 99% of the world does, oh, you guys were right. I'm going to stop here. No. That's why these guys are different. That's why a lot of you who are successful are different. It's okay to fail. You can't give a fuck what the others think. Because the only reason they criticize you is because they would never even attempt any of this stuff. They don't have the balls. They don't have the willpower. Hopefully that makes sense. Absolutely. What a night.
I was going to say something.
I couldn't wait to come back and do this show. I could not wait. That's why you're going live. I could not wait for you guys to see this on Tuesday. I could not. I was chomping at the bit. I woke up, dude, I went to bed. You know what I had? You know what my sleep was last night? 2 long naps. That was my sleep. 2 long naps. I went to bed at midnight because the fight's ended early. He woke up at 1 coughing, and then she spiced up about 3 long naps. And I'm fired up, not tired. I'm good. 2 long naps, my sleep. A lot of dads can feel me on that. I had 2 naps. Did you get 6 hours? Nope, I got 2 long naps. My face, I feel great. Couldn't wait to get in there. Yeah. Oh, not to mention, still to me too. Also, I have no script. I literally just come in here whatever happens, happens. Hopefully I stay on track. Hopefully I cover everything. If not, let me know. That's just, I've been doing this for how long? 10 years, Jim? It's just, I just come in, it's off the top of the fucking dome, y'all. That's how we do it. Hopefully I cover everything. If not, my bad. It's the other thing. Remember when Rhonda and Netflix said, we're going to beat the UFC White House numbers? Remember that? Remember when all the fucking, this thing won't do that good. There's only blah blah don't care about. Those days? Oh, God. God. It's being reported. It's being reported that it did 130 million minimum. Remember 3 days ago when Dana said they're going to do Super Bowl numbers and we were all like, even I was like chill a little bit. And I went, he's just being promoted. It's being reported it did Super Bowl numbers. Yeah. Yeah. Over 130 million worldwide. Let them keep going. Now, I'll say this. I just don't believe any of these numbers. I just don't. I don't believe Floyd Mayweather, Conor numbers. I don't believe the Logan Paul, Jake Paul numbers. I don't believe any of it. But in this makeshift world or this bullshit world we live in, even reporting these high numbers, even as a fraction, this is still the most watched fight. Mixed martial arts fight. But people are going to say most watched fight ever. Just so we know, if you know history, Muhammad Ali through Manila did over 1 billion. So no one's going to touch that. It was also a different time. There's like 4 channels. But yeah, through Manila did over 1 billion. Forget all that. Right? A different time. As far as the current timing in mixed martial arts and even boxing, nothing will touch the UFC White House. 17 million on YouTube, or I'm sorry, 17 million on Netflix for the Netflix card is cute. Yeah, of course it did. Of course it did. Of course it did. Insane. I'm sure you're going to bring it up, Jim. Did you see? Yeah, I'm sure we found out more. So I sent it to you guys. So Daniel Cormier, I don't know if his tweet was real or it was a tweet or Instagram, but he said that Eric Trump DM'd him, and all this is fake. Did you know that?
There's a bunch to it, but apparently it was fake. But his account was actually hacked, so it did come from, as far as we know, it did come from his account, but it was taken off like pretty fast, and they did promote some gambling site or something, so it does make sense that it was hacked. Yeah, him and Eric Trump.
Let's talk about it. Say what you want about the Trumps and Eric Trump. I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed either, but there's no way Eric Trump has gotten this far in life being this dumb. Like my spidey senses, I'm like, what? This is, he doesn't know him at all. You're hitting up DC, be like, yeah, who's injured? What? It was so obvious. If you're gonna cheat, you at least gotta start the combo a little better. But yeah, it worked for what it is. But did DC really post that? And then took it down?
From everything we know so far, it did come from his account. It literally did come from his account. So the only way it come from his account is he did it. So DC is obviously not going to do it or post about it.
It's so obvious. Hey man, anything you can tell me about the fighter tomorrow? Who you got? DC's like, I like to stay unbiased, but I think a fight. Right. You place any bets? No, actually, I'm not allowed to bet on any cards. Dumbass. Right, cool. Hey, man, any of the fighters injured that you know? Not really quite sure what you're asking me, but I think they're all in good shape, ready to go, man. Listen, bro, I'll cut to the chase here. Are any of the fights tomorrow rigged? I've been eyeing the Lopez fight. I think the upset wouldn't be too unrealistic. Money sign.
Money signs are so hilarious, dude.
That's how you know it's fake.
Daniel for posting stuff.
But so he didn't.
He didn't what?
But my thing is, so DC says, "Oh, were people really this dumb?"
Yeah.
Meaning, like,
To believe it.
but didn't he post it?
No, yeah, but even if it came from his account, he's saying, like, can people be this dumb to think he would actually post something like this to his account? Like, if this came from you, even, I'd be like, why the hell would you post that on, you know?
But my thing is, it was DC's actual account, right?
That's what they're saying, that it came from his actual account.
That's where it's like.
So that's what
I think all it's fake, but I'm saying what gives it any validation is like, wait, that's from DC's official account?
Yeah.
So that means are people really this dumb? No, we're not that dumb. It's a quick question. Is that your real account? Yeah, it is. Right. I'm not dumb, but then how did it get posted?
Yeah.
My question would be, are you really this dumb to screenshot that and post it? If you really posted it. So we're not dumb. You're dumb if you posted those screenshots. We're not the dummies. Because it's not like he's in the political space or he's ever posted stuff like this before.
I wondered if this...
Like, is all that AI?
So I'm wondering if even him saying, or his, whatever, proxy is saying...
I think all that's
I'm probably going to get a lot
all that AI, somebody posted it.
Yeah, so someone hacked and said this. Said both.
I don't think they hacked it. I think AI got it. I think they were able to post it, but it's not from his account. It's a fake account. Screenshot it and say, look, it looks like it came from his account.
No, but people, from what I've been seeing, it's actually from his account, though. That's the thing where it's like,
I don't think it is. I think it's fake. I think it's fake.
Let me see.
I think all it's AI.
The post was published on Daniel Cormier's actual X former Twitter account. Both he and Eric strongly.
Cormier suggests his account was hacked. Eric Trump dismissed the message on completely fabricated and AI generated.
Yeah, so it's still posted to his account, according to stuff that we're seeing online.
Here's my thing. So it says, even though DC's account was hacked, and he says, are people really this dumb? No, not dumb. Why would you post that? We're just assuming he got hacked.
No, posted it, is what he's saying.
Fine, but
it seemed very like he would have posted it, and it just seems that way.
Yeah.
You know,
the great issue.
I'm sure some people will believe that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I got so much traction. It's like you came from your official account, you got deleted.
So here's
We're
this
not assuming you got hacked.
suspicious links about a Trump-themed cryptocurrency. So it wasn't a gamble thing; it was a cryptocurrency.
Yeah, confirmed the security breach. Yep.
From the New York Times. That's the source here. Yeah. So of course people are going to think it's possible because it came from his freaking account.
Yeah, that's the thing. Now, if it didn't come from his account, it was just like some weird, those weird MMA sites. I'd be like, dude, this is so lame. Then if DC was getting blown up about it, that's when I would be like, are you guys really this dumb? I've never posted anything like this. My issue is calling people dumb is it came from your account.
Someone said that here that the hackers were the one that wrote that message. Oh, you think people this dumb? I don't know how deep it goes.
Jesus Christ.
So maybe they wrote it. Yeah, I don't know. But that was pretty crazy. It looked very real.
I don't know how what's his name, Eric Trump? Mm-hmm. Eric Trump did on his SATs or ECTs, but there's no way being the president's son. Meaning, there's no way you DM a guy you don't know to come to UFC and ask for betting picks. Listen, I'm a dumbass. I'm not that. I've done some dumb shit. That one would take the cake.
Yeah, that was pretty wild.
What else you got?
So we got a little progressive going on here.
Do we have any more current events?
Yeah, if you want to
All right, let's knock out progressive.
Yeah.
We'll do it live. Okay, we'll do it live. It's part of the live. We just got one week.
This is our first thing.
What'd you say? I said, deserve the first day. Holla. Listen, insurance isn't one size fits all, and shopping for it shouldn't feel like squeezing into something that just doesn't fit. That's why drivers have enjoyed Progressive Name Your Price tool for years. With a Name Your Price tool, you tell them what you want to pay. They show you options that fit your budget. Enough hunting for discounts, tracking with coverages. Maybe you're ready for a policy, or you're just looking for something that works better for you and your family. Either way, they make it simple to see your options. No guesswork, no surprises. Ready to see how shopping for car insurance can be? Visit Progressive.com and give the Name Your Price tool a try. Take the stress out of shopping and find coverage that fits your life on your terms. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates, price and coverage match limited by state law. Progressive. Let's get back to the program. You got to edit that. We're doing it live, though. It's very rare I mess up, though. But knock on wood. I usually don't mess up.
Yeah. So just for the fans, we're not going to put stuff on air because we're still freaking out just in case it'll get shut down. But Breno's still talking about some of the current events that are going on.
So I'll explain it to you. If you're watching this, most of you guys know these headlines, and if you're listening to it, nothing will change.
Oh yeah. So what about Sean Strickland? Actually, like he said, we shouldn't crash the event at the White House.
So I know he went. I know he went there. That's a great pick. I know he went there.
There's like a ring. Some ring there?
Yeah, they had an octagon, like a whole, almost like UFC Echo vibe outside.
But there's an actual, like a boxing style ring. I'll play the video for you, but you can see him there get pulled out by the police, but then you'll see him put into a paddy wagon. And he's just talking here about.
He's just built his profile, what he's doing.
Yeah.
You know what's great?
That's in inside the ring before he got kicked out.
Why'd they kick him out?
Because he's not supposed to be there. No one's actually supposed to be in there.
Yeah.
But there are more fans that love it.
Oh, of course. This makes him a fan favorite. This guy's freaking out.
He's just filming everything.
Yeah, he's the man. This is the best thing he could have done. You know what's cool is there wasn't. I talked to Roman the day of the event, and I was like, how is it weird? He's like, dude, this might be the safest place in the world right now.
I would imagine.
There's so much security. Yeah. It's so cool. Nothing happened.
Dude, everything was perfect. But not even perfect. It went beyond what we could have ever imagined.
Beyond.
Yeah. Everything.
Dude, when they told me there was a delay, I had like this at myself coming home. 3 hours. The range, reshuffle the event, put it somewhere else. Could have been a nightmare. Thank God.
And during the weekend as well, there was that RAF with Dylan Dennis and Hamzat.
Yes, we're watching Hamzat versus Dylan Dennis. It says ends in a wild brawl. Now, ends in a brawl because, I'll tell you what,
yeah, he survived quite a bit of his thing.
Because he gets taken down and then he gets a guillotine there. Does he tap Hamzat?
No, he gets him on the
guillotine right there.
Okay.
That's the guillotine right there. And then
Hamzat's trying to put his shoulders down, right? Wrestling.
Yeah, he's I think he taps.
And I think right there it's over. And then this is where it starts it off.
Okay, he's like, dude, he's applying a freaking choke.
Then he pushes him and then boom, kicks Dylan again.
He's ready to go.
Yep. Dude, I feel so bad for Dylan. He always gets jumped.
You feel bad for Dylan?
Because he always gets jumped.
You think he's gonna happen? My thing is, it's tough to have Dylan Dennis, but it's tough to have a part of events because
he talks so much smack.
And he's always doing shit like this. It depends what you want. It depends what you want.
Yeah. But see, even here, there's a bunch of people just like always sucker punching him. He's like turning around, someone sucker punches him. Constantly.
I think Glinda has a hell of a chin. I always see him clocked from the side. Nothing bothers him. Catch strength, scrapping. It depends what you want. Now, it says 209,000 likes. People are talking about RAF. I don't know. Depends what you want.
We'll definitely bring attention to
He's
it.
in the topic conversation.
Definitely. And this is someone just, we already got past this, but this is someone asking, I can play the audio here, I think.
Is that Nicholas Ballas?
Yeah, Nicholas Balassi. It was like I guess like a personal field thing. That's for a different thing. But anyways, so I was like, yeah, why would you think I did it? That's so stupid for fans to think that I actually did it, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, my thing is like, dude, it came from an account. If it was all fake, I get it, but it comes from an account.
Yeah. And this is Conor McGregor and Terence Crawford going back and forth about Ilya's loss. And let me show you.
But again, with Ilya, like, notice there's a common theme here. Like, guys get to a certain level, and then, like, again, I love all these guys, but it's like, remember Bilal was talking about, I can outbox Canelo. Remember that? Yeah. Talk? And then how's it go after? Once guys start believing this shit, and I blame their team, once this starts seeping in, Ilya, I can knock out Terence Crawford, right? This stuff starts to get weird, man.
Yeah. So, yeah, everyone came out once Ilya lost, but this is what Terence said.
Crawford said, this is the guy that said he would knock me out and whip me in Shakur at the same time?
And he showed a picture of him all bloodied up. Messed up right there.
Conor says, what the F are you saying? You can't wrestle yet afraid of an MMA fight? That to me is pitiful. He was beating an MMA fight, which you don't have the courage for. What the F was all these little boxes at the show yet no MMA fighters?
Yeah, and then, but I'll tell you what, this is where Terence replied
and said, shut your drunk ass up. He got his ass whipped like you did. That's the joy of boxing.
And here,
he'll come to us, we don't have to come to y'all.
That's because
they can't come to us.
But I mean, there's more money in boxing so far.
Yeah, fair, 100%. Fair. Maybe with Netflix MVP, it's a different animal, but it's like, the reason we come to you is because we can actually do what you do. Maybe not your level, but we can at least make it entertaining for the fans. You, Terrence, Canelo, Tyson Fury, Anthony Joshua, insert any box you want. They cannot come over to MMA and make it competitive. They can't. You ain't winning a single round. It's ending in seconds. But we can come over. Jake Paul can last 6 rounds. Conor can last 6 rounds. You know? Yeah, Jake Paul. But we could figure out payment with NFL, Netflix, with boxing. We can figure that out. But if any of y'all come over to our sport, it's not a there's no entertaining value. There's nothing. That's just Tony Howard. It ends in seconds.
Yeah, without a doubt.
That's why we come over to you. That's why, Terrence. And I love Terrence. I love Terrence.
He is the GOAT.
But even if you boys were getting bad, you ain't coming over to the UFC getting embarrassed. You're not. And again, I don't blame you because you guys get paid so well, you don't have to. And that's great. I love that. There's a reason y'all ain't coming over. It's too tough. Yours is one aspect of what we do.
And this is Patty Pembroke.
Yeah, he's responding to Ilya because Ilya said the same thing about him. So it's funny. He goes, the only thing you have to do is beat a 38-year-old coming off a 5-round war with me. Instead, you quit on your stool like a little bitch you are. I'm a 5 rounds. You're a little pretender. So, natural undisputed? No, sir. No, sir.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people came out of the woodwork.
That's how it goes. But listen, fighters can do that. I'm all about that.
Yeah, this is just some other stuff that
just got that picture zoomed out.
Yeah,
the White House behind. I need to get that framed in there.
And you're talking about the
greatest picture you've ever seen. It's just in the highlight gauge doing a backflip off the octagon in the fucking White House strip behind the huge American flag. Buddy!
I wish he didn't try the second one.
Yeah, I thought he was going to break his neck, dude.
Yeah, hopefully he's okay. But yeah, these are just fighters just praising him and someone, Ilya no mas to career. That's what Armin Strickland said. Yeah, that we already covered.
Oh no, what's Dana saying about it though? I haven't seen any of the press conference.
Okay, let me refresh it.
So this is Dana at the post-fight press conference talking about Tyson Fury. Did he think it was weird?
I'll let him explain. showed up tonight and said that he had an announcement to make that he wanted to hear it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for the last couple of weeks, I've been hearing from the media and other people that I'm not involved in the fight. I've been hearing that Tyson Fury couldn't get out of the country and couldn't get into the United States, and it just seems like everybody's always wrong.
Tyson Fury, that was his explanation. Just like that he couldn't get the media. I wonder why they're being so mysterious. Yeah, maybe he actually can't say anything yet. I'll give Dana this. I will give them this. He said this will be the greatest UFC card ever. And we gave him so much shit, including me, so much shit. Well, you told us the greatest card ever put together. He was right. I mean, above and beyond. That was such an incredible thing. Yes, I'll give them shit when it's required. You gotta give them their due. Yeah, best card I've ever seen. And so you remember Arnold Strickland tweet back on Justin Gaethje? He says he might get you a truck. Yeah, he even asked me what color. Yeah, he tweeted today what color. Get that new Rumblebee. Is it a Dodge? Oh, yeah, it's a Ram. Yeah, it just came out. It's their SRT Rumblebee. Dude, this thing's filthy. Just somebody wants like a power wagon or something, which would be dope. Tell me what the new AEV 2500. Twinsies. So yeah, he did $1 million and then won 5. And then I can set just up with Diesel R. We'll get you delete that EGR. We'll get it fully deleted. Tune, bigger turbo, straight pipe, holler. No, Justin. I think Justin needs said too, like during the press conference, he's like, I already have enough trucks order. No, he goes, my truck has 6,000 miles. I need a new one. Dude, get an AEV 2500 Cummins. I'll set you up with Diesel R. We'll have Diesel Works do all the work in 4 years. You'll have the most badass AEV Cummins on the market. And this is this is just a fast forwarded like by 4 times. This is 3 versus Eddie Hall. Eddie Hall looked pretty good. I thought it was just like sloppy. Eddie Hall, I mean, cardio wasn't terrible for being that big. Like, I was impressed. He still lost though. He'd be a handful. Yeah. And he was chasing Fury down the entire fight. Yeah, Fury didn't get on his bike. He has 400 fucking pounds. You know, he looked gigantic. And I wish I could play this for you, but I can't because it's huge. But this is Conor McGregor and Max Holloway going off on each other. God, if Conor were able to win that fight, dude. So Derek Lewis set another record. So he has the most knockouts. Interesting. Yeah. And now he has the most knockout losses. So not most knockout wins, most knockout losses. UFC. He has the most knockouts and he's been knocked out the most. Yeah. That's never good. But he's still a legend. That's the thing. See, I agree with this guy. Career. Score 24. When this, I said the same exact thing. He goes, when I heard the lady say, making a leave, he said he was in the best shape of his life. I knew he was going to lose. Every fight in history that said that got their ass whipped. This is a fact. Anytime like he trained for this. Go into it, they go, he actually didn't miss a day of training camp. He's in the best shape of his life. Oh, he's going to lose. Every time. Yeah, every time. Well, we already talked about this when he said Michelle Obama's a man. That was crazy. This is John Jones just reacting. Very simple little thing on his Instagram. It's just kind of like, and he's wearing a goat chain. I didn't. You didn't notice? No, I didn't notice. He's wearing a goat chain. Yeah. John's good. Yeah. Think how bad John beat so yeah. And then, of course, Donald Trump, they just caught him again sleeping at the event. They catch him sleeping everywhere, apparently. He's over a long time. It's a G5 event. Dana was looking at the thing on his neck.
with Trump. Loki gave it to him, and he's looking at the camera now, and Trump was on. He gave like a card or something. Loki, but after you want to put around Trump's neck, so Trump did, and Dan was sitting there like this, and Dan was like looking at it, and then Trump realized the camera slides in his hand. Oh shit! Thank you, big dog, big dog.
Yeah, that's pretty much all the stuff I can really show you. We have
Get some fan questions.
questions here.
One thing about doing live, I can't take piss breaks. I am so bad.
Well, there's not too many fan questions here. We'll do more. We'll do a bunch tomorrow.
Tomorrow's the live chat. Tomorrow at 11 a.m. Central Time. Come on to join the Big Brown Breakdown Club. Subscribe. Join the Brownies. It's a grand old time. I'll answer all your questions. Most of these questions are about Justin Gaethje, what he should do. So I've kind of recapped that. Let's see what we got. This is Peter_G_Miguel. I have no idea what this is. I never had it, but it was hard watching Ilya get his face bashed in like that. That was a Fight Games Fight episode. Oh, thanks, brother. It's tough to watch his face like that and his brothers in his corner. It's tough. I agree. It's tough to see their face get bashed in like that. My only thing, I'm with you. I feel bad, but I'm just like, what the fuck were you thinking? What was your game plan? Just the lack of respect. Fuck around and find out. So a lot of that's on him. Walking forward into jabs and shit. Like, what are you doing, dude? Michael Logan.
We'll just stick with that.
Michael Logan. His name's so tough.
Yeah.
Why aren't the Sunday fan questions and lives posted on Patreon?
Yeah, we haven't been posting on Patreon because we were going to start a Patreon page. I wanted to make it just for Patreon alone. But if they want the fan question, just on Patreon.
No, we keep on here. Yeah, it's because that's for Fighting the Kid only.
And they're also all ad-free so far, so it's the same thing.
Yeah, we do ad-free on purpose. So Big Brown Breakdowns, it's a whole separate thing. Doc's call anyhow. It was weird. I've never seen that take that long. Been a fan since 09. Super weird. There's like Stoolgate. The reason why we don't really care is because Justin still won. Now, if Billy would have got that extra minute rest, right? And shout out the ref for stopping him from drinking, doing shit like that. If he would have got that 2 minute rest and went out there and then knocked him out like Stoolgate, like Yo Romero, Tim Kennedy, we're in a whole. Today's show's completely different. But it worked out. God's on our side. The winner won. Justin won. So it's all good. But that was weird. It's also, remember, they didn't use the Washington, D.C. Commission. They wouldn't sanction this on at the White House lawn, so they didn't want to be part of it. So they had to bring a different commission. So it's a little weird. Oh. This is Christian. Fan question: should Justin retire after the win over Billy? If not, who would his next opponent be? And would there be a better ending to his career than this win? Nope. It's only downhill from here. It'd be like racing if you're a drag racer with nitrous, and then you win at the pinnacle, ever, and then they're like, "Can you do one more?" But you're still racing. Like, no, I'm not doing that. Justin should retire. And then if Conor wins, have them throw you a bag to fight Conor. She can win that fight. Other than that, stop. Anybody tells you different, it's not your friend. Joseph 9884 _ knowing that the UFC heavyweight division is lacking contenders, do you have Hogan jump in the line and say he's one fight away from the top shot? Great for performance, but it was against Lewis, who was older and descending. Yeah, I don't think he has to jump any line. He beat Curtis Blades convincingly. He beat Derek Lewis. Tom Aspinall's out. They're not going to give it to Sergey Pavlovich. They're not going to give it to some of these other cats. So I bet they do him versus Silverback. The issues with Tom Aspinall, like I described before, with Eddie Hearn, I bet they strip him and he fights for the legit belt. That's what I would do. Python Pinto. Justin's condition and training, I believe, the ideal way to go about it. Strength addition coach, I'm huge on it. It's done right now. Sammy C. I don't know who Sammy C is. I think he might be. Yeah, Sam Kelly. Yeah, I don't listen. Sammy's not you. I know what you're saying. It plays a big factor in Justin's condition and training. Justin mainly does it right, meaning he gets his training from actual fighting. So Justin spars a lot, he grapples a lot, he does a lot of wrestling. That's how he gets his condition. He does it the right way. More guys should do it like Justin. So he's not doing, run up mountains and fucking throwing tires and medicine balls. He's getting his condition from his actual sport. He does it right. He trains very hard. All right, last one. Backyard_farmer 805. Why don't more people use the jab? It's worked for centuries. Justin used it perfectly. I just wish he used it a little more wrestling so he doesn't take so much damage. He barely took any damage number besides the body shots. But it was awesome. Have a great day. Thank you for your question, brother. Why don't people use the jab? The good ones do. The good ones do. It's the most, I want to say, important weapon in all of fighting. A jab is your number one tool to set things up, to gauge distance, to set up combinations. If someone doesn't have a jab, they're probably not a very good striker. So if you think of all the elite strikers, like Izzy, GSP, Anderson Silva, Ilya, Justin Gaethje, Max Holloway, if you think of Sean Strickland, you think of the high-level strikers, they all have very, very good jabs. So if you don't have a jab, you're probably not going to go that far. So the top echelon guys, everything starts with a jab. Everything. Is that it? All right, guys, we did it. We did it. Thank you so much for watching. Shout out to the UFC. Shout out to the fans. I love you guys. Hopefully you enjoyed it as much as I did. Hopefully you did. Hopefully you did. I hope you did. If you didn't, you're probably the same person that calls their wife their partner. If you didn't enjoy this, and that's just soft shit. It was fantastic. Best Sunday of my life. Nothing will top it. Shout out to Justin Gaethje. You freaking did it, Bubba. You freaking did it. Can't believe it. It's a good day to be a UFC. We got International Fight Week coming up. I am live tomorrow with a live chat at the same YouTube channel. For your questions, leave them in the YouTube comments. But fan question, fight for the members. You and I are talking tomorrow at 11 a.m. Central Time on this exact channel. I love you guys. See you tomorrow. Hopefully you enjoyed the recap. UFC Freedom, baby. We did it. I'm Big Brown. I'm out.
Rock through the city like British. I'm on a mission to get it all. Through the city like British. If you ain't think, please don't get involved. Now, Brandon Explosion! What up, fam? Happy Sunday. If you're watching this, you are gearing up for UFC 250 Freedom. It's going down tonight. Cannot wait. It's here, fam. Cannot wait. Let's jump right into fan questions. Because as you're watching this, buddy, I'm getting my spread ready. I got my cold Diet Cokes. I cannot wait. I won't miss a freaking second of this White House card. Cannot wait. Let's get right into it. Banksy 1079. Fan question. Do you think fouls in MMA will ever actually mean something? Seems like the referees company is too comfortable letting warnings slide. And by that time, it's usually too late. How do we combat people who exploit or continue fouling opponents knowing there won't be consequences? From day one, I've always said any foul, eye poke, groin kick, if it wasn't intentional, even if it was like, no gray area, guaranteed you'd see less of it. But John Jones did. There's guys that take advantage of it because they can get away with it. So it's not going to change so they have stricter punishment.
Ad Smitty 22. Bad question. Oh, he's part of the Big Brown Breakdown Club too. I know Adam Smitty. What up, big dog? Bad question. First, I love you guys. Appreciate your channel, your humbleness, and ability to relate and top notch. So my son is 4 years old. His BJ loves it. He watches me work out. We answered this. If so, Smitty. So we answer this on the live chat that you guys can go watch right now. So I'm not gonna answer it twice here, but you can watch his ad Smitty 22. His question about his son starting jiu-jitsu. He sees his son doing it. How's he keep him engaged in it? So love it. Eric Clark 5039. Fair question, two-part. First, how hard is it to make a rule or scoring criteria changes? Very tough because the commissions and you got to do it as a unified rule. It's a nightmare. Second, would there be benefit to having, so would be taking away the lay and pray fighters that winning on control time? This would force fighter to advance position or continue to attempt the ground and pound. This would also allow special to work submission from fighter to potentially win a round off their back. When's the last time you saw somebody win a round off their back? Guys' guards are probably their weakest thing across the board. They force guy on top to move, attempt to pass, or they don't, and they just because they're winning if they're on top in the judge's eyes. So I don't like that, brother. Takes trophy stamps away, also potential to make it more exciting fights. I think you do the opposite, brother. Potential is the key word. Yeah, I think you do opposite. I think you make it more. But you might be right. Weenie Hug Junior 8316. I'm thinking you can provide some insight here, given your experience in multi-tools, different paths to combat sports. I'm 24 years old, looking to start a career in space, not fighting, but potentially something on the promotion, agent, marketing, media side. I graduated college with a finance degree. I've been safe since then, working in industry at all. I'm sick of spending so much to get back. I want to look back and fuse the things I had life. A guy like me, I'm located in Dallas, so most of the direct UFC stuff is going to be out. Any ideas would be much appreciated. I know Rich Chow is in the Dallas area, and he's the head honcho. He's the next, vice president, VP in line to Scott Coker. And they're starting an MMA organization. I would get your foot in with some of these big agents. There's a lot of agents that could use help just to get your foot in with the fighters. So the Rich Chow's in Dallas, Bubba. But either that or I try to get my foot in with some of these big agents that are close to the fighters, especially since you know finances. All of them could use help doing that.
Yeah, DM them and show them like links to your stuff.
At John 6, fair question. Do you think Connor, absolutely, that was the best he's ever looked. That was unreal. Best performance ever out of anybody? No. Best for Connor ever. I'll never see that again. Magical. Wide turns only. Fair question. MMA GOAT and combat sports GOAT is not the same. I argue that Poatan being a 2-division glory champ, this is a great point, and a 2-division, possibly 3 UFC champ puts him in the combat sports GOAT category. Such as Cejudo, here's him being both Olympic gold medalists and UFC champs, Holly Holm being a boxing champ, being the Boxing Hall of Fame, and being a UFC champ. You can't argue that Stamp Fairtex being a kickboxing, Muay Thai, MMA under one banner puts her there too. What do you think? Side note, kickboxing, Muay Thai, and other combat sports don't have Olympic participation. I'm categorizing based on the highest levels available. Agree 100%, brother. We do forget when we're talking about GOAT status that Poatan was a 2-time division champ in glory kickboxing, to the highest level of kickboxing. You talk about Hudo, DC, that Olympic level wrestling. That's there. To your point, Holly Holm in boxing, Stamp Fairtex. But when they're talking about GOATs, especially like right now, right, the hot topic is Potan's the GOAT. They're talking about accomplishments. And being a 3-division champion's never been done, so he's in the conversation, but he hasn't reigned long enough in any division to be considered the GOAT. Because I think reigning champ and defending at middleweight, light heavyweight, or heavyweight multiple times, like you're talking 8, 9, 10 times, is the hardest thing to do in sports. He hasn't done that, so that's why he's not my GOAT. Best accomplishment in UFC, though, but that's a different conversation. Big Mac 439, fan question, fourth attempt for this question. With how many MMA fans are big fans of grappling, wrestling, heavy fights, or heavy fighters, what do you think is the main reason that kickboxing and Muay Thai haven't become more mainstream? I've been watching them both more lately and feel like they're the perfect sport for MMA fans who don't want to watch any wrestling. Because they don't tell any of their stories. They're bad at marketing and they don't tell you have no reason to care. Even though I agree, it's so much fun to watch. They're so talented, and so it's like if you watch a baseball game, even if it's the Dodgers versus the Atlanta Braves, the two best teams in the league, but let's say you had no clue who they are, like, all right, it's supposed to be cool. And if someone's like, oh, dude, Otani's the best in the world, but you've never heard of him, you're not going to care. You got to have some sort of connection to the fighter or the player to actually give a fuck. There's too much going on these days. Tad HG Talks. Fan question, any advice for anxiety and low self-esteem? Also, 175 pounds in good shape, have some boxing training. Does this count? But I want to become bigger and stronger without taking roids. Not looking to be a bodybuilder, but just want to be bigger and stronger so I can defend myself, protect my family if I ever have to. He looks like a young talent. Well, your anxiety, low self-esteem, if you're in good shape, so I assume you work out, you have some boxing training. We're talking about roids. You're talking about like, because TRT is not roids, peptide's not roids. Those are two completely different things, and they get a bad name. So there could be some stuff there to add lean muscle, get really shredded, get in great shape, and you're in the boxing gym. So I'm sure you can get confidence. It'll give you a lot of confidence, and you probably won't have as much anxiety either, and your self-esteem will go up. Light skin, Oso 295. Fan question, third attempt. What area of the United States produces the best MMA talent? Where would you send your scouts? Oh, what a fucking question. Oof. California is a good one. God, where would I send my... It's tough because they're coming from all over. There's a lot of guys coming out of Philly, the East Coast. That's a tough question, brother. That's a tough question because if you're looking for like up-and-comers, I'll probably say your best bet is still SoCal or California in general for the best talent, like young talent. But yeah, there's guys in Florida, Texas, the Midwest with wrestling. If I'm looking for just a dominant guy who has a wrestling background, probably going Midwest. Again, Philly, the East Coast producing some animals, but I'd probably go California. Great question. Fan question, 12th attempt for guys. With all the hypes around the White House card, do you think it was wise of Trump's people in the event? Second question, why does everyone act like Hokit's fight against Blaze was one of the best heavyweight fights ever, when in my opinion it wasn't? Your fight with Mirko was way better than Hokit versus Blades. I don't know about that, dude. I don't know if it wasn't more entertaining. Like, that fight was good. There's some blood back and forth. I took him down, I think, 3 or 4 times. So I don't know if that's the most exciting for people. And then obviously it ended in a crazy fashion. But I don't think that fight's better than Hokit versus Blades. But thank you. Do I think it was wise not let Strickland attend the event? Yes. He's been super critical of Trump, and he's a wild card, and he doesn't hold his tongue, which is why I love Strickland. But they don't want to deal with that risk, that he yells some shit out and he gets picked up on the mic or yells out something about Epstein and stuff like that. I understand why they're not inviting him. I wish they did because it'd be so entertaining, but it's their party, It's like inviting a hater to your party. Would you want a hater at your party? Probably not. Boys 29, question. Let's just say Tom fights his next 2 fights on his contract and wins both, then bails because the how much of a PR would be if their last 3 heavyweights effectively leave? First Francis, then John would play ball, then Tom. Would it be a good look? It'd be a good look to us, to the hardcores. To the casual fans, they have no fucking clue about Francis or John. It wouldn't affect business. We know how much of a travesty it is and how crazy it is, but the general fan, doesn't care and wouldn't affect the UFC. And that's crazy.
Zach McQueen -RD. Fan question, Big Brown. I think we can all agree that the UFC moving on from USADA was a net positive move, especially when we heard about all the crazy stories about them fucking with fighters, overstepping their boundaries. But feel like since drug-free sport has come along, we hear next to nothing about drug testing the sport. What's your opinion on how strict the current protocol is? Is it just a simple IQ test for these fighters in camps to be able to work around? When's the last time we heard any fighters pop for anything, especially in upper weight class fighters? Do you think UFC has more control and being more hush-hush about things, or would you say you're confident that it's the same as when USADA was in place? If we know we're near the same as USADA was in place, let them think. They're in such a tough sport. It takes so much, out of their bodies and beats up their bodies. So peptides and recovery, I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it. And they're going to do it anyway. So it's like UFC taking a step back and USADA, they were so strict it sucked. Neural Islaya Universe -G5Q fan question. What are your chances of you getting together with a few legends to invite command for the White House card? An all-American cast like Josh Thompson, Tim Kennedy, Rampage would do crazy numbies. Yeah, I feel you. Rampage ain't coming out here. He's streaming, I'm sure, at 7-Eleven or some shit. Tim Kennedy and Josh Thompson would be easy to get. Meaning because they're close buddies in Texas, but Rampage in California. But the chance of me doing a White House card is next to none. You guys would know. I would have promoted by now. Dude, I'm going to be at home watching with my fam. I said I has a game at 4. I'll be done by 5:30. I'll race home. Hopefully wifey gets the snacks and the hors d'oeuvres rolling, the cold Diet Cokes. Cannot wait. Cypher -23 fan question. If Justin the trilogy with Dustin Poirier, I know Dustin is retired, but the trilogy for the belt would be legendary. Wouldn't be mad at Army getting the next title shot, especially against that is the biggest fight in the sport. Agree. Ilya, Armin, or bust. No, Dustin Poirier ain't come back. But if Justin beats him, no, if you need Justin Connor. J Bond 0619 fan question. You ever personally experienced International Fight Week? Wondering as a fan if it's even worth making a trip to experience anything or a complete money grab and waste of time outside an actual fight. I bet it's pretty cool. I bet it's cool because they do the expos there, right? And I used to take part in the expos. I did plays for the first 3 or 4 expos they ever did, and they're awesome. They're awesome, dude. I actually went to one before I was even in the UFC and met Vanderlei Silva. They were awesome. I want to take you in line to actually meet an hour, and he called me Brandon. It's heartbreaking. That might have been the Olympia though, because I was a UFC fighter for the first UFC Expo because I just got out of the house that week, and I was at UFC Expo and walking around, and nobody knew I was an knowledgeable fighter. That was cool. Actors Gallery fan question: with TKO being prophet of SaaS, yep, corporate chills. Is it time for the UFC to give up on female fights? White House card having 0 female fights tells you big stars are draws. No, now remember, I'll push back on this. Kayla Harrison and Amanda Nunes were planned to be on there, but she got injured and had the neck surgery. So they did plan to have 1 female fight on there. A good promotion of MMA fans to look at female fights as bathroom break time. I can't possibly imagine UFC makes money in return on all the female fighters they pay. Yeah, but same thing can be said for the heavyweight division besides the top 2 guys. There's ebbs and flows, ups and downs. I'm sure there'll be some badass females coming. Kimmy Dern, nobody's mad. She's champ. Easy on the eyes. Talented as all get out. So, but the pushback in the White House, they did plan to have a female fight on there, but fell through. Is that it? That's it. All right, guys. Love you. If you haven't watched, the live chat's available right now. Enjoy your UFC 250 freedom. It is time. It's here. So if you're watching this, probably get for the fight. Enjoy the mother trucking fight. You guys earned it. Get a Diet Coke. Enjoy the fights. It's our Super Bowl, and it's here. Finally, it's Sunday, baby. Enjoy UFC at the White House. Love you guys. See you Monday. See you Tuesday for the live chat. See you Friday for the live chat. So that's it. Love you guys. I'm Big Brown. I'm out.
When you're in a mind, you will find a new fight card to be broken down. And you can't fall asleep, 'cause he'll go balls deep. So deep. Card coming Saturday night. It's Big Rock through the city like British Shaw. I'm on a mission to get it all. Rock through the city like British Shaw. If you ain't please don't get involved. Hell! London, six shot. We're live. What's up, fam? We're back, baby. The after show, but let's later. Can't wait, baby. What's up, dude? It's UFC Freedom 250. It's Friday, so we got 2 days. We got 2 mother trucking days. Crow 55, Crow 55. What up, big dog? What up, fam? How we doing, fam? You guys good? Boy, I gotta tell you what, I need this today. Your boy is so frustrated. I'm so frustrated. I don't want to get too much into it because I don't want to throw this shop under the bus. It's not what I do. Could I? Of course I could. They royally messed up my truck. I've had my truck in freaking 5 weeks. My new Ram 2500 I haven't had in 5 weeks. So only car that's not in a shop is my Hummer with no AC, no window. Everybody's it out, dude. It's all good. It's all about UFC 250 because you can't bring me down. We got it. Yeah, not a sponsor. What is this? Mango Fuego. All right, the spice. I was literally just watching the pod and see you join the live. Love it, man. What up? We live, baby. We'll do it live. Okay, do it live.
King Quincy. That's nice. King Quincy. Big Brown, happy UFC weekend. You too, brother. You too. If you're not drunk for this, you're a snowflake. Elder John. My bad. Last show, big dogs that you skipped my questions, but my dumb ass didn't realize my questions never went through Wi-Fi. That work sucks. My bad, brother. Yeah, I get it, brother. Dark Heyoka. You did go over the O'Malley fight episode you dropped this morning, but other than that, I haven't heard a lot of talk around the fight. I'm really feeling there's a hobby upset. I know I could get it. Did you hear the hobby on Ariel's show? They also look identical. They're twins, yeah. It's I wouldn't be surprised if he pulled stylistically at Nightmare. That's a tough fight for him, but he can do it. Patrick Martinez, 24-51. Do you think the Super Bowl numbies? They get Super Bowl numbies, dude. So Super Bowl does over 100 million. It's like 140 million just in the United States. I think they're going to do dummy numbers worldwide. Now, Marco Rubio, they just don't know ball. He goes, UFC White House will reach over 1 billion views. It's all. Okay, that guy didn't know ball. That'd be insane. Clips up Daily One. Let's go, baby. Love that you're doing live streams. Love from Vancouver. Dude, I love Vancouver. What up, bub? Justin Slavic, 229.55. Happy Friday. Let's get this weekend going. Right, dude? Right? Let's freaking do it. Elmer Talk. Happy Friday, my fellow Brownies. We're almost there. I know, dude. Ain't shit. I was listening to Luke Tom's show, and somebody was like, I'm going to not watch the White House card. Do you think a lot of other people are the same realm as me, and they're not going to watch it? It's going to hurt them? God, you got to be such a snowflake to let whatever your political views are get in the way of this event. You got to be such a cuck. Kaden Trujillo, 37-38. Yo, I'm going to see your boy Chris D'Elia live tonight. Cannot wait for the fights this weekend. Bunch of cupcakes not watching. Yeah, you'll be so soft not to watch. Dude, what a nice little weekend for you. D'Elia live and UFC Freedom. Come on, dude. PD Hernandez, 86-30. What was your first car? First, it was a truck. It was a F-150 Flairside, red. The 5.4 Triton. Brandon Sante 6679. Greeting from up north. Dana White received tried helping a young girl in BC Canada after getting shot in the head from a mass shooting incident. Is this a one-off or is this something Dana does? That's the thing about Dana. You can hate on all you want. He does a lot of stuff like this that goes. Okay. The after show hella dope if Hogan carries Derek and then does the Trump dance over him. Yeah, here the theatrics, like the stuff, the storyboard they have lined up between the fights, before the fights, after, is completely mind-blowing. It's supposed to be really dope. Unless you hate America, and then you're probably not going to like it. Tyler Dean, W6F. Love the live streams. As we know, fights can end fast. How do you think they will manage the event timing if the fights are all quick finishes? They shouldn't be. There's definitely a couple fights on there that are going to, go second, third round decisions. I think it's set up that way. That's my only hiccup with this is since it's only 7 fights and they have all this pageantry and video packages, what's the pacing going to be like? I think that's the one thing that could hurt them. But who knows? You see Jeff Dye Saturday, Jeff the very best. Able Hiko 794. Let's go, baby. I kind of for this event. Yeah, me too. Corncrow 55. The setup is way different than I thought it would be. The thing right? It's turned out way better than I thought. And they told me it's going to be like the Claw from freaking Netflix. I was like, dude, I don't want a part of this. El Nerd Jock. Do you think Tom Aspinall will ever fight the UFC again? It's not looking too bright right now. It's not looking good, my man, especially with the Eddie Hearn stuff. Again, I posted this on Twitter. Bisbee brought this up. it's like Eddie Hurt and Dana White are in this pissing contest, and the only one that's going to get hurt is Tom Aspinall, meaning get hurt, he's not going to fight for a long, long time, so it sucks. Clips Hub Daily 1. What's the live stream schedule? Tuesdays and Fridays as of now. Tuesdays and Fridays. King Quincy, where's the vet? Yes, sir. Got my case of Diet Coke. I'm ready for Sunday. Me too. The vet. We've been throwing chops under the bus. The vet had issues. And we did run through it. That wasn't the one for me. I'll put it that way. After my letter, two different friends hit me up saying how stoked they are for these lives. I love it, man. Thanks, dude. PD Hernandez, 8630. How come UFC don't do fight for the troops anymore? Right? I don't know, but it would crush right now. I don't know why they don't do that. They definitely corporate. Did you ask Callan when the fights are on, and did he remember? No, we didn't find the kid. I was like, what are you doing Sunday? He's like, I don't know, what's Sunday? So, anyway, but he sent me his pics this morning for randomly. I didn't ask for them. He sent me his picks randomly, and he picked all the underdogs except for both games. So I'm like, all right, dude. BB Greg, 38-0. Just popped in to say, what up, Bubba? Busy days make it tough to be in it, dude. I get it. Thanks for even jumping in there, man. You're probably busy as shit doing way more important stuff than this. MZ 0826. He told me his name. That's so good. Him and Dana don't see eye to eye. You got two alphas, and they both think they're doing great. Patrick Martinez, 24-51. What is Joanna kicking with fights? Flautas. The after show, but later, I haven't seen anyone talk about possible eye pokes from God. Over under an eye pokes. I saw over 1.5. God, 2 eye pokes is a lot. I'll give him 1, but I bet he's cautious of it now. Even if you saw the video of him and Nina Drama, she alluded to like the eye pokes. He made a joke out of it, so he's kind of familiar with it. Long Island Jock Shock. Dude, the reason we don't answer stuff is because it's all weird personal shit, dude. Why do you care what Chin makes a year? This isn't for that, pal. Son of a fish just got in the work truck and became a member. Needed this today. Love y'all. Oh, thanks, dude. Jonathan Patterson, 54-77. Time to get down with the big Brown. Let's go Brown. Yeah, what up, dude? It's fucking. So what happened to Chandler if something crazy happens in Huffy happen? Maria Gee says, I didn't ask for it. Yeah, Brian just ran literally all the dogs. He has KG, he has Lewis, CS0 God. He's a weird dude. He's hilarious. El Nerd Doc, I watched the TFK just to see if Callan knew. He didn't disappoint. I was laughing so hard. Yeah, that was great. That's Callan. He's busy, dude. He's traveling all around. He has all his kids. So. Trujillo, 37-38. How's that baby girl's walking process going? Good, man. I said my baby girl a month ago. She's doing a lot better, man. There's still a little hitch in her step, but she's in pre-K thing right now to get ready for the actual pre-K. So she's running around. She's doing good, man. Crow55. I keep seeing ads for GFL. Is that still a thing? Dude, they reached out to me, right? I originally was part of it when we thought it was a real thing and got pulled out. But they reached back out. They're like, Rat, you gonna do it again? I'm like, I'm out. I can't be part of this. So Patrick Martinez, 24-51. Did you see Dylan and Hamzat face off? Yes, I did. And Hamzat was like, let's just fight really quick in the street. So, you know. Brett Davis, 52 or 52-9. I'm generally concerned some a-hole's going to make threats to, do bad things at the event. I hope it won't be the case. Yeah, I'm going to get some threats. There's going to be so much security there. I pray to God nothing happens. Dark Heyoka says, Jim, you're the MMA pod producing GOAT. Thank you. There's about 4 of you. Tyler D, W6F. I love going and watching fights in my living room. Would love to experience the live fight. What are your thoughts? Would you ever go to another live fight? Yeah, I would. I would for sure. When I go to the game and stuff, it's great being around that crowd. If you haven't been to a UFC fight, especially go to like when there's a big main event, obviously like a Conor fight in July would be insane, but those ticket prices are insane. But it's the best live event you can go to. There's nothing like it. Dark Hayoka says, Chin, your closest competition is here. I don't watch Biz. I don't watch Biz show. I see his clips though. He's crushing it. Elder Jock, thoughts on how serious the organization in 2027 has a shot to survive the next 5-10 years? Really hope it's not another PFL. I don't enjoy watching. Nobody does, let's be honest. If anyone's going to pull it off, it's Coker. He said he raised 60 mil. That ain't going to get you through more than a year. But again, I would not doubt Scott Coker. A lot of his formula has worked, so we'll see. Justin Salvig, 29.55. Callan has that 200 times parlay. Dude, his parlay was wild. Wild. Clips up daily. If you could redo any fight in your career, which one would it be and why? The Nogueira one. I just had no respect for him. If I win that one, we got Brock Lesnar. That would have been a big day. So, yeah, that one for sure. I just underestimated like a young idiot. Kaden Trujillo, 37-38. I saw Kamaru personally on live. Crazy head kick out. Wild. Ricky says, what are you watching currently? Need a new. If you're into Interview with a Vampire, they should spin off the Lestat show. I just started watching that. Seems a little weird. I'm rewatching Ozark right now. Friends and Family on Apple's great. And then From, this season's a little weird. It's the highest rated season. It seems to be the slowest. I could use a new show. I need something. I feel like there's nothing popping right now. The after show, but later. Would you ever do a show again on the network like Fox Sports Radio or ESPN? I don't like the format, commercial short segments. Would I? Depends. I don't know. I love doing this. I don't know. That's a good question. They ain't coming to my ass. There's a lot of better people at this than me. So, yeah, ESPN, Fox Sports Radio. I don't think they're gonna head my way. Trey G-Man 15, welcome to Big Brown Club, big dog. Mzavu 0826. Tell me your name again, Bubba. I know you told me it's easier than your handle there. What's your take on the Ariel Dana beef from back in the day? They did Ariel dirty. They did him super dirty. Yeah, always. And Luke Thomas and PT and like those guys. They should be the faces, just like A-List or insert any big name on ESPN and Fox Sports. Like those guys should be the face of our business, but they're not. Nerd Jock, you get to guesstimate what percentage of guys you find UFC were using PEDs. Also, what's more prevalent in the lower, middle, or higher weight classes back in your day? Man, if I could guesstimate what percentage of guys you fought in the UFC were on PEDs, I'd say every single one except for Roy Nelson. It's just part of the sport. I'm not throwing shade on him. And the only reason I didn't do it, I couldn't afford it. Abel Kilvio 794. Shout out to Jen. Brendan, thanks for more content. Potty Kelly. If it's okay, can you give a quick breakdown of your daily workouts? Yep. I wake up at 5. I go to the gym. I start with 225, do that around 24. So I did 25 times, put on 315, do it 10 times, then I'm on 225 again. That's what I do for chest every day. And then I'll either do pull-ups or deadlift between that. And I'll do some other back exercises. I do farmer walks because I make my kids start doing those, so I'm trying to get better at those. So, yeah. North Pole Racing. Hey, what's up, man? I met you in Bellevue. Love Bellevue. After your show years ago, I think Kamaru had a full camp at 5 rounds against Hamzat. He would have won. Thoughts? Agreed, especially back then. Kamaru now, I don't know because of the knees, but back then it would have been very tough if it was 5 rounds. Kaden Trujillo, 37-38. You discredit yourself, man. You're one of the best MMA media personalities around. Not according to the internet. Kimma, hey, I'm listening while grocery shopping. What's a good appetizer snack for the UFC watch party? Ooh, I'm a big chicken wings fan. I'm a big chips and salsa fan. I like the spicy Cheetos, the flaming hot Cheetos, lime ones. It's coming down to Tatchin or no? I can pause it for you. Josh Toma, welcome to the Big Brown Club, Big Dog Trade, G-Man 15. What's up, man? Big fan for a while now, new member since we're watching. What's your thoughts on the Ozark ending? Very mid-tier if you ask me. Not a fan of who was killed off and who wasn't. Yeah, I didn't mind it though, especially this day and age. Most of the finales kind of suck. I didn't mind it. That show's so good, man. I'm on season 3 right now. It's so good. It's the 3rd time I've watched it. It's so damn good. Jonathan Patterson, 54-77. The person hits different. You feel the big shots when you're there. Yeah, you feel the energy. It's almost like this tribal, it's intense. OCFC would chill with the insane pricing markup, and we're the fans that got you to where you are, Dana. I know. I don't think it's Dana doing it. I think you got the suits involved. They're all about price gouging and profit. Imzavu0826. So if Ariel and Luke can't go to the press conferences, are any of those questions real then, or are they just scripted questions? But it's similar to like a toss up friendly questions where they're not gonna, ask the D's or this or counter accusations or this, So it's all by design. Tyler Dean, W6F. I have a boy 13 in travel ball. What are your thoughts for high school? Stick with travel ball or switch to high school? Or both. My son's dream is set for the MLB. Good luck, brother. You've already done most than what most parents are able to handle, because I think it's 85% of kids quit baseball at the age of 13. That's when it gets super serious, right? The mound gets further back, the bases get further back. I would switch to high school. Let ball out. Switch for the high school is good. That's what I would do. Sam, sorry, YouTube names suck. I know. I hear you, brother. Long Island Shock Jock, are you not getting any good guests because you went from a great student in California to storage unit in Texas? I think it's the least of our problems, brother. I think it's the least of our problems. Sunday 6679 from Huron. Do you see the value in the beginner combative program compared to sports jiu-jitsu? Yes. If I was still in California and my kids were doing jiu-jitsu, that's where I would say. Hunter and Huron, the kid programs, by far the best I've ever seen. By far. You don't have to worry about any of that weird shit. 8B Flacco, welcome, big dog. Big Ben 42. The Beats 805, love you too, Chin. Maria Jesus, bacon wrap jalapeno peppers. Not mad at those. Big Ben 42, what up? You ever asked Rogan for pro commentating tips? No, I just do my thing, man. Jimmy Smith, when I was doing in the cage interviews, he gave me great tips for that. He was like, these are the 3 things you're always going to ask, and then just go from there. Nerd Jock, if you could only do one upper body, one lower body exercise for the rest of your life, what would you choose and why? I include running, just straight lifting, big dog. Upper body, bench. I swear by bench. Lower body, deadlift. If you said bench and deadlift, you'd be jacked if you do enough. Blanca 32. Josh Hogan just said on Embedded that he signed an 8-fight contract, win or lose. Also, what do you think he got paid for the contract? $500K fight? Much love from Palm Springs. Dude, I love Palm Springs. One of my favorite hotels. I doubt he's at $500K a fight, right? Because he just got kind of on the scene. I bet he's maybe 500 win, show and win. Maybe he's at like 250, maybe. Josh Toma, I wish he didn't sign an 8-fight contract because he's 1 or 2 away from a title shot. Should have signed a 3-fight contract, but we're here and over there. Josh Toma, I've been a huge fan for years. Thank you guys for keeping me company on the road for all these years. You got it, brother. You a truck driver? Love me some truck drivers. My uncle and grandpa were truck drivers, and my uncle still is. Kaden Trujillo, 3738. Do you think guys like MMA Guru are good for the sport? I know I'm not supposed to, but that guy cracks me up. Yeah, I think. Listen, everyone has their own favorite. So MMA Guru brings a lot of value. I'll tell you what he do, but what he does in some of the stuff, Ariel or Chuck Mendenhall, or all these guys. So the boys in the back, everyone's different. So there's a lane for it. I don't hate on MMA Guru. I like the guy. Chris X Moisier, headed to work. I'll listen here in a bit to this, but I was the dude a while back about the red war hat question. Is it safe for us to wear for the weekend? Hell yeah, dude. Because anybody that doesn't know what that is doesn't know ball. All right? I still rock mine. Patrick Martinez, 2451. Do you still think you'll do giveaways? I buy most drops in my closet. Could use some new shirts. How about a brownies drop? I know. We should do some brownies merch. Some Big Round Breakdown Club. Any ideas, send them, man. We can figure that out. The giveaways, that last one really pissed me off when the guy took it and flipped it the next day. I put so much work in that fucking truck, and those giveaways are so much work. I know you got like these commercials, but I'm shooting like a week for 14, dude. So I don't know. I love doing them, and it's fun, but that really pissed me off. That sure, but later. I need like the Crash, any other cool crime back Syracuse stuff. Any of the Netflix stuff, like the Untold Tapes, I love those. Trying to think right now. There's nothing new serial killer popping right now. Serial killers are not popping right now. For all the Ted Bundy unreleased tapes, the Night Stalker doc on Netflix is my favorite. I'll watch it over and over on the second. Agree. Maria G's. Name is Ed. Is Jones vs. Francis going to be the biggest what-if fight? Jones vs. Francis, Tony vs. Khabib to me is a bigger what-if because it was actually scheduled 4 times, I think. DC vs. Brock, no. GSP vs. Silva, put Gab, which is hilarious, but GSP vs. Silva was a big one because there's a lot of traction there, and then Dana kibosh it. I'm gonna say because they were actually days away from fighting, getting hurt, not making weight. It's a great question, Big Ben 42. Do you know what percentage fighters make out their official merch? No. I know Sugar alluded to it. He's like, hey, man, I sold like millions of dollars of merch and got a fraction of it. So that'd be something you want to negotiate, especially like if I'm Poton, if I'm these big names, buddy, there's good money there. The Beats 805, go to Monterey with the lady and my 2 kids this weekend. Is it the Monterey Car Show? I thought that was in August. I've always wanted to go. Those colored cars are so fancy, though, it kind of pisses you off, right? Because you're walking around like, I can't buy any of this. So that bothers me. But there's some good car shows here in Texas. Mzavu 0826. I don't like how they kind of control the neighbors by not letting real questions come in. That's what made press conference unique, and now it's just watered down interviews at most. Yeah, it's this weird, like, cupcake shit. It's not good. It's not good, and it hurts the sport. It's not good. Where were we at? Of course, yep. Absolutely. It should depend on the gym. When it comes to little girls and shit, dude, really depend. North Pole Racing, do you still have your Ferrari? No, I sold. I had 3 Ferraris. I sold all 3 of them. Made money on all of them. Actually, sold my 1100 horsepower CTSV, dude. Those are sick. Picked up a 2024 G80 M3 and love it. What's your favorite car you have ever owned? Oh man, my GT2 RS by far. That's the one that's my Eleanor that I'll never get back because they're like $800 now. Drew Casablanca, last one for me. Chingy the man. Tomcat MMA, big fan of the show, my guy. My question is, do your sons and their friends relate to a top-level UFC fighter? How about the baseball dads? I'm sure they'd be a little starstruck. Yeah, the kids ask about it all the time. The dads know for the most part. Yeah, everyone's cool. Everyone's great. Everyone's super polite. Especially, you get the big UFC weekend coming up. So they ask me a lot of questions, which I don't mind. I love it. I also they want to be my friends at Bruce Bowl, so I had these custom hats made for them that only they had. Also, we had Jackson Beer. He sent chains for the whole All-Star team, so these kids get hooked up. So I think they like me being part of the team. The Beats 805, Parlay 1, Gaethje, money line. Yeah. John Pierre, under 2.5. Ooh, man, these are tough, buddy. Garcia Lopez, under 1.5. Eesh, I don't like that. Parlay 2, Chandler, money line. It's not a bad bet. Nickel, money line, not a bad bet. Zahabi O'Malley, under 2.5. Oof, I don't like that under, but Pierre, money line. Yeah, I like some of those. God, betting's fucking tough, dude. Good luck, though. Let me know how you do. Trey G-Man 15 from Pennsylvania and plan on attending UFC 330 in Philly. Outside his own Gary, who do you think could be on the card? Hoping for Jan Rob 2, Piper, Imavov. Here, Joe Piper for Imavov. That'd be fun. Can you imagine if it was Islam Gary, Jan Marab 2 on the same card? Long Island Street Shot. Dude, they told me mid-June, so I don't get paid until it gets. But they told me mid-June. I think I gotta look at the contract. I know it was around like June 15th to June 20th, so hopefully soon. Hopefully it's not late. But again, I shoot my part and then we'll see what happens. You know, I can't control the editing. Should be cool though. I'm also not like a main character in it, but I'm your boys in it. El Nerd Drop. Now you have a deep love for baseball because your boys. Do you wish you would have maybe played more yourself growing up? I played all the way to 8th grade. Yeah, I wish I stuck with it, but I played lacrosse. I love lacrosse. Lacrosse is actually big out here now, but yeah, I do wish I played baseball. It's such a good sport. El Torito 94. Brendan, what happens if Justin Gaethje lands 3 clean leg kicks in a row? I think people are sleep on the leg kicks. The only thing there is I'm sure Ilya's team is aware of the leg kicks, especially if they've done any research on Gaethje, and that was his thing, especially at World Series of Fighting. He won fights with leg kicks, so I'd assume they have a free kick and you're on one leg. And it's hard to get out of the way. So, yeah. Why? I assume Callum talk about do lift, run, shoot, or just his pod. I don't know what you mean, brother. Reword it and send the question again. You can scroll up, dude. We're on the very last one before the green bar. There you go. How do you think fight between Carlos Ulberg and Poatan would play out? That's a great fight. I would probably favor Poatan in that. Drew Casablanca 30. How many nicks can you take in the Octagon private rules? How many can you KO or top 3 gas out? Will it be a challenge? Also, you have no injuries and you're in your prime. Hilarious. I'm not really injuries now, man. My knee's a little wonky, but I'm all right. God, Nick Simmons? Yeesh. I'll say 10 of them. Those first 5 are getting freaking flatlined, but after that, they're strong. DT 9HM. Part of me is scared Poatan gets clipped with a 2-hour taking heavyweight punches well since all. Yeah, you gotta assume him coming out at 253. Only it's a little under that. But him coming out at 253, his chin's gonna be a little better. Now that's bad down, but to your point, he did get clipped by Izzy. I just don't see Gon sitting there throwing exchanges. You know, I think he's gonna be on his bike and moving and trying to win by decision. And Austin 07, can you tell us your craziest locker room story from football? We had, when I think it was a junior at University of Colorado, we had a homeless guy come in and he looked like a zombie. Straight up looked like a zombie, had like blood all over him, and he came in the locker room and was straight up trying to bite people, like a zombie, dude. He's trying to bite people, and I was the only white dude. And these boys are from 5th Ward in Houston, the ghetto in Louisiana. Like, these black dudes did not play. They all jumped them. And then one was like, dude, what if we have AIDS? And they were so freaked out. But they stomped this fucking zombie so bad. He was like trying to fight him about. Big fan. Will you have me head back on again? Yeah, I love that. Which yes, I just do this now. It's easier with my schedule and scheduling. It's just easier. Dave Sherbone, AB, Dave Wigan in the UK just sat down for a tea with the kids before we go to cricket training in the UK. Sick. My 11-year-old son is being watched by Lancashire County. There's no better feeling. Oh, dude, I can't imagine. Give me. Post. Shout out, son. DC was asked about Alex winning 3 titles compared to long. We did mention that before Conor went out. Champions didn't want to go up, and that's why title runs were so long. Thoughts? Yeah, I'm with DC on this. I think the hardest thing to do isn't moving up. I think the hardest thing to do is what John Jones did, what Izzy did for a long time, what Anderson did for a long time, is defending your title because the word's out. There's no secrets on how you're fighting. Guys have a blueprint on how to beat you. So it's constantly defending your title from new up-and-coming contenders. It's by far the hardest thing to do in sports. It's impressive with, Alex jumping all over the place, but I think it's more impressive, guys, like Mighty Best going these long runs is way harder, I think. Andres Figueroa, 93-74. Shirts would be nice. I know. Let's figure it out. Yeah, let's do it together. Let's figure it out. We'll do it together. L. Nerd Jockey should be merch back. I want a thick white hat and the white and purple just to have in mind the store anymore. Yeah, your boy's slacking. I can only do so much, but yeah, we'll figure something out. If you guys want it, well, I'll figure it out. I promise. So if you guys know anybody, if you have any recommendations, let's do it. And AI shit doesn't work on merch. It just doesn't. Maria G, I was watching Maternal Instinct doc this morning. It's new on Netflix. Insane story. Just not a serial killer, but crazy lady. I get down with crazy ladies. Did you watch the chimp love one? That shit was wild. That lady was in a straight up relationship with a chimpanzee. I couldn't get enough of it. As long as somebody dies, I'm into the doc. But when there was like some petty crime, some shit, get out of here. Oh, did you think I got a notice on my phone? This is how weird Apple is, but I got a notice on my phone that Nancy Cuthbert, they think they found her mom is buried on the border of Mexico. Breaking news. The Beats 805. You'd be pumped on how many of my body cam videos have your podcast in the background when I'm driving code. Code 3, much love, brother. What up, dude? Got a cop on our hands. How's it going, my man? See, this I don't know how this live show works. So it says Durham 4409 received a gift membership.
Shiz little man.
Yeah,
It's just a member that straight up gave 5 people free memberships.
damn, that's cool.
It's just cool to get. So shout out to Shiz little man.
That's cool. Keep going. Yeah, I don't know how it works. The holy. Where were we? Oh, there we go. The Holy Goalie 111. Yo, big fan from Scotland. Been watching since this and TVK since the start. Can't wait. We got Scotland at the World Cup Saturday 2 a.m. Then Sunday White House. Dude, what a nice weekend for you. What a nice little weekend for you. Yeah, man. With the World Cup, I get these guys doing construction at my house, and they're all Mexican. And yesterday they just left. I'm like, where the fuck are you going? They're like, oh, Mexico plays in the World Cup. And like zero compromise. They're like, nah, it ain't happening. I was like, nah, I get it. Go do your thing, dude. Soccer's not that big here. I get down with the World Cup. Elder Drop, shout out to Shiz Little Bam for gifting memberships. That's dope. Yeah, I don't know how that works. You guys just gift memberships? You just give them to people? The Holy Goalie 111. Also, yeah, Paramount looking for a show to watch. Sexy Beast series. It's a set in the 90s London Kind of like Mobland, trust me. Ooh, I'm in, say less. Andrew Raya 2564. Would you ever mess with an import car? I have a manual 370Z myself. Yeah, me and my brother, especially my brother, like Nissan GTRs. I would love a Godzilla. My kids love them. I would love a Godzilla. Dude, I got issues. I'm on Facebook Marketplace. It's like for an hour every morning just searching for stuff that I can't afford right now. El Nerd Talk, why haven't they announced Waylay versus Dern? It was clear Waylay was too little for Flight versus Valentino, so what's the hold, you think? Also, does Dern even touch? Probably not, but I'm glad she's the champ. She's a great champ. But to your point, probably not. I don't know why they're not announcing that. Yeah, we haven't had any nerd news on Dern. I'm surprised they didn't put her on the White House. There's no women on the White House card. I don't think that was like on purpose. I just don't think things lined up. They were trying to do the Kayla Harrison fight and Amanda Nunes. So when people are like, oh, Trump and Dana didn't want women on the card, it's like, hey, dumbass. Kayla Harrison was supposed to be on there, but she had surgery. Patrick Martinez, 2451. Idea for a brownies drop. Use a brown trout for a graphic. I know Shin could dig this. Just a big brown trout. Just a thick brown trout. Yeah. Kaden Trujillo, 3738. Do you see Ilya still being a champ at 55 at the end of the year? I have a weird feeling it's going to be Armin. That's by far his toughest test. By far. Always some new ones here. Dash Cole, 8812. Welcome to the club, big dog. B Famo F5193. What up, man? Keep going, big dog. That one I would almost just kick him out. That's the same one Homegirl was telling me about. Big Ben, how's Chin doing?
Good, thank you.
He's been hooking up his Cybertruck. Things have been pretty dope for a Cybertruck. Abe Valcio 794. My son is 4 and he seems to be like baseball. When I took him to the park to practice, he seems to get bored fast, and he suggests how to push him, but not far where he doesn't want to do it. Make it fun. Play a game with him where he thinks it's a game, but he's getting better at baseball. Just make it fun for him, especially at 4, dude. It's not that serious. Make it fun, and he'll love it. Calvin L. Ocho, are you or the family in the World Cup? I know your wife's side of Mexican. Were they excited about Mexico being the first game? Yeah, they're super proud. I think the World Cup. It's cool, but North Pole Racing. Do you ever see the video Sam Alvin made defending you and talking you up? Tried to roast your Bruce Lee comments? No, I didn't. I love Sam Alvin. He's great. Bruce Lee comments. Probably some actor I can beat up. That's usually how it goes. 6475. What does the current UFC heavyweight division look like? If you throw Prime Jones, Prime DC, Prime Gus in the mix, would they still be the big three of this era? Not even close. All 3 of them, let's say you just took to pick any of the 3 of them, they're your dominating champs, defending champions, multiple times. King Quincy, I listen to the old JRE fight commands all the time. You have the best one-liners to listen and talk about baseball. Then compared now, it's a complete 180. Is that good or bad? Is that a compliment or a bad thing, man? I guess, yeah, like I was talking to Joe the other day. It's like I don't have that many interesting things to say these days. All I do is coach kids sports and talk fighting and cars. Outside that, I don't really offer too much, man. I'm just getting older, growing up, man. I'm sorry, dude. Elder Dog, why do you think they continue to do tough when no one really watches it anymore? Aren't they just wasting money producing at this point? But I think because they get that $1.1 billion deal every year, that's in the they have to produce so many spin-off shows. So that's why you keep seeing this watered-down version of Tough. It's such a shame, especially Tough to me is sacred, right? That's how I got my start. It's a shell of what it used to be. It's a shame. Jesse Lee MMA, hell yeah, I've been listening since the Fox days. Love the shows. Thank you, my man. Or you lady. Name is Ed. Is there any fighter from the 2000s that you think could hang with the fighters now? Bring them in their prime, I'd say probably GSP. I'm sure the obvious choice is Jones, but aside from him, I would say almost all of the game hasn't advanced that much. And especially back then, guys were more specialists, so I think they would have a lot of success. A lot of success. Dash goal 8812. I lost my first son. My wife was 14 weeks pregnant, had a miscarriage. I had my son's whole life planned out. We were talking about Bisman's eye, and I lost it, cracked it up. Love your bids. They're helping a lot. Thank you, brother. Me and my girl also had a miscarriage, and it is so traumatic. I'm so sorry, my man. I'd say this, though. Don't stop. And it's easier said than done, especially it's your wife's decision, but don't let that discourage you, man. It happens. I was like, how could this happen to us? But then you look up the odds of that happening, it's very high. So don't stop, brother. It's going to be the best thing you ever do. It's going to make it that much more special. And I believe things happen for a reason, so, who knows? Who knows why that happened? But don't stop, brother. El Rito 94, I miss Food Truck Diaries. I know, I actually just got an offer to bring them back. Just got an offer from Big Dog to bring Food Truck Diaries back. Again, it's just a scheduling thing. I told you guys this. It's like anything that's going to take me away from my current schedule is going to be tough. It's going to be tough. If I can knock out, 8 in 2 days, so you have a season of it, I'd be down to do. But if I'm traveling every week, there's no way. But yeah, I just got an offer to bring it back. Thank you, bro. I'm at the bottom there. That's Smitty22. Welcome to the Big Brown Club, Big Dog. Welcome. ALC156. Is Chingan replaced after buying the Cybertruck? I'm a diesel tech who is also crappy at Googling. I can chin it up. Just mention Chin is best rhythm fishing videos. Chin's been busy. He just need to make more fishing videos. Dude, you're a diesel tech? God, I could use you, bro. Oh, I want to get into what happened to my truck, but I can't. The Pete's 805. I know some of my bets are tough bets. It's only 50 each parlay. Oh, dude. You don't think Sugar gets the finish on a 2.5? It's a great matchup for him. Agreed, but Zahavi is so tough. But it's not a bad bet, brother. Especially if you're just putting 50 on it. Fire away, man. God, I hope you win. Tomcat MMA, when you were in your prime, that was peak heavyweight division, I know. There's no way this current roster division could even touch your generation. What are your thoughts on that? Yeah, there's maybe 2 or 3 guys, maybe 4 who are in the top 15 out of today's rankings. Other than that, those guys would be warm-up fights for us. It just is. I think meant actual human beings. Don't stop these lives. See right now, thanks for answering questions. No other pod does this. Really? Luke Thomas does this though, right? Luke Thomas' live chats are big boys. I guess he does a little politics talk too. But actually, I like hearing this political shit because it's way different than what I'm getting out here. So I love Luke. Jesse Lee MMA. Question for Jen: when is the grill coming out? I'm ready to buy one.
It's on pause. Thank you for caring, but I'll keep you posted.
Oh yeah, I totally forgot about that, Jesse.
I can show you the grill too.
You have the grill?
It's down, but there's like a hiccup, so that's it. I'll keep you posted.
Sick. I forgot about the grill, dude. 3R Garcia, what up, Big Brown, big fan? Quick question: what's the reason for having the fights on Sunday night? Working oil and gas station and have to be up at 4 a.m. Ooh, I know, dude. A lot of people got to work on Monday. You know, in other places, I think in Ireland, it's like going to be at 4 a.m. or 2 a.m., so it's tough. Hey, it's weird, right? But again, it's his show, it's his house, so he's like, yeah, I'm going to have it on my birthday. He'll tell you it's Flag Nights because it's Trump's birthday. I like the Sunday nights. I'm down for Reggie Murders the Cage for sure, right? Kana Trujillo, 37-38. Did you play college ball with anyone that went to have a crazy NFL career? Oh, yeah. I think my senior year, out of the graduating class of like 28, 17 of us either had, like me, had a chance to go pro or did go pro. So Lawrence Vickers, who's my roommate, he was the captain of our team, but then he was the captain of the Dallas Cowboys and Cleveland Browns. He's an H-back, fullback. Mason Crosby, all-time leading scorer at Green Bay. Joe Klatt, who's the face of college football commentating. Joe Kloffenstein, my best friend, he played several years. He was the first pick in the second round for St. Louis Rams at the time. Went to the Buffalo Bills. We got a ton of guys. A ton of guys. But the biggest one is probably Mason Crosby, all-time leading scorer at Green Bay. That's a big one. Vickers was a badass. Brian Elu, back from Chicago Bears. Oh, man. Yeah, we had a ton, man. Todd Columbus from Cherry Creek from Colorado was the starting Redskins. I could keep going. We had so many guys. Quinn Sepnewski went to the Ravens. Terrence Wheatley was the starting quarterback the year I think the Patriots won the Super Bowl. They'll keep popping up in my head. Jordan Dyson went to the Detroit Lions. I'll think of some others. That show up but later. That for my ass off. As long as somebody dies, I'm into the doc. Same dude, that's a huge selling point for me. Yeah, I need some real shit, man. If I'm gonna watch it, and this might be crazy, I would pay extra if they would stop blurring out the bodies. Give me the gory details, man. You know? Isn't there like any history raw or something, or any history black where I can pay extra? Is that weird? Ian Muldoon, 2406. Hey, love chat. Father, two young boys. One has a much harder life than the other, medical-wise. Took some comfort listening to you describe how you do anything for your girl. Much love, brother. Dude, you're fighting a good fight. There's a reason why that boy has those issues and you're the dad. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, thank God you're his dad. You guys have figured out, man. I'm so sorry. Guide Productions had the same reaction to Mango Fuego. Tickled my nostril hairs. I know, it's intense. El Nerd Jock, are you watching the US vs. Paraguay World Cup game tonight? Maybe. Kiddo has practiced, I think, 7:30. So we'll see. They usually want to go to this restaurant where they can play and stuff. And he has a game at 9 a.m. We have to be in the field at 8 a.m. It's an hour away. I have any AC right now. Yeah, Excalibur 52. What's up, boys? I called off work for the event. For the UFC 250 event? Not this. You can't. live chat, dude. This thing's not that good. Army vet JB6791. 6 o'clock tonight's game time. You say plays tonight. Gotcha. How are the jerseys? Are the U.S. Freedom jerseys? You know what is lit though? Is the ring card girls outfits. Have you guys seen those? Somebody put effort into those. But then the fight kits, and then if you're Zahabi, if you're Poetan, Cyril Khan, Billy Jabir, why are they wearing the U.S. colors? What the fuck is this? Get our colors off. These colors don't run, Bubba. But they sure as fuck run from people not from here. So go ahead and wear your own shit. Where's the Brazilian? And if they're not wearing the colors, you gotta toss a Brazilian flag on the sleeve. You gotta toss a Canadian flag on the sleeve. You gotta mix it up. It just can't all be in the U.S. gear. That's so weird to me. So weird. Can you imagine the Olympics? Everyone just had to wear USA gear. I'd be like, what the fuck? It's weird, right? Those U.S. jerseys, I bet are lit. Auto Guide Production. Don't think Hoka is too codependent. Watching Alex not give him any attention hurt to see. No, he's just setting it up. He's setting it up. He knows if he gets past Derek Lewis, that could be next for him, especially with Tom Aspinall being out for who knows how long. Is that range him? Abe Silo 794. For sure, if we do something Old English for a big round breakdown the front, we do the South State on the side sleeve and your wing pants on the back, and Old English front, that'd be dope. Somebody make it. At 22, my son is 3.5 years old and is in BJJ, loves it and doing well. 3.5, good for you, man. He watches me hit the back during the workout and imitates me. Yep. Dad set the example. Do it, show him. How do I teach him aggression and passion as he grows up in a positive way? Make it fun. Make it fun, and they just naturally go towards it. Especially if they see you having fun, or if you're in shape, like, yeah, that's what I want to do. El Torito 94, she's fight Robertson. All right. The Holy Goalie 111. I'm also obsessed with Yellowstone, Gut Ranch, Landman, Tulsa King, Marshalls. Taylor Sheridan is the goat. Taylor Sheridan is amazing. You know, he bought that 6666 ranch out here so he can shoot all his stuff and then charge Paramount the rent for shooting at his land. It's pretty dope. I haven't started Dutton Ranch yet, though, but I've seen all those others. Marshalls, too, I wasn't too interested in that. Dutton Ranch, is it good? Oh, here we go. Wine Court 90. Yeah, that Fuego's freaking flipping. Wine Court 90. Sorry about the last question. On the first line, you talked about doing campaign spot. Did you guys talk about shoot or just pod? Oh, what you're saying. Sorry, man. That's on me. Yeah, do a left front shoot. Excalibur 5982. How does the Armin Olivia match rematch? Charles won last fight. I didn't think he won, but if that fight was 2 more rounds, could be in trouble. I bet Armin's gonna kind of sew up those kind of holes they had in his game last time against Charles, because he did dominate the first round. I would assume Armin gets it done there. Justice Slavic 2955. Isn't it nuts that Armin fought Islam in the past? Can you imagine the numbers that would pull nowadays? Man, I think you'd be surprised. I think Armin needs to get. He needs to stop streaming and start fighting. You know, enough's enough. I'm all with the streaming and building your brand, but you gotta fight, dude, and not just in wrestling matches in RAF. He needs to fight. But if he beats Ilya and then fights Armin, that would be do numbies. But I still think the overall casuals, like the young kids with the streamers, they know who he is. But to get the real fans on board, he needs to fight. Elder John, was it just concussions from sparring you talked about a lot, or was it any nagging injury that you had worried before? I've always had a meniscus issue. Going that Travis Brown fight, my neck was so fucked, and then I shot in, and he sprawled, and literally my neck hit the ground. That was trouble. But I'm okay. Nothing too bad, though. Nothing too bad, brother. Try P1933. Join, just say, what's up, man? Been a fan since Fox days. Any chance fight campaigns come back? Yeah, maybe. You're going to find a crew to do it with. And then also the time. Gavin L. Ocho, are you in the Glory Kickboxing? There's an 8-man tournament tomorrow. I know. The guy who helped train Cyril Gahn is in it, I think. But yeah, I'm in the Glory Kickboxing. I don't follow it super close, but I dig it. Patrick Martinez, 2451. Did you see a guy kill Tony using your New Orleans story about the homeless guy whipping out the python? No. But I don't know if that's my story. I assume in New Orleans, with those big wieners out, it's unique to me. The Holy Grail, the Holy Goalie 111. Also, look out for the Sean Ware, the Butcher. He's just signed it from Scotland. He's going to be the next light heavyweight champ. Guaranteed. Love it. I love me some BKFC. Auto Guided Production. Do y'all want help with the pre-post production? I'm in Dallas. Wet Mind the Drive. Would love to help out. Pre-post production as far as what, brother? Do we need help, Jen? You seem to figure it out, though, Jen. So far, so good. Jesse, I am a man. Sorry, dude. You know, Jesse can go either way, dude. Elder Dog, nothing like, 45-minute lift in, 3-mile run, and enjoying the live stream with Shab, Chen, and the Brownies. Love this. Love you guys. Thanks for the only membership I have on YouTube. Dude, appreciate it, brother. DD Cool B1. Brendan, who has better set of honeydews? Shankar and Alex Poton. Ooh. Probably Poton these days. The beats 805 by Popstream with Hicks and Gracie. Love Henry here. I teach a lot of my partners using great tips. Yeah, they're the best. The best. You can feel like the history when you walk in there. They're the best. Whatever, I'll be listening. Thanks, dude. DJ Ambo 8665. Long time listener, first time call. Name is Ed. I'm sure you get this a lot. Bring back the fight companion. Rampage, Rob Derrick, so good. Delia, you better not be wearing a lab coat. Or you better be wearing a lab coat. When I turn around, you better be wearing a lab coat. Yeah, those were fun, dude. Wolf D and Pauler. Proton has the best calf kick in the game. Do you think Gahn is going to be dancing around the octagon for round 1? Yes. And for 2, 3, 4, and 5. But hopefully Proton can land that leg kick and slow him down and finish him off with the left hook. Caden Trujillo, 3738. Do you think the UFC could have blossomed into the same thing as today without Force for Spawner? Yes and no. I think that catapulted them into like the fast lane, but eventually I think they would have got there. Not taking away to anything from Force and Stephen Bonner, but do you think Rico Van Hooven would have done in the UFC if he did sign? Clearly that motherfucker can figure shit out. His boxing was insane. He'd be a problem. Especially like him versus Poton heavyweight. Take my money. Dark, Kayuka. If you can't get into what happened to your truck, you at least weigh the pros and cons, talk about it, first not talk about, then make a final decision. Listen, there's no like contractual thing where I can't talk about it. It's a mom and pop shop, and they tried their best. They royally fucked my truck up on that for 5 weeks. I had to send it to this big boy diesel shop out in Fort Worth to get fixed. And when you do poor work like that, they have to go through everything. So who knows what else they touch. So I haven't had my truck for 5 weeks. Complete disaster. I'm sure some people would cause a ruckus and try to throw their business under the bus. It's just not what I do. It's just not what I do. Abe Belcio 794. Watching TFAK with Josh Thompson saw the heartbreak face when he fight campaigns. Josh Nick and Cal would be sick from McGregor for Shaw. Yeah, you think? You think? I don't know. The other thing is Callan's never here on the weekends. because his other family is in California and he's on the road nonstop. So that's nothing. He's never here. They're just a nightmare dealing with 4 people. A nightmare. I don't miss those days. I'm pretty stress free these days. I kind of want to keep it that way. If it was like 4 for sure guys, I would do it. And I do it with Rogan. Once every 3 months. That checks the box for me. So we're all right, man. And if Pooty 7694, 7698. These names are crazy, dude. But that's YouTube for you. I know the White House card is massive as is, but can you imagine if Strickland versus Hamzat was pushed back for this card and we had a championship triple headliner, 2 American fighting? Dude, think how big of a star Strickland would be if he beat Hamzat at the White House. That'd be sick. I wish that happened. DJ Ambo 8665. I'm a 2-stripe white belt and I'm starting to get burned out. He's just how to get over it. How many days are you for Worlds? No, it's not that serious, man. Okay, take a week off and go back. Find the fire. Tyler Dean, some sort of speech, 1000%. It's his birthday. It's all about him. Maria G, been an MMA fan for 20 years now. Such a degenerate that I took Monday off. Gang, love it. You're a real one. El Nerd Doc, I got jury duty on Monday, but I don't even care about it because the fights are on Sunday. Got to be a hell of a hungover. Here's the thing, though, dude. The jury duty, I've never got asked to do one. Would it be sick if you had like a dope-ass case? Like if you had like a real murder case? That would be fun. I've always wanted to do it. That'd be cool. If it's like a big-time murder case, that'd be sick. Like double homicide or serial killer case. But if you get like some bullshit, that would suck. DD Cool LB1. How long do you play lacrosse for? From my freshman year to my sophomore year in college. Do you have a sticker? No, I don't, but my oldest, because some of his, he was like, Dad, you ever heard of lacrosse? I was like, I have. I have my picture up at my high school because I was first all conference. I love lacrosse. Love lacrosse. Best shape I've ever been in lacrosse. We ran so much. Lacrosse is a great fucking game. Name is Ed. USA plays at 6 p.m. Pacific time, so it's 8 for me today, by the way. I'll definitely watch it. I'll watch it. Wine Cork 90. How many fridge cigs are you ripping daily? I'm at 3 to 5 a day. I'd say 10 to 12 for me. He's referring to Diet Cokes. SW, yeah, or that might be say what, 360. Shout out from UK. Congrats on the live. Need to get some more fight companions. Man, you guys want fight companions, huh? It just takes away my Saturday nights. That's it. But we'll figure it out. The Holy Goalie 111. Scotland got Haiti and Morocco and Boston, Brazil in the World Cup, and Miami first World Cup in 28 years. I'm 31. Watch how good the Scotland fans are on the national anthem. Give you goosebumps. Yeah, that's why I love it. I love it. The country pride, I love it. I need to get jersey. G53. Do you think Travis is going to try to jump over high as talking about Travis? I bet when they announce it, he does the backflip as well as fireworks and shit. It's going to be cool. Big Ben are going to be sick. War clips and shit. Yes. Yes. Storming Normandy and shit. It's going to be sick. Auto-guided productions. The blue fight gloves are weird to see, right? But remember, Bellator did that. They had red and blue. So it's not been around long enough you've seen it before. Calvin L. Ocho. They're definitely better than the Freedom Care. The U.S. jerseys, I assume. Now, I've seen some of the UFC Freedom Care, like the shirts and stuff, are dope. They have this dope hat, but the kids just aren't it, my man. Migos G53. I fucked up my typing. The kiddo hit me. But do you think Travis is going to try to jump the arena, or is that shit too high? Way too high. He's going to do something crazy. There's going to be fireworks, bat flakes, and we sick. Brandon Sante 6679. Did you get a chance to hear the JRE with Devon Larrett talking about his buddy in Iraq and Possess? Let's get that guy on the podcast for some stories. Is he the arm wrestler? Like halfway through? Yeah, no, I haven't heard about it. Like in Afghanistan, there's like giants. And I'm not saying he's lying. Do we believe giants in Afghanistan, his buddy being possessed? I'm all for it. I hope it's real. Get him on the podcast. The thing is Brian will entertain you with that. Like, if you start talking about being possessed, Brian's going to check out or just call bullshit, then it doesn't make for a fun show. Excalibur 5982. I saw your comedy show in Naples 4 to 6 years ago. Had a great time. Can't believe how fast time has gone. I know, dude, right? We're getting old, brother. Elder Drop. What's one fight you wish you would have played out differently? So we're going to find out who was the better fighter, but instead it ended way too soon. Mine will always be Aldo versus Connor. I'm still mad at Aldo. Yeah, Aldo versus Connor would be the one. Masvidal, Ben Askren. Brent Chop, Nogueira. Okay, that one hurt. Name is that best nickname in MMA. The Natural, the Iceman, 100 Beach, Bad Boys, the Hybrid, Rampage, Uncle Creepy, Axe Murder is my favorite. Axe Murder is also by far. It's weak, because then previous round was called the Hybrid, sucked. Right there, I found it. Mzivu0826. What's your favorite fast food place and item? Burger King, Whopper cheese ketchup only. Name is that, bro. The best thing that came out of my high school was on the Catch a Predator. Not a good look. Hilarious. What happened to that show? Dude, fuck Viking Man and Food Truck Diaries. Bring back the Catch a Predator. The Holy Goalie 111. Gun Ranch is sick. I'll check it out because I love Yellowstone. King Trujillo 3738. How often are you going to do these streams? It's nice to have someone who actually knows MMA to talk. Every Tuesday, Friday is the plan, man. Every Tuesday, Friday. So as long as you guys want, every Tuesday, Friday. Shane Sutton 7061. Hot take: streamers aren't as big for the young generation as people think. So who's watching them, brother? Who's watching? You know, I feel like they're big. But are they? I don't know. Somebody's paying them, right? So I don't know. Maybe you're right. I literally don't. Gamma MCR. Secure 20 pounds of frozen wings and making homemade salsa and chips. Yes, girl. Decide to have a party at our house rather than spending money at AC hotel and deal. Yeah, that's the Drew Casablanca 32. No AC in Texas summer. Boy, your kid's getting hard early. An hour-long trip. You know my wife would make me rent a car just for the AC. I don't think she's aware that I don't have AC. She doesn't step foot in that Hummer. But yeah, like Bossy has a game early in the morning. Dude, the mornings are kind of cool. As long as I'm on the highway and you got the air blowing, Mother Nature's our AC. The kids are cool because they're in the back. They have a good time. It's loud. And then I always go to, they love gas stations, so I always go to the gas station, give them some cold drinks, so they're cool. At the _Stona, Aspinall is overrated. I don't agree with that. I think because, especially these days, is who's overrated these days. And also, we don't know. He got poked in the fucking eye. Are you basing off his one round with Cyril Khan where, Cyril had some success because he didn't starch him? So my thing is, we don't know at this point. Rudy got you, Chin, and Brian can't stop laughing at the lady getting murked by the wiener dogs. That was one of the funniest things. It's so sad, but it's so funny. Dude, I totally forgot about that. Gemma CR, deal with the 86,000 fans at FanFest? Yeah, fuck that. Wolf D and Paula, if KG wins, will you and Brian get him on TFK? Again, I'd have to pay for his flight out here and shit. I don't know. And if he wins, he's going to at such a different level. Even though I started MMA with him and helped him when he was very, very young in the game, I don't know if he's coming on TFK. And also, when we had him on food truck, he thinks I took like personal shots at him because I told him he's reckless. So, yeah, weird, but I love him. Army Vet JB6791. Hey, Brent, asked you during your last live about Kratos. You said you and Chin stopped. I stopped, Chin didn't. Was it difficult for you guys to stop? This is awesome, by the way. Thanks, dude. Thanks for watching. Love the question. So, I can stop cold turkey. Like, I stopped Adderall, cold turkey. I stopped alcohol, cold turkey, and I don't even think about it. I stopped, and I move the fuck on. Chin.
I can't remember the last time. Yeah, when's the last time I seen that powder stuff? It's been a long, long time.
Yeah, but you do it at home?
No, really? Yeah, it's been a long time.
Oh, good for you, too.
For me, yeah. And I did it every day, too, so it's not that hard. So it's just taper down.
The Holy Goalie 111. Connor loves Sean Weir because he said he's not here to take parties, here to take over. One of the greatest lines ever. Taylor Dean W6F. We need Chris D'Elia back on T-by-K when he's in town. I know he comes here too. I think in October we'll definitely try to make that happen. El Torito 94. But when you think early stages, Kane beats a right now Gable Stevenson. Yes, I think Stevenson's getting too much hype even with the shallow heavyweight division. Agree. There's a lot to find out about Gable Stevenson. Kane was a different animal. Kane was a bigger prospect than Gable Stevenson. There's like legendary stories even before Kane got. If you remember, he fought on Bodog. If you remember that, beat the shit out of him. Elder Doc, if you had unlimited state by Africa all time, fighter, past or present, would you pick? Given not just the career but overall life story. Mine is Francis. That'd be good. Francis is an interesting story. Tell you what, Darren Till would be an interesting story. Darren Till would be interesting. At least his story's still being told. Need someone, you know what I do? Sean Strickland. Sean Strickland. There'd be a splash of American History X mixed with Kick-Ass, mixed with fucking Batman, mixed with, it'd be lit. Clips Hub Daily 1. Who's your favorite current and past UFC fighter? Favorite current? God damn, that's tough. Must see like TV right now. Maybe I'm a little biased because they're fighting. Would be Poatan Hogan. Right in this moment. Poatan Hogan, Steve Slice. Rest in peace. Auto Guide Productions. Good comms. How long before the UFC or such unifies smaller weight classes? Imagine Sugar vs. Kid. Yeah. Not happening, but not with the commissions. The Beast 805. You talked about Justin's leg kicks being dangerous because he's only on one leg, but I feel that only matters when you throw lazy leg kicks. Justin's throwing fire. Agreed, but Ilya, when he throws the kick, you're thinking of guys like checking like this. You can step into it and plan. So you're going to eat the kick, but you exchange it for the right hand. Guarantee Ilya's straighten that. And that's what I did with Gonzaga. Fire away. Even with Cookout, fire away, but eventually I'm going to get you. I'm sure that's what Ilya's doing too. TT Trent XC1 EP. Brendan, did you see the interview with Poatan where he implied Hogan won't be in the UFC for much longer? That has to be a translation thing because he signed an 8-fight deal, so that makes no sense. El Nerdjock, last time I had jury duty was a domestic violence case. I was so mad it was a murder case. Yeah, I went that domestic violence. That's sad. I bet you're a handful, dude. Not well. Had a D1 wrestling come in, going hard as fuck, hit the shop crank and bloody his bottom. Good for you. I bet you're a fucking handful, dude. The after show, but later. Gotta bounce to the meeting. Catch you in the next one, brother. Keep the lives coming. Yes, sir. Thank you, man. Dark Hayok, can we get Shield on the Patreon T-by-K so you can go full on censored political on us? The problem is Callan won't entertain him. Callan's gonna get so mad. I'm down. I don't know if I'm the best guy for that interview because he says some wild shit and I won't have the rebuttals to defend anything, so. At Smitty22, what's the biggest change you've seen in yourself going through the UFC? You mean like what did I learn from going through the UFC? Biggest change in my life has been kids. It really made me get my shit together. In like the last 3 years, I was a knucklehead before that. But the kids are the biggest change I've had. Biggest change you have seen yourself going through the UFC? Just that when I put my mind to anything, straight up, like through hard work and being relentless, I can do legit anything. So that's why I take big swings. I take big risks. I can pull anything off. Now, whether that's true or not, all good, but I'm not the guy who's scared to try. I'm also not scared to fail at all. All good, but I believe I can pretty much do anything. And that's not being arrogant or cocky. I just believe now, do I think it's going to happen in 6 months? No. But eventually, if I stay at it, I'll figure it out. I hope my kids have that same trait. I don't know how I got that, but getting to the UFC made me realize that. Abe Valencia 794 would be dope to collab with Josh Thompson a bit. He'll have good comments on MMA. Also, I agree Denver Ranch is good so far. Yeah, I love Josh. He's the best. And he's in Dallas. T Jambo 8665. Do you think Derek Lewis will get up for this fight, or is he only in for the payday? Because Lewis Chandler and Justin Parley would be wild. Yeah, that would be wild. That's the thing about Derek Lewis is, anybody who's going to entertain a fisting just fight, if he throws that right hand lands, the night's so far fetched that he doesn't win. Now, I don't think, but if he decides to throw that fucking right hand uppercut and lands, it's over. No matter who you are. Vaccaro 91. How much is the environment going to play a factor? So people keep bringing this up. Not much. Especially at that level, those guys are professionals. Also, a lot of those guys, including myself, when you're coming up, you're going to fight sometimes outside. It's not the end of the world. It's not as big as a deal everyone's making out to be. And people that are making a big deal have never fought before. And that's real. I'm not being nasty. I'm not being shitty about it. But if you're worried about this outdoor environment, what are they going to do? You've never fought before. Most of those guys coming up, especially on the local circuit, fought outside. Not the end of the world. The Holy Ghost. One moment, please. On the next current events, get Chin to pull up the Sean Weird BK. Not for shop Sean, but or not breakdown, but. Dino 8665. Whatever happened to the Big Breakdown TV show? Talking about Below the Belt on Showtime. I was with them for 6 years. Contract ran out. They wanted to do another 6-year deal. I just figured I could do it on my own. And that's how we got here. But there were some benefits to being on there for sure. It was less work. It was plug and play. But good thing I didn't leave because they're out of business. So it was the right choice. But I love Showtime. They were great. DeLongo 4050. Does Gone winning officially bury the already dead heavyweight division? He would be the most important champ of all time. Agree. I think it would be awful for the UFC. Awful. But then they give him Hogan. Hopefully Hogan wins and makes it interesting. King Trujillo 3738. Do you think Corey will ever be champ? My favorite fighter is Sugar. I really wish that they were fighting the White House. Me too. I hope we don't lose out on that fight. Most hype fight. Agree. It'd be such a shame if we don't see Corey for Sugar. I don't think Sugar deserves a title shot just for beating Zahadi. I think they should fight the winner of Corey and Sugar finally, and that's a title eliminator fight. Winecourt 90. Ilya just updated his profile to 18 and up. And now it's all fun and games because he keeps winning. When you lose, that's come back in the ass, but he's that dude right now. He's that dude. Caro 91. What's up, dude? Welcome to the club. Mighty Mo 7. Welcome to the Big Brown Club. You can go up, Chin. Let me see where we're at. Keep going. Boy, we got a lot of them. Oh, wait, we go down? Maybe Born Champ, Corey. All right, there you go. Vaccaro 91, who just joined us. What's up, brother? Do you think Josh Hogan is being pushed too fast regardless of the division issues? No. I would say, it's a marathon, not a sprint. But with him, with the division being so light, performance and Curtis, I'm not mad at it. Vaccaro 91, I feel like he's a better 205er. Agree. If he got serious about things, he's probably a 205er with his height weight. Agree. But again, his thing's cardio and speed right now, which if he goes down, that might even out at 205, so who knows? Those lighter heavyweights can do some damage. You see Kane, Stipe, those lighter guys are in trouble. Advocate Abe Calcio 79-4. As soon as I heard the name Crystal, all I heard in my head was, you better be in the lap coat. Oh, I know, dude. Remember Far Right, Chris? Was so funny. Russell Gorman, 76-42. My favorite episode was Will Sasso explained how he would crush Brian's head like a mountain in Game of Thrones. Yeah, Sasso's a legend. Big Ben 42, is it impossible to hurt someone's wrist and wrist lock in the UFC, or the glove wrap stop it? They stop it. It's so tight in there, dude. It'd be fucking tough. And it comes like from here to there. It'd be so tough to like bend it back. Michael 644. First thing I think for you, you're a badass dude. You're a badass dad. That got me. Thanks, brother. Dude, I can't believe you guys actually watch this shit. Rudy Garcia 6902. Big new to Texas. If you're DJ Screw yet, I heard him when I was in LA. That I'm familiar. Mighty Mo 7. Much love from Alberta, bro. Been a fan for years. I know you don't do fight commands anymore, but you should consider doing them again. They were great and very watchable. I know. You, Dalia, Count. The problem is Talia's on the road all the time. Count's on the road all the time. Michael Street 644. What up, dude? Welcome to the club. Dude, Miguel 5266. Welcome to the club. Adidas DC. Welcome to the club. Dark Heyoka. Ring should be wise enough to have civil debate with a guy he can respect like Shields, and I think Shields has done his research when it comes to his opinions on current affairs of the world. You think people get their emotions and egos get into it, though, so who knows how it go. El Torito 94. Any recent favorite horror movies? It's been scary summer with kiddos. It's just me and them in the house at night for the past few nights. So I had one, number 2 last night. They loved him. The Holy Goalie 111. Forgot he's probably fighting Darren Till soon. Damn, that'd be a fight. I'm a Darren Till fan, so I hope, room for Darren Till, but I hope your boy as well. T-Trend XC1F. This is honestly awesome. Super glad you're doing this, Brendan. You look so much happy and glad you have something to genuinely look forward to. I know. I do love this, man. Thanks, brother. Michael Street 644. What's more impressive to bench? 405 once or 225 30 times? 225 30 times.